Sold my parents' coffins and spent 1 billion in the crazy guest game in just 3 days. Even sold my girlfriend's original stockings for the rushing game. Girlfriend called me a big idiot. I decisively broke up. Absolutely cannot let women affect my gaming, because the game will become reality in just 3 days, and all the equipment and skills obtained in the game will be retained. While the top-up channel is still open, I topped up to VIP 15 in one go. Directly obtained the only orange immortal sword blueprint in the entire game. My crazy spending in the game has attracted countless people's attention. Girlfriend Xiao Ro even called to question me. I just sneered at this. I dedicated myself to protecting Xiao Ro for a full 3 years, but he betrayed me and joined others for my resources. I will naturally not let the tragedy of the previous life happen again. Looking at Xiao Ro's blushing face, I sneered inwardly. We've been together for over a year. The cash taken from me is more than 1 billion. I happen to need money urgently now. First, take her down. Spit it out. I smiled slightly, gently comforting Xiao Ro. Xiao Lu, don't hide that small company. I have a good project to invest the money in. If it succeeds, it can at least multiply the investment by 100-fold. Sure enough, hearing this, Xiao Ro pondered for a moment. Actually, I have some money in my hands too. Why don't we take it together? After all, we're going to get married sooner or later. You can use it for investment. Okay, I believe. I sneered inwardly. After letting Xiao Ro transfer the money over, directly opened End of Dawn and carved it in again. A large amount of recharge directly made me VIP and unlimited space benefits. With the sound of the system, a virtual panel appeared before my eyes. It's the storage basket in the game. Unlimited space backpack. End of Dawn is still 3 days away, and my storage basket in the game was actually digitized ahead of time. Perhaps it's because of the rebirth. I found that the game was released, although only the food column can freely take out storage. But this has already made me pleasantly surprised. This means I can hoard food in the character's backpack before the end of the world arrives. Putting food into the game in advance means you don't have to worry about contamination. This is a huge deal, isn't it? You need to know how scarce food is in the dawn of the apocalypse. Non-paying players spend 60% of their time in a hungry state. I opened the in-game trading market. Find the food section. Fingers frantically moving. Spent 80 million to buy all the food in the trading market. After knowing this fact, I have a bold idea. I not only want to hoard food, but also monopolize the entire post-apocalyptic food market. Roughly estimating, this 80 million coins should only buy 50% of the food in the entire game. Just with these, it's still difficult to monopolize the entire food market. So I spent 200 million in reality to hoard food. 10 large trucks lined up to deliver to the mansion courtyard. Various types of food products, purified water, beverages and alcoholic drinks, cigarettes. Among these, alcoholic drinks and cigarettes are the most aggressive items, especially cigarettes. This kind of thing is not available in the game. Looking at the 2 full trucks of cigarettes in front of me, a look of shock appeared on my face. From a business perspective, just these cigarettes, I can monopolize the entire market. These things are the hard currency, and it's not easy to get a large quantity of this stuff. If it weren't for me waiting a bit, it would be difficult to handle even one truck. Immediately instructing the workers to start unloading. I also ignored them. Unload all the goods and then put them in the storage basket. And this is only 1/5 of what I ordered. There will be more in the next 3 days. I returned to the villa. Open the dawn of the apocalypse. The game is already in chaos. On the Games World channel, countless people are fervently discussing my recent crazy purchases. The suited thug has been pushed into the spotlight, drawing quite a few speculations from the big shots, especially the second-ranked Unbreakable on the top-up list. He's a VIP 8 player. His top-up amount has also reached 50 million. He's very interested in the sudden appearance of the suited headshot. Then I received a private message from Unbreakable. I opened it to find a phone number. It also had 2 words in the notes. Let's chat. I ignored the other party. This guy is also from Dragon Country. After the apocalypse arrived, he became the most powerful and influential person in the Blue Star with the resources in his hands. I don't have much interaction with him. I have several friends who play Dawn of the Apocalypse with me. They also know my ID, and they were shocked when they saw this scene. When a few people saw me selling the company in the news, and now they see me spending money in the game, they finally realized, this guy sold the company to play games. Then I received greetings from these friends in the game. I sneered in my heart. Having experienced the previous life, I know very well whether these people are friends or foes. I replied one by one. Brother, how can business be more fun than games? I also want to borrow some money to buy a legendary equipment. But as soon as the good news came out, there was silence on the other side. Without surprise, they all refused. The only call I received was from my buddy, Gangzi. Brother, what's the situation? Speak clearly. I'll bring the money to find you tomorrow. I'm fine with that. See you tomorrow. I met Gangzi at the orphanage. We supported each other in the last life, even during the apocalypse. It's just that he wanted to save me. Killed by Sharo in advance. Just hung up the phone. Sharo is calling. Chan Han, are you crazy? Spending so much money on a broken game. On the other end of the phone, Sharo's explosive voice resounded. Sharo's head is about to explode. The hard-earned money was spent on the game. Chan Hai, you haven't spent all the money yet, have you? I'm not participating in this project anymore. Return my clothes. Xiao Ro on the other end of the phone is completely furious. He hasn't finished speaking. You then hung up the phone, listening to Xiao Ro's anxious and frustrated voice. I'm in a great mood. Walk out of the villa. The workers have already unloaded all the goods. I generously rewarded everyone with 200 yuan each and dispersed the crowd. Then I put all the food that filled the field into the storage basket. It took a full hour. I finally put everything into the storage basket. Just cleared the football field. The second batch of food has arrived. A dozen or so trucks drove into the yard in a mighty procession. I casually gave some instructions and then continued playing the game. There's not much time left for him to prepare. After sorting out the food issue, the next issue is the character's combat power. Recharge another billion into the game. Congratulations to player Western Suit Gangster for leveling up to VIP 11. Rewarding 100 Spirit Energy Crystals. Want to level up quickly? Spirit Energy Crystals can help you. Just 648 and you can get 10 Spirit Energy Crystals. I didn't even look and bought directly at dawn of the apocalypse. Spirit Energy Crystals are important resources for player leveling up. Open the in-game trading market. Players don't sell a lot of Spirit Energy Crystals, only over 10,000. After all, this is a necessity. No one is willing to sell. I'll just sweep through, buy all over 10,000 Spirit Energy Crystals. I don't plan to level up now, because when the game comes to the real world, all characters start at level 1, so the character's current strength is not important. Resources are the most important. Besides, I'm not satisfied with just a first level ability. According to his knowledge, recharging to the highest VIP 15 will activate the hidden SSS Extreme Ship Limit Dawn of the Apocalypse profession. There are many character professions. From high to low, play SSS to the first level, and there is only one highest level SSS. After reaching level 10, you can awaken your profession. The premise is to purchase a professional card with real money. Of course, this game is also user-friendly. There is a certain chance of dropping a professional sense when brushing monsters in the wild. I didn't hesitate. I engraved all 800 million on my body into the game. Congratulations to player Western Suit Thug for leveling up to VIP 12. Reward, Psychic Crystal X2, Purple Steel Material X2. Congratulations to player Western Suit Thug for leveling up to VIP 13. Reward, Psychic Essence Stone X3, 300 Purple Steel Materials. Congratulations to player Western Suit Thug for reaching VIP 14. Reward, for Psychic Energy Stones, 400 Orange Steel Materials. Congratulations to player Western Suit Thug for reaching VIP 15. Reward, Hidden Profession Sword Immortal, Orange Sword Crafting Blueprints, etc. A series of messages pop up. Seeing these treasures makes my heart want to jump out. Of course, there are many firearms in the real world, but after the game overlaps with reality, these firearms are completely ineffective against zombies. It can be said that after the doomsday begins, all the original resources in the real world are basically scrapped. To survive, you can only kill the zombie teachers and loot equipment. What surprised him even more is VIP 15 indeed rewarded an orange sword crafting blueprint. As a game weapon, it is definitely graded. White outfit, blue outfit, pink outfit, purple outfit, orange outfit. And orange is the existence of the highest level ceiling. Even if you had this blueprint in the previous life, you still wouldn't be able to build it. The required materials are just too terrifying. There's simply no way to gather them all. But now it's different. He has money, a lot of money. Put away the volatile emotions. You're focusing on the hidden profession of Sword Immortal. This is the real treasure. There's still 2.5 days left. The recharge channel for Dawn of Doomsday will close. Swordsmen can only rely on luck to obtain the profession card. After using the profession card shield operation, the profession column on the panel of the suited thug has become Sword Immortal. Even though the character level will reset, the skill level of the profession remains stable. Open the trading market and find skill upgrade vouchers. The trial price is 100 yuan per piece. There are over 50,000 1,000 pieces. You can directly empty it. The Sword Immortal comes with the skill of pulling the sword at the Earth level. The number of Earth level sword times, D level Qingfeng sword, first upgrade sword times. You are very generous. Simply click on one-click upgrade. As long as the skill upgrade vouchers are sufficient, one-click upgrade will directly max out the skill. You'll be dumbfounded after 5 minutes. Successfully promoted to S level Wanjian Guizong when the number of Earth level sword times is upgraded. A total of 3,560 skill upgrade vouchers were consumed. S level Wanjian Guizong consumes 1,000.0. Can launch a group attack with 9,999 points of damage lasting for 3 seconds. When the skill is activated, the Sword Maiden comes with a destructive effect. Inflict irregular crushing blows on the target. Use with caution. He used more than 3,000 upgrade vouchers just to max out a skill. You directly exude fragrance from your mouth. He seriously suspects that this sword upgrade is specifically designed for the Round. Now with the group attack skill, let's add a single target attack as well. You are once again focusing on the D-level skill, Sword Puller. This time he was smart. Didn't use the one-click upgrade. Sure enough, the success rate has increased significantly. Finally, use 2,000 upgrade vouchers to fill Sword Puller to the max D level. The upgrade of Sword Puller successfully promoted to S-level Skyward Sword Art. S-level Skyward Sword Art consumes 1,000 spiritual energy to strike out into the void. Ignore the enemy's defense and cause a slashing wing. Can use the Torn Void to block enemy attacks. You took a deep breath. This is a sword move that combines offense and defense. The Sword Immortal profession is truly terrifying. Upgraded 2 S-level skills. Used up all the upgrade scrolls in your pocket, because all the skill upgrade vouchers at the trading venue are gone. Let's put this aside for now. In the end of days world, a safe home is essential. June 29, 2035. Less than 2 days until the dawn of the end of days world. Early in the morning, Chen Han's phone started ringing. Thought it was that crazy lady Xiao Rou. Turns out it's Gangzi. Han, I'm at your door. The goods are also fully prepared for you. Gangzi has the electronic password for his housegate. But this kid is very well behaved, even though their relationship is like brothers. But Gangzi has always been very respectful since childhood. After entering society, Gangzi suffered a lot in society due to being too honest. He has suffered a lot from society. After you became rich, you directly opened a 5-star hotel for him. In the previous life, you felt very guilty about his death. You were very guilty. You must make it up to him in this life. Walking out of the villa, a slightly chubby young man walked up with a smile. Han Ji, everything has been arranged. 1,000 tons of beef, 1,000 tons of pork, as well as various fresh meat and seafood. You patted Gangzi's shoulder. Han Ji, can you tell me what happened? Preparing so many things. Can't finish eating it in a lifetime. Gangzi knows Chen Han well. He would never do silly things. But whether it's selling the company or spending money on games, or hoarding food, this series of actions has really made Gangzi uncomfortable for a while. It's hard to explain to you. You'll know tomorrow night. But Liang will stay here and play games with me. Gangzi nodded slightly. I don't need you. He will stay too. And your actions just now also caught the attention of the neighbors. Although you live in an independent manner, there are still many wealthy people nearby. These cars in front are all coming for the same thing. Zhang Shui is the legendary real estate tycoon Li. Zhang Hai is the new media mogul He Dongfa. Zhang Hai is a fashion icon, especially in the Chang area. Seeing 3 people, a hint of gloom flashed across your face, the deep-seated grudge between them, because these people were the main culprits who killed him in the previous life. After the arrival of the doomsday in the previous life, because they all know each other, and they are neighbors too, so they band together to resist the disaster. What's unexpected is that Xiao Rongna joined forces with others. They betrayed and killed their own. They took away all your resources. Han Ji, long time no see. The last car jumped out a girl in a pure and elegant short skirt. Lin Shui helped a man in his 50s get off the car. A smile appeared on your face, watching the girl's heart tremble slightly. In the previous life, Ling Shui protected you. Tortured to death by Xiao Rou. In the end, still lying in your arms, saying the words that have been hidden in my heart. Unfortunately, everything is too late. You watched him die in front of your own eyes. Remembering those memories, you couldn't help but clench your fists. He will definitely seek revenge and bear hatred after his rebirth. Coming back to his senses, he looked at the man beside Lin Shui. Zhang Hai is the richest Lin Feng. Didn't expect that he also came. The 4 men in front stomped their feet. All of them could be a big earthquake for Zhang Hai. He can sell the company in a short time. It's also because of these few people, I say. Chen Han, my brother, what are you doing? Mediterranean. Li Chuanqi's eyes scanned the goods on the football field. Ra was interested in stable supplies. Why, is it the end of the world? Chang Bufan then openly sneered. What supplies? He plans to stay at home and play games for the rest of his life. All three of them smiled. Come, they are all players of the end of day dawn, naturally know what you have done. They believed that this guy, Chen Han, had a problem with his brain when it came to playing games. And Lin Feng, who had been silent, also frowned. A sigh in his heart. Chen Han, you really disappoint me too much. Lin Feng looked at you and shook his head. Originally, he had high hopes for you, the rising star. He even had the idea of marrying his daughter to him. Even if you sell the company, he always supports it vigorously. Lin Feng believes that Chen Han must have his own ideas, but he didn't expect the result he got to be like this. Greatly disappointed, Lin Feng sighed deeply. Turn around and get on the car. Shuer, let's go. Seeing this scene, you feel a little uncomfortable in your heart. This is the person he respects the most. He also receives a lot of care from the other party in this life. But it's okay. Wait for doomsday to come. Everything will be clear. Lin Shui pouted. Dad, I want to play with Han Ji for a while. Go back and be busy first. A few minutes later, Lin Shui skipped over, holding her small hand. Her pretty face revealed a look of understanding. Sell the company. Scrape together some cash. Mingle with the supplies. Is the doomsday coming? Carving out a fortune in the game. It's because the end times are related to the dawn of doomsday. As soon as this was said, you widened your eyes. Exclaimed, how did you know? Lin Shui showed a wise smile. Oh, you guessed it right. So do you believe it? Lin Shui blinked her eyes, looking into your eyes seriously. I don't believe in this nonsense doomsday, but I believe in indulgently rubbing Lin Shui's head. How much money is in the piggy bank? Lin Shui sweetly smiles, raises a finger. 10 million. You seem surprised. You, a college student, have so much savings. You underestimate me. 11. Truly worthy of being Miss Jiang Hai, the heiress of the richest family. Let's talk in the game. From now on, you'll be the second best in the world. Lin Shui opens the game without saying a word. Respected VIP 6 player. Lowly sweetheart. You thought the amount of money charged by the gangster in a suit determines the intimacy between lowly sweetheart and the gangster in a suit. When players unite against the enemy, attack power increases by 10%. Defense increases by 10%. Speed increases by 10%. Spirit power increases by 10%. The game system's sound rings out. You're stunned, seeing this scene. Beside, Gangzi is completely dumbfounded. Gangzi helplessly shakes his head. Dad, let them make a fuss. Do whatever you want, there's still a 5-star hotel in your hand. This is enough for Chen Han to live a worry-free life. When the three of them are about to enter the villa, a sharp voice sounds from behind. Chen Han, you, stop right there. Are you crazy? Why did you buy so many things? Xiao Ro is here, and there's a golden-haired man beside her. There's danger in the corner of your mouth. He's still surprised at how quickly Xiao Ro came. So you found someone to help. You sneer at Xiao Ro. Do you expect your useless little brother to teach me a lesson? Bye. Xiao Ro felt that the man in front of her was extremely unfamiliar. She even felt a little fearful. Then his gaze noticed the girl beside you. Xiao Ro was instantly furious. Chen Han, what do you take me for? You just found another woman. So what? To be honest, you really don't have anything that can compare to others. You hugged Lin Shui's shoulder. Xiao Ro stepped back in shock. His Jin Gue Shui ran away. Then he came to his senses and shouted, I can break up with you, but you have to return my 1 billion. And you also have to compensate me for 1 billion in lost youth fees. Sure, can you come to pick it up on June 1st? 1 billion is too little. You have to compensate me with 2 billion. You haven't spoken yet. Ling Xue beside me readily agreed. I'll give you 300 million. You will forever roll out of Han Gija's sight. Xiao Ro showed a satisfied expression. Gazing deeply at Lin Shui, I know you, Jiang Hai, are the daughter of the richest man. Such a big shot shouldn't break their word. I'll come back to withdraw the money. After saying that, I left with that useless brother. Back at the villa, Lin Shui and I started the game. The gold coins and all the resources in the account are kept, no longer wasted on upgrades. After Lin Shui recharged 1 billion for me, the gold coins in my account reached an astonishing 800 million. I directly emptied all the top steel in the exchange. Buying steel is for building the Doomsday Fortress. I want to turn my villa into an indestructible fortress. As for why using steel from the game? Because the materials in the real world can only hold off ordinary zombies, but they're useless against mutated creatures and semi-infected. Don't forget, there are all sorts of powerful professionals in the future. All sorts of unique skills. Only the specialized materials in the game can withstand them. Just exited the trading interface. A barrage flashed over the head of the suit thug. My friend Xiao Ro's message. My eyes lit up. This is Xiao Ro's account. I'm tracking the coordinates of Xiao Rou, the suit thug. I feel like I'm going to loot everything from Xiao Rou's account, leaving her defenseless against the looters of the apocalypse. Xiao Rou opened the suit thug's panel, seeing the VIP 15 golden badge shining on top of the head. At this moment, a message from the gangster in a suit popped up in the game's chat interface. Seeing this ID, Xiao Rou quickly sat up. Various dishes flashed through the mind. Just as Xiao Rou opened the chat interface, the screen suddenly plunged into darkness. You have been killed. All the items on the body have been looted. About to be teleported back to Dawn Tower. Just looting Xiao Rou's items is far from enough. The vast majority of resources will be placed at the resurrection point. That is, the Dawn Tower. The advantage of the Dawn Tower is the exclusive resurrection point. Players can also store items inside. Store the items in the resurrection point package. Even if the character dies, it won't be a heavy loss. After you enter the password, the door really opened. You didn't hesitate to put all the items in the room into your backpack. But what surprised me is, Xiao Rou actually hoarded so many items. Most of the fashionable clothes are high defense equipment. I opened the small safe at the bedside. There were actually over 1 million gold coins inside. Goodness. Looks like this person didn't cheat me, especially the food. It's so abundant. After clearing out everything in the room, you controlled the suited thug out of the room. Arrived in front of the mission NPC. While you have time, prepare the materials to make the immortal sword. The immortal sword blueprint indicates the required materials. All are orange-grade resources. Therefore, game equipment is particularly expensive. According to his knowledge, right now in the entire dawn of the apocalypse, there isn't a single orange weapon. Most of the materials for the immortal sword can be bought at the trading market. But there's still a main material, the meteorite diamond. That's an orange material dropped in a dungeon called the Chainsaw Massacre. The Chainsaw Massacre is a level 10 dungeon. It's a death dungeon that players claim is unbeatable. After paying 1,000 gold coins, I controlled the character and entered the scene of the Chainsaw Massacre dungeon. Arriving at an abandoned warehouse, the wails of zombies echoed. The Chainsaw Massacre is a multiplayer world dungeon. At this time, there were already more than 10 players in the warehouse. Each one was ready. Not long after preparing for the start of the dungeon, as the wails of the zombies came closer, one after another, the ferocious zombies ran out from various exits of the abandoned warehouse. Because it's an advanced dungeon, the zombies here are all samurai level. They are very strong. Not only are they powerful, but they are also very fast. They come at the players in an instant. One of the gunners takes the lead, raises an arm, and the sturdy gun fires a shot, directly blasting the forefront zombie away. But the expected scene of the zombie being torn apart did not happen. Although surprised, everyone quickly reacts. They all use their abilities and compete. Naturally, they refuse to lose. Various skills are unleashed one after another. If nothing unexpected happens with these people after the apocalypse, they are basically all strong. Not only are these people strong, but also very wealthy. It's okay. Their money will all go into my pocket. The battle scene is very intense. You are not just standing by. You take out the knife and use it as a sword. The exclusive skills and swordsmanship of the sword immortal profession just make the knife fly up beside you, surrounding around you, pointing fingers forward. Encountering a sword technique, the knife flies out like lightning, directly through the head of a zombie. The zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. The sword attack is unstoppable and accurate, continuously interspersed among the zombie group. In the blink of an eye, I killed more than 10 zombies. This scene shocked all the players who were fighting to gather the materials needed for the immortal sword. Arrived at the chainsaw horror instance, I killed more than 10 zombies in the blink of an eye. This scene shocked all the players who were fighting. Wow, who is this big shot? One-shot kill. All of them are one-shot kills. What profession is he? Definitely an S-tier profession. And he's not just strong in general. Just now, when showing off with the guns, now, I'm stunned with wide eyes. Gunners have high output. His critical hit rate is so high, compared to others, I'm a noob. And it seems like others haven't even used their skills. Just a civilian. I was also quite shocked at this moment. In fact, my strength is not far from the players nearby. Basically, they all have a set of level 45 purple equipment. These days, the suited thugs haven't really diminished in strength. The only way to increase strength is for me to upgrade from a level 1 profession to a 3S level limit. In other words, the surge in the strength of the suited thugs is due to the sword immortal profession. This is the terror of hidden professions. I took a deep breath, mind shaken. Everyone also gathered to watch. Big brother, please take me through the clearance. At this moment, he seems to see hope everywhere. Everyone has already run the chainsaw horror instance many times. Every time, they return after killing the boss. The number of gold level kills is countless, if not 4. This is the main storyline necessary to upgrade to level 5. They are not willing to come and die. If it were usual, he will still lend a helping hand to a few more people. But doomsday is about to come. There's no friendship to speak of. The rewards of this instance are really abundant. He doesn't want to create a future through this act of kindness. Terrifying dad. I ignored a few people and continued to slaughter zombies. After he killed 50 zombies, a piercing sound of a chainsaw rang out in the field. Wow, it's coming out. Everyone in the field shuddered at the sound of the chainsaw. Then, under the shocked gaze of everyone, a mutated zombie rushed out carrying a huge chainsaw. The chainsaw-wielding figure that terrifies all players. But at this moment, it's not worth mentioning in my eyes. I ignored the value of the tough defense. Only care about that blood volume. I retract the sawtooth knife. The corner of my mouth is dangerous. I don't know if one cut can solve him. The chainsaw man aimed at me and rushed over. The chainsaw spinning crazily in his hand dragged on the ground, emitting a string of sparks. Seeing this situation, the players around me all ran away in fear. Chainsaw Horror is a multiplayer world instance, but each person's boss is independent, and I am the first player to kill 50 zombies, therefore, activated the boss. At this moment, the gunner's head turned. There is an idea in my mind. Shouted, "Suit Gangster, how about we cooperate? I'll help you draw aggro. You use the chainsaw man to help you clear the level. After that, let me switch and you help the gunner know that I am strong. If he attracts firepower, he also has a chance to pass." Regarding the gunner's proposal, I just smiled faintly. Sorry, I think I should be able to pass alone. After saying that, the serrated knife is inserted in the waist. Prepare to use skills. Seeing the posture of the suited thug, everyone was stunned. Holy cow, do you still want to fight? Didn't you see the Chainsaw Man's invincible defense? He is invincible. In the cognition of everyone, the Chainsaw Man is unbeatable. To pass, we can only delay time, but I don't think so. At this time, in the villa, Lin Shui is lying on my shoulder, looking at the screen, a look of shock. Han, bro, you want to take on the Chainsaw Man alone? Are you crazy? Your attacks don't hurt him. You smirk. You couldn't beat him before, but not necessarily now. Just a strong defense. Ignore and it's over. Speaking of which, the skill is the sword technique, activated in the instance. The Chainsaw Man's spinning saw has fallen on the head of the suit thug. At a critical moment, suddenly pulled out the serrated knife from his waist. A brilliant sword lights soared into the sky. Terrifying energy emanates from the suit thug. Countless smoke and dust rolling through the entire arena. The sound of swords ringing out. A crack in the void, spanning dozens of feet, stretches across the horizon. The sword energy cuts across the neck of the Chainsaw Man. S-rank sky-cutting sword technique. Ignores the enemy's defense. Inflicts real damage on the enemy. The damage only appears on the side. The Chainsaw Man's health above his head drops to 0. Dead and can't die anymore. Congratulations, player. The suit thug completes the Chainsaw Horror instance. Rewards can be collected by returning to the city. As the sound of the system comes out, the suit thug has already returned to the Dawn Tower, while the players such as the gunner in the instance all stand stunned in place. After being silent for a long time, they finally came to their senses. A kill is a kill. The last blow was close to 100,000 damage. Ling Shui also excitedly trembled. Covering her mouth, she was shocked. What's this? Wait for doomsday to come. Brother, I'll take you to level up personally. Let you experience what real power is. Upon hearing this, Ling Shui's cheeks turned red. Excitedly, he ran to the side to call Dad Lin Feng. Dad, transfer 200 million to me and ask for the reason. Asking is valuable. In no time, a recharge prompt popped up on my doomsday account. Player, lowly sweetheart has recharged 200 million for you. Obtained 200 million coins. I was stunned for a moment. A warm feeling lingered in my heart. Looking back at the fiery figure, took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness in my heart. We still have plenty of time in the future. Let's focus on the task at hand for now. Now, refocus on the game. Successfully completed the chainsaw slaughter and received a reward. 1 meteorite diamond, 500 gold coins. Congratulations to the player for the first clearance, and an additional reward of a purple weapon, the Golden Desert Eagle pistol. Surprisingly, there is still a first clearance reward. I'm a bit excited to see this reward. The Golden Desert Eagle is a collectible grade weapon. It's very powerful. It's sought after by countless players. He continues to choose to challenge the Chainsaw Slaughter copy. To forge the immortal sword, you need 10 meteorite diamonds. Currently, there is only 1. We must speed up. Make sure to get it done today. Enter the instance again. At this time, there are already 8 chainsaws in the abandoned warehouse. At this time, the gunner is being chased by a chainsaw man, seeing me appear again, exclaiming in surprise, "Boss, help, give me my fortune. I'll give you 100,000 gold coins at first sight. However, I didn't pay attention to everyone. The chainsaw swiftly took out 50 zombies, let out its exclusive new suit thug exclusive chainsaw man and ran out angrily. Before lifting the chainsaw, it was taken away by my sky-cutting sword art. In less than 3 minutes, I completed the task again and disappeared into the instance. Seeing this scene, all the players in the field are shocked again. Damn, this is too unbelievable. I'm sure this guy is a plant. I sought his ID and didn't report him. I paid attention. It seems to be called Gangster in Suit. Gangster in Suit seems a bit familiar. Holy cow, isn't Gangster in Suit the recent celebrity? Only 11 VIP 15 players in the last dawn. Everyone was stunned when this was said. It's really him. Just when I was repeatedly sweeping the Saw horror instance, the Last Dawn World channel popped up with his clearance information. The so-called unbeatable death instance has finally been cleared, and it's still being repeatedly swept. At this moment, all the players are shocked. Caused the apocalypse and the great earthquake at dawn. The ID of the suited thug was also recognized by billions of people. They all want to know who the godly figure is that topped up over 1 billion in the game. It hasn't been long since you entered the instance for the 10th time. It's also the last time to gather the materials for this immortal sword. However, what was unexpected is, he had just appeared when that gunner, very crudely, rushed over and hugged his thigh. Big brother, I really need to discuss something. Can I add you as a friend? You're really speechless from being trolled. Clicking on that guy's ID, very crudely, seeing the memories from a past life flooding back at the sight of this ID. It's actually this guy. You look somewhat shocked. Remembered that chubby little guy. This is very crude. The exclusive chainsaw man has caught up. He's raising the chainsaw to strike at him, but he shows no intention of dodging, still holding onto Shihan boldly. Is he crazy? Does he think this will make the big shot in the suit help him clear the level? The players show disdainful expressions, but the next moment, you make a move, unleashing the sword at the moment of drawing, taking down the exclusive boss of the very crude cannon. Seeing this scene, the players in the instance are all stunned and take action. The big shot in the suit actually makes a move, and the few remaining in the field are eagerly watching your move to descend the mountain. They also want to curry favor. Your face darkens, the serrated knife swings out, sending the charging group directly back to the Dawn Tower. Come find me, you said to the very rough cannon. The figure disappeared in a luxurious villa in the instance. An excited chubby little kid bounced over a few times, hastily private messaged the big boss in a suit. Can I be your little brother? You laughed the moment you saw this message. In the previous life, he had dealings with this kid. Thinking about his background just feels funny. You thought for a moment and replied, come to this address before tomorrow noon. Bro will take you on a little detour. In the past, you controlled the character to come in front of an NPC called the Blacksmith Old Man in Dawn Tower. You need to create the only orange weapon, the Immortal Sword, in the entire server. At this time, all the materials for the Immortal Sword have been gathered. You have arrived at the NPC Blacksmith Old Man's location, desiring to forge the only immortal sword in the entire server. Clicking the blacksmith to bring up 3 options. Dialogue for Quest 1. 2. Crafting equipment. 3. Giving gifts. Sure enough, giving gifts is still an option. You feel a bit excited seeing the third option. Without hesitation, directly giving gold as a gift successfully. Congratulations, player. The intimacy between the mobster in a suit and the blacksmith has upgraded from acquaintances to best friends. Triggering hidden benefits increases the success rate of weapon forging to 80%. It really is true. You are ecstatic inside. This is the information he received in his previous life. Didn't expect it to be true. In the game, players all think that NPCs are just ordinary tools. No one expected there to be such a hidden feature. Weapon forging success rate 80%. What a day it has been. Leaving that aside, right now, you don't do anything else. Specializing in collecting blueprint materials to make weapons can be very profitable. After successfully forging the weapon, the Immortal Sword was successfully forged smoothly. You directly put the Immortal Sword in your backpack. Taking it out now would cause unnecessary commotion. Then you continue to visit the NPC Beautiful Dr. Eli at the Dawn Tower. Innkeeper Kelly. The soldier guarding the city. The beggar with a severed arm. Restaurant owner Old Song. Fish seller Old Mo. Equipment store owner Brother Chang. You are not stingy. Everyone was given 5 million gold coins. Raise the intimacy level to become best friends. This trip cost a full 1 billion gold coins. You not only didn't feel distressed. Instead, I'm very happy, because the future use of these NPC friends is unimaginable. At the final stop, you arrive at the very center of the Dawn Tower. A woman in a white dress stands quietly, gazing into the distance, seemingly looking at something outside the shelter. The woman's attire is out of place in the post-apocalyptic world. She looks more like a princess, the white skirt fluttering in the wind. Although it's game graphics, but it's hard to conceal the woman's beauty. This woman is the master of the Dawn Tower, IMO. You silently click on Buy Most profile. Open the gifting interface. Gift 5 million. Once the intimacy with BuyMO reaches the level of best friends, I'll keep gifting you. Want to know the limit of intimacy? Keep sending money. It wasn't until I gave 50 million coins that our relationship changed. Life and death are intertwined. The intimacy level reached the highest hidden effect position. Seeing the system prompt, you hesitated for a moment, but you didn't dwell on it. You didn't delve into it either. Perhaps later, you'll know and then turn and leave. And just as she left, I kept staring at the distant foam, turned around, gazing deeply at your back. You glanced at the time. There were 2 minutes left until 12 o'clock. Look, the world started shaking. You had a slight smile on your lips. Wait until 12 o'clock. The official website of Dawn of Doomsday will issue an announcement, informing players that the first anniversary event is online. The so-called event is actually the overlap of the Dawn of the Apocalypse with the Blue Star. Of course, such absurdity will not wake anyone up. Everything is the same as the development of the market. June 30th, 10 in the morning. The official website of the Dawn of the Apocalypse issued a notice. Respected players, thank you all for your support and love for the Dawn of the Apocalypse over the past year. To express the gratitude of the Dawn of the Apocalypse to the players, on the anniversary day, that is, July 1st, 2035, the Dawn of the Apocalypse arrives on the Blue Star. Allow players to experience the game culture to the fullest extent. Although many people do not believe, but there are also many obsessed players of the Dawn of the Apocalypse who are ready to log in and spend money on the game. But the result shocked everyone. The recharging channel is closed. In the villa, Ling Xue and Gangzi were shocked to see this notice. They looked at Han incredulously. The end is real. Thinking about your recent actions. Gangzi's hand holding the phone was trembling. He felt this was already 80% credible. You smiled. Follow me, leading Ling Xue and Gangzi out of the villa, arriving at the front football field of the yard, looking at the food piled in front. You take the lead. The next moment, a ton of chocolate in front of them disappeared in an instant. Both Ling Xue and Gangzi looked at Han. How did you manage to just put it in the storage basket and when the game comes, you can all do it? Just like in the game. Just thinking of the terrifying zombies in Dawn of the Apocalypse, how creepy it is. There are still 23 hours left until the game comes to reality. The countdown above your head is like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. You're all not calm. The suited gangster has made a move again, trading a column of equipment suitable for beginners from level 1 to 9, all wiped out, from purple equipment to white equipment. Players are all shocked. This is the most common beginner equipment. Why did the suited big shot buy it? And although these low-level equipment is not too expensive, there are just too many of them. White equipment is probably around 100 gold coins. Blue equipment 300, pink equipment 500, purple equipment 1000. All of these added together, there are more than 2 million items. This is quite a big move. Roughly calculated, at least 500 million gold coins. Players of Dawn of the Apocalypse are in an uproar again. No one knows what the suited big shot's purpose is. Some say the suited gangster is a tycoon of Dawn of the Apocalypse official. Whether it's VIP 15 or his series of mysterious operations, it's all the game official playing tricks. The purpose is to attract attention, to build hype for the first anniversary event. You glanced at the time. It's already 6 in the evening. Only 6 hours left until the end of the world. Explain things to Lin Shui and Gangzi. You drive to the Platinum Hotel. If I remember correctly, that's where the first end-of-world airdrop, Shangjiang, will be born. It's still the most luxurious hotel. The Platinum. You're sitting in the rooftop revolving restaurant. Your gaze passes through the floor-to-ceiling glass, looking out at the lights outside the building. Everything is so regrettable. This kind of beautiful life only has 1 hour left. You seem a bit complicated. After experiencing 3 years of the apocalypse, you've already gotten used to that kind of life. Living in fear every day. Relatively speaking, he still prefers the current stable life. But it's okay. He's made so many preparations in this life. It's not that easy to live a peaceful life. You've landed on the rough cannon of the Doomsday Dawn again. No more contact. This inevitably makes you a bit puzzled. We clearly agreed to meet at noon today. Why is there still no news? Could something have happened? Or did he stand me up? Forget it. Although that guy is a great help, but since he's not coming, it doesn't matter. You open the game trading post. You find that some players have put up some food and beginner equipment, but the prices are much higher. You smile. You buy them all. The time reaches 23:59. Countless people are waiting for midnight. Although most people don't believe in doomsday, some cities, in order to ride the wave of popularity, even hold countdown ceremonies in the city center square. It's like New Year's Eve. Zhanghai City is one of them. At Zhanghai Square, less than 100 meters from the Platinum Hotel, gathering over 198,764,321 top players. Just as the countdown ends, a huge roar echoes in the sky. The bright moonlight is suddenly dyed blood red. The pitch-black night sky is rendered into a sea of red light. The person who is counting down got a shock. A wave of fear rises in the heart. At this moment, everyone has a thought in their hearts. The end of the world is real. Then a piece of information appears in front of everyone. Welcome to the first anniversary event of the Dawn of the End Game World. Offer on time. Dear players, next, you will experience the charm of Dawn of the End firsthand. Enjoy the feast. Dawn of the End overlaps with Blue Star. The end of the world is coming. Dawn of the End is coming. The first stage of the real world. Zombies are attacking. The first stage introduces the opening of game levels 1 to 9. Old players inherit all resources from the original account. Start at the same starting line as new players. The start of the same episode. Friendly reminder: do not consume real-world food. Finally, I wish all respected players good fortune. A very simple and clear piece of text, but it makes everyone unsettled. This is really ignoring it. As the system information pops up, everyone has an extra interface in front of them, just like in the game. The only difference is that it's the same as the setting of the end of the world dawn. Now they are not controlling characters, but are personally witnessing tens of thousands of people in the game plaza panicking. No way. Has the end of the world dawn really come to the real world? Oh my god. This interface is so real. A girl in the game exclaimed. There is an axe in their hand. Seeing this scene, everyone in the scene was dumbfounded. Hard to believe what's happening in front of my eyes. And just when everyone was at a loss, a girl in the field suddenly looked terrified. The burger in her hand fell to the ground. Then an astonishing scene unfolded. The girl bit into her boyfriend's face next to her and started eating crazily. Screams filled the air. The surrounding crowd was terrified and shocked. But among the tens of thousands of people, those eating were more than indifferent. After the game arrived, the first thing to change was the food. All food that fills the stomach will be contaminated. And as long as humans eat this contaminated food, they will mutate into zombies. July 1st, 2035. Just an extra 3 minutes of time, and the zombie crisis erupted. The current Zhanghai Square. In the crowded crowd, people are constantly turning into zombies. Some of them mutated after eating contaminated substances. Some were infected after being bitten by zombies. Anyway, it's a chaos. Roaring sound, cries for help. Amidst the rendering of fear, the crowd is fleeing in madness. At this moment, the zombie crisis is sweeping the globe. Countless people have turned into zombies. Panic spread instantly to every corner of the world. At the top floor of the Platinum Hotel, watching everything happening in the square below with an expressionless face. No ripples in the heart. The familiar feeling returns. You cast your eyes on the coffee on the table. Actually, as long as you look carefully, you can see there is a faint gray layer on top. This is a sign of contamination. He reached into the storage basket and took out a Snickers bar. This is what he stockpiled in advance. It's indeed not contaminated. You breathed a sigh of relief. The plan succeeded. If the food he stockpiled in advance couldn't escape contamination, then his efforts would be in vain. At this time, the restaurant was also in chaos. Many people, because they didn't pay attention to the system's prompts, ate contaminated substances, mutated into zombies. The survivors also quickly reacted. Grab any defensive weapons nearby. One of them swung an iron stool and hit the zombie next to them. Anyone who's seen a zombie movie knows their weakness is in the head. But what happens next will leave you speechless. The heavy iron chair, weighing over 20 pounds, bent under the impact. But the zombie's head was completely unharmed. Such a terrifying scene unfolded before our eyes. The survivors were truly panicked this time. How do we deal with these unkillable zombies? And just when everyone was in despair, you walked out slowly with a knife in hand and took down a zombie as easily as chopping vegetables. Seeing you kill zombies as effortlessly as chopping vegetables, the survivors in the restaurant were wide-eyed with shock. How is this possible? Is my bone chopper not as effective as that long knife? The head chef was shocked. This young man looks frail. In terms of strength, he's definitely not as strong. So why is he killing zombies so effortlessly? At this moment, a sharp-eyed guest noticed the issue. Doesn't that Tang sword look familiar? Wow, it's a newbie weapon in Dawn of the Apocalypse. The man realized. He's also an experienced player. He also has weapons. Then the man clumsily clicked on the virtual interface in front of him, planning to take out his valuable pink weapon. However, the next moment, the man was dumbfounded. Insufficient level, cannot be used. With the sound of the system, the man realized that he is only level 1 now, and all the weapons in his backpack are level 30. In other words, his current level can only use newbie weapons. Freaking crazy. My account character is clearly level 34. Who still puts newbie equipment in their backpack? The man angrily curses. Many veteran players of Apocalypse Dawn in the field also realized. Quickly check their own backpacks, but there isn't a single newbie weapon. There must be newbie weapons in a trade. A player suddenly shouts. Then they all click on the trade equipment tab. Sure enough, there are many weapons on it, but upon closer inspection, everyone's face turned dark. There are many weapons, but they are all above level 10. In other words, they can't use any of the weapons they bought. Now many people remember that suave player in the game. It was him. He cleared out all the newbie equipment from the trade. Wow, I thought the man in the suit was the big boss. Did he already know the rules of the game? This thought instantly appeared in the minds of all the old players. Then on the World Channel, countless players began to speak up. The man in the suit. Please sell me a beginner's equipment. I'm being attacked by zombies at the Buckingham restaurant and saw these words. You sneer in your heart. These people only know how to talk, still can't see the reality. Talking about conscience and morality in the end of the world. From now on, except for yourself, everyone could become an enemy. You're still killing zombies in the restaurant. Killed a level 1 zombie and gained 50 experience. After killing the stone zombie, the system issued another prompt. Congratulations on leveling up to level 2. Player's attributes increased. Player Chen Han's suit headshot professional swordsman level 10. Almost 15 attack power. Defense 10. Speed 8 equipment bonus. Newbie purple tang sword adds attack power. Newbie purple protective clothing adds defense. Newbie purple sneakers. Speed increased by 30. Attribute panel flashed by. You nodded silently. Keep killing like this. Need to level up to level 9. Probably need to kill over 100 zombies. You glanced at the zombies in the restaurant. Not enough to kill, but it's okay. As time passes, zombies will only increase. Your actions quickly attracted more zombies' attention. They come one by one, like wolves and tigers. Good thing you're holding a knife. Body technique like a swimming dragon. Killed over 10 zombies in 35 strikes. Many people look at you with awe, but some have their eyes on the Tang sword in his hand. Those are 3 strong men, all experienced players in the Dawn of the Apocalypse. They all recognize the Tang sword as a purple weapon. A hint of greed flashes in their eyes. With this weapon, they can defend themselves. The flag can plunder more resources. While you were still killing zombies, the 3 strong men made their move together, rushed towards you together. One of them swung a table from the restaurant and slammed it hard on your back. Just as the wooden table touches you, the protective suit lights up with a purple energy beam. When the wooden table is hit by the light, an injury suddenly emerged. Injury 0.1. You are completely unharmed, but the wooden table exploded. Seeing this scene, the strong man was dumbfounded. His throat couldn't help but gulp. He couldn't understand what this young man was doing, besides holding a purple weapon and a purple protective suit. The 2 strong men holding their weapons were also stunned in place. Their bodies kept trembling. It's over. They knew they had messed with the wrong person. The 3 of them didn't care about anything. They turned around and ran. You had a slight smile on your lips. I don't provoke others, and others don't provoke me. Since you had evil intentions, then you will have to pay the price. You rushed up and caught up with 3 people in an instant. Carrying the knife, you dodged 3 heads and 3 bodies flew out, fell to the ground with a thud. Above it, 3 wooden boxes were floating. You picked it up and took a look. Truly worthy of an experienced player. There are a lot of food and equipment materials inside. I guess it's worth quite a bit of money too. If it weren't for greed, these 3 will do well in the future. What a pity. Seeing you carrying the murder weapon, the survivors in the restaurant showed fearful eyes one after another, ran far away. You didn't pay attention to them and checked the time. The airdrop is about to come down. Just as he was about to go up to the rooftop to wait for the airdrop, the phone rang. It was Xiao Ro calling. Chan Han, where are you? The end of the world has come. I see many zombies outside. I'm so scared. I heard Xiao Ro crying on the phone. Fear has made him forget that he is an old player at the Dawn of the Apocalypse. after the game arrives, any slightly smarter old player will immediately check their own appearance to see if there are suitable equipment in the backpack, weapons and all supplies. But you still overestimated this guy. Xiao Rou didn't shiver much in the last life. You've always taken care of her. Without you, Xiao Rou could survive for 3 years in the apocalypse. Chan Han, hurry up, please. I'm really scared of the slight smile at the corner of your mouth. Don't worry, you'll have plenty to worry about in the future. Ignoring Xiao Rou's shouting, she hung up the phone. She hung up the phone directly. Of course, you won't save him. You want Xiao Rou to experience the end of the world properly. Let him despair in hope, and become even more desperate in despair. The call was disconnected. Xiao Rou stood frozen in place. Then the anger erupted. Chan Han, you dare to hang up on me. Xiao Rou angrily continued to call. However, no one answered. You're finished. I'm really angry. Not even a billion can soothe. Xiao Rou seems to not realize the seriousness of the situation. He kept muttering about Lin Shue's promise of his 3 eyes, not concerned at all about the zombie crisis outside. Perhaps he believes the authorities can handle this, or perhaps he believes you will come back for him. Anyway, no one can understand his thought process. He walked from the restaurant to the rooftop. However, when you reached the end of the stairs, you found the rooftop door was locked from the inside. Someone is hiding inside. You immediately remembered Xinyu, the person who received this airdrop in the previous life. You struck the rooftop iron door handle with a knife. The entire iron door split into pieces. Under the power of the game weapon, real-world steel is no different from paper under the force of the game weapon. You kicked the door open. Immediately, there were several screams on the rooftop. The person rushing towards us is not a zombie. The 3 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief, but their eyes were still full of vigilance. They each held a weapon tightly in their hands, staring intently. As long as you make a suspicious move, they will immediately strike back. You know these 3 people. The leader is Xinyu. The other 2 are sisters, Xia Chun Xia Qiu. You also recognize that the weapon in your hand is from the game Dawn of the Apocalypse. It's just a coincidence. They have all played the game Dawn of the Apocalypse, but they didn't continue playing because the scenes were too bloody. Luckily, there were new weapons in their backpacks. It can be considered a stroke of luck in misfortune. You can't help but admire. Their luck improved significantly after receiving an airdrop. Later, a female team was formed, becoming one of the powerful forces in Zhanghai City. In the previous life, you had dealings with them. This is how I accidentally found out that the first airdrop would land here. But now it's going to be intercepted by you. You ignored the gaze of the 3 people. You looked up at the sky. Sure enough, a supply crate slowly descended. Seeing that your target is the airdrop, Xinyu and the others' faces all changed. This is what they had their eyes on first. Thought to have closed the door. The airdrop is within easy reach. Unexpectedly, Chang Yaojin appeared. Xia Chun'er pulled Xinyu's hand. Full of anxiety, Xinyu stopped them, softly said, "We can't beat him to it." Xinyu is a smart person. He could tell at a glance that you're not to be messed with. Most importantly, you clearly came for the airdrop. In other words, this person knew the airdrop location in advance. No doubt, this person is a veteran player of Dawn of Doomsday, and knows a lot of inside information. You are also keeping an eye on the movements of the 3 people. If they don't recognize and rush over to grab it, you wouldn't mind throwing them off the 25th floor. And if they obediently stay put without moving, you will still remember the friendship from the past life. Give them a little benefit. The airdrop quickly landed, and as the airdrop descended, a thick red smoke billowed above it. Anyone who has played survival games knows that's the smoke marking the airdrop location. The purpose is to make more players discover the airdrop location. It's estimated that this place will become a battlefield in a few minutes, not just players. The red smoke also has a unique attraction to zombies. This is the setting of the Dawn of Doomsday, attracting the zombies over for a slaughter with the players. This place is not suitable for staying long. You immediately open the airdrop. 2 clusters of orange light catch the eye. Orange beginner protective suit. Defense increased by 500. Attack power increased by 100. Passive ability. When being attacked, the protective suit will give the enemy 25% counterattack damage. Orange beginner sports shoes. Defense increased by 200. Speed increased by 100. Passive ability. When receiving a fatal blow, activate emergency evasion. Teleport 5 meters. See these 2 sets of equipment. Your eyes light up. The first set of equipment in the whole game is not right. It should be the 3rd one, because you have another set of equipment in your backpack. The Immortal Sword's level is too high to use. As far as zombies are concerned, the Immortal Sword does not exist in the game settings. This set of orange beginner protective protective clothing is the only set of equipment. And Shinyu walked horizontally in the first stage of the doomsday with this set of equipment. That is, he laid the foundation for his power development in the first stage. You are very excited. With this set of equipment, you are invincible in the first stage. The purple equipment on you only adds 100 defense value. It's far from the equipment. In the first stage of the apocalypse, everyone is equal. Before the professions appeared, the difference between players is not very big. What you fear the most is that this purple equipment on you will be ambushed and instantly killed. Although a defense of 100 is not low, there is still a risk. But with a complete set of equipment with 500 defense, you can feel much more at ease. In the first stage, no one can have such a high attack. Even if you fall into a zombie horde, you can still walk out unscathed. No hesitation. Immediately put on the complete set of equipment. Then continue to search the airdrop. It's worth mentioning that the first airdrop is rich, and the second item is a bow and arrow. The purple beginner's bow and arrow add 120 attack power. It's quite powerful. You didn't expect it to be this. In your storage basket, there are over 500,000 beginner weapons, all of which are cold weapons like knives, spears, swords, and axes. No long-range weapons are following the game settings. In the first stage of the apocalypse, pistols and bows, as long-range weapons, should not be considered as beginner weapons. This bow is the only one. In a good mood, its impact is really significant. After retracting the bow, everything airdropped is revealed: a large pile of food like jam, bread, chocolate, and even a trap bomb. It's worth noting that there are also 3 shining professional cards inside while you're searching the airdrop. Shinyu's trio's eyes were burning, especially the protective suit emitting morning light on him. It's simply a deadly temptation. These things originally belonged to them, but they are all smart people. Although the treasures are good, life is more important. This man in front of us is completely untouchable. It's better to take the opportunity to slip away now. They know that if they don't leave now, it will be too late. The target of the red smoke is just too big. And just as the 3 of them were about to leave the rooftop, you stood up and shouted, "Stop right there." The sudden shout made Shinyu and the other 2 stunned in place. The 3 of them looked at you warily. Their bodies involuntarily took a few steps back, especially Shinyu, who tightened her grip on the long knife in her hand, looking like she's ready to fight for her life. He knew that in the end, beautiful women always catch the eye, and the 3 of them were so young and beautiful. What are you going to do when someone has their eyes on you in inappropriate places? We've already given up the airdrop to you, Shinyu nervously exclaimed, seeing their appearance. I couldn't help but find it amusing. What kind of look is this? They're treating you like a pervert. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. There's some food inside. There are also 3 professional cards. You guys take it. In the previous life, you had a pleasant cooperation with Shinyu and the others. Although we can't be considered friends, but we do have a bit of a relationship. Now, snatching their airdrop, you also feel a bit embarrassed. Thank you. Shinyu immediately bowed and thanked, taking the 2 and running over to collect the things. You turned and left, but still reminded, hurry and leave. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Can we follow you? Shinyu knows that the young man in front of her is very powerful. Following him will definitely help us survive. Xia Chun'er and her sister also understood Shinyu's intention, looking at you with hopeful eyes. You smiled. Sorry, I can't help you. Not getting your own approval in the apocalypse. You wouldn't just randomly find a group. Tired of the taste of betrayal. After being rejected, Shinyu and the other 2 all looked disappointed. Then add me as a friend. Maybe we'll meet again in the future. Don't think Shinyu is a weak woman, but being able to create your own power in the apocalypse is not ordinary. After adding each other as friends, you left. And when Shinyu saw your ID, she was stunned in place. Who is it? Do you know them? Xia Chun'er, the sisters asked in confusion. Shinyu took a deep breath. Do you all know the recent celebrity? The suited thug? What? Since it's him, let's go. Live well. We'll find a chance to repay him later. Shinyu will always remember you. Leaving with the 2 sisters, you walk downstairs, holding a tang sword. Cut down any zombies you see. Cut them down again. The level of over 10 zombies has risen to level 5. With the support of the equipment, these level 1 zombies pose no threat to you, but there are clearly more zombies than before. Moreover, most of the killed zombies didn't drop any items. In other words, these are all second-generation zombies. Being bitten by the first-generation zombie, the speed of infection outbreak is much faster than you can imagine. Your purpose in coming to the Platinum Hotel has been achieved. We must hurry back to the villa now. You're worried that Lingxua and Gangzi at home can't handle the zombies, although you left them a set of purple newbie equipment before you left. In theory, no one should be able to harm them, but things always have unexpected changes. You don't want the only person you trust to be in danger. Dongqi, get in the car. The phone is ringing. It's from Xiao Rou. You smile slightly. He hasn't forgotten how materialistic you are. Inside the hotel room, Xiao Rou is shivering in the bathroom. Outside the door is filled with the roaring of zombies. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe. When the call was connected, Xiao Rou's face immediately showed excitement. Chan Han, where are you? Hurry up and come over. There are a lot of zombies outside the room, Xiao Rou said in a low voice. You smiled. I know there are a lot of zombies. I'm getting ready to go home now. Hearing this, Xiao Rou's smile immediately disappeared. Go home. Hurry up and come pick me up. I'm on my way. I'm at the Buckingham parking lot right now, but there are too many zombies upstairs. I'm not going up there. What? You're not coming? Xiao Rou widened her eyes in shock. What am I going to do if you don't come? Let's just leave it at that. I'm hungry. I have to hurry back home for dinner. Before Xiao Rou could finish speaking, Yu hung up the phone, laughed heartily, quickly left the hotel. Xiao Rou. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just because you're hungry, am I not allowed to be hungry? By the way, there's food in the game. This time he finally remembered the game. He opened the virtual panel in front of him, but found the backpack empty. So he found the special panel in the Dawn Tower small room. After clicking on it, a familiar small room appeared before him. However, everything before his eyes completely broke him down. An uneasy feeling rushed into my heart. Xiao Rou quickly checked inside. All the coins are gone. Take another look at the fridge. No food either. There's not a single piece of equipment left in the wardrobe. Open the weapon storage again. Equally empty. Seeing all of this, Xiao Rou felt like thunderstruck. His house has been robbed. But this is clearly a room exclusive to paying players. How could it be robbed? Without the password, no player can enter. Xiao Rou suddenly thought of something. Chen Han asked him for the password. Said he wanted to give him a surprise. Emptying my things is the surprise. Why would Chen Han do this? Why would he treat me like this? Didn't I just take $1 billion from him? And now he wants the money back. How could he do this to me? Xiao Rou clumsily picked up her phone and continued to call you. A burst of beeping came from the phone. It made Xiao Rou collapse to the ground. He knew he had been played by Chen Han's jerk. The Doomsday game comes to life. His account was emptied of all his assets. How is he going to survive? Xiao Rou was utterly devastated. A resentment lingered in his heart. It couldn't dissipate for a long time. Chen shouted, "You won't have a good death. I won't let you off." Xiao Rou shouted in anger, buried his head in his knees and cried softly. The next moment, he seemed to have remembered something. A gloomy expression appeared on his face. Underground parking lot. Since I can't leave, then you shouldn't think about leaving either. Xiao Rou hurriedly ran out of the bathroom. Arrived in the bedroom, she quietly pulled open the curtains, surveying the situation outside the hotel. His room is located on the 4th floor, right opposite the hotel entrance. By now, the area below is already full of zombies. Perhaps they haven't noticed any humans. Numerous zombies are walking aimlessly, occasionally letting out a low growl. Seeing this scene, Xiao Rou couldn't help but shiver. But soon his heart became firm again. If Chen Han comes out of the underground parking lot, we have to go through this doorway. And then, Xiao Rou found a small speaker in the room. After connecting to Bluetooth, she wrapped it in a towel. While the zombies weren't paying attention, he opened the window. He threw it hard towards the direction of the hotel door. Protected by the towel, the speaker landed safely on the essential path out of the hotel. Chan Han, you're finished. Xiao Rou turned on her phone and started the music. The next moment, the speaker on the ground immediately started playing captivating music. The nearby zombies were immediately attracted by the music. In no time, hundreds of them gathered. They blocked the hotel door tightly. You are riding an off-road vehicle out of the hotel's underground parking lot. You have no idea how many zombies you've knocked down along the way. Just rushed out of the basement ramp. A male zombie lunged at you directly, baring its teeth and snarling at you. You were startled. There's also an additional piece of information in front of you. Zombie level 2. Attack power 30. Defense power 30. Notification. This zombie has at least eaten 30 people. Its physical quality is incomparable to ordinary zombies. Hidden knife flies out, making a crisp sound through the zombie's brain. Killing a level 2 zombie adds 100 experience points. After killing the zombie, you suddenly accelerate and shake off all the zombies behind the car. Not long. The car you were driving rushed to the hotel's entrance. Thought we could smoothly rush out. But when you saw a large group of zombies gathering at the entrance, you immediately hit the brakes. Turn off the engine. Turn off the lights. Luckily your actions were very fast and the zombies didn't notice anything. Why are there so many zombies at the door? Your face looks serious. What is that thing? You notice the object under the feet of the zombie group. Take a closer look. Who's playing the music? They are so shameless, you curse in your heart. Just then, Xiaorou's phone rang again. The call just connected. Inside, there came Xiaorou's sarcastic laughter. Hey, who said they just got home to eat supper? Why are you still parked at the hotel entrance and not leaving? Hearing this, Chunhan immediately reacted and looked up from the skylight towards the fourth floor of the hotel. You scum, did you throw the sound system? Of course I did. Chunhan, I'll give you two choices now. First, come up here immediately, I'll turn off the music, and we'll escape together. Second. No need for a second choice, I won't save you. Chunhan immediately interrupted Xiaorou's words. Chunhan, give me one more chance to choose. If you don't save me, you'll regret it. Xiaorou said fiercely through gritted teeth. Chunhan hung up the phone directly. Idiot. Ah. Hearing the sound of beep 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 coming from the phone, Xiaorou was furious. You forced me to do this. Xiaorou blared fiercely at the familiar SUV downstairs, then turned around and picked up the LCD TV in the room. Go to hell. Xiaorou directly threw the TV down. Boom! The TV fell from the fourth floor and hit Chunhan's car accurately, denting a large piece of the roof. After the heavy impact, the car's anti-theft system sounded, and the piercing alarm echoed through the hotel entrance. In an instant, hundreds of zombies turned their heads and walked towards the car. Damn it! Chunhan was shocked. He didn't expect Xiaorou to have such means. Indeed, never underestimate a woman's revenge. Ha ha ha. Upstairs, Xiaorou couldn't help but feel delighted seeing Chunhan surrounded by zombies. Just when she thought Chunhan would be slowly torn apart and devoured by the zombies, she was shocked by what she saw. Chunhan kicked open the door of the driver's seat, and the zombie on top of it was directly taken away by the car door, flying more than 10 meters away. Then, Chunhan rushed out, holding a crossbow in one hand and a tang knife in the other. Facing the group of zombies, he was like entering an empty space. With one slash, several heads flew. Those seemingly fierce and terrifying zombies were no match for Chunhan, not even as threatening as a 3-year-old child. Seeing this scene, Xiaorou was dumbfounded. You're so strong, and you said you were afraid of zombies and couldn't save me? In the dark night, Chunhan held the tang knife, his movements so fast that they blurred, his figure killing and retreating in the midst of the zombie horde, mighty and powerful. Xiaorou stared with her mouth wide open. Was this still the Chunhan she knew? So strong, so fierce. Could this be the change brought about by the game entering the real world? Xiaorou was truly amazed. She thought that hundreds of zombies would be enough to kill Chunhan, but she underestimated him. With Chunhan's current strength, it would be no problem for him to safely leave the hotel with her. Xiaorou's face changed constantly. She had been careless. She had offended the only hope she had to escape. No, as long as I lower my head, Chunhan will definitely forgive me. I used to always throw tantrums and cause trouble, but he still loved me, didn't he? Yes, Chunhan definitely still loves me. As long as I admit my mistake, he will come back to me. Xiaorou felt secretly delighted. Since she met Chunhan, he had hardly ever refused her anything. As long as I acted spoiled, wasn't it easy to get what I wanted? Seeing that Chunhan had killed almost all the zombies, Xiaorou's expression immediately became tender and affectionate. Darling, you're so amazing. You've killed all the zombies. Come up and take me away. Darling, over here. Xiaorou licked her lips with a smile, her face full of tenderness. It seemed as if she had completely forgotten about her actions against Chunhan. Chunhan looked up, his mouth twitching. What a shameless woman. I can't believe I died at the hands of this woman in my previous life. It's a disgrace. Chunhan's expression changed. Should he directly reject her? Or should he coax her down? Chunhan also smiled and asked, if I save you, will you listen to me from now on? I'll let you do whatever you want, you can't disobey my orders. Excited, Xiaorou promised, no problem, I will serve you well from now on, and I won't throw tantrums. Indeed, Chunhan couldn't resist my temptation. He still loves me so much, and he will always be under my control. Alright then, you come down first, I'll wait for you here. However, the next sentence made Xiaorou's expression suddenly freeze. Come down. By myself? Let myself come down? Xiaorou was dumbfounded. The hotel was full of zombies, how could I possibly walk down by myself? She believed that as soon as she opened the room door, she would immediately be surrounded by zombies. Darling, don't joke around, I can't come down by myself. Can't you come up and pick me up? Chunhan snorted coldly, if you don't even have the courage to come down by yourself, how can you survive with me in this post-apocalyptic world? How can you deserve to enjoy the resources I've prepared? If you're not coming down, then forget it, I'm going home to eat." After speaking, Chen Han immediately got in the car. "Hey, don't go, I'll come down right away, just wait for me." Hearing Chen Han say he was going home to eat, she immediately let her guard down. To be honest, she was starving right now. And following Chen Han, the future will definitely be prosperous and live well. Let's go all out. Xiao Rou took out a Western-style knife from the storage compartment. This was the only weapon intentionally left for her by Chen Han. Holding a small knife, Xiao Rou rushed out of the room and desperately ran towards the stairs. She didn't take the elevator because there were definitely zombies in it, but the hallway had fewer people, so the chances of encountering zombies would be lower. Chen Han didn't leave either, he just sat in the car, waiting for Xiao Rou to appear. It wouldn't be meaningful to leave directly, but if he waited for her to come down and saw himself leaving with his own eyes, that would be satisfying. However, at this moment, Chen Han suddenly felt a gaze staring at him, accompanied by a dangerous aura. Chen Han's hair stood on end, and he looked up towards the top floor. Through the darkness, he could vaguely see a pair of eyes glowing green. From a distance of tens of meters, Chen Han saw a man in his 30s. He had an unhealthy reddish-gray complexion, bloodshot eyes, and bursting blood vessels on his face, indicating that he was definitely not a normal person. But his skin was not dry and saggy like a typical zombie, instead, he had a muscular and robust body. What's more, the man's eyes were filled with intelligence, and his mouth slightly curved upwards when he looked at Chen Han. Half-infected. Seeing this person, Chen Han furrowed his brows. The so-called half-infected were somewhere between humans and zombies, also known as players. In the game, half-infected were the opposite of humans. Just like zombies, they were bloodthirsty and brutal. Unlike zombies, they retained the intelligence of the original players and had incredibly strong physical abilities. Perhaps the word zombie king would be more appropriate to describe them. What's even more terrifying is that half-infected become stronger by continuously consuming human flesh. The chances of becoming a half-infected were extremely low, and Chen Han didn't expect to encounter one so soon. The half-infected on the rooftop didn't seem to have any intention of attacking Chen Han, probably because he realized that Chen Han wasn't someone to be messed with. He just looked at Chen Han with a smile, as if he had witnessed everything that happened between him and Xiao Rou just now. Chen Han's expression became even more serious, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind to rush up and kill the half-infected. However, when he saw the densely packed zombies behind him, Chen Han had no choice but to give up. Due to the airdrop, the rooftop was already filled with zombies, and going up now would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle. "Chen Han, quickly, come and help me." Just then, Xiao Rou rushed out of the hotel lobby in a sorry state, with two zombies chasing after her. She had torn clothes, messy hair, and bloodstains on her body, clearly indicating that she had fought with the zombies. What surprised Chen Han was that she had actually managed to escape safely. It seems like her will to survive is quite strong. Chen Han leaned out of the skylight and shouted, "Why are you covered in blood? Did the zombies bite you? Don't come near me, if you get bitten, you'll turn into a zombie." Upon hearing Chen Han's words, Xiao Rou's expression changed drastically. She quickly rolled up her sleeves and skirt, shouting in panic, "I haven't been bitten, look, this is zombie blood, not mine." Chen Han looked skeptical, "Really?" "Yes, really. Please help me kill the two zombies behind me and take me away, please." Chen Han pretended to ponder for a moment, shaking his head, "For safety reasons, I can't take you with me. Here's what we'll do, I'll contact you tomorrow, and if you haven't turned into a zombie, I'll come get you." After saying that, Chen Han held back his laughter and returned to his seat. When Xiao Rou approached the car, he stepped on the gas and drove away. Accompanied by a roar, the car started, and Xiao Rou, in disarray, chased after it, shouting in despair, "Take me with you, take me with you. Darling, don't leave me behind, I really haven't been infected, please, I beg you." Chen Han, I hope you have a miserable death." Unable to catch up to the car, Xiao Rou didn't dare to stop running, with two zombies still chasing after her. Escape! Run towards the exit. If she could make it outside, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, just as Xiao Rou was about to run out of the hotel, a gray figure stood in front of her. The semi-infected person moved, his eyes burning as he stared at Xiao Rou. He licked the blood-stained tongue on his face, which was covered in bulging veins. TSK, you look very delicious." Seeing this eerie man, Xiao Rou felt like she had seen something terrifying, even more terrifying than seeing a zombie. Don't kill me. I'll tell you a secret, just don't kill me. You should know about the suited thug, right? He has a lot of gold coins and a large amount of supplies. We can cooperate." Chen Han drove out of the hotel, feeling uneasy because he hadn't received a reply from Ling Shui when he contacted her earlier. He had instructed Gangzi to immediately notify him if anything happened. He thought that the villa's location was remote and had a small population, so even if there were zombies, they wouldn't pose much of a threat. But Chen Han was wrong. In the apocalypse, humans were more dangerous than zombies. Along the way, zombies roamed everywhere, and the surviving people fled in terror. Vehicles on the road crashed into each other, with no traffic rules to speak of. Chen Han constantly swerved to avoid the vehicles. Soon, he noticed the presence of the military. The official response was swift. The military had already been mobilized for rescue operations within just over an hour of the apocalypse. Along the way, Chen Han didn't forget to open the virtual panel of the game to check the situation. After the arrival of Dawn of the Apocalypse in the real world, the game system appeared directly in people's minds. With just a thought, they could enter the game, which facilitated communication among people. At this time, the world channel was in chaos. Countless people were begging for help, cursing angrily, and praying. There was everything, too much to keep up with. However, some voices caught Chen Han's attention. High price to buy beginner equipment, private message me. High price to buy food, private message me. Equipment and food had become the most scarce resources in the apocalypse. With billions of players in Dawn of the Apocalypse, many people still had food in their backpacks, so they wouldn't starve in just 2 hours. But now, those who were buying food were mostly merchants. Some even used real-world currency to buy food in the game, which was the true mark of a master. Some people hadn't realized that after the apocalypse, money was as useless as waste paper. There were many contaminated foods in the shopping malls, and they were free, but who would dare to eat them? Chen Han looked at the private message area, which was already overflowing with 999 plus messages. He randomly opened one and saw that they were all buying equipment and food. Chen Han had anticipated this, as he had hoarded a large amount of equipment and food before the apocalypse. He would sell them, but not now. Since he monopolized the market, he would decide when to sell and at what price. Some people might criticize him and accuse him of moral blackmail, but Chen Han didn't care. It was already the apocalypse, who cared about who? With billions of people on Blue Star, could he take care of everyone? He had to make more gold coins in the early stages and prepare for the arrival of the game's bosses in the later stages. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. He closed his personal panel and didn't have much mood to deal with these matters. Ling Shui and the others hadn't answered his calls, keeping his heart in suspense, and he hadn't released the accelerator pedal. 20 minutes later, Chen Han drove into the summer resort. The summer resort was a high-end villa community with a small number of residents. As he drove in, the first thing Chen Han saw was the bodies of the security guards. Seeing the wounds on their bodies, Chen Han's heart sank. This was definitely not caused by zombies. Some people had forcefully entered the community and were stopped by the security guards, who were then killed by them. Just thinking about it, Chen Han roughly understood the reason behind the situation. Are they coming for me? Chen Han frowned. It seemed that his previous actions had attracted the attention of some people. With so many supplies hoarded, it was strange if he wasn't being watched. As long as he is killed, Chen Han's efforts will be taken advantage of by others. Chen Han's breathing became rapid. If his guess is correct, Ling Shui and the others are really in danger. Since those guys know that Chen Han has stockpiled a large amount of equipment, they must have come prepared. When Chen Han arrived in front of his villa and saw the pitch-black house, his heart skipped a beat. The neighborhood clearly didn't have a power outage, so why weren't the lights on at home? Could it be that the enemy has already taken control of Ling Shui and the others? No, if they were already under control, the lights shouldn't be turned off. They should be waiting for Chen Han to come back openly, using Ling Shui and the others as hostages to blackmail him. Now that the lights are off, it actually serves as a warning for Chen Han. Ling Shui and the others must have hidden themselves. The villa has 3 floors, and each floor is over 1,000 square meters. If they really hid, it would be difficult to find them in a short time. Thinking of this, Chen Han's heart calmed down a little. Chen Han didn't drive his car into the courtyard to avoid alerting the enemy. He held a tang knife in his right hand and a crossbow in his left hand as he quietly sneaked into the courtyard. Then he climbed into the villa through a side window. Just as he entered the villa, he noticed 2 men hiding behind the front door, holding machetes. It seemed like they were planning to ambush him when he returned. Chen Han's face darkened, and he raised his crossbow and shot 2 arrows in quick succession. Puff! Puff! Just as the arrows hit the 2 men, a thin light shield appeared. These 2 men were actually wearing equipment. However, their equipment was clearly not as powerful as Chen Han's purple crossbow. Damage minus 150, damage minus 150, as the 2 damage values popped up, the arrows pierced through the protective suits of the 2 men, killing them instantly. 2 boxes appeared above their bodies. Chen Han quickly went up to collect the boxes. These things were spinning on the ground, attracting too much attention. Killed player death is not scary. Obtain 348,610 gold coins. Blue Novice Cleaver *1. Killed player peak of life. Obtain 752,491 gold coins. Blue Novice Dagger *1. Chen Han was slightly surprised. So many gold coins? Who exactly are these guys? The two of them together have millions of gold coins, which is impossible for ordinary people. In other words, they are both experienced players, and they are also big spenders. And these two were just the gatekeepers, so are the people inside even more powerful? Chen Han's heart was once again on high alert. Just then, a message flashed before his eyes. Sweetheart, little Lolita, private message. Han Ge, something happened at home, come back quickly. Gangster Go was injured and captured. My dad was knocked unconscious. I cut off the power and hid. The enemy is about to find me. I can hear his footsteps outside the door. Seeing this message, Chen Han's face changed, and he quickly replied. Where are you now? The last room on the 2nd floor. 2nd floor room. Chen Han immediately understood. He ran out of the front door and leaped towards the balcony on the 2nd floor. Grabbing onto the balcony's drainpipe, he flipped himself up and then rushed into the room Ling Shui mentioned. Chen Han scanned the room but didn't find Ling Shui. At this moment, the doorknob turned gently, and a man holding a dagger walked in. His gaze met Chen Han's directly. The man's pupils suddenly contracted, and he was about to shout. But a tang knife, gleaming with a cold light, flashed across his neck. The man covered his neck, blood splattering, and his eyes widened in shock. He never expected Chen Han to suddenly appear here. Chen Han supported the man's body and gently laid him down, then closed the door. However, at that moment, a figure pounced on him from behind. Just as Chen Han raised his knife, he smelled a familiar fragrance. Then, a small figure hung onto him, slender and smooth legs wrapping around his waist. Before Chen Han could speak, his head was pressed down by 2 jade arms onto a soft mound. I can't breathe. Chen Han pushed the figure on top of him, struggling to lift his head. Whoa, Han Gej, you're finally back. Ling Shui cried softly, tears falling onto Chen Han's hair. It's okay, I'm back. Chen Han gently comforted Ling Shui, putting her down. Tell me, what happened? Ling Shui wiped her tears and whispered. Less than an hour after the apocalypse began, they broke in. There were 8 of them, all armed with beginner weapons and wearing protective gear. We were no match for them. Gang Ge and Dad were knocked out while trying to protect me. Chen Han's expression turned cold. Where are they? They should be on the rooftop. Be careful, Han Ge. Don't worry. Chen Han had Ling Shui hide. As a wealthy young lady, this was her first time facing such a situation, and she was clearly frightened. However, Ling Shui was not weak in combat. She was a black belt in Taekwondo. But after the game started, the level difference became apparent, and she and Gangzi hadn't killed any zombies or leveled up. They were definitely not strong enough to face upgraded enemies, especially ones wearing equipment. Chen Han walked out onto the balcony and used the same method to jump onto the 3rd floor. He didn't reveal himself but instead held onto the edge of the rooftop with both hands and slowly peeked out. With his enhanced strength, he seemed to be quite adept at this kind of parkour. Previously, this move would have been considered an extreme sport. Chen Han scanned the rooftop and indeed saw Gangzi and Ling Feng tied up, with 2 men standing beside them. In the direction facing the villa's entrance, there were 2 more people, their gaze fixed on the door, seemingly waiting for someone. Seeing this scene, Chen Han inwardly sighed at his cleverness. If he had come back in a flashy car, he would have been caught red-handed. Chen Han counted, there were 4 people here, plus the 3 he had killed, which meant 1 was missing. I'll find him later. Chen Han didn't have time to waste. He didn't know how badly Gangzi was injured. He couldn't afford any accidents if he delayed any longer. His gaze turned towards the 2 men guarding Gangzi. I'll take care of you first. Chen Han hung from his body with one hand while pulling out a crossbow with the other, aiming at the 2 men and shooting. Bang bang! He continuously fired hidden arrows, accurately hitting both of them. One person's protective suit was pierced, the arrow lodged in his forehead, instantly killing him. The other person reacted quickly, the arrow grazed his shoulder, causing only a minor injury. Be careful, someone's here. The injured man quickly shouted, wielding a dagger and charging towards Gangzi. Chen Han quickly flipped and jumped onto the rooftop, his speed extremely fast, instantly appearing in front of the man. Still want to use a hostage? Chen Han chuckled lightly, his Tang Dao slashing like lightning. The man's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected Chen Han's speed to be so fast. In a rush, he could only use the dagger to defend himself. However, he underestimated Chen Han's strength. As soon as the Tang Dao fell, the man regretted it. This was a force he couldn't resist at all. Ah! One of his arms flew off, and the man let out a miserable scream. Before he could retreat, the long blade had already flashed across his neck. Everything happened too quickly, the other two hadn't reacted yet, and their companion had already become a corpse. Damn it! The two young men guarding the door cursed angrily and rushed towards Chen Han with their machetes. Chen Han raised his crossbow and shot an arrow. With a loud bang, a purple light shield appeared on the blonde young man's body, clearly indicating that he was wearing a purple protective suit. Who are you people? Chen Han's gaze narrowed slightly. How did a well-equipped group target him? Hand over all your resources, and I'll spare your life. The blonde young man held the machete in his hand and waited, looking somewhat disdainful. In the next moment, a purple light enveloped his body, and a level 5 value appeared above his head. See that? I'm fully equipped in purple gear and my level has even reached level 5. Are you sure you still want to fight me? The golden-haired youth looked extremely arrogant, not taking Chen Han seriously at all. You see, it's only been 2 or 3 hours since the apocalypse arrived, and being able to reach level 5 in such a short time is quite impressive in the entire Blue Star. If it weren't for his entire team helping him, he wouldn't have been able to level up so quickly. He knew that Chen Han had good equipment, but he alone could only kill a few zombies at best. Reaching level 3 was already a big achievement for him. Oomph, you seem very confident? Chen Han's mouth curled slightly. So, you mean you won't cooperate? The golden-haired youth waved his hand and shouted to his companion beside him, Xiaohei, it's your turn, test your courage. Hearing this, Xiaohei was clearly a little scared, his hand holding the knife was sweaty and nervous. Golden-haired brother, I've never killed anyone before. Just swing the knife hard, this is the apocalypse, if you don't even dare to kill, how can you survive? Golden-haired scolded angrily. This time, Xiaohei gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and rushed towards Chen Han with the knife in his hand. Chen Han stepped forward slowly, paying no attention to Xiaohei at all. When the knife fell, he slightly shifted his body and easily dodged Xiaohei's attack. Then, with a quick spin of his tang sword, he instantly opened a cut on Xiaohei's protective suit. Xiaohei felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and when he looked down, he saw a 30-centimeter long wound. Ah! Xiaohei's pupils suddenly contracted, going from shock to fear, and then to despair. In my next life, I'll be a good person. Chen Han brushed past him, his movements clean and neat. By the time golden-haired reacted, Xiaohei had already fallen to the ground, and there was a box floating above his body. How is this possible? Golden-haired panicked, taking 2 steps back involuntarily. Xiaohei was wearing purple gear, how could he be killed with just 1 slash? This is impossible, even I can't do it. What kind of strength do you have? Watching Chen Han approach step by step, fear appeared on golden-haired's face. He realized that he had kicked an iron plate. The man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. Yes, someone who could stock up on a large amount of food and equipment in advance, someone who spent billions of dollars. How could they be simple? Plop! Golden-haired immediately knelt down. Boss in a suit, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you, spare me. I'm kowtowing to you, please don't kill me. Just now, he was so arrogant, but now he was in a sorry state. Golden-haired kept kowtowing, completely losing his dignity. How did you know my identity? Who ordered you to come here? Hearing this, Golden-haired was stunned for a moment. If I tell you, will you let me go? Yes. Chen Han nodded in agreement. He knew that the people in front of him were just small characters, and the real mastermind was someone else. And the number of people who knew his ID and address was definitely less than 10. Chen Han wanted to know who was targeting him, whether it was someone around him or another force. Hearing that Chen Han would spare him, Golden-haired's face lit up with joy, and he quickly spoke up. I'll tell you, it's... Just as the golden-haired youth was about to speak, 3 muffled sounds rang out in the dark night. Bang! 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 3 arrows flashed with a silver cold light, shooting towards the golden-haired youth with lightning speed. The 3 arrows came one after another, and by the time the second arrow arrived, the purple gear on the golden-haired youth had been shattered. The last arrow accurately hit the back of his head. The golden-haired youth's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground dead. Seeing this scene, Chen Han was stunned for a moment. He never expected someone to ambush him, and they were using a bow and crossbow. Chen Han quickly reacted and wanted to chase after them, but 3 arrows came flying towards him. Chen Han's face darkened, and he blocked all the attacks with his tang sword. Seeing that the attacks were futile, the man turned around and ran towards the outside of the courtyard. Just as Chen Han was about to chase after him, a Kawasaki motorcycle rushed over from outside the villa and took the man away. There are still accomplices? Chen Han's face looked ugly. This was the first time he had been defeated since his rebirth. He didn't expect such a team to emerge in Shanghai City, not only well-equipped but also decisive in their actions. In order to prevent his comrades from revealing the mastermind behind the scenes, they directly took action to eliminate them. And that crossbow, was it also picked up from an airdrop box? Shen Han turned around and carefully looked at the bodies on the ground. He was certain that he had never seen these people before, not only in this life but also in his previous life. In other words, they were likely from out of town. They might even have come specifically for him. It seems that my actions after rebirth have changed some things. Shen Han realized that he had been careless. He almost put his family in danger for that set of orange equipment. I have to quickly build the Doomsday Fortress, otherwise, we'll always be vulnerable to surprise attacks. And if I find out who the mastermind behind the scenes is, they will pay the price. In the basement of the villa, Gangzi and Ling Shu slowly woke up. Fortunately, neither of them was seriously injured, just knocked unconscious. Gangzi had a minor injury, with a cut on his arm, but it wasn't too serious. Ling Shui bandaged his wound and told him to rest. Then, Shen Han took Ling Shui to another room. This was the central control room of the villa, where the equipment could monitor the entire villa from every angle. After confirming that there were no enemies hiding in the house, Shen Han quickly took Ling Shui outside the villa. "Hangu, what is this Doomsday Fortress you're talking about?" Ling Shui asked in confusion. "I want to wrap the entire villa with steel materials from the game." "The whole villa? That would be thousands of square meters." Ling Shui was shocked. "If we wrap it up, we also have to consider the height of the floors. How are you going to do it now? And we can't find construction workers either." Shen Han shook his head. "The materials in the real world can't stop the zombies, not even aviation-grade alloys. Even if we could, we can't find them, let alone fortify the villa in a short time." Ling Shui paused for a moment, then reacted. "Are you saying we should use the materials from the game?" She remembered the wilderness cabin in Dawn of the Apocalypse. As an open-world survival game, building one's own home was a major feature of the game. Many players would stockpile building materials and set up a small nest in the apocalypse to defend against zombie attacks. Some wealthy players would even make their homes more luxurious than real-world villas. Ling Shui knew that Shen Han had stockpiled a large amount of food and weapons, but she didn't know he had prepared building materials as well. In the next moment, a message flashed on her personal panel. "The suited thug has initiated a trade with you. Do you accept? Let's get started." "I'm afraid those guys will come back," Shen Han reminded her. Although he had killed 7 members of that group, Shen Han had a feeling that there were definitely more of them. Ling Shui accepted Shen Han's email, and when she saw what was inside, her eyes widened. "Orange alloy steel *1000, so many? Did you clear out all the alloy steel in the trading market? And it's the highest level of orange. No wonder you sold the company's in-game currency." Shen Han smiled. "You only have a third of it. I want to turn the entire estate into a steel fortress." With that, he opened his storage and clicked on the alloy steel. Settings. In the next moment, a virtual alloy plate measuring 2 meters by 2 meters appeared before his eyes, moving with Shen Han's gaze. Wherever Shen Han pointed, the alloy plate stood, just like building blocks. This was the advantage of gamification, convenient. No need to move or use a motor to weld, just release it and it becomes a wall. Clang clang clang, the sound of steel colliding rang out, and 10 alloy steel plates directly assembled into a wall. Within less than 10 seconds, a 10-meter-high, 20-meter-long, 10-centimeter-thick steel wall appeared before their eyes. A cold steel smell rushed over, the shiny and heavy metal giving a sense of security. "Wow! So cool!" Ling Shui's eyes lit up, excitedly dancing. "With this speed, we can build it in half an hour." Ling Shui followed Shen Han's instructions. Clang clang clang, another alloy wall appeared. The two of them started to busy themselves. Just under a kilometer away from Shen Han's villa, in the estate of the 3 giants of Jianhai City, they raised their glasses and drank. LV Bufan curiously examined the red wine in his hand and exclaimed, "I have to say, the wine in Dawn of the Apocalypse has a unique flavor. Ah, it's really good." He Dongfa smacked his lips and crushed the wine bottle with one hand. What's even more exciting is that after the arrival of the Doomsday game, our physical fitness has become so much stronger. With my current state, I can take down several tigers. He Dongfa was the oldest among the 3, almost 50 years old, and some things were already beyond his capabilities. But the changes in his body now excited him, especially after leveling up. He became even stronger. It's all thanks to Boss LV's brilliance, actually making arrangements in advance and having his son bring back a professional esports team. Li Chuanqi flattered incessantly. "With this team, we can dominate Jianhai City in no time. Yes, once we get the resources in Shen Han's hands, what do we have to fear in the apocalypse?" He Dongfa agreed. LV Bufan smiled slightly. Shen Han has a large amount of equipment and food in his hands. If we can get them, we will essentially monopolize the entire market. Even the authorities will have to give us some face. Naturally. Li Chuanqi laughed. By the way, they've been gone for so long, it's about time for them to come back, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a young man who looked somewhat similar to LV Buffon walked in. He hurriedly took off his helmet, his face looking a bit grim. We failed, the third team almost got wiped out. What? Upon hearing this, the three old men stood up abruptly. That kid is not simple. While he hasn't established a defense line yet, I want to take everyone and kill him by surprise. I must get my hands on his resources. After speaking, LV Feihong looked at his father. Let's go. LV Buffon, who had been in the business world for many years and was also a hero, made a decisive decision and agreed to his son's plan. So, a group of more than 30 people, carrying their belongings, headed towards Chen Han's estate. However, when they arrived, the estate was gone. In its place was a 20-meter-high steel fortress, with a cold metallic smell that gave an incredibly oppressive and powerless feeling. What? What is this? LV Buffon was stunned. What was this steel fortress? Did they come to a military base? No, the steel fortress in front of them had a strong sense of technology, definitely not a modern creation. Did we come to the wrong place? Li Chuanqi widened his eyes. They were clearly still inside the summer resort. They had been living here for more than 10 years. Could they have made a mistake? We're late. Chen Han has fortified the villa. LV Feihong's face darkened. The worst had happened. He knew that Chen Han would react after being attacked. So he quickly gathered his men and rushed over, but he didn't expect to be one step too late. Chen Han's actions were too fast. In just half an hour, the steel fortress had already been built. What do we do now? Can we break in? He Dongfa asked. As the words fell, the three billionaires looked at LV Feihong, and LV Feihong looked at the men behind him. Although the four of them were all veteran players of Dawn of the Apocalypse, their understanding of the game was not deep. But these men were different. They were all professional esports players of Dawn of the Apocalypse. Their understanding of the game was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Immediately, among this group of young people, a team captain stepped forward. Zhang Yanghui's face was gloomy, filled with anger. As the captain of the esports team, he had a deep bond with his teammates. But unexpectedly, on the first day of the apocalypse, he lost 7 of his brothers. This filled him with endless hatred towards Chen Han, and he was determined to kill Chen Han to avenge his brothers. Then, he spoke slowly. Boss, in Dawn of the Apocalypse, there are many types of steel used to build safe houses. Just like equipment, they are divided into 5 levels. White steel has a defense power of 100, blue is 1000, pink is 10,000, purple is 100,000, and orange is 1 million. And in terms of damage, Zhang Yanghui went on to explain a bunch of game settings and related data, leaving LV Buffon and a few wealthy people confused. Although they couldn't understand, it didn't hinder their excitement. In the post-apocalyptic game, having such a professional team by their side was even stronger than a team of special forces, wasn't it? LV Buffon was even more excited. In the past, when LV Feihong wanted to invest in an esports team, he had scolded him countless times. He always criticized his son for not focusing on his career and being obsessed with games. But now, things had changed. He didn't expect his son to play such a significant role. This team of professional players was the main force for him to become the king of the apocalypse. You said so much, just tell me if you can break through it or not, LV Buffon urged. Captain Zhang Yanghui took out the purple crossbow. You'll see when we try. As long as it's not purple or orange alloy, I have a way to break through it. Wait. Just as Zhang Yanghui was about to take action, LV Buffon stopped him. Let's hide for now. It's not the time to break ties with Chen Han yet. When the attack begins, Chen Han will definitely notice them. If they succeed, they'll get all the resources. But if they fail, he has a second plan. If force doesn't work, there's still intelligence. LV Buffon has been in the business world for many years, and he has many ways to snatch resources from Chen Han. The three of them hid in the dark, nervously watching Zhang Yanghui make a move. What they didn't know was that their movements outside the fortress had already been discovered by Chen Han. In the basement, Chen Han and Ling Shui watched the surveillance on the screen, with a slight smile on their lips. I didn't expect these thugs to be LV Buffon's people. Who are these guys? They seem to be familiar with the rules of Dawn of the Apocalypse. Chen Han's gaze was fixed on LV Feihong and the others, with a hint of doubt in his heart. In the previous life, these people did not appear in Jianhai City. At this time, Ling Shui pointed at LV Feihong on the screen. I know him, he's LV Buffon's son, the boss of a certain esports company in Ningzhou City. The people behind him are probably professional esports players. It's probably because LV Buffon realized your plan and had his son bring people back in advance. Hearing this, Chen Han was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to encounter professional players so soon. These people are all top talents after the apocalypse in the game, because they have a deep understanding of the game. In the later stages, the game system will gradually introduce PvP, PvE, and other activities, and players who are familiar with game data will have a great advantage. No wonder they all have well-equipped gear. Turns out they are professional players. They must be rich in their bags. Chen Han's eyes lit up, suddenly becoming interested. Ling Shui on the side was curious. Why do you need so much gold coins? You should still have tens of billions in your bag. We can't possibly use it all. Chen Han shook his head. In fact, he had already used up most of his gold coins. After the last purchase of beginner equipment, he only had 500 million left in his bag. For ordinary people, this might already be an astronomical number, the kind that can never be used up. But as a reborn person, Chen Han knew very well the uses of gold coins in the apocalypse game. Without gold coins, it would be impossible to level up in the later stages. All combat power is built upon gold coin resources. Ordinary players can slowly accumulate wealth and improve their strength. But the bosses that come out in the later stages won't wait for you. If you're unlucky and encounter some terrifying bosses, you can only wait for death. I need to find a way to get the money from these guys. Chen Han pondered for a moment. Killing them directly would be simple and straightforward. However, Chen Han didn't want LV Buffon and the other three old guys to die so easily. That would be too cheap for them. Chen Han wanted to crush them in business, defeat them in the way they were most proud of. Victory in spirit is the greatest success. Soon, Chen Han had an idea in his mind. Bang! Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Zhang Yanghui pulled the trigger and the arrow shot out. Then, the alloy wall that was hit immediately displayed a damage value. Damage minus 50, total defense, 950/1000. Seeing this value, everyone in the field was pleasantly surprised. Haha, that kid actually used blue alloy to build the Apocalypse Fortress. Who does he think he is? What kind of trash is this Apocalypse Fortress? This defense value of 1000, we can easily break through it. Zhang Yanghui shouted excitedly. Keep going. LV Fei Han's face also showed excitement. It seemed that the resources accumulated by Chen Han were within easy reach, without any difficulty. Zhang Yanghui continued to pull the trigger, and arrows shot out one after another. Seeing that the alloy wall was about to be broken, everyone gathered around and started hacking with their weapons. However, they didn't have many advanced equipment, mostly just white and blue gear, so the damage they could inflict was very low. Damage minus 5, damage minus 8, put in more effort. Use more strength, haven't you eaten? Seeing the damage slowly wearing away, Li Chuanqi and He Dongfa, who were hiding in the dark, shouted in a low voice, wishing they could join the fight. Everyone was looking forward to it, only LV Buffon frowned. Something's not right, something's not right. Things were going too smoothly, and they all chopped for a while, but Chen Han didn't come out to stop them. Could it be that kid's trick? LV Buffon's heart became more and more chaotic, and a sense of unease surged up. Something is definitely wrong, stop. LV Buffon had just shouted when the defense of the alloy wall was completely depleted. Everyone held their weapons, excitedly preparing to rush in. However, in the next moment, a loud explosion sounded in the crowd. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, and several people were blown away. The sudden explosion caught everyone off guard. LV Feihang and Zhang Yanghui were the first to bear the brunt. At the moment the explosion occurred, a faint purple shield lit up on their bodies, protecting them from the explosion's damage. But not everyone had purple equipment. Even their entire studio only had a few sets. Mainly because the beginner phase was too easy to pass, no one would think of putting effort into beginner equipment. Generally, blue equipment was enough. Therefore, this kind of thing was extremely rare. As the explosion sounded, 7 young men wearing blue beginner protective suits in front of them were instantly blown away. Under the terrifying damage of the explosion, the blue protective suits were no match. The 7 people fell heavily to the ground, their bodies twisted at irregular angles, dead beyond death. Warning, you have been attacked by a bomb. Warning, your purple beginner protective suit has been shattered, defense value reset to 0, please be cautious in defense. A voice from the system sounded in LV Feihang's ear. He shook his head and crawled up from the ground, completely dazed. Zhang Yanghui and the others also slowly got up, many of them with bruises and injuries. What's going on? Zhang Yanghui was the first to react, and seeing the bodies of their comrades on the ground, he roared in anger. Damn it, how can there be a bomb? You ask me, I want to ask you too. Weren't you sure there wouldn't be any traps? LV Feihang coldly replied. This was a wall-mounted trap bomb, a weapon specifically designed to kill players. In Dawn of the Apocalypse, players often went to other people's safe houses to steal resources. Trap bombs were the best defense measure, hanging on the walls. As long as the surrounding walls were demolished, the bomb would explode, severely injuring the enemy. Before they came, LV Feihong had repeatedly reminded whether Chen Han would set traps, but he had received assurances from Zhang Yanghui. At this moment, Zhang Yanghui was also stunned by the explosion. It's impossible, how can he use a trap bomb? Zhang Yanghui found it hard to believe everything that was happening before his eyes. He also had quite a few trap bombs. But now it was the cold weapons stage, and the hot weapons in his inventory were all grayed out and unable to be used. It was precisely because of this that he dared to break through Chen Han's safe house wall without any scruples. Damn, this kid is cheating. Zhang Yanghui's first reaction was that Chen Han was cheating. If not, how could he use unlocked weapons? In the monitoring room, Chen Han couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scene on the screen. Of course, he couldn't be cheating either. The trap bomb was obtained from an airdrop box and was probably the only hot weapon at this stage. These guys were just unlucky. With such a large wall, they happened to choose the side with the bomb hanging on it. What are you waiting for? The wall has been blown open, rush in. LV Buffon didn't feel the slightest pity for his lost subordinates, but rather excitement. If they were already using bombs, could this wall still hold up? With so many people rushing in, even if Chen Han was strong, he would only have a dead end. Charge in and avenge our brothers. With LV Buffon's reminder, Zhang Yanghui immediately led the charge into the smoke. However, with a muffled bang, Zhang Yanghui seemed to have hit something and fell to the ground, his head buzzing. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? When the smoke from the bomb cleared, everyone finally saw what Zhang Yanghui had collided with. In front of them was a pale golden alloy wall, with a message on it. Orange alloy steel wall, total defense value, 9900500/10000000. Damn it. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. They had been working so hard for so long, and 7 of their brothers had died, only to be played. Inside the blue alloy wall, there was even an orange alloy wall. How do we dismantle this? The person who came up with this design is really despicable. Even professional players like LV Feihong have never seen such a method. It's absolutely disgusting. This orange steel fortress, even at level 40 or 50, with powerful abilities, can only sigh in admiration. A defense value of 1 million, what a joke. That damn guy Chen Han, I knew he wasn't that simple, cursed Li Chuanqi. What do we do now? He Dongfa looked at LV Buffon with a worried expression. What else can we do? With our strength alone, it's impossible to break through this steel fortress, angrily exclaimed LV Buffon, his face extremely ugly. Not only did they come here for nothing, but they also lost 7 of their subordinates. They had lost both their wife and their soldiers. Take the bodies of our brothers and the resource boxes and retreat. LV Feihong gritted his teeth and commanded the others. He had brought 40 people back to Jianghai City, thinking that they could make a big move, but they didn't expect to lose 14 people to Chen Han. This made him extremely angry. Feihong, are we just going to leave like this? How are we going to avenge our brothers? Zhang Yanghui suppressed his grief and anger. Behind him, the other team members also had faces full of grief and anger, wishing they could tear Chen Han apart. Let's go back and discuss our next move, LV Buffon shouted from his hiding place. Since force didn't work, they would use strategy. Fortunately, he had a backup plan and hadn't revealed himself. As long as he still had contact with Chen Han, he would eventually deceive him of his resources. In terms of business, that kid Chen Han was still too inexperienced. Let's go. LV Feihong led the others to leave. Just at that moment, a small hole opened above the steel fortress, and a cold crossbow slowly emerged. Chen Han's mouth curled up slightly. You want to leave after attacking? Have you asked my crossbow about that? Bang! An arrow shot out, and a young man fell to the ground. Ah! The sudden scream made LV Feihong and the others react, enemy attack, scatter. In the dark night, arrows continued to be shot out, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, crazily harvesting lives. The sound of screams kept ringing out, and nearly 30 people frantically fled. The smarter ones would even use snake-like movements to dodge. But Chen Han liked to deal with these smart ones. With his precise predictions, 3 more people fell. Damn it, run! LV Buffon and the others who were at the front were already terrified. They felt death so close for the first time. In the end, they left behind 6 bodies before escaping back to their own estate. Ah, Chen Han, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Zhang Yanghui's eyes turned red. In just a few hours, he had lost half of his brothers. How could he accept this? In the hall, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive, and LV Buffon and the other 2 wealthy men had gloomy faces. Stop arguing, we were careless this time. Now that he has the steel fortress protecting him, we can't do anything to him for now, LV Buffon said. Let's implement Plan B. He looked at his two partners and his son. Take out all the gold coins you have and let me teach him a lesson. He must sell all those equipment he hoarded, right? Well done. Gangzi and Ling Shu lay on the bed, watching LV Bufan and the others fleeing in a sorry state on the screen, feeling extremely satisfied. Alright, calm down, you're still injured. Chen Han comforted them. Gangzi had suffered a minor injury, with his arm being cut, but it wasn't too serious. It's just that if the wound wasn't stitched up, it could easily get infected. What should we do? Should we go to the hospital? Ling Shui felt a bit guilty, as Gangzi took the knife for her. Now the outside is full of zombies. Even if we go to the hospital, there won't be any doctors. Chen Han shook his head and took out a special syringe. Inside the syringe was pink liquid. Seeing this thing, both Gangzi and Ling Shui widened their eyes. The healing potion in Dawn of the Apocalypse? They all recognized it as the item in the game that restores a character's injuries. Will this work? I don't even know what this pink thing is. Gangzi rolled his throat. From now on, you need to change your mindset. After the game came into the world, just think of yourselves as characters in the game. You can also understand it as us personally entering the game, but it's still the backdrop of Blue Star. Come on, give me your hand. Chen Han picked up the healing potion and directly stabbed it into Gangzi's hand. Regardless of whether it was a blood vessel or not, it was just random in the game. As soon as the needle went in, Gangzi's eyes lit up. I can feel it, my health is recovering. He saw on his personal panel that the originally 85% blood vessel was slowly increasing. Seeing this situation, Ling Shu was the most incredulous. Unbelievable, the world has actually undergone such a change. Ling Feng sighed lightly. Chen Han, I misunderstood you before, I apologize. A few days ago, Ling Feng was indeed disappointed with Chen Han's behavior of selling in-game items for real money. Chen Han was his most promising junior, and he was willing to support him. He thought he was wasting his potential, but little did he know that he was preparing for the future. Ling Shu, let's not talk about these things between us anymore. Without your care, I wouldn't be where I am today, Chen Han quickly said. Seeing Chen Han's attitude, Ling Feng's face showed a relieved expression. In the apocalypse, he, as the richest man, only became a virtual name, but Chen Han still respected him as always, which made him feel gratified. He didn't misjudge Ling Feng. But, this old man like me might be a burden to you in the apocalypse. Ling Feng thought for a moment and expressed his worries. However, Chen Han laughed. Ling Shu, you don't have to worry about that. After the world became a game, you just look a little older, but there's no other difference. You can also kill zombies to level up, and your physical fitness will become stronger and stronger. You can even start a football team. Really? Ling Feng's eyes lit up. He was already in his 50s, with only one daughter, Ling Shui. He had long wanted a son, but he was concerned about Ling Shui's feelings and never asked for one. Later on, he gradually became unable to do so. But hearing what Chen Han said, he became even more hopeful for the future. But this is the apocalypse, the conditions are so poor. Whether we can survive is still a question. Thinking of this, Ling Feng's heart sank again. He didn't want his son to be born in such a difficult world. Hey, Dad, with Han Ji here, what are you afraid of? Ling Shui shook his arm and said excitedly, since Han Ji has made plans in advance, he must have a way to live well. Besides, Han Ji is very strong. That's true, but Chen Han is not obligated to take care of us. Ling Feng looked helplessly at his daughter. Ling Shui's eyes turned and she hugged Chen Han enthusiastically. Then you should marry me to Han Ji. He's already your son-in-law, can't we still speak our minds? Isn't that right, Han Ji? After speaking, Ling Shui even coquettishly rubbed against Chen Han. Seeing this scene, both Chen Han and Ling Feng were speechless. This girl, she wanted to send herself away a long time ago, right? Alright, let's get back to the topic. Ling Feng looked at Chen Han. Xiao Han, based on my understanding of Lu Bufan, he won't give up so easily. It's okay, with this apocalypse fortress, it's impossible for anyone to break through in a short period of time. Chen Han waved his hand to reassure him. The safe house made of orange alloy was almost invincible in the game's setting. Unless there were thousands of professional players attacking together, it would be impossible to break through. That's hard to say. If they expose your identity as the suited thug, in the current interests, there will definitely be people willing to unite and deal with you. Gangzi worriedly spoke up. Chen Han smiled and said, until the very end, LV Bufan won't expose my identity. That guy is a cunning businessman, he definitely wants to monopolize my resources. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng nodded in agreement. You're right, they're definitely trying to gradually consume your resources. Chen Han's lips curled up slightly. Uncle Ling, what do you think they will do? As the richest man in Shanghai City, Ling Feng was unmatched in the business world. When it came to business, Ling Feng became spirited. You've stockpiled so many beginners' equipment, it's to make a big profit at a time like this, right? But given the current situation, if you sell the equipment at a high price, you will definitely be despised by the world. Once people recover, you will become the target of everyone's hatred. Therefore, they will use this condition to trade with you, become your first-hand agent, and shift the world's hatred towards themselves. After obtaining your first-hand agency, LV Buffon will raise the price and make a big profit. Once LV Buffon makes money, he will have many means to deal with you. Money can make the devil turn the grindstone, especially in the apocalypse. After listening, Chen Han raised his thumb. He truly deserved to be the richest man in Shanghai. His thinking was absolutely correct. This was also the best path for LV Buffon now. Regardless of whether he could deal with Chen Han, as long as he made money, he wouldn't lose out. Chen Han's lips curled up slightly. He must make money, but in the end, all that money will flow into my pocket. I want to dig a pit for them and make them fall into the abyss. Oh, making him the first-hand agent is a guaranteed profitable project. How are you going to dig a pit for him? Ling Feng was puzzled. Information asymmetry. Chen Han revealed a playful smile. Ling Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, the current stage of the Doomsday game is only the first phase, open only up to level 9. Do you know when the second phase will be released? When the second phase is released, players will start inheriting professional abilities and level 10 equipment, and at that time, beginners' equipment will become trash. If Chen Han sells all his beginners' equipment to LV Buffon before the second phase is released, then this pit will be huge. Thinking of this, even someone like Ling Feng, a big shot in the business world, couldn't help but take a deep breath. What a ruthless plan! Then, Chen Han opened the game system, and the world channel was filled with noise. Countless people demanded that Chen Han sell the beginners' weapons and let them kill zombies in the pit. Chen Han said in the world channel, in 10 minutes, the first wave of weapons and equipment will be blasted out. Please look forward to it. As soon as these words came out, the whole world was in an uproar. The Suit Tycoon is finally selling equipment. Damn, the Suit Tycoon has spoken. Whoa, I can finally buy equipment. Without weapons in the beginner's stage, I dare not move at all. Me too, I've been sitting at home for a long time. I can't use the advanced equipment in my bag, so I dare not go out to kill zombies and level up. I wonder what level of equipment the Suit Tycoon is selling. I have plenty of gold coins, I just hope for a set of purple equipment. As Chen Han appeared, the world channel exploded once again. Everyone was waiting for Chen Han to sell equipment. Those who were smarter knew that he would sell them and had been waiting for him. Chen Han's private messages were also overflowing, and many people planned to trade privately. It didn't matter if the price was higher, the main thing was to secure the deal. Chen Han didn't pay attention to any of these messages, he couldn't possibly read them all. He also couldn't sell them one by one. Before putting the equipment on the trading platform, Chen Han checked the market. When he clicked on the beginner's equipment section, it was empty. Although occasionally there were players who put equipment up for sale, it would be snatched away in less than a second. Before the apocalypse arrived, white equipment was worth around 100 gold coins, blue equipment 300, purple equipment 500, and purple equipment 1000. But just now, Chen Han saw a white beginner's protective suit sell for 50,000 gold coins. What concept is this? The price has increased by 500 times. However, this is just an example. When Chen Han releases a large number of equipment, the price will not be so high. According to the memory of the previous world, on the first day of the apocalypse, equipment could roughly increase by 100 times. In other words, a piece of beginner's white equipment could be sold for 10,000 gold coins. However, this is only limited to the first day. As weapons flow out and people gain the ability to deal with zombies, the number of zombies killed will increase, and the equipment will gradually increase as well. At that time, many players will release their excess equipment, so it won't be as valuable. Chen Han won't sell it at such a high price either, he still needs to make money for LV Buffon, right? So, Chen Han put up 50,000 pieces of equipment in the trading market, increasing the original trading price by 50 times. Among them, there are 30,000 pieces of white equipment, priced at 5,000 gold coins each. There are 15,000 pieces of blue equipment, priced at 15,000 gold coins each. There are 4,500 pieces of pink equipment, priced at 25,000 gold coins each. There are 500 pieces of purple equipment, priced at 50,000 gold coins each. Compared to the sky-high prices in the current trading market, Chen Han's prices are really reasonable. Chen Han is not worried about no one buying them. There are billions of players in Dawn of the Apocalypse, and many of them have a large amount of gold coins. Take white equipment for example, a single piece costs 5,000 gold coins, and a set of weapons, protective clothing, and shoes only costs 15,000 gold coins. The majority of veteran players can afford it. What surprised Chen Han was that as soon as the 50,000 pieces of equipment were put up for sale, they were instantly sold out. A series of messages popped up, bombarding Chen Han's message interface. In just a moment, Chen Han's funds increased by over 500 million. Yes, just the first wave. Chen Han has already earned back all the gold coins spent on hoarding equipment, and these 50,000 pieces of equipment are only 1/50th of what Chen Han has in his storage. As for beginner's equipment, he has hoarded over 2 million pieces. The 50,000 pieces released by Chen Han may seem like a lot, but compared to the billions of people in the Blue Star, it is insignificant. The World Channel exploded again. Damn, there's only so little equipment, I didn't get any. Oh my god, it's gone in the blink of an eye. I saw it, 50,000 gold coins for a piece of purple equipment, why didn't I go and grab it? The suit gangster is profiting from the country's misfortune, this kind of person is sinister. Idiot upstairs, 50,000 is nothing. It's the apocalypse, is money more important than life? Exactly, the suit boss is already being reasonable, you're complaining even when you can buy purple equipment for 50,000 gold coins, while others are selling white equipment for the same price. Can't buy it, help, suit boss, can you do another wave? The barrage kept scrolling up, filled with curses, condemnations, and pleas, continuously flowing. But it's clear that there are more curses. Chen Han doesn't care, no matter what price he sells at, there will definitely be someone dissatisfied. If he sells at a high price, rich veteran players will accuse him of profiting from the country's misfortune. If he sells at a low price, poor new players will morally blackmail him to give it away. But even if he gives it away, there will still be people who can't grab it and will be cursed. But Ling Feng was right, Chen Han's high-profile actions undoubtedly pushed himself to the forefront. After the world settles down, he will definitely become the target of public criticism. At this time, I must find a scapegoat. Just as Chen Han spoke, the phone rang. Who is it? Is it LV Bufan? Ling Shui leaned over, her face full of curiosity. Who else could it be besides him? I think Uncle Ling guessed it right. Chen Han answered the call. Hello, Chen Han. In the phone, LV Bufan's voice came through. He was also very direct and straightforward, stating his purpose directly. Brother Chen, we have been cooperating for many years. Now that there's a big business, how can we forget about our little brother? How about we cooperate? Since you have a lot of equipment, let your little brother share the burden. Upon hearing this, Chen Han smiled. Everything was just as he expected. No need, I can digest it slowly. Who would complain about having less money? Chen Han didn't immediately agree. Oh, you're not agreeing? Lu Bufan's teasing laughter came through the phone. Do you know how many people are eyeing your resources right now? Many people are digging up your home address. Tell me, if your address was leaked, how many people would come looking for trouble? Hearing this, a smirk appeared on Chen Han's lips. Are you threatening me? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Now, Chen Han, you're not an ordinary person. I just want to cooperate, a win-win situation. Lu Bufan spoke with a tone that seemed to have Chen Han under control. Around him, more than 20 people listened to their conversation, their faces filled with smiles. The boss is really amazing, using a small trick to control the other party. Chen Han pretended to hesitate for a moment and said, a win-win situation is possible, but you must guarantee that my home address won't be leaked. I can sell you the equipment, but it must be at market price. Oh, no, that won't do. Your price is too expensive, I can't afford it. Lu Bufan crossed his legs and became even more arrogant when he heard Chen Han compromise. 1 billion, I want 50,000 pieces. Hiss. Seeing Lu Bufan's wide-open mouth, even Li Chuanqi and the others couldn't help but gasp. This isn't cooperation, it's simply robbery. But they seemed to have underestimated Chen Han and were very firm in their attitude. In the end, Chen Han had to reluctantly agree. This made everyone excited. Impressive, truly a business tycoon. Zhang Yanghui and the others showed expressions of admiration. Not long after, Lu Bufan sent a trade request. What surprised Chen Han was that these guys actually had 1 billion gold coins. This made Chen Han have to re-evaluate Lu Bufan's team. According to his estimation, Lu Bufan and his two companions, with their VIP 6 strength, could have a maximum of 5 million gold coins each, which was already considered top tier. It seems that Lu Fei Han's esports team is quite powerful. Chen Han raised an eyebrow. Ling Shui nodded and said, this is not surprising. These esports players play dungeons every day to earn gold coins. Besides that, there are many other ways to make money. There are plenty of opportunities. Otherwise, why would Lu Fei Han give up such a big industry at home to pursue esports? The main reason is that the game Dawn of the Apocalypse is so popular. Many players work and make money in the game. If there really is a developer, they would make a fortune. The two marveled at Lu Buffan's strength, but what they didn't know was that in order to gather this 1 billion, Lu Buffan and his team almost sold all the valuable items in their storage. At this moment, everyone in Lu Buffan's mansion anxiously awaited Chen Han's trade. This was all of their wealth. If Chen Han backed out, their future would be difficult. But if the trade succeeded, they would become the rulers of this world. It was a high-stakes gamble. Congratulations to player Extraordinary Life for successfully trading with Suited Thug. Your storage is full, please check your email. Hearing the system's voice, Lu Buffan breathed a sigh of relief and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Success? Lu Feihan and the others asked excitedly. Ha, Chen Han, you're no match for me. You're still too inexperienced. Lu Buffan laughed arrogantly. Seeing Lu Buffan's expression, everyone felt relieved. They had obtained the equipment. Old Lu, it had to be you. You caught Chen Han's greedy and cowardly nature. Li Chuanqi laughed. This guy is just foolish. In the apocalypse, with resources and money, it's not difficult to establish a force. What is there to fear? He Dongfa wore a sarcastic expression. Lu Buffan waved his hand and chuckled. He's not foolish, he's cautious. He has stockpiled a large amount of food and equipment, as well as an apocalypse fortress. As long as he's not besieged, he doesn't worry about his life being in danger. And he's alone, he doesn't dare to expand his team. Isn't he afraid of inviting trouble? It's precisely because of this reason that I was able to threaten him. Chen Han is destined to be pitiful. As a businessman, he doesn't even understand the principle of seeking wealth and honor in danger. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter again, especially Zhang Yanghui and other esports players, who greatly admired LV Buffan's methods. Don't get too excited, everyone. We have obtained first-hand resources from Chen Han, but if we want to make big money, we will also bear the risks. Feihan, contact the esports team in Zhanghai City and see if anyone is willing to join us. Once we sell the equipment at a high price, it will definitely cause a sensation and attract the attention of some small fries. We must expand our influence now. After arranging everything, LV Buffan began to put the equipment on the trading floor. And this guy was even more ruthless, raising the original prices by 200 times. The changes in the trading floor immediately caused a sensation. When people saw the prices, they all cursed out loud. Damn, who is this Extraordinary Life? How does he have so many beginners' equipment? Another big shot? Besides the suit-wearing big shot, there are actually people hoarding equipment? This is insane. 20,000 gold coins for a white equipment, 4 times the price of the suit-wearing big shot. Is he crazy? Comparatively, the suit-wearing big shot is really conscientious. Yes, support the suit-wearing big shot. This Extraordinary Life is definitely a ruthless person. Isn't he afraid of causing public anger? Who knows who Extraordinary Life is? Give me his address, I'll go and destroy him. Count me in. This person who profits from national calamities deserves to die. On the World Channel, there was a wave of curses. This kind of behavior completely angered the masses. As a result, those who had been cursing Chen Han turned their guns towards LV Buffan. In contrast, some people even stood up for Chen Han. Seeing the words of the world, LV Buffan frowned. He didn't expect such a big reaction. Looking at the trading messages, there were very few people buying the equipment, in stark contrast to Chen Han's sold-out items. Obviously, the world did not approve of LV Buffan's actions. It seems that our pricing is beyond what the world can accept. Li Chuanqi's face looked a bit ugly. He Dong nodded and said, how about lowering the price? If we continue like this, not only will the equipment not sell, but our reputation will also be damaged. There was no other way. In the end, LV Buffan had to reprice the items, lowering them to 150 times the cost. But still, no one bought them. It was only when the price was lowered to 100 times that some people started to accept them, and the equipment slowly sold out. LV Buffan and the others felt relieved when they saw the 1 billion gold coins in their wallets. They had earned 10 billion in just a few hours, which was simply crazy. Come on, let's celebrate with champagne. LV Buffan led everyone to celebrate, bringing out the food from killing zombies, enjoying a feast of fish and meat. While everyone was cheering and having fun, another change occurred on the trading floor. Chen Han made another move, putting up 50,000 pieces of beginner's equipment at the same price as before, 50 times the cost. Compared to LV Buffan's 100 times, it was half the price. As soon as the 50,000 items went online, they were immediately sold out. The World Channel was once again in an uproar. Damn, the suit-wearing big shot is so generous. The suit-wearing big shot is righteous, still selling at the original price. Love it, love it. The suit-wearing big shot is definitely a role model in Manhwa, so amazing. Exactly, that extraordinary life is really disgusting, it's infuriating. LV Buffon and the others were unaware of this change, and even if they knew, they wouldn't care. In their eyes, in business, there is no honesty, only the pursuit of profit. As long as they can make money and have power, they don't care about reputation. They were still celebrating, only LV Feihong sat quietly in the distance, looking at the voices on the World Channel, lost in thought. This business investment seemed like a success to them, but it also left behind deep troubles. Originally, it was Chen Han who was planning to hoard goods and sell equipment at a high price, but now they were the ones bearing all the blame. If it were peacetime, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, there is legal protection. But in the end times, such practices undoubtedly provoke anger and put oneself in the spotlight. Yes, money can indeed attract talent and expand influence, but everyone understands that what can float a boat can also sink it, and a tall tree attracts the wind. LV Feihong's unease grew stronger and he felt like he had stepped into Chen Han's trap, but he also knew that his father must have known about this trap, but the temptation in the trap was too great, and they had to step into it. Fortunately, for now, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. What they didn't guess was that beneath the trap was a bottomless abyss set by Chen Han. At noon, Gangzi brought out a pot of lobster, a plate of sauced beef, steamed grouper, various stir-fries. Wow! Ling Shui held the chopsticks and drooled with envy. It's really good. Chen Han took a bite and gave Gangzi a thumbs up. This was the food he had stocked in the storage space in advance, fresh and uncontaminated. It couldn't be compared to the instant food items in the game. Of course, he had also stocked a lot of food in the game, but Chen Han wouldn't eat it. Didn't he have enough in the previous life? The things that burst out of the zombies' bodies were nauseating to think about. It's still smart of Han Gu to prepare so much food in advance, otherwise how could we eat so well? Gangzi laughed. Yeah, it feels just like before, there's no taste of the end times at all. Ling Shu smiled inside. Then let's take a look at the outside world. Chen Han smiled and turned on the TV. Instantly, gruesome scenes played on the screen. Zombies were rampant all over the world, roaring and terrifying. These were the scenes captured by surveillance cameras on the streets, extremely brutal, and almost every shot showed zombies devouring people. Ugh! Seeing this bloody scene, Ling Shui instantly vomited. Ling Shu and Gangzi also had ugly expressions. The outside world was even more brutal than they had imagined. Ah, you're so annoying, why do you have to watch these things while eating? Ling Shui pouted in annoyance. Chen Han didn't care, of course he did it on purpose. You have to adapt to this kind of thing early, otherwise what will we do when I take you out in the future? We can't stay here forever, right? Hearing this, everyone's expressions became serious. Can I go out and kill zombies? Ling Shui became interested. That's for sure, how can you become stronger without killing zombies? Don't worry, when the endgame arrives, the world won't be completely overrun by zombies like in the Resident Evil movies. Remember, we are players, we will always have a certain position. As players adapt to this environment, the world will stabilize and at least have the ability to resist. Chen Han explained to everyone. Can we become professionals like in the game and have powerful abilities? Ling Shui's eyes lit up, filled with anticipation. Hearing this, Ling Shu and Gangzi also looked at Chen Han eagerly. That's right, when the second phase of the game starts, players who reach level 10 will inherit the abilities of their account characters. Wow! My character is the S-rank Crimson Witch, she must be very powerful. Ling Shui blinked her eyes excitedly, her chest trembling with excitement. Chen Han glanced at her. The Crimson Witch is indeed very powerful. When will the second phase of the end times arrive? Gangzi was also very interested. After all, he was also an A-rank professional and had strong abilities. It's coming soon. Chen Han pondered for a moment. If he remembered correctly, the first phase of the end times was only 3 days, and when the second phase arrived, the world would undergo another major change. Then you should prepare for the equipment. Don't let LV Buffon notice anything. Ling Shu reminded him. Don't worry, that guy is very arrogant. As long as there's money to be made, he won't think too much. Chen Han picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. Since he started selling equipment, LV Buffon had traded with him 3 times, a total of 150,000 pieces of equipment. LV Buffon had made 3 billion yuan through these 3 equipment resales. It's simply making a fortune. Chen Han also sold 150,000 items and made 1.5 billion. Chen Han doesn't care about the difference. In fact, with Chen Han's current strength, he could directly attack Lu Buffon's mansion and take back everything he earned. But Chen Han wouldn't do that. Someone helped him sell the equipment at a high price and blocked all the trouble. Why not take advantage of it? Moreover, this money will eventually return to his hands. With Lu Bufan's greedy nature, will he stop here? No, he won't. Lu Bufan's actions have already attracted the attention of many people. With such a large sum of money, he could rival a wealthy country. Many forces have started to investigate Lu Bufan's background, and the idiom "Why by Chi Zue" is not groundless. However, very few people know his ID, and no one has revealed it yet. It's time to add some spice to him, Chen Han said with a slight smile. He looked at Ling Feng and said, Ling Shu, you're a new player and don't know his game ID. Go to the World Channel and expose Lu Bufan's identity. We can't let him feel too comfortable. Hearing this, Ling Feng smiled knowingly and quickly figured out how to expose him. 3 minutes later, a message exploded in the World Channel. Wind speaker, extraordinary life is profiting from the country's crisis. Everyone should rise up and eliminate him. Today, I will expose his identity. He is Lu Bufan, the chairman of Limited Clothing Company in Longwei, Zhanghai City. His home address, No. 17, Summer Villa, Zhanghai City. Attention, be careful, brothers who are planning to take action. He has a team of professional esports players, all with excellent equipment, and their predictions have reached level 9. They are powerful. The message caused a sensation as soon as it was sent. Damn, brothers, let's team up and set off immediately in Zhanghai City. Wow, he's finally exposed. Turns out he's a wealthy man in Zhanghai. He's indeed a profiteer. I should have bought clothes from his company. How despicable. So he's the president of the clothing company. I knew the quality of their brand was so poor. Can you expect good things from a boss with such a dark heart? Let's form a group and attack him. Seeing these comments, Chen Han laughed. It's going to be lively. Chen Han didn't pay any more attention to them. These people were just talking nicely about national righteousness and justice, but in reality, they were after Lu Bufan's wealth. However, Chen Han not only wanted to kill Lu Bufan and take all the gold coins from him. From what he knew, this guy had already recruited a group of esports players, and there were over 100 people in his house. Moreover, Lu Bufan had emptied the trading market of pink alloy steel and built a doomsday fortress. As for why it wasn't orange or purple alloy, it was because there were none left. Chen Han had bought them all. And now, pink alloy was not cheap. After the doomsday arrived, the prices of all the goods in the trading market had almost increased tenfold or more. With this setup, Lu Bufan and his people lived comfortably and were not threatened. At this moment, Chen Han checked his private messages. 2 IDs caught his attention, Very Thick Cannon and Dragon Pillar Country. Chen Han became interested, especially in Very Thick Cannon. Boss, I'm sorry, my flight was delayed, and the zombie crisis broke out as soon as I landed. I'm currently surrounded by zombies. Please save me. Chen Han raised an eyebrow. He thought this guy wouldn't show up, but it turned out he had an accident. As for whether to save him or not, he would decide later. Then, Chen Han opened the message from Dragon Pillar Country, and his body straightened up a bit. If he remembered correctly, this guy was an official from Longwa. In the previous life, he was known as the Dragon Country War God, the #1 expert in Longwa, the Dragon General. Chen Han guessed that the national authorities would come knocking on his door, as it wasn't difficult for them to investigate an ID. He just didn't expect it to happen so soon, and the person who came was this important figure. The Dragon General, the person he had looked up to in the previous life. Although Chen Han was a strategist in both lives, when facing such a figure, he still held a sense of respect. This is definitely a great general for the country and the people. I still remember in the previous life, when the first guild of Eagle Sauce attacked, General Long stood alone on the border and drove away the enemy with his momentum alone. His words, if the country is in trouble, I should be at the forefront, are still deeply ingrained in Chen Han's heart. Opening the private message, there was only a short paragraph. Mr. Chen, on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, I would like to talk to you. Below is a phone number. Chen Han thought for a moment and decided to make a video call, which seemed more polite. Soon, the video connected, and there was a middle-aged man in military uniform on the other side. Hello, General Long, I am Chen Han. Chen Han first stated his identity. Seeing Chen Han's appearance, General Long was visibly stunned for a moment, then glanced at the information in his hand, and only after confirming that it was correct did he show a smile. You look younger than in the information. I told you that the formal attire the company made me wear is ugly. Chen Han laughed. General Long shook his head with a smile, his face becoming more serious. Chen Han, we have investigated your actions before the apocalypse. Did you know that the Doomsday Game would come? Chen Han had anticipated this question and cracked a smile. No comment. General Long was not surprised either. It's okay, I'm just asking as a matter of routine. Actually, my purpose is to discuss cooperation with you. The country wants to buy the equipment you have. You should also know that real-world weapons are not very effective against these zombies. Chen Han nodded. There is no problem discussing the trade. Seeing Chen Han agree, General Long's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Chen Han couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. General Long, feel free to speak your mind. General Long couldn't help but feel nervous. He knew the importance of this trade. He took a deep breath and said, Chen Han, the country can't offer much in terms of gold coins. Besides weapons, we also need some food. We have tried our best to gather gold coins, but we can only offer 1 billion. After speaking, General Long stared at Chen Han intently, his heart pounding in his throat. It's okay, I can give you the equipment. As for the food, no problem. As soon as these words were spoken, General Long's heart raced with excitement. Beside him, there were clearly suppressed cheers. General Long regained his composure and solemnly said, on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, I thank you, sir. It's okay, let's make the trade. Chen Han smiled slightly and opened the trading interface with Dragon Pillar Kingdom in the game system. Soon, the other party placed 1 billion gold coins in the trading interface. At this moment, a large group of people on General Long's side anxiously watched. Although the trade was agreed upon, the specific quantity was not mentioned. In other words, the amount of the trade could only be determined by Chen Han's decision. In the next moment, everyone looked at the resources in the trading interface and took a sharp breath. 300,000 pieces of white novice equipment, 100,000 pieces of blue novice equipment, 50,000 pieces of pink novice equipment, 5,000 pieces of purple novice equipment, 200,000 jars of jam, 100,000 loaves of bread, 50,000 chocolate bars, 50,000 cups of instant noodles, 200,000 bottles of mineral water. Oh my god, so much. Am I seeing things? With these equipment, we can arm an army of 200,000 and stabilize the situation. And the food, so much food, we can sustain ourselves for a while. Damn it, I can't sit still. Young friend Chen Han, let's talk. I'll give you this seat. At this moment, everyone in the conference room where General Long was located couldn't help but exclaim. At the current market price, 1 billion gold coins can only buy 50,000 pieces of equipment. Originally, everyone thought that if Chen Han could give 30,000 pieces of equipment plus some food, it would already be very generous. But no one expected that he would directly give more than 400,000 pieces of equipment, along with a large amount of food. These things cannot be measured in gold coins. With these resources, the Dragon Kingdom can firmly establish itself in the apocalypse and stabilize the situation faster than other countries on Blue Star. This is no longer a transaction, but a contribution from Chen Han to the country. Chen Han, what is this? Long Jiang saw the supplies on the trading column and was equally shocked. Even he, who had been through many battles, couldn't help but stutter a bit. Chen Han smiled slightly. When the country is in trouble, it is the duty of every man. As soon as these words were spoken, thunderous applause erupted in the conference room. Long Jiang was not to be outdone and directly projected the video footage onto the big screen. Now, Chen Han finally saw everyone. There were people in military uniforms, people in formal attire, young and old. It was obvious that these were all important figures in Long Kingdom. The entire office, about 20 people, all stood up and looked at Chen Han with serious expressions. Hiss. Chen Han felt a bit numb on his scalp and also stood up. Mr. Chen, on behalf of Long Kingdom, I salute you once again. After speaking, Long Jiang straightened his clothes, stood up straight, and shouted loudly, everyone, salute. Swish. At this moment, men, women, young, and old in the office all saluted Chen Han solemnly. Chen Han also stood up straight and returned the salute. By the way, I wanted to send soldiers from Jianghai City to protect you, but I lost contact with them 3 hours ago. Long Jiang suddenly spoke seriously. If the military camp in Jianghai City is compromised, then the whole city is likely to be in danger. Be careful. Hearing this, Chen Han frowned. He knew that Jianghai City had a relatively large military camp, and with their strength, it shouldn't have been taken over by zombies so quickly. If that's the case, there might be a big problem. I will be careful, take care. The conversation ended, and Chen Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he had lived 2 lives, he couldn't hide his excitement in the face of such a scene. Chen Han was very clear about the help these supplies would provide to the country. In this apocalypse, he didn't want to be invincible for a lifetime, nor did he want this beautiful country to fall into chaos. He also didn't want to see other countries taking advantage of the situation. His enemies were the terrifying creatures of this apocalypse, the cunning foreigners, and the malicious criminals. He always held a respectful and loving attitude towards the country. Seeing Chen Han sit down, Ling Shui and the others relaxed. Knowing that the other party was an official big shot, they were too afraid to even breathe. Chen Han, did that general just say that something happened to the military camp in Zhanghai City? Uncle Ling asked. Chen Han nodded. I guess some terrifying beings have appeared. I want to go and take a look. Ah, wouldn't that be too dangerous? Ling Shui frowned. It's okay, I'll just go and see, and also pick up someone at the airport. Who? Someone interesting. Chen Han's mind flashed with the image of the chubby guy, the last Taoist master of Long Kingdom. His father was the previous Taoist master on Longhu Mountain, but unfortunately, he had already passed away. The chubby guy had followed his father to learn Taoism since he was young, and he had extraordinary talent, deeply inheriting his father's teachings. At the age of 12, he was pushed onto the position of Taoist master by the Taoists on Longhu Mountain. Even if he didn't become a professional, with his mastery of Taoism, he could walk sideways in this apocalypse. Originally, Chen Han thought that this guy wouldn't come, but since he did, he definitely wouldn't let him slip away. Such a person naturally had to be brought under his command. The military camp in Zhanghai City was not far from the airport, so it was a good opportunity to go and take a look. But before that, some preparations had to be made, as there was still nearly an hour's drive. The most important thing was transportation. In the real world, it would be difficult for cars to pass through streets occupied by zombies. Chen Han checked the time. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The timing is just right. System prompt: Dear players, in order to provide a better experience in the Doomsday game, the System Mall is now available, offering a wide range of equipment and supplies. Please feel free to make your purchases. A prompt sounded in everyone's minds. People suddenly discovered that there was now a System Mall interface on the game panel. When they opened it, they found that there were all kinds of food, weapons, materials. Everything was available. But in less than a second, all the pictures of consumable goods turned gray, displaying the words sold out. Yes, there were many styles, but they were all limited edition. For example, weapons and food supplies were limited to only 1,000 copies. With billions of people worldwide trying to buy 1,000 copies, you can imagine how difficult it is. The launch of the System Mall caused a sensation, and everyone was furious. Chen Han was not worried that the launch of the System Mall would affect his business plan. Such a small quantity would not make any difference. However, it informed the players of the importance of gold coins. As long as you have money, life can be enjoyable. Chen Han clicked on the special offers page, which was filled with various modes of transportation. Motorcycles, cars, off-road vehicles, armored vehicles, tanks, planes. Everything that exists in the real world was there. The only difference from the real world was that these vehicles had special patterns of the Dawn of the Apocalypse mobile game printed on them, indicating that they were game items. However, the prices were astonishingly high. Even a regular motorcycle cost 1 million gold coins. And for an armored vehicle, the price reached a staggering 1 billion gold coins, leaving many players in shock. Chen Han could guarantee that at this price, there were probably not even 10 people in the entire Blue Star capable of buying it. Of course, he was an exception. Chen Han directly chose a Dongfeng warrior and spent 102,500,000 gold coins to purchase it. After successfully buying the warrior, Chen Han's wallet was left with just over 3 billion. Initially, Chen Han wanted to buy the WZ-10, but unfortunately, he didn't know how to operate it. He could consider buying the helicopter skill mastery later, but that was a matter for the future. Besides, it might not even be necessary then. Have you ever seen a sword immortal flying a plane? Aren't sword immortals supposed to fly on swords? After making preparations, Chen Han left the fortress with Ling Shui. This made Ling Shui extremely excited. She had been staying in the fortress for too long and couldn't sit still anymore. Taking this opportunity, Chen Han also wanted to take her out to see the world and level up to level 9. The first phase of the apocalypse only lasted 3 days, and they couldn't fall behind. After leaving the fortress, Chen Han directly released the warrior armored vehicle. In the next moment, a powerful and imposing steel giant appeared on the road. Wow, so cool! Ling Shui couldn't wait to get in the car. Chen Han sat in the driver's seat and handed the purple crossbow to Ling Shui. Roll down the window a bit and shoot the zombies when you see them. Okay. Ling Shui excitedly picked up the crossbow and looked around. However, the two of them drove for hundreds of meters and didn't see a single zombie. Something's not right. Why aren't there any zombies? Chen Han also felt that something was off. When they reached the exit of the residential area, they suddenly understood the reason. At the entrance of the residential area, there stood a purple alloy gate, blocking all the zombies outside. The gate was less than 2 meters high, just enough to stop the zombies and expose their heads. Inside the gate, there were 20 to 30 people holding long knives, axes, and other long weapons, killing the zombies from behind the gate. Chen Han raised an eyebrow, realizing that they were Lu Bufan's subordinates. These people were indeed professional players of Dawn of the Apocalypse and had come up with such an efficient way to kill zombies. Chen Han glanced at the zombies outside. Most of them were level 1 and were stupid. Only these low-level zombies would gather together and be killed by people. If a level 5 or higher zombie came out, they could easily flip this gate over. When they saw an armored vehicle coming out, Lu Bufan's subordinates stopped their actions and looked over in surprise. They were all newly recruited by Lu Bufan and didn't know Chen Han at all. They had no idea that there was such a person in the residential area. And there was even an armored vehicle. This was a valuable item worth 1 billion gold coins. Chen Han stuck his head out and shouted, "Open the gate, I want to go out." Hearing this, one of the burly men holding an axe walked over and smiled. "Brother, if you want to go out, you have to leave some money." Chen Han's expression turned cold as he asked, "Didn't LV Bufan tell you who I am? I don't care who you are. This is LV boss's territory. If you want to leave, you have to pay 1 million gold coins, bring it out and you can leave." The burly man shouted angrily and was about to open the driver's door. In the next moment, Chen Han suddenly opened the car door and the tremendous force slammed into the burly man's head. Even though he had purple armor defense, the burly man was still knocked 5 meters away, his head buzzing. Chen Han got out of the car, holding a tang sword, staring coldly at the crowd. "I'll give you another chance, open the door immediately." "Damn it, you dare to attack? Get your weapons and kill him." The burly man crawled up from the ground. Hearing this, everyone raised their weapons and surrounded him with hostile expressions. But there were also smart people who realized that Chen Han was not simple and immediately called LV Bufan. "What? Chen Han escaped?" LV Bufan instantly became excited when he heard that Chen Han had escaped from the fortress. "There are 30 of you, right? Call them and capture him alive." It has to be said that LV Bufan became even more arrogant after making money and didn't care at all about Chen Han's threat. As long as Chen Han stayed hidden in the fortress, he would be fine. But once he came out, could he really fight against 30 people? Chen Han was at a disadvantage with his current equipment. "Hold him down for me, I'll bring people out now." LV Bufan jumped up excitedly and immediately gathered all his subordinates, rushing towards the entrance of the residential area. "Ah, Chen Han, you're finished. How is it? Did LV Bufan answer the call?" Chen Han looked at the person making the call. If he guessed correctly, that guy should let him go. After all, it wasn't time to turn against each other yet. Unless LV Bufan didn't want to get equipment from him. However, unexpectedly, the bespectacled person making the call revealed a harmless smile, showing his big yellow teeth. "The boss said to kill you." As soon as these words were spoken, the burly man burst into laughter and was about to attack with the others. Bang! Just then, a dull sound rang out, and an arrow with a cold light became particularly dazzling under the sunlight. Before the burly man could react, the arrow pierced through his head. The burly man widened his eyes, filled with shock. He never expected the other party to suddenly make a move. In the passenger seat, Ling Shui smiled sweetly at Chen Han, holding a crossbow. "Hee, no zombies around, but it's okay to practice archery on a person, right?" Chen Han raised an eyebrow and praised, "Good archery." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Han's figure disappeared from the spot, and the sound of the tang sword rang out. Swish! Chen Han made his move, the tang sword constantly shuttling through the crowd, splattering blood everywhere. The screams immediately echoed at the entrance of the residential area, even drowning out the roars of the zombies outside. "Quick, stop him. Ah, why is he so fast? Oh my god, this guy is wearing orange equipment. My knife can't even hurt him. It's impossible, how can a newbie have orange equipment?" Chen Han was like the Grim Reaper, constantly harvesting lives. 3 minutes later, there were 20 more bodies on the ground, and boxes were scattered everywhere. Hiss! The 10 survivors in the field were all dumbfounded, feeling a chill. Although they had quickly adapted to the apocalypse, they had only killed zombies and had never killed a person before. Now, seeing this young man killing people as easily as cutting vegetables, they were all sweating and trembling as they retreated. "Please, don't kill me." Seeing Chen Han's gaze fall on him, the bespectacled young man immediately dropped the long knife in his hand and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Seeing this, the others followed suit and knelt down. Chen Han didn't kill them all, as they still had great use. Chen Han took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, looking at the bespectacled young man who made the call. "How much did LV Bufan pay you? I'll double it." "Cigarettes. He has cigarettes." Seeing Chen Han take out a cigarette, everyone became restless. "Damn, how do you have cigarettes? Aren't they all considered pollutants now?" The crowd was excited. They were all professional players of Dawn of the Apocalypse and were very familiar with the game. "There is no smoking in the game. So how did the other person have a cigarette?" Seeing the expressions of these people when they saw the cigarette, Chen Han couldn't help but sneer. It was intentional. These guys are professional gamers who sit in front of the computer every day, and they are all heavy smokers. It has been almost a day since the apocalypse started, and for them, not smoking for a day is deadly. Especially that four-eyed guy with yellow teeth, his eyes were shining. But at this moment, they were like fish on a chopping board. How could they dare to make demands? Chen Han sneered and threw the pack of cigarettes in his hand to the four-eyed guy. Wang Liangping excitedly caught it and stuffed it into his pocket like a treasure. Then he said flatteringly, "Just give me your orders, boss. I don't need your lives, but if you want cigarettes, it's easy. Help me with a favor in a couple of days." Chen Han smiled and looked at the crowd. "Quick, open the gate for me." At this moment, LV Bufan ran out of the residential area with a large group of people. When they saw the scene in front of them, their pupils shrank. The ground was full of corpses, and there was a big hole in the wall next to the steel gate, caused by something crashing into it. And the 10 people, including the four-eyed guy, were desperately killing the incoming zombies. "What's going on? Where's Chen Han?" LV Bufan was furious. LV Feihong frowned as he looked at the corpses on the ground. Did Chen Han ask for help too? Half of his well-equipped team had died? These people were all wearing purple suits. How could they die in such a short time? At this moment, Wang Liangping ran over crying. "Whoa, boss, that guy is too ruthless. He killed so many of us. He even has an armored vehicle and crashed through the wall and ran away. How many people does he have?" LV Feihong asked in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Wang Liangping was stunned. "What do you mean how many people? He's alone, and there's a woman watching on the side." "What? He killed more than 20 of you alone?" Upon hearing this, LV Bufan and the others' faces instantly turned grim. They had underestimated Chen Han. This guy was too abnormal. They couldn't imagine how Chen Han did it. Wang Liangping sneered inwardly. He had made a deal with Chen Han and naturally wouldn't tell LV Bufan that Chen Han had a set of orange equipment. "We were careless. We shouldn't have clashed with Chen Han. With the current situation, he definitely won't sell us equipment anymore," Li Chuanqi said regretfully. "What do we do now? Without equipment, our source of wealth is cut off." He Dongfa's face also looked ugly. Now that the system mall was online, everyone understood the importance of gold coins. This was not the time to offend the big spender. Upon hearing their words, Wang Liangping's heart skipped a beat. He finally realized who that young man was. Wasn't he the legendary suited boss? Damn, I actually just had a fight with him. I must be crazy. Wang Liangping felt fortunate. Luckily, he had cooperated with the suited boss. Could he afford to provoke such a person? He secretly glanced at LV Bufan and sneered inwardly. This idiot actually fought with the suited boss. Isn't he just asking for death? Not only him, but the new esports players who found out Chen Han's true identity also felt regret in their hearts. They were the most knowledgeable about the Dawn of the Apocalypse mobile game and naturally knew how terrifying the suited thug was before the apocalypse arrived. With the resources he had, it was enough for him to build an empire in the end times. And not only that, they all knew that the more money you spent in the Dawn of the Apocalypse, the stronger your character would be. The suited thug spent billions of dollars, becoming a VIP 15 character. Who knows what profession the system gave him? It's obvious that it must be an invincible and terrifying profession. In other words, once Chen Han reaches level 10 and awakens his profession, combined with the resources he has, he will definitely be an unbeatable existence. And they are still opposing the suited boss. Aren't they just seeking death? As soon as this thought arose, some people already had the intention to withdraw, realizing that it was unnecessary to take this risk. Moreover, Lu Bufan's high-profile actions of selling equipment have attracted a lot of attention, and sooner or later, they will come to attack. No, let's make a quick profit and run. This is what many people are thinking. At this moment, Lu Bufan suddenly shouted angrily, "Shut up, we were careless about this matter. I'll call Chen Han first to stabilize him and let him sell us another batch of equipment. At any cost, stabilize Chen Han and expand our strength after we earn enough. But will Chen Han sell us equipment again?" Lu Feihong expressed his concerns. Lu Bufan sneered, "Humph, not sell? We are like fleas on a rope. If he doesn't sell, we will destroy everything." Lu Bufan returned to his own mansion with a stern face. After taking a sip of white wine, he dialed Chen Han's phone. "Hey, Boss Lu, what's up? Do you want to see if I'm dead or not?" As soon as the call was connected, Chen Han's playful laughter came from the other end. Lu Bufan suppressed his anger and smiled. "Chen, my friend, you're joking. It was all a misunderstanding just now. I was actually planning to call and apologize to you. My subordinates don't know you, and if I offended you, please forgive me, boss." I'll make sure to discipline them properly in the future and prevent such things from happening again. Chen Han was already used to Lu Bufan's cunning nature. He could bend and stretch, truly a business tycoon. But Chen Han wouldn't let him off so easily. Just get to the point. Before Lu Bufan could speak, Chen Han added, don't mention buying equipment. You're too ruthless, raising the prices so high, earning more than me. Chen Han pretended to be jealous and dissatisfied. Lu Bufan laughed, my friend, this time I actually wanted to raise the price for you. To show my sincerity, I'll raise the price to 500,000 pieces of equipment for 5 billion, splitting the profit in half. What do you think? You know, my friend, it's not easy for me to earn this money. I bear a great risk behind it. Do you know how many people are targeting me now? My private messages are bombarded every day, saying they want to come after me as a group. I'm suffering. But you, my friend, are different. You quietly collect money from behind, without any worries. Lu Bufan truly lived up to his years of experience in the business world, one persuasive sentence after another. Hearing these words, Chen Han coldly smiled, no need to say more, I won't sell the equipment anymore. As soon as these words came out, everyone on Lu Bufan's side was shocked. Without equipment, they would lose their source of funds. Li Chuanqi and He Dongfa immediately became anxious and raised their hands. Add a little more, raise the price even higher, we must get the equipment. Lu Bufan's face immediately turned serious, but he didn't propose a higher price because it would be useless. He angrily shouted, Chen Han, if you don't sell me the equipment, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Even if the fish dies and the net breaks, I will expose your identity and lead people to attack you. Don't think your fortress is so strong. As long as we have more people, you won't be able to escape. In the end, after a round of bargaining, Chen Han was forced to sell another 300,000 pieces of equipment to Lu Bufan, emptying his entire fortune of 30 billion. As a result, Chen Han's stockpile of over 2 million pieces of beginner equipment was almost completely depleted, and he earned over 6 billion in his wallet. Undoubtedly, he had become the richest person in the world. But Ling Shui, who knew Chen Han's plan, covered her mouth and laughed. This guy's acting skills were really good. When do you plan to close the net? I guess you've made almost all the gold coins in the world by now. Chen Han shook his head, you underestimate this game. Just 6 billion is really not much. There are billions of veteran players alone, and if each person has tens of thousands of yuan, that's trillions. Do you think 6 billion is insignificant? Moreover, gold coins are constantly being produced. As long as you kill zombies, there's a chance to drop gold coins. Money will never be exhausted. Hearing this, Ling Shui seemed lost in thought, looking at Chen Han with admiration. Han Ji, you're simply amazing. It's only the first day of the apocalypse, and you've already made so much money. It's unbelievable. Chen Han smiled, today is the most profitable day. As time goes on, more and more beginner equipment will flood the market, and it won't be worth much. Fortunately, LV Bufan is making money for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to sell at such a high price. If I had to guess, someone has probably gone to find LV Bufan by now. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a good show tonight. Just as Chen Han drove the armored vehicle out of the residential area, in a restaurant outside the area, dozens of pairs of eyes watched the vehicle pass by. Damn, someone bought an armored vehicle as soon as the system mall went online. Who's so rich? No need to say, it must be LV Bufan. Who else could it be? Exactly, I calculated that guy has made at least 3 billion. 3 billion, if we had that much, we could dominate this apocalypse. While the crowd was discussing, a bald man stood up. Brothers, you all saw it too. LV Bufan is filthy rich. If we take him down, we'll get rich. Now I'll go in first with Lao Shu to check the situation. Wait for our message. Alright, Lao Det, be careful. We're counting on you to live the good life. Obviously, this was a small team targeting LV Bufan. And there were 2 more such teams nearby. They were all plotting how to take down LV Bufan. For a while, a storm was brewing in the summer resort. LV Bufan and his group also began to feel that something was off, because the voices of condemnation on the World Channel had noticeably decreased, as if they had reached a silent agreement. This made LV Feihong and his subordinates nervous, and they increased the number of patrols. But it wasn't just humans targeting LV Bufan. In the lobby of the Platinum Hotel at this moment, Xiao Rou sat at the front desk with tattered clothes, fearfully looking at the red-gray figure in front of her. Don't do it here, there are many people watching. Roar! Let them all watch. The red-gray figure let out a hoarse voice and roared at the people below. As soon as these words were spoken, the survivors surrounded by zombies all raised their heads, looking at the figure on the front desk with fear. There was anger, pity, and terror. Under the control of the Zombie King, the zombies surrounding the people were restless, but they didn't dare to approach and bite them. Help! Help us. Xiao Rou cast a pleading look at the crowd. But at this moment, everyone was like prisoners. Who could save whom? Xiao Rou looked at the blood vessel bursting red-gray figure in front of her in despair. Half infected, neither human nor ghost, extremely terrifying in appearance. Xiao Rou gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her face, her body trembling up and down, filled with hatred. All of this was caused by Chen Han. It was he who brought her to this place, and he abandoned her. I will definitely seek revenge. I will drink your blood, eat your flesh, and torture you to death. Xiao Rou's eyes gradually became determined. After more than 10 minutes, the movement stopped. She attached herself to the half-infected person expressionlessly. Zheng Yangyi was in a great mood, satisfied with his identity as a half-infected person. Thanks to this identity, he became so powerful. Before, he was just a hotel plumber, and he didn't even dare to think about women like Xiao Rou. But now, she was submitting to him like this. This feeling is really enjoyable. Zheng Yangyi lowered his head and kissed Xiao Rou's forehead, his voice hoarse. You did well, I'll fulfill one of your requests. Xiao Rou remained indifferent, pointing to the survivors below. Then let's devour them all. They've seen my body, can you accept that? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the hundreds of survivors below changed drastically. The half-infected raised an eyebrow and waved his hand. Countless zombies crazily pounced on the crowd. Ah! You bitch, you bitch! For a while, screams echoed in the hotel lobby. Xiao Rou ignored these voices and stood up, walking towards the hotel exit. Let's go, I'll take you to find LV Buffon. Chen Han drove the warrior armored vehicle recklessly on the road, killing countless zombies along the way. It's a pity that there are level restrictions, otherwise the experience points would definitely skyrocket. Ling Shui, beside him, kept shooting with a crossbow, and her level had also reached level 9. It was easy to level up in the first stage of the apocalypse, as the zombies were all slow-witted and didn't know how to dodge the arrows. Along the way, Ling Shui killed hundreds of zombies, and her shooting ability had improved a lot. Now, even when the armored vehicle was traveling at high speed, she could still shoot accurately. An hour later, Chen Han and Ling Shui arrived at Jianhai Airport. The two of them drove the armored vehicle all the way to the entrance until it couldn't move anymore. After storing the armored vehicle in the storage compartment, Chen Han scanned his surroundings. Surprisingly, although the airport had already fallen, the number of zombies was not many. It feels quiet here. Ling Shui looked around in surprise. Chen Han frowned and drew his tang knife, on guard. Let's go in and take a look. Chen Han led Ling Shui into the airport. However, the moment they entered the airport, everything in front of them shocked them both. At a glance, there were many people standing in the spacious airport, all standing quietly in place, struggling slightly. They seemed to be fixed in place, their feet firmly stuck to the ground. When Chen Han and Ling Shui entered, many of the people turned their gaze towards them. Ah! Ling Shui was about to ask what was happening, but when she saw the appearance of those people, she instantly screamed in shock. Hollow eyes, horrifying blood vessels crawling up their faces, their bodies in an unhealthy gray color. These were clearly zombies. The imprisoned zombies, upon seeing living people, immediately showed a ferocious expression, attempting to bite them. But the invisible restraints made them only able to stare helplessly. They couldn't even make a sound. What's going on? Ling Shui asked in astonishment. Chen Han furrowed his brows, drew his tang knife, and looked cautious. Did professionals do this? But how could someone awaken as a professional in the first stage? Chen Han was puzzled, as this was beyond his expectations. Just then, 9 men in suits slowly walked out from the crowd of corpses, instantly surrounding the two of them. Jianhai Airport is now our territory. Irrelevant people, leave quickly. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of high heels, a beautiful woman in a tight-fitting uniform skirt walked out slowly. She walked with long legs in black stockings, her well-endowed chest trembling under the tight shirt, step by step approaching Chen Han. Chen Han's eyes widened. What's going on? Where did this stunning mature woman come from? Ling Shui's big eyes widened as well, her gaze moving up and down the woman's body, unconsciously wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. Then she lowered her head and looked at her own body, which couldn't be seen either, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, it's a draw. The woman raised her hand and gently adjusted her glasses, curiously observing Chen Han. You're the suited thug? Chen Han withdrew his gaze and raised his head coldly. Who are you? I am Zhang Daotian's personal secretary. I want to tell you something. That kid insisted on coming to find you. I couldn't stop him. Since the end of the world has already begun, then you should follow us and behave well in the future. Don't worry about your food and drink, the beautiful woman said arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Chen Han grabbed Ling Shui's hand and turned to leave. Ling Shui was stunned for a moment and asked softly, Han Gu, she's so beautiful, aren't you tempted? With these words, Chen Han was also stunned. What kind of words are these? Can a woman say such things? TSK, if we were together. Could you handle it? Ha! Ling Shui licked her lips, her expression filled with anticipation. Chen Han? It seems like I don't know you very well. However, without hesitation, Chen Han turned around, leaving Chuli stunned as well. But she didn't stop him. How could this guy be worthy of the young master's follow? However, just as Chen Han was about to step out of the airport lobby, an urgent voice sounded from behind. Ah, boss, don't go. Boss, I'm here. A chubby guy about 1.5 meters tall ran out of the restroom, pulling up his pants as he ran. He cried out, "Boss, it's me, very coarse cannon." Hearing this, Chen Han turned his head and saw the familiar face from his previous life. He looked at the chubby guy's crotch with a cold face, with an interesting expression. Very coarse cannon? I don't see any hair on you. Zhang Daotian quickly adjusted his pants and smiled awkwardly. Boss, I didn't expect you to really come to save me. I'm so touched, woo-woo. As he spoke, he hugged Chen Han's thigh just like in a game dungeon. Seeing Zhang Daotian like this, Chu Li and the group of bodyguards in suits were all dumbfounded. Damn, aren't you the celestial master? In the eyes of others, you are a superior existence. How can you do something that damages your image like this? From now on, he is our boss, everyone call him boss. Zhang Daotian pointed at Chen Han. Xiao Tian, stop messing around. Chu Li couldn't take it anymore and scolded. She was not only Zhang Daotian's secretary but also his aunt. Since her sister and brother-in-law passed away, she had taken on the responsibility of taking care of Zhang Daotian. As a contemporary celestial master, how could he act so childish and recognize someone else as his boss? If you don't want to, then go back to Longhu Mountain, stop making a fuss here. Zhang Daotian rarely showed a hint of authority. There was no room for negotiation when it came to recognizing Chen Han as the boss, because this was his late father's instruction. His damn old man said that the future world would undergo a great change and told him to seek refuge with the person he admired the most. Zhang Daotian had no doubt about his father's abilities, there must be a reason for him to say that. And so, Zhang Daotian found Chen Han. Spending billions in Dawn of the Apocalypse, such an amazing and vulgar behavior, it was simply too cool. Isn't this the person he admires the most? Zhang Daotian loved the game Dawn of the Apocalypse very much and had spent a lot of money on it, even though his family's assets were already abundant. But he didn't dare to spend so much money. Especially after calculating Chen Han's destiny, he admired him even more. Reincarnation, turning the tide against the wind, the son of destiny, a righteous man. He definitely had the protagonist's halo, how could he not cling to him? He may be small, but he's not stupid. Chen Han pinched the chubby guy's cheek and was satisfied with Zhang Daotian's attitude. In his previous life, this guy followed the game's #1 powerhouse, Undying, and with his special abilities, Undying became the undisputed overlord in the apocalypse. Therefore, Chen Han was quite envious of Zhang Daotian. This guy was the celestial master. The mysterious profession of the Dragon Kingdom, with more than 5,000 years of heritage, was not something to be taken lightly. Did you do all this? Chen Han pointed at the restrained zombies. Yes, do you want to learn the heavenly scroll, boss? Zhang Daotian flipped his hand and took out a yellow talisman. Can I learn it? Chen Han was shocked. This method was terrifying. Seeing that his nephew was about to teach the heavenly scroll, Chu Li couldn't sit still and waved her hand. It's over, the young master has been deceived, everyone, attack and teach this kid a lesson. In an instant, the 9 well-trained bodyguards rushed forward. Damn, stop. Zhang Daotian was shocked. He didn't expect his cousin to be so fierce. These were the suited thugs. Seeing that he couldn't stop them, he could only turn to Chen Han and plead, "Boss, go easy on them." Chen Han smirked as he watched the group approach. I prefer to win people over with virtue. He put away his tang knife and caught the incoming punch with one hand. With his upgraded physical abilities, this punch had a force of over 500 kilograms, but Chen Han effortlessly caught it. The man in the suit was visibly stunned, his eyes behind the sunglasses filled with shock. In the next moment, Chen Han threw a punch, instantly sending the man flying more than 10 meters away. Then, to the astonishment of Chu Li, Chen Han moved with incredible speed. Whip kicks, hooks, horizontal chops, vertical strikes. Bang! 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 In less than 30 seconds, all 9 suited bodyguards were lying on the ground. I underestimated you. Chu Li was surprised, but she didn't show a very shocked expression. She took off her glasses, tied up her long hair, and was about to take action herself. In the next moment, Chu Li kicked with her long legs and high heels, her attack was fierce. Chen Han's eyes flashed with surprise, he didn't expect this woman to be skilled. Just from this kick, he could tell that her martial arts skills were solid. Boss, be careful. My cousin has been practicing martial arts for 20 years, she's very powerful, Zhang Pengzi reminded. Shu Li's face instantly turned dark. Who are you helping? Chen Han smiled slightly, not caring, and dodged the flying kick with a sidestep. Shu Li persisted and continued with an upward kick, aiming her sharp high heel at Chen Han's chin. Chen Han's eyes lit up, and he grabbed the slender ankle with one hand. TSK, nice legs. Chen Han's gaze followed the leg. It was at least 2 meters long. What are you looking at? Shu Li's face instantly turned red, wanting to retract her foot. However, Chen Han held on tightly, just admiring. You shameless. Shu Li was both angry and embarrassed. Maintaining this embarrassing pose, she had no choice. As a result, a sense of grievance surged up, and her eyes instantly turned red. Seeing this, Chen Han quickly let go. Damn, made her cry. Ahem. Chen Han awkwardly touched his head. Pengzi, let's go. No, he can't leave with you, Shu Li shouted with a red face. Zhang Pengzi looked at the two, then looked at the 9 brothers, feeling a bit troubled. Boss, can we bring them along? My cousin is my only relative, and these 9 have been with me for many years. They are all Taoists and have decent combat abilities. And they are all veteran players of Dawn of the Apocalypse, they won't drag us down. Most importantly, my cousin's profession is an A-rank Holy Knight. Hearing this, Chen Han raised an eyebrow. Holy Knight? Can they heal? This is a rare support combat profession in the game. Definitely a hot commodity. Honestly, Chen Han was tempted. Although he wasn't very willing to bring everyone along, in the apocalypse, everyone around him had to be trustworthy. Zhang Pengzi was fine, they were friends in the previous life and had interacted before. But this cousin and her bodyguards, he had never seen them before. But if they were all veteran players and trustworthy, it wouldn't matter to keep them by his side. After all, having an assistant was still good, and some things didn't have to be done by himself. Seeing Chen Han hesitate, Zhang Pengzi quickly said, I can guarantee that they won't betray us. Do you agree? He looked at Shu Li and the others, his expression somewhat anxious. We all listen to young master, the 9 bodyguards quickly said. They admired Chen Han, not only because he had just defeated them. They were all veteran players of Dawn of the Apocalypse and naturally knew how powerful the ID-suited thug was. Following someone like him, they would definitely live well in the apocalypse. Even better than following Zhang Daotian. Chen Han looked at Shu Li, who just snorted and didn't say anything. Defaulted, she defaulted. Zhang Pengzi chuckled. Alright, I'll arrange accommodation for you guys. Chen Han thought it would be a good opportunity to observe. So, a group of more than 10 people left the airport. Chen Han took out an armored vehicle from the storage compartment, and the huge vehicle suddenly appeared, astonishing Shu Li and the others. Damn, it's a warrior armored vehicle. This must cost over 100 million, boss, you're really rich. Zhang Daotian's eyes lit up, and he leaned all over the car, touching it here and there. Shu Li widened her eyes, shocked by Chen Han's wealth. This car, it seems like it can't fit everyone, right? It can only seat 10 people. Chen Han nodded. Hearing this, the 9 bodyguards were visibly disappointed. They also wanted to experience this big guy. I'll go find a car. The leader of the bodyguards, Jian Guan, spoke up. Although he was the leader, he took care of his brothers in every possible way and was called Mother Jian. No need, those cars in the real world aren't crash resistant. Chen Han waved his hand to stop him. Then, under the puzzled gazes of everyone, he directly opened the system store and bought another warrior armored vehicle. Boom! A green giant suddenly landed in front of them, shocking everyone. The second one. A warrior armored vehicle worth over 100 million gold coins, bought just like that. This is too extravagant. Even if you have the money, you shouldn't spend it like this. You'll need a lot of money for later upgrades. Find someone to drive. Chen Han pulled Ling Shui and sat in the back row first. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic, rushing to get into the driver's seat. I'll drive. Let me. Don't fight, take turns. Jian Guan scolded, then sat in the driver's seat of Chen Han's car. Zhang Pengzi also didn't stand on ceremony and followed Chen Han into the car. Woohoo, this is so cool. I told you, following the boss is definitely enjoyable. Zhang Daotian was very excited. Then his stomach growled. Zhang Daotian held his stomach, feeling dejected. The food in the game is so bad, it's been giving me diarrhea and I can't eat enough. Zhang Pengzi was almost in tears. Not being able to eat well was the most painful thing in his life. Chen Han smiled and took out a bag of Lay's potato chips and handed it over. You can't eat it. Shu Li, who had been watching Chen Han closely, saw him actually taking out contaminated food from the real world and feeding it to his nephew, and instantly became angry. She glared at Chen Han. Don't you know that this food is contaminated? However, the next moment, the sound of munching potato chips echoed in the car. Chuli suddenly looked over and saw Zhang Pengzi's eyes shining as he stuffed the potato chips into his mouth. She was struck dumb. He ate it? He ate contaminated food. He would turn into a zombie. If her nephew turned into a zombie, how could she explain it to her deceased sister? Chuli was momentarily stunned, at a loss. But Zhang Daotian's voice woke her up. It's delicious, so delicious. I haven't had potato chips for almost a day. I've been craving them. Boss, you actually have uncontaminated food. That's amazing. Can I have potato chips from now on? Chen Han took out a bottle of happy water. Eat as much as you want, there's plenty. Wow, that's great. Seeing the cola, Zhang Daotian was so excited that he jumped up. In the past 10 hours, he had been eating jam and bread, and he was about to vomit. Seeing this scene, Chuli was dumbfounded. The words she wanted to scold him with were swallowed back. What's going on? Why does he have uncontaminated food? How did this guy manage to do it? Chen Han took out a bunch of snacks, making Zhang Daotian tearfully grateful, crying loudly. Although he was the last heavenly master in the real world, he was still just a 13-year-old child. In the apocalypse, being able to eat these delicacies was already a great happiness. Woo, Dad never disappoints me, he's really reliable. Zhang Daotian wiped his tears while eating, he was so excited. Chen Han also laughed. This chubby kid was really easy to please. Chuli frowned as she looked at her nephew's appearance, selling himself out for just a bag of potato chips? You're a dignified heavenly master. Chuli felt sorry for herself, with a look of frustration. She couldn't understand why Chen Han, the swindler, was so good that Zhang Daotian was so devoted to him. Although he was wealthy, was money really that important? With his skills as a celestial master, he could easily thrive in the apocalypse, so why would he be willing to serve someone else? No matter what, I have to make my nephew see through this swindler's true face, Chuli thought to herself. Throughout, she had no idea why Zhang Daotian followed Chen Han. She always believed that Chen Han was a swindler whose purpose was to deceive her nephew into serving him. With a celestial master as support, even a pig could fly. Thinking of this, Chuli became even more dissatisfied with Chen Han. Gurgle. However, at this moment, watching her nephew eat without caring about his image, her stomach couldn't help but growl. Oh, you unreliable guy. Chuli pursed her lips. She hadn't eaten anything for almost a day, and although their team had killed many zombies at the airport and obtained a lot of food, Chuli found those foods disgusting. It didn't bother her in the game before, but when she saw a piece of bread floating on a zombie's corpse with her own eyes, her stomach churned and she lost her appetite. Now, seeing Zhang Daotian enjoying his food, it instantly aroused her appetite, and her stomach growled with hunger. No, I can't bow down to this shameless guy. Chuli turned her head forcefully and stopped looking at the food. Here, have some. Chen Han handed over 2 sandwiches. Jian Guan eagerly took them and took a big bite, saying, Thanks, Brother Han. Jian Guan approved of Chen Han and admired him in her heart. Being able to follow such a person in the apocalypse was simply a big win. Chuli looked at the sandwiches being handed over, her throat rolled. She could tell at a glance that this was real-world food, with no Dawn of the Apocalypse logo on the packaging, proving that it wasn't a game item. Forget it, since he's offering it, it wouldn't be good to refuse, Chuli thought to herself, about to reach out and take the sandwiches. However, just as she hesitated for a few seconds, Chen Han took the sandwiches back as soon as her hand reached out. It seems Miss Chu doesn't like it very much, so forget it, Chuli? Chuli unconsciously retracted her hand and coldly snorted, No merit, no reward, I understand. TCH, if you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Chen Han's mouth slightly curled up. Could he not see through Chuli's thoughts? Let's see how long you can hold out. Chen Han reached back and took out a roast chicken, pulling out a steaming chicken leg and handing it to Ling Shui. Here, have some roast chicken. Thank you, Ling Shui gladly accepted it. Zhang Daotian's eyes widened. Damn, boss is awesome, he even has roast chicken. The delicious smell of roast chicken instantly filled the car, shocking Chuli and Jian Guan. They were certain that Chen Han had taken out the roast chicken from the game's inventory. This was definitely not a game food item, but a real roast chicken. Storing real-world food in the game's inventory? How was that possible? The rules of the Apocalypse game were clear. From the moment it began, all edible food in the world turned into contaminants. And yet, Chen Han could easily take out real-world food from his inventory, which meant that he must have some means to keep the food from being contaminated by the game. Did Chen Han have an inventory before the apocalypse arrived? Or did this guy have control over the game's buffs? Regardless of which it was unbelievable. You were the one who said no merit, no reward, so if you want to eat my food in the future, you'll have to work for it, Chen Han smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Chuli instantly regretted it. Damn it, why did I say such words? Isn't this just shooting myself in the foot? But faced with Chen Han's arrogant attitude, she would rather die than submit. Humph, if I don't want to eat, then I won't eat. Even if you have this ability, I doubt you have much food stored up, right? After you finish eating all the food you've hoarded, you'll have to eat the virtual food in the game, Chu Li said, feeling somewhat proud. Humph, trying to control me? No way. Chu Li's words immediately reminded Zhang Daotian, who quickly stopped eating and carefully put the remaining half bag of potato chips in his pocket. Yes, once it's finished, it's gone. Such good things shouldn't be wasted, they should be savored slowly. Boss, I was wrong. I won't be so extravagant anymore. I'll only eat one potato chip a day to satisfy my cravings. But can you save some for me? I can buy them from you with gold coins. How about one pack for 10,000 gold coins? Oh, and also cola, roasted chicken, fried chicken, hamburgers. Woo woo. As Zhang Daotian spoke, he started crying sadly. The thought of having to eat the disgusting food in the game made him feel bad. Hearing this, Chen Han smiled and said, eating so much junk food is not good for your health. Put. Chu Li's eyes lit up when she heard this. She had caught this guy's lie. Xiao Tian, that guy is lying to you. He definitely doesn't have real-world food. You're so stupid, falling for his tricks. Chu Li's mood instantly improved. She was sure that Chen Han was deceiving them, saying that eating too much junk food is bad for you, when he clearly couldn't produce any. Chen Han raised an eyebrow and said, there really aren't many snacks like potato chips, maybe just 100 tons. 100 tons? Zhang Pengzi and Jian Guan were shocked, their eyes wide open. Just snacks alone, 100 tons? What about other food? Ah, you liar, do you think I believe you? 100 tons, my foot. Chu Li laughed so hard that her chest trembled. It was the funniest joke she had ever heard. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Chen Han shrugged, not intending to prove himself. Humph, if you can't produce it, then you're lying. Xiao Tian, let's get off the car. He just wants to deceive you. Chu Li insisted, seizing this opportunity to expose Chen Han's true face. Chen Han asked with interest, what if I can produce it? If you can prove that you're not lying, I'll sell myself to you, how about that? But if you're deceiving us, even if my nephew doesn't want to, I'll still take him away. This time, she was willing to use herself as bait to expose Chen Han's true face. Ling Shue's eyes lit up when she heard this. You said it yourself. Chen Han smirked. He directly opened his personal panel and enlarged the interface of the food storage. Suddenly, all kinds of food that didn't belong in the game appeared before their eyes. Chu Li and the others were stunned. The first page alone had dozens of types of food, and the storage numbers below each food image were all 999 plus. And there were hundreds of pages like this. Chu Li's heart sank. It was over. She was about to lose everything she had maintained for over 20 years. Before she could react, bags of potato chips fell from the page in front of her. The next moment, the co-driver's seat where she was sitting was completely covered in potato chips. Chu Li's charming face emerged from the pile of chips. Looking at the various flavors of chips engulfing her body, her mind went blank. She had gone too far and lost everything. She glanced at Chen Han, even though he had an indifferent expression. But in Chu Li's eyes, it was definitely a malicious look. Thinking of this, she involuntarily clenched her long legs in black stockings. What shocked her even more was that Chen Han actually had a large amount of food. Just the food in his storage, it seemed like it would last a lifetime. If she followed Chen Han, it meant she wouldn't have to eat the game's food for the rest of her life. The thought of those disgusting jams, moldy beef jerky, and expired bread made her shudder. In that case, selling myself doesn't seem like a bad thing. Material possessions are always the foundation of life, and as a woman, Chu Li also had a desire to rely on a man. Moreover, in the last days, who wouldn't want to live a peaceful life? Thinking of this, Chu Li's heart was relieved a lot. Remember what you said, you're mine from now on, Chen Han said with a playful smile. Since keeping a stranger by his side, the best way is to conquer her. Chu Li lightly bit her red lips, and from this moment on, her mentality slowly changed. She didn't refute Chen Han's words and directly grabbed the roasted chicken he had eaten and ate it in big bites. Seeing this scene, Chen Han's mouth slightly curved upwards. Everything was understood without words. Woohoo, it's so cool, Zhang Daotian said without hesitation as he collected all the potato chips thrown by Zhang Han. Everything was so natural. In his mind, since he had accepted Chen Han as his boss, the boss should take care of him, his little brother. It was only natural for the little brother to eat the boss's food. These two young masters and young misses have such big hearts. The most helpless one was Jian Guan, who was driving. They had only known Chen Han for half an hour, and now they had sold themselves to someone else. Zhang Daotian was even worse. Although he was extremely talented and became a celestial master at the age of 13, he was still a child in terms of his mentality. Once he made up his mind, he wouldn't change it. So no matter how they tried to stop him, they couldn't prevent him from coming to Jianghai to find Chen Han. As long as he acknowledged Chen Han as his boss, it would be a lifelong commitment. Perhaps he couldn't even recognize how powerful he was. As for Tsuli, although she was Zhang Daotian's aunt, she was just a naive little princess at the age of 20. She had been pampered by her family since she was a child, not much better than Zhang Daotian. What she said didn't require much thought, which led to her feat of selling herself. But even so, she was quite trustworthy in keeping her promises. Since she said she was sold, she definitely wouldn't go back on her word. In other words, Chen Han now had a tight grip on these two young masters and young misses. The fate of this team would also be in Chen Han's hands. However, this commotion brought them closer in their relationship. At least for now, the situation was still good. Jian Guan sighed softly, "I hope Chen Han will treat us well." At the same time, he also felt relieved, as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Since the Celestial Master had left, he had been playing the roles of both a father and a mother in this team, and he was already exhausted. After the apocalypse, he had even more worries. He was afraid that he would fail to live up to the Celestial Master's trust and couldn't let the young masters live well. "Jian Guan, I'll add you as a friend and give some equipment to the brothers," Chen Han suddenly spoke up. Jian Guan was initially stunned but then said, "No need, Brother Han, we all have equipment, and we also found some at the airport." As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Guan received a notification from the system, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Received a gift from Player Suited Thug, Purple Novice Protective Suit *9, Purple Sports Shoes *9, Purple Machete *9, damn. Jian Guan exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Han." He almost rejected the Big Shot's gift. The Big Shot actually directly gave them a set of Purple Novice equipment. They were still wearing the lowest level white equipment, and each of them had a set, which they thought was already pretty good. But they didn't expect the Big Shot to give them purple equipment. It was really extravagant. This time, Jian Guan admired Chen Han even more. Not only that, he also felt a bit touched. In the apocalypse, giving such high-level equipment to a group of strangers was like setting off a bomb around oneself. If the 9 of them launched a surprise attack on Chen Han, even if he was powerful, he wouldn't be able to match them. This was Chen Han's trust in them. Jian Guan directly took off his white equipment and then distributed the remaining purple equipment to the brothers in another car. And he instructed them one by one, "These are gifts from Boss Chen Han, put them on properly, and in the future, you must thank Boss Chen Han. He is our second young master." On the other side, the brothers who received the equipment were also excited for a while. They were equally moved and grateful that they had followed the right person. Watching all of this, Chen Han's mouth curved into a smile. As a qualified boss, the most important thing is to win people's hearts, especially someone like Jian Guan, who values benevolence and righteousness the most. As long as you treat him well, he will repay you in every way possible. Of course, Chen Han is not afraid of them rebelling. The mere purple equipment set cannot harm him. However, just as everyone was excited, the armored vehicle was hit hard. It seemed like something was tearing at the armor of the vehicle, making a piercing sound. "Be careful, enemy attack." Jian Guan shouted angrily and immediately stopped the car. As the car came to a halt, the powerful inertia threw off the creatures on the vehicle. Chen Han took a closer look and it turned out to be a wolfhound as big as a cow. Military dog? Mutated creature? Chen Han's face darkened as he asked, "La Guan, how far are we from the destination you mentioned?" Jian Guan glanced at the navigation system and replied, 1 kilometer away from the military camp. After leaving the airport, Chen Han had instructed Jian Guan to head towards the military camp in Jianhai City. He had promised General Long to find out what had happened at the military camp. And now, just 1 kilometer away from the camp, they encountered an attack from mutated creatures. It was obvious that the situation at the military camp was related to these mutated military dogs. If he guessed correctly, the mutated military dog in front of them was from the camp. "You guys stay in the car, I'll go out and kill it." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Han got out of the car, and Jian Guan couldn't stop him. "Be careful, Han Ge, these things are not simple." Seeing Chen Han being so reckless, Zhang Daotian and Chu Li also showed worried expressions. However, the next moment, what they saw stunned everyone. Just as Chen Han got out of the car, 2 huge mutated wolves jumped out from a hidden place. One of them leaped onto the roof of the armored vehicle, pressing its claws on the top of the car door, blocking Chen Han's path to get back in. The 3 mutated wolves surrounded Chen Han, showing their ferocity and ready to attack at any moment. Hiss! Clever creatures! This scene shocked everyone in the 2 cars. They even suspected that these mutated wolves had intentionally ambushed them here. Everyone's gaze turned to the mutated wolves, and a piece of information appeared above their heads. Mutated wolf, level 10, attack power, 400, defense power, 500, skills, sawtooth charge, deathclaw, description, a wolf mutated from a military dog, highly intelligent, sensitive sense of smell, well-trained, obedient, and skilled in combat. After mutation, its size has increased several times, and its strength is powerful. If you don't have an awakened profession, please escape as soon as possible. Seeing the system's introduction, everyone's heart sank. These mutated wolves had actually broken through the restrictions of the first stage of the game and reached level 10. In other words, they had already mastered special abilities and possessed skills. In the game, newcomers would not encounter these mutated creatures during the beginner stage, but now they were facing them, which was extremely dangerous. Without an awakened profession, facing these mutated creatures was a dead end. Even with Chen Han's well-equipped gear, he couldn't possibly be their match. Chen Han had been careless. If he hadn't gotten out of the car, these mutated wolves would have at most harassed them and wouldn't have been able to do anything to the armored vehicle. But now, it was troublesome. Chen Han was outside, and they couldn't just leave him behind and run away. Chen Han was also a bit surprised. He had speculated on many possibilities for the fall of the military camp, but he never expected mutated creatures to appear in the first stage of the game. It seemed that the military camp in Jianghai City had indeed fallen. At this stage, there was simply no one who could deal with them, except for himself. Roar! Suddenly, the mutated wolf in front of Chen Han launched the first attack, its huge body fiercely pouncing towards him. Not good. Second brother, drive the car over and separate the leader and the mutated wolf. Jianguan picked up the walkie-talkie in the car and shouted. Then he stepped on the accelerator, and the armored vehicle roared to life, crashing into the approaching mutant wolf dogs. Boom! The armored vehicle shook violently, and the huge mutant wolf dog was sent flying more than 10 meters away. On the other side, the second mutant wolf dog pounced behind Chen Han. Second brother. Jianguan roared angrily. Copy that. On another armored vehicle, Dao Er stepped on the accelerator, pulled the handbrake, turned the steering wheel, and the entire armored vehicle drifted. The rear of the car swung, and it happened to send the attacking mutant wolf dog flying. The armored vehicle trembled fiercely. Damn, these guys are tough. Dao Er cursed. Before everyone could celebrate, the two mutant wolf dogs that were sent flying got up again, apparently unaffected by the impact just now. Jianguan frowned, wanting to open the car door and let Chen Han get in, but the mutant wolf dog on the roof of his car firmly held on, staring at Chen Han. Chen Han did not stop the others from acting. He just stood quietly in the center of the battlefield, calm and composed. His seemingly reckless act of getting out of the car was actually a test for Chu Li and the others. Chen Han got out of the car, with mutant creatures outside eyeing him, which was a perfect opportunity for them to escape by car. But they didn't do that. For now, these people were still trustworthy. Chen Han smiled slightly, ready to take action. However, at this moment, both armored vehicles opened at the same time, and Jianguan led the others out with a big machete. Boss, we'll block the mutant creatures, you get in the car quickly. Chen Han looked over and saw Jianguan and the 8 brothers split into 2 groups, blocking the 2 mutant wolf dogs in front of them. Zhang Daotian stood not far from Chen Han, staring at the mutant wolf dog on the roof of the car. Boss, get in the car quickly. Zhang Daotian held a yellow talisman and shot a mysterious light directly at the mutant wolf dog. While the mutant wolf dog on the roof was trapped, Chu Li quickly ran towards Chen Han and pulled his hand. Get in the car quickly. Chen Han remained unmoved, quietly watching the scene. Han Gu, get in the car. Everyone shouted, already engaged in a fight with the mutant wolf dogs. Dao Er, in order to protect his brothers, was also sent flying more than 10 meters by the mutant wolf dog, and the newly worn purple protective suit was scrapped. Seeing this scene, even though Chen Han had been through 2 lives, his heart had long turned cold, but he was still somewhat moved. They are all good people. Ling Shui walked towards Chen Han calmly, with a playful smile on her face, in stark contrast to the nervous expressions of Chu Li and the others. Chen Han nodded, indeed, not bad. Under Chu Li's astonished expression, Chen Han finally took action. He picked up a long knife and ran towards Dao Er. In the moment when the mutant wolf dog pounced on Dao Er, he swung the knife and directly sent the mutant wolf dog flying. The defense of the mutant wolf dog was indeed astonishing, as under Chen Han's knife, it only tore open a wound. The injured mutant wolf dog roared and directly launched its skill, Sawtooth Charge. Be careful. Dao Er quickly stood up, ready to block this attack for Chen Han. However, he was pressed down by Chen Han. You stay here. Chen Han tightly gripped his tang knife and slashed at the charging mutant wolf dog. In the shocked gaze of everyone, the mutant wolf dog was split in half by the slash. Holy shit! Boss is so strong? It was cut open directly. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at this scene in disbelief. They had fought against the mutant wolf dogs and knew how fierce they were. 4 or 5 of them couldn't do anything to a mutant wolf dog and were even injured in return. However, Chen Han ended the opponent with just one slash. How powerful was that? Weren't they all level 9? Weren't they all equipped with purple novice gear? Why was there such a huge gap? Everyone found it hard to understand, except for Ling Shui, who had a smile on her face. From beginning to end, she knew Chen Han's strength very well. These few mutant wolf dogs really couldn't do anything to him. After dealing with one, Chen Han turned his gaze towards Jianguan's side. This time he was even more domineering, rushing forward and using one hand to press down on the mutated wolf dog's head, while stabbing it with a long knife. Blood splattered everywhere. Jianguan and the others were all dumbfounded. The huge mutated wolf dog, which was as big as a cow, was completely immobilized by Chen Han, like a small cat being pressed to the ground. Is this still a human? Is this a monster? Chen Han put away his knife and prepared to kill the last mutated wolf dog on the car roof. However, when he looked over, the wolf dog on the car roof was trembling all over, with electricity flowing on its body, and it was electrocuted in just a few moments. Zhang Daotian held a lightning talisman in his hand and smirked at Chen Han. It's done, boss. Chen Han was somewhat shocked. This chubby guy was even stronger than he had imagined. After dealing with the 3 mutated wolf dogs, everyone's gaze turned to themselves, seemingly asking what to do next. Obviously, after this battle, everyone had already accepted Chen Han as their leader. Chen Han smiled slightly. It seemed that the small team had been established. Killed mutated wolf dogs, obtained 50 gold coins, 1 spiritual energy crystal, 1 canned luncheon meat, rare fashion material, canine tooth. First tier fashion material canine tooth, can be equipped on pink or higher level equipment, below level 20, and modify equipment attributes. The system's voice sounded, and Chen Han looked at the canine tooth floating in front of him with excitement. It was actually a fashion material. This was a precious item that was hard to come by. Chen Han had also searched for fashion materials in the trading market before, but no player had put them up for sale. This thing was very rare, and most players would use it themselves when they obtained it. Not only was it powerful, but the clothes would also become very cool after modification. This first-tier canine tooth could probably be sold for 1 million gold coins in the past, let alone now. Only a fool would sell it. Do you want to modify the equipment? Confirm, use it on the protective suit. Use the first-tier fashion material canine tooth, consume 1000 gold coins. Modification successful, obtain new equipment, Black Fang battle armor, orange equipment, attribute increase, defense 500, plus 100, attack 100, plus 50, passive ability. When being attacked, the protective suit will deal 25% counter damage to the enemy. New ability, the equipment absorbs the impact force when being attacked and stores it. The wearer can use the stored energy to unleash a powerful shockwave, dealing 1000 points of damage to a group of enemies. In the next moment, the clothes on Chen Han's body instantly changed into a set of black battle armor. There was a circle of canine tooth symbols on the neck of the battle armor, which looked very cool. The Black Fang battle armor is so awesome. Chen Han was shocked when he saw the attributes of the battle armor. It had actually increased so much. The most important thing was that this ability was too strong. Absorbing damage and redistributing it, wasn't this the Black Panther battle armor from Marvel? Damn, boss, your clothes are so cool. Seeing Chen Han's transformation, Zhang Daotian's eyes widened in astonishment. He rushed over like a little fanboy, looking up and down at Chen Han's new battle armor. Is this the terror of fashion materials? It seems very powerful. Chen Han had a flash of inspiration and decided to test the power of the Black Fang battle armor. Come on, use your lightning talisman on me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daotian was stunned. Jianguan and the others' expressions changed drastically. Boss, you can't. Several Taoist priests were all shocked. They knew how powerful the 5 Thunder Talisman was. They had all learned Taoist magic and had witnessed the power of the 5 Thunder Talisman used by Zhang Daotian. It was not something to be taken lightly. Didn't they see that mutated wolf dog? Even with such strong defense, it couldn't withstand a 5 Thunder Talisman. Chen Han's battle armor might be strong, but it was unlikely to withstand it. It was possible that he might accidentally hurt Chen Han. Young Master's 5 Thunder Talisman is very powerful, and the beginner's equipment can't withstand it. Jianguan hurriedly persuaded. Chen Han waved his hand, it's fine, go ahead. Seeing Chen Han's confidence, Zhang Daotian didn't hesitate too much and smirked. I knew the boss was extraordinary. Zhang Daotian's expression became serious as he drew a symbol in the air with one hand, and an invisible force surged from all around. Seeing this, Chen Han's expression also became solemn. Is this the power of a celestial master? In just a dozen seconds, Zhang Daotian held a flashing thunder symbol in his hand. Here it comes, boss. He launched the 5 thunder symbols, and the air instantly crackled as terrifying lightning raged. Seeing this power, everyone in the scene felt their scalp tingle and became nervous. Chen Han's eyes flashed with surprise. These 5 thunder symbols were even more powerful than he had imagined, and he believed that Zhang Daotian hadn't used his full strength. Chen Han prepared himself and reached out to grab the 5 thunder symbols. In the next moment, a terrifying electric force traveled through his body, instantly enveloping him. In an instant, Chen Han was wrapped in lightning, creating a frightening scene that made Chuli and the others break out in cold sweat. In less than a second after the 5 thunder symbols exploded, a purple light flowed from the patterns on the black tooth battle armor, instantly absorbing the electric force. Chen Han only felt a tingling sensation, but nothing else. Is it over? Jian Guan and the other Taoists widened their eyes. The lightning was absorbed? Chen Han smiled faintly. Let's see how powerful it is. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, he leaped high into the air, as if he were flying. This jump covered a distance of more than 20 meters. Then, a terrifying scene unfolded. Chen Han jumped directly to a parking lot 50 meters away, filled with large trucks. He clenched his fist, and his figure fell from the sky, directly punching the ground. Boom! His fist slammed into the ground, and a faint purple energy wave erupted from the ground, spreading terrifying power in all directions. With him at the center, all the trucks in the parking lot were instantly lifted up, and the steel compartments on the trucks were crushed like paper by the powerful force. Bang! The energy dissipated, and the large trucks fell to the ground like dumplings. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. What a terrifying power! Is this still a human? Is this power only brought by the battle armor? Zhang Daotian's eyes lit up as he felt the energy of the 5 thunder symbols in the shockwave. Boss is amazing. Zhang Daotian was as happy as a 180-pound child, taking out potato chips and munching on them. Chen Han clenched his fist, feeling the energy he had released, his eyes filled with shock. It's too powerful. This attack is already comparable to a skill of an ordinary warrior. And this is just a first-tier fashion material. What would happen if it continues to be upgraded? Chen Han couldn't imagine because he hadn't encountered fashion materials in his previous life. The equipment he wore was just ordinary protective clothing, without any special attributes. With an excited mood, Chen Han returned to the team. Let's go home. Jian Guan asked, Boss, aren't we going to the military camp? Chen Han shook his head. There's no need. The military camp has already been occupied by these mutant dogs. Let me see. Zhang Daotian took out a telescope from somewhere and looked in the direction of the military camp. The camp was less than a kilometer away, and through the telescope, they could see clearly. Hiss! They're all zombies in military uniforms. It seems that the soldiers in the camp have been infected. Zhang Daotian took a deep breath. Chen Han took the telescope and took a look. The large military camp was filled with walking corpses. He took another careful look and found many mutant dogs as well. Chen Han sighed, let's go, there's no need to go there anymore. Just as he put down the telescope, a figure walked out from a concealed spot in the military camp. Its gaze deep and profound, it looked in the direction of Chen Han and the others. It seemed that the scene outside this 1 kilometer distance had not escaped its eyes. At the same time, Chen Han and Zhang Daotian, who had just gotten into the car, felt something and suddenly looked towards the military camp. Danger! When Chen Han and the others set off on their way back, it was getting late. Taking advantage of the night, 2 unexpected guests sneaked into the summer villa. Bald Sheng and a guy with shifty eyes climbed over the fence of the summer villa and cautiously moved forward. Boss, LV Buffon is selling equipment again. The 2 hid in a flower bush, intending to contact their comrades outside. However, they saw that the trading market had updated its equipment. Bald Sheng took a quick look and found that LV Buffon had directly put up 100,000 pieces of equipment, causing his eyes to widen. Damn, 100,000 pieces, and it's worth 20 billion gold coins. They had already calculated the value of these equipment. According to the price LV Buffon sold them at, 50,000 pieces would be worth 1 billion gold coins. LV Buffon had previously put up equipment for sale 3 times, earning a total of 3 billion. Now that he was selling 100,000 pieces, it would be 20 billion. Doesn't that mean this guy has at least 5 billion in assets? Mouse exclaimed in shock. With that much money, they could live carefree in the apocalypse. With gold coins, they could have anything they wanted. The 2 were extremely excited, knowing that they had hit the jackpot. They had to devour this fat prey, LV Buffon. I just have one question. The beginner equipment in the trading market was clearly bought by the suit thug, so why does LV Buffon have so much equipment? Could it be that LV Buffon has some connection with the suit boss? Mouse's words made Bald Shang fall into deep thought, his brows furrowing. If that's the case, then it's troublesome. The suit boss is too terrifying. His actions before the apocalypse prove that he has some understanding of it. This kind of person is definitely not someone we can provoke. Mouse, however, was not worried. Boss, as long as we get LV Buffon's wealth, who cares about the suit boss? With this much money, we don't have to fear anyone. We can just leave and live a comfortable life. The world is so big, can the suit thugs still find us? That's 50 billion. And that guy definitely has a lot of equipment on him, all of which is money. Hearing this, Bald Shang's eyes were blinded by the gold coins. Yes, fortune favors the bold. Moreover, they weren't the only team targeting LV Buffon. It would be better to strike first and seize the opportunity before someone else devoured the meat. Let's go. Let's find out where LV Buffon lives. Then, the two wandered around the residential area. The residential area was large, and it took them half an hour to find the steel fortress. As they approached and looked at the nearly 20-meter-high Doomsday Fortress, both of them were shocked to the core. Damn, what is this? A steel fortress. LV Buffon, that old dog, must have built a safe house with all the money he earned. Bald Shang's face didn't look good. If that's the case, it's impossible for just the 100 of us to break through. Mouse looked around in confusion, his brows gradually furrowing. Something's not right. Why isn't anyone guarding it? Yeah, where are LV Buffon's men? The two were puzzled. There were guards at the entrance of the residential area, so it was impossible for their own place to have none. Did they have so much confidence in this steel fortress? It could be a trap. Bald Shang's heart skipped a beat. Could their plan have been discovered? Don't get close, there might be an ambush. Bald Shang and Mouse quickly retreated and continued to wander around the residential area. It had to be said that they were very cautious. Meanwhile, the other two teams that were planning to attack LV Buffon were much more fierce. At this moment, at the entrance of the residential area, two groups of hundreds of people suddenly rushed in. On the left were a group of young men with white towels tied around their hands, covered in tattoos. On the right were a group of strong, dark-skinned men. Each group had over 200 people, hiding in the shops on both sides of the residential area's entrance. Suddenly, they rushed out, and LV Buffon's men hadn't even reacted before they were hacked to death by random knives. Everything happened too suddenly. Although more than 10 people were all wearing purple equipment, they were powerless against the densely packed crowd. After killing the guards, the crowd frantically fought over the boxes on the ground. Not long after, the resources on the ground were quickly looted, even the protective suits on the corpses were torn off. Then, two men walked out of the crowd. On the left was Scarface, a notorious gangster in Jianghai City, the leader of the Qing gang, Dao Gu. On the right was a burly man named Meng Tu, the foreman of a construction site, with his subordinates being construction workers. It is worth mentioning that they were working on LV Buffon's territory. For the entire 6 months before the arrival of the Doomsday Game, LV Buffon had not paid them their wages. Now that the end of the world has come, it is even more impossible for them to get their wages back. They already harbored resentment towards LV Buffon, and now they know that LV Buffon is making a lot of money by selling equipment at high prices. Meng Tu couldn't sit still, so he and his subordinates joined the team to attack LV Buffon. Where is Bald Shang? Meng Tu asked Dao Gu, didn't we agree to attack LV Buffon together? Dao Gu snorted, forget it, that bastard is definitely afraid of death and doesn't dare to act. Don't worry about him, we have enough people, Dao Gu said, leading his subordinates into the residential area. Meng Tu, seeing this, didn't want to fall behind and followed closely behind. Seeing this scene, the subordinates of Bald Shang, who were hiding in the dark, were stunned. Quick, inform the boss, they rushed in directly, what should we do? At the same time, LV Buffon and a few big shots were sitting in the villa, excitedly watching the gold coins coming in. That Chen Han is still too inexperienced, he doesn't know how to make money even when he has it. In terms of business acumen, he is really far behind. I've always said he's a waste. If it weren't for Ling Feng, could he have built up the company? Haha, to be honest, I'm really grateful for the wedding dress he made for us. The three big shots in the business world laughed at each other, feeling extremely happy to see Chen Han being humiliated. Just then, LV Feihong and Zhang Yanghui rushed in anxiously. Dad, something's happened, the guards at the gate were killed. More than 500 people rushed into the residential area. In addition, there are many people outside the residential area who are eyeing us. They are all preparing to deal with us. Zhang Yanghui looked serious. The World Channel said there's a crusade army. It seems to be true. What should we do now? Hearing this, LV Buffon remained calm. What's the rush? When I took over Chen Han's mess, I anticipated this day would come. Chen Han is worried about being condemned by the world, but I'm not afraid. With our current layout, those guys can't break into my fortress. LV Fei Han nodded. Then I'll have my brothers prepare for battle. Don't worry, won't this be exactly what Chen Han wants? LV Bufan's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. He looked at Zhang Yanghui. Have a few of our unfamiliar brothers go guard Chen Han's fortress and lure those fools over to Chen Han's side. Hearing this, Zhang Yanghui was stunned. Boss, are you trying to bring disaster to Chen Han? Won't that offend him to death? According to our calculations, Chen Han still has at least 1 million pieces of equipment. We have to get them. Li Chuanqi laughed. So let you arrange unfamiliar brothers to go. How would Chen Han know they are our people? Zhang Yanghui's eyes lit up. It's a good idea. So he quickly arranged the task. Soon, several subordinates left LV Bufan's estate. At this time, Bald Shang and Mouse happened to arrive here, and when they saw LV Bufan's subordinates coming out, they immediately hid. When they saw the steel fortress in front of them, the two exchanged a glance and saw shock in each other's eyes. This is LV Bufan's home. Then whose fortress did we see just now? The Doomsday Fortress? No, something's not right. There are actually 2 steel fortresses in the residential area. It must be a trick. Bald Shang's expression became serious. At this moment, he received a message from his subordinates outside. After reading it, Bald Shang's face became even more grim. The Qing Gang and the Territory Alliance have rushed in. What? How could they be so reckless? Mouse exclaimed. Go, catch up with those people and see what they're up to? The two followed LV Bufan's subordinates and walked back. What shocked them was that these 4 people actually walked all the way to the first Doomsday Fortress and stood guard at the entrance without saying a word. Seeing this scene, both Bald Shang and Mouse were full of confusion. Mouse exclaimed, could it be that this Doomsday Fortress also belongs to LV Bufan? Damn, LV Bufan is so rich, he actually built 2 Doomsday Fortresses, he's practically a nouveau riche. Bald Shang shook his head. I always feel like this matter isn't that simple. Clearly, the commotion just now at that fortress indicates that LV Bufan's subordinates are all there. And this Doomsday Fortress is quiet, with only 4 people guarding it. Isn't that asking for trouble? Not only were they puzzled, but Ling Feng and Gangzi inside the fortress were also bewildered. Through the surveillance cameras, they saw 4 men standing at the entrance, like gatekeepers, and they didn't know what they were doing. Who are these people? Ling Feng frowned, feeling that something was not right. Could they be LV Bufan's men? Are they trying to block the exit and prevent us from leaving? Just as the two were puzzled, a commotion came from the direction of the main gate. At this moment, more than 500 people rushed over in a grand manner. Because Chen Han's mansion was relatively close to the main gate, the crowd quickly found their way here. Seeing this mighty steel fortress with LV Bufan's men still standing at the entrance, there was no doubt that this was LV Bufan's residence. Before the crowd could reach them, one of the men guarding the gate took out a crossbow and launched an attack directly. The crossbow fired continuously, and the sharp arrows pierced into the crowd, causing several people to fall. Damn, LV Bufan's men have started. Get him! Seeing their brothers fall, the members of the Qing Gang and the Territory Alliance were instantly enraged, wielding their weapons and charging forward. Seeing the densely packed figures rushing towards them, the 4 men felt their scalps go numb and ran away. Before leaving, they didn't forget to continue shooting arrows, taking away a few more people, completely enraging the attacking army. LV Bufan, you're dead. Kill him, capture LV Bufan alive. However, when the crowd reached the gate of the fortress, LV Bufan's 4 men had long since disappeared. Only a few hundred people were left at the gate, roaring in anger. Open the gate, LV Bufan, come out and face death. Damn it, they killed my brothers, blood for blood. Seeing this scene, Ling Feng and Gangzi's faces turned dark. Even fools could now understand what had happened. LV Bufan had set a trap. Damn, this guy is ruthless, he took advantage of us and still did such a thing. Gangzi was extremely angry. I'm going out to confront them. Ling Feng stopped him. Confront them? What are you going to say, that this is the fortress of the suited thugs? If we expose Chen Han's identity, we won't be able to live in peace in the future. Hearing this, Gangzi also understood the gravity of the situation. Then what should we do? Ling Feng thought for a moment. Notify Chen Han, tell him not to come back for now. The people outside won't be able to break through the fortress. That's the only option. It didn't take long for Chen Han to receive Gangzi's message. After understanding what had happened, a slight smile appeared on Chen Han's lips. I didn't expect LV Bufan to have some tricks up his sleeve. What happened? Shu Li asked. It's nothing, let's go back and fight. Chen Han waved his hand nonchalantly. Seeing Chen Han's indifferent appearance, the others didn't pay much attention to the matter either. However, when they returned to the residential area, they were dumbfounded. In front of the massive fortress gate, it was packed with people, at least a few hundred of them. Each one held a weapon and was hacking away at the steel gate. Are they demolishing the place? Shuli pointed at the crowd in front, unable to believe her eyes. It seems like that's the case. Jian Guan's throat rolled, a drop of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. Boss, is this what you called a minor matter? There must be hundreds of people here. What have you done? In the dark night, the headlights of the two armored vehicles were particularly dazzling, causing more than 500 people to squint their eyes. Oh, Chen Han is back. At this moment, LV Bufan and others who were hiding in the dark were delighted. Chen Han had finally returned, and the show was about to begin. It's you again, old LV. Your plan to attract trouble is brilliant, praised Li Chuanqi. Not only did I attract trouble, but I also plan to use this opportunity to kill him. LV Bufan's mouth curled up slightly. More than 500 people will block Chen Han outside the door, and each person will kick him to death. If Chen Han dies, we will take action and seize his supplies. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. So this was the final plan. To kill Chen Han right here. The armored vehicle, LV Bufan, must be inside. The leader of the Qing gang pointed his long knife at the carriage. Brothers, kill him. LV Bufan, come out. Don't be a coward, come out quickly. Dozens of people surrounded the armored vehicle, wielding their weapons and smashing the vehicle, making a clanging sound. But the armored vehicle was not so easily destroyed. The axes and other weapons couldn't even scratch the paint. Hange, they mistook you for LV Bufan. Ling Shui pouted, her face full of anger. Shouldn't we explain? Chen Han rested his hands on the back of the chair, showing no intention of getting out of the car. Since LV Bufan wants to play like this, then let's play along and make him hate us even more. Jian Guan informed Dao Er and rammed straight into them. What? Upon hearing this, Shuli and Jian Guan widened their eyes. Ram into them? Those are human lives. Shuli found it difficult to accept. After all, they were real people. They have come to our doorstep, they deserve to die. Jian Guan became indifferent and stepped on the accelerator. The massive armored vehicle instantly charged forward, sending the people in front flying. Seeing the actions of the front vehicle, Dao Er didn't hesitate and also turned the steering wheel, charging towards the crowd. For a while, chaos ensued, with cries of pain filling the air. Ah! LV Bufan, you deserve to die. LV Bufan, you beast! Run away! In less than 3 minutes, dozens of people were killed by the collision, and the rest fled in madness. The so-called army of retribution was no match. After the crowd dispersed, Chen Han got out of the car and looked towards the nearby bushes. Aren't you coming out? As soon as these words were spoken, Shang, who was hiding in the bushes, and Mouse trembled uncontrollably, a wave of inexplicable fear washing over them. This man was too terrifying, and they dared to confirm that this was definitely not LV Bufan, but another big shot. Shang also roughly guessed the cause and effect of the situation. This fortress belonged to the big shot in front of him, while LV Bufan had framed him and led the army of retribution here, trying to use someone else's hand to kill him. Chen Han looked at Mouse with a cold gaze and pointed to the phone in his hand. Were you recording just now? Upon hearing this, Mouse immediately knelt down with a thud. Boss, spare me, I won't do it again. He just wanted to record it, but he didn't expect to be discovered. Chen Han helped him up. It's okay. Upload the video you took to the gaming forum with this title. LV Bufan disregards life, slaughters the army of retribution, everyone must seek revenge. After uploading the video, tell the people who escaped tonight that LV Bufan's headquarters is 1 kilometer ahead. Upon hearing this, Mouse and Shang looked at Chen Han with fear and shock. This man was a devil. If they did as he said, they would be directly leading LV Bufan to his death. Upon hearing Chen Han's words, LV Bufan and the others who were hiding in the dark had ugly expressions. Chen Han's actions undoubtedly pushed them into the spotlight and would definitely face public criticism. But LV Bufan didn't care about public opinion. The most important thing is that this action will definitely attract more enemies for him. At that time, it may not only be these desperados, but even some righteous people may be attracted. Even the authorities cannot sit idly by. Although it is the end of the world, it is still in the early stages, and if the authorities intervene, it is not impossible. Moreover, he has a large amount of funds in his hands. Isn't that a tempting target? People fear fame like pigs fear fattening, and a big tree will inevitably attract the wind. LV Bufan's face was gloomy. He never expected that Chen Han would actually do this. Damn it, I'll go out and deal with him. Zhang Yanghui couldn't sit still and was about to go out with people. LV Feihong held him back. Damn it, calm down a bit. If you rush out now, you won't be able to touch him except for offending him to death. Dad, this kid has already guessed our intentions. If we cause more trouble, we'll completely turn against each other. We can't delay any longer. We must get our hands on all the equipment he has. LV Buffon nodded. Let's go, let's figure out a way. This night was destined to be a sleepless night, the first day of the end of the world. Too many things happened. Many people hid at home and dared not go out, silently paying attention to the events on the World Channel. At this time, a video caused a sensation among the people. The video showed the scene of an armored vehicle killing the army of retribution. LV Buffon disregards life, slaughters the army of retribution. Everyone must kill him. As soon as the video came out, it instantly caused a global sensation. Especially for players from the Dragon Country, they all went crazy. Damn it, the Qing Gang and the Territory Alliance really made a move? Wow, LV Buffon is really ruthless. The treacherous merchant LV Buffon, everyone must kill him. Where are the contacts of the Qing Gang? I want to join the team. Count me in. I also want to join the army of retribution. Kill LV Buffon and bring a sunny day to the Dragon Country. Public opinion was overwhelmingly against LV Buffon, and his name was completely known to the world. Not only that, countless people responded to the call to join the army of retribution and rushed to the summer resort. A terrifying force was about to form. Of course, there were still many people who remained silent. They were not fools. The so-called army of retribution was just using the banner of justice to rob others. What they wanted was the money on LV Buffon. If it were someone else, would they be so united? Don't joke around. Chen Han could be sure that 99% of those who came to retaliate against LV Buffon came for their own interests. In their understanding, LV Buffon had tens of billions of gold coins. This money was enough to become a huge force. On the second day of the end of the world, Chen Han and Zhang Daotian and others gathered together. Chen Han had prepared a large table of food as breakfast. It was called breakfast, but it was actually a luxurious feast. Steak, lobster, grouper, thick-skinned prawns, palm-sized oysters. When Zhang Daotian and the others saw these foods, their mouths watered uncontrollably. Oh my god, being able to eat these things in the end of the world, is it a dream? Everyone, eat and talk. Chen Han gestured for everyone to start eating. First of all, welcome Shatian, Suli, and Jiangwan to join our big family. After speaking, Ling Shui, her father, and Gangzi applauded and welcomed them with smiles. This made Suli and the others feel a sense of warmth and gratitude. In this current world, having a safe home and being able to eat such a rich meal, what more could they ask for? Jiangwan and the other brothers couldn't help but shed tears. Yesterday, they were still eating disgusting jam at the airport, and today they were drinking fine red wine. The contrast was too great. Zhang Pengzi burst into tears and bit into a roast goose leg, tears streaming down his face. Whoa, boss, I love you so much. This funny scene made the atmosphere in the room much warmer. Alright, stop crying. Chen Han gave Zhang Pengzi a glare. Let's talk about our future plans. After the arrival of the Doomsday Game, the authorities will have a hard time protecting themselves, so don't expect them to do anything. Treat this as a game to play. What's most important in playing games? It's money and power. I have money, and you guys will have to gradually increase your power. In a short while, the game's dungeons will arrive, and the world will enter a state of crazy leveling up. Without strength, you won't even know when you'll die. After dealing with LV Buffon, our focus will be on improving our strength. In the team, my requirement is to obtain all the first clear rewards for the dungeons. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the field was shocked. The dungeons are coming? Doesn't that mean the game's bosses will also appear? People were somewhat excited. After all, except for Ling Feng, they were all experienced players, and their character's strength was not to be underestimated. At this time, Shuli raised a question. Are we getting off track? We haven't even resolved the situation outside yet. When she came back last night, Shuli asked Ling Shui about LV Buffon's situation. To her surprise, all the equipment LV Buffon was selling turned out to be Chen Han's. She didn't understand. Didn't this mean he was giving away the opportunity to make a lot of money? Chen Han saw the doubt in her heart and smiled. LV Buffon is just a money-making tool. A tool? Shuli looked puzzled. What does that mean? Ha, as expected, you're all looks and no brains. Ling Shui smirked. Humph, it's not like yours is small either, right? Shuli glared at her. It's hard to explain to you, but you'll know soon enough. Chen Han smiled. At this moment, the phone rang. It was LV Buffon. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Chen Han didn't answer immediately. He looked at Ling Feng. Uncle Ling, has LV Buffon sold all the equipment? How much money does he have now? Ling Feng took out a ledger and said, last time, he sold him 300,000 pieces of equipment, which emptied his savings. Now, he has sold all 300,000 pieces of equipment in his possession, earning 6 billion in profit. After deducting his expenses, he probably has about 8 billion left. Hearing these numbers, Shuli and the others were dumbfounded. What the hell? Are we talking about money in billions now? Chen Han nodded. Since he wants to play like this, let's earn a little less. It's time to close the net. Chen Han answered the phone, and LV Buffon's concerned voice came from the other end. Brother Chen Han, I heard that the army that attacked last night went to your place? Ah, it's all my fault, I couldn't stop them. Hearing LV Buffon's fake concern, Chen Han almost burst out laughing. Stop pretending, you were the one behind it last night, right? Hearing this, LV Buffon was stunned. He stopped pretending too. Chen Han, do you know how many people outside the community are watching us like hawks? If I expose your identity and lead the army to attack your fortress, do you think you can hold on? A blatant threat. Chen Han's mouth twitched slightly. What do you want? I want all the beginner equipment you have on you. I'll make another wave of profit, and from now on, we won't interfere with each other. I'll single-handedly deal with the attacking army that's coming this time. LV Buffon made his demand. Chen Han pretended to ponder for a moment. As far as I know, you only have 6 billion gold coins, and I still have 1 million pieces of equipment, which is far from enough. It doesn't matter, it has to be enough. LV Buffon seemed impatient. He believed he had Chen Han figured out, and when it came to life and money, he would definitely choose life. In the end, in LV Buffon's persuasive and coercive words, he became the biggest beneficiary. LV Buffon emptied his savings, clearing out Chen Han's 1 million pieces of equipment that earned him 58 billion. At the current selling price, these equipment could bring him a profit of 20 billion. Ha! Chen Han is just a waste. You're far from being able to compete with me. After the transaction was completed, LV Buffon and his group laughed recklessly. However, just as he was preparing to put the equipment on the shelves, he was dumbfounded. At this moment, a large batch of equipment appeared on the trading floor for some reason. And the prices were shocking. Whether it was white or purple equipment, they were all priced at only 1 gold coin. At this moment, a message in the World Channel exploded globally. Suit Thug, disaster is imminent, and humans should help each other. Therefore, I have decided to donate all the beginner equipment I have in batches, hoping to help Blue Star get through this difficult time. Finally, I wish everyone a prosperous martial arts journey. Damn, the suit boss is awesome. I've managed to snatch a pink equipment. Thanks to the suit boss. Oh my god, am I dreaming? I actually got a purple equipment. Sob sob sob, I'm so moved. The suit boss is a hero of the human race. Yes, compared to LV Buffon, he's like a living bodhisattva. Everyone, don't buy LV Buffon's equipment. The suit boss said he will donate in batches, so there will definitely be more chances to snatch later. No need to buy expensive equipment. A stone thrown into the water caused 1,000 ripples. Chen Han's action of giving away equipment instantly shocked the world. It formed a sharp contrast with LV Buffon's high-priced selling of equipment. LV Buffon's equipment became completely ignored from this moment on, not a single piece was sold. Meanwhile, Chen Han, with just a few words and 100,000 pieces of equipment, disrupted the entire market. Seeing this, LV Buffon felt like he was struck by lightning. The smile on his face instantly turned extremely gloomy. Damn it, that kid Chen Han tricked me. Didn't he say he only had 1 million equipment? How does he still have more? Li Chuanqi angrily smashed his wine glass on the ground. Damn it, we fell for it. He Dongfa's face turned terrifyingly dark. The furious 3 men scared their subordinates into trembling. Li Chuanqi, revenge, this is revenge. That kid actually dared to mess with us. Doesn't he fear our retaliation? He Dongfa, what do we do now? Our equipment can't be sold at all. The important thing is, these equipment are our last possessions. All the money we earned went into Chen Han's pocket. LV Feihong took a deep breath and recalled the various processes of the transaction between the two sides. He felt like he had completely fallen into Chen Han's trap. LV Buffon calmed down, don't panic for now. That kid giving away equipment is probably for self-preservation. By doing this, he is only trying to stand at the highest moral ground. Even if he exposes his identity, the Crusaders won't dare to openly attack him. I have to admit, it's a good strategy. Don't worry, he probably doesn't have much equipment left. As long as he finishes giving them away, we can still sell our equipment at a high price. LV Buffon's analysis brought some peace to everyone's hearts. That's right, there are billions of people in the world. Even if 80% of them turn into zombies, there are still 2 billion players. Equipment is always in short supply. After Chen Han finishes giving away the equipment, they will still have items of great value in their hands. LV Buffon sneered, Chen Han, oh Chen Han, do you think you can escape like this? I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Just at that moment, Zhang Yanghui rushed in anxiously. It's not good, the Crusaders are here again. This time, there are 3,000 people coming for us. As soon as these words came out, the whole scene was shocked. What? 3,000 people? At this moment, Chen Han, Zhu Li, and others stood on the top floor of the fortress, watching the densely packed crusaders pass by. The one leading them was none other than Bal Shang. Following Chen Han's instructions, he had revealed LV Buffan's true residence to the crusaders. And this room of Chen Han's was actually a trap set by LV Buffan. After learning the truth, the two leaders of the crusaders, Dao Ge and Meng Tu, were furious. They didn't gain any benefits, but instead fell into LV Buffan's trap and caused the deaths of dozens of their brothers. How could they swallow this anger? They couldn't calm down until LV Buffan was completely destroyed. Passing by Chen Han's steel fortress, Bal Shang's heart was filled with excitement. He had added Chen Han as a friend last night. He also learned Chen Han's true identity. When he saw Chen Han's game ID as Suit Thug, Bal Shang's whole body trembled. He didn't expect that the famous suit boss was actually in Jianghai City, and even lived in the same neighborhood as LV Buffan. He felt extremely fortunate because of his caution, as he missed the opportunity to attack Chen Han's fortress. Otherwise, he could imagine his fate. Therefore, he would definitely follow Chen Han's orders with all his heart. Chen Han also mentioned that if he did well, he might be able to join him. If he could become the underling of the suit boss, then he would rise to the top in an instant. Look at this fortress. If he lived inside, there would be no need to worry. Thinking about this, he felt energized. Quick, brothers, LV Buffan's fortress is less than a kilometer ahead. Watching the 3,000 troops go far away, Zhu Li and the others took a deep breath and looked at Chen Han in shock. Is this your plan? Using LV Buffan to sell equipment at a high price, shifting all the attention to him. In reality, all the gold coins end up in your hands, and not only have you not faced social condemnation, but you have now become the epitome of morality, the righteous person in the eyes of the world. You are the true cunning merchant. Zhu Li covered her mouth, saying in disbelief. She couldn't have imagined that the current popular figure, LV Buffan, was just a pawn in Chen Han's hands. Chen Han's mouth curled up slightly. Money or no money, I just simply wanted to defeat LV Buffan in his proudest business field. Isn't that the most satisfying thing? Hearing this, Zhu Li trembled. Are you the devil? But even so, it might not be enough to defeat him, right? Sending equipment now is just a temporary solution. How long can it last? Once people realize that you're not sending equipment anymore, they'll still have to buy LV Buffan's equipment. That's 1 million pieces of equipment, worth 200 billion. Chen Han glanced at her. Oh, you can analyze too. I really don't have much beginner equipment on hand, but as long as we hold on until tomorrow, these beginner equipment will become a pile of scrap metal. What 200 billion? That's a pile of junk that no one wants. With these words, Zhu Li, Zhang Panzi, and the others all looked at him in astonishment. Why? Chen Han smiled. Because the second stage of the apocalypse is about to begin. The game will open up equipment for players above level 10, and players will awaken their professions. At that time, do you think these beginner equipment will still be useful? What? Everyone widened their eyes in shock. The first stage of the apocalypse will end in 3 days? If that's the case, then LV Buffan's 1 million pieces of beginner equipment will indeed be stuck in their hands. Players will be at level 10, who would still use beginner equipment. No wonder Chen Han only hoarded beginner equipment. He had planned ahead. It has to be said, Chen Han's methods are terrifying. He perfectly exploited LV Buffan's greedy nature. If he had stopped at earning 6 billion, he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. What a pitiful person. Everyone felt sorry for LV Buffan, who had been played by Chen Han from beginning to end. Not only did he not earn a single penny, but he also had to be coveted by the world for his wealth. As for Chen Han, he was simply lying down and winning. He completely won this business war. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Chen Han with a mix of fear and admiration. Thankfully, he was on their side. If he were an enemy, even sleeping would be uneasy. At this moment, on LV Buffan's side of the fortress, the 3,000 troops directly surrounded all the exits, with a majestic momentum. Guantou Shang spoke first. LV Buffan, hand over your ill-gotten wealth, and I might spare your life. Then, the 3,000 people shouted in unison, waving their flags and beating their drums. Hand over your ill-gotten wealth. Hand over your ill-gotten wealth. Hearing these shouts, LV Buffan almost spat out blood. I don't have any money. It all went to Chen Han. Speaking of Chen Han, LV Buffan felt extremely frustrated. He worked hard to sell equipment and make money, but now he didn't have a single penny. And he caused so much trouble. Damn Chen Han. The other two big bosses had equally gloomy expressions, feeling like they had been played by Chen Han. They thought that once they got the last batch of equipment, they could completely turn against Chen Han. But before they could make a move, Chen Han made a preemptive strike. Why not make money when you have it, instead of giving away equipment like an idiot? The key point is that Chen Han didn't send much. The first batch was only 100,000 pieces of equipment, and several hours have passed without the second batch being sent out. But even so, the fools in the world are still waiting for Chen Han to continue sending equipment. Isn't that stupid? They know that Chen Han doesn't have much equipment, but those idiots in the world don't know. Everyone knows that Chen Han has hoarded a large number of beginners' equipment and hasn't sold much, so naturally they think he still has a lot. But people don't know that the equipment they sell is actually Chen Han's. And because of what Chen Han did, none of their equipment could be sold. Can you not feel frustrated about this? They can't express their grievances now. Should they tell the world that Chen Han has taken all their money? Should they ask the Crusaders to deal with Chen Han? Who would believe them? At this moment, this group of Crusaders has completely identified them. Thinking of this, He Dongfa and Li Chuanqi's hearts were bleeding, and they both looked older. The three of them, they really lost to Chen Han. What should we do now? Li Chuanqi looked at LV Bufan. The latter snorted, what should we do? They've come to bully us, what else can we do? If I, LV Bufan, dare to provoke, then let me die. LV Bufan took out the only purple crossbow and shot at the crowd below. At this time, this long-range weapon played a significant role again. Pew pew pew. LV Bufan kept pulling the trigger, and 7 or 8 people below fell down. Ah, LV Bufan is taking action. Damn it, smash the door for me. Guantoshang saw the crossbow and quickly retreated to the back of the crowd, shouting loudly. He only has one crossbow, don't panic. Raise your shields and smash the door under the cover of the shields. Saying that, he took out 2 purple beginner's shields and handed them to Dao Gu and Meng Tu. Purple equipment. Dao Gu and Meng Tu widened their eyes when they saw the purple equipment Guantoshang brought out. Brother, safety comes first. Guantoshang nodded solemnly and took out 2 purple beginner's axes. Here, these axes have high damage. Dao Gu and Meng Tu's eyes lit up. Good brother, you'll get a bigger share when we take down LV Bufan. Then, Dao Gu and Meng Tu raised their purple shields and rushed to the front, wielding the purple axes. Seeing this, Guantoshang hid at the back and smirked. Boss in a suit is awesome. These purple shields were given by Chen Han, specifically to deal with LV Bufan's crossbow. Damn it! LV Bufan kept pulling the trigger. Originally, his purple crossbow was invincible. Even purple shields would have a hard time blocking his arrows. But when Dao Gu and Meng Tu took out the purple shields and charged forward, the situation changed. The arrows shot onto the purple shields, making a crisp sound of metal collision. Damage -8, purple shield defense value, 192/200, damn it. Seeing this scene, LV Bufan cursed angrily. But he was helpless and could only continue shooting arrows. Seeing this, LV Feihong stopped him. Dad, although the crossbow has unlimited arrows, it has durability limits. If you use it like this, the crossbow will be scrapped. Humph. LV Bufan snorted and threw the crossbow at the other side. You go, think of any way to make them pay the price. LV Feihong's face was serious. What could he do? There were thousands of people outside, and they only had a little over 100. They didn't dare to rush out, even though they were wearing purple equipment. If they rushed out like that, they would definitely be killed by random blades. But dragging on like this was not a solution either. Their steel fortress was only made of pink alloy with a defense value of only 10,000 points. If they let them keep hacking at it, it would eventually be breached. LV Feihong pondered for a moment and looked at LV Bufan and the other two. Should we negotiate with them? Give them some equipment to send them away. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces turned ugly. Does that mean admitting defeat? But besides that, there really was no other way. He Dongfa and Li Chuanqi looked at LV Bufan with questioning eyes, and he had a gloomy expression. There's no other choice. LV Feihong nodded and shouted down to the crowd from the high fortress, stop, let's talk peace. As soon as these words were spoken, Dao Gu and Meng Tu, who were exhausted, stopped immediately. You killed so many of our brothers, and now you want to talk peace? Dao Gu angrily pointed at LV Feihong. The latter remained calm. You are only after wealth, there's no need for us to fight to the death. Do you really think you can break through our fortress? Look at your axe, it's about to break. How can you break down the door like this? Hearing this, Dao Gu looked down at his axe, durability, 48/100, and the alloy gate in front of him, defense value, 8520/10,000. Indeed, using an axe to attack alloy was the dumbest way. These were their only 2 purple axes. If they were both damaged, the damage to the alloy gate would be even lower. Hit where it hurts. Dao Gu and Meng Tu's faces instantly turned ugly. LV Feihong, being a professional player, immediately saw the problem. How about this? I'll give you 10,000 sets of beginner equipment, 1 set for each of you. As soon as these words were spoken, many people were tempted. Most of them didn't have beginner equipment. As for why they joined the Crusade army, one was to make a living, and the other was to survive together. After all, without equipment, they couldn't do anything to the zombies. But if LV Buffon could give everyone a set of equipment, then they would have the ability to survive. At least they could kill zombies and get supplies. Seeing everyone hesitating, Guanto Shang's face changed drastically. Damn, they're tempted? The task given to him by the boss in the suit was to kill LV Buffon. How can they negotiate peace now? Guanto Shang immediately stood up and shouted loudly, LV Buffon has a net worth of over 10 billion, and he wants to dismiss us with 10,000 pieces of equipment? Do we look like beggars? We want money, we want food. Hearing this, everyone finally came to their senses. Yeah, 10,000 pieces of equipment against a net worth of over 10 billion, it's simply charity. Everyone immediately refused. LV Feihan blared at Guanto Shang, hating him to the core. We've used our money to buy equipment, we have nothing else besides equipment. Let alone food, we can't even eat enough. Bullshit, since there's no sincerity, then let's continue fighting. Brothers, attack. Guanto Shang didn't care about anything, he incited everyone to take action. Dao Gu and Meng too had black lines on their faces. Damn it, when will we be able to break this thick alloy gate? It would be good if we could negotiate peace and get compensation. At this moment, LV Feihan saw through everyone's thoughts and raised a finger. 100,000 sets. I'll give you 100,000 sets of equipment. Get out of here immediately. Boom. Hearing the number 100,000, the Crusade army exploded with excitement. Each person would get over 30 sets if there were 100,000 sets. That's a lot of money. Deal. Dao Gu and Meng too didn't care about Guanto Shang, they immediately agreed. Both sides were very straightforward and started the trade. Guanto Shang was dumbfounded. How can this be done? How can I explain to the boss in the suit? He immediately informed Chen Han and explained the current situation. Chen Han smiled. That's easy, I'll have someone open the door. Open the door? Guanto Shang doubted whether he had misheard. However, the next moment, the huge steel door really opened. Seeing this scene, not only Guanto Shang, but also the Crusade army and LV Feihan were all dumbfounded. Damn! Guanto Shang widened his eyes. Mr. Suit, you're a god. You said to open the door, and it opened. Boss, Mr. Suit is a bit mysterious. Lao Shu widened his eyes, looking incredulous. What do we do now? Do we still fight or not? The Crusade army looked at each other, and the scene fell into silence. They were just shouting a moment ago, but they were helpless against the steel door. But now that peace was being discussed, the door opened automatically. What was the intention? To incite crime? In an instant, many people's eyes were filled with excitement. LV Buffon was inside, and as long as they killed him, they would have billions of gold coins. The two leaders of the Crusade army, Dao Gu and Meng Tu, exchanged glances, seemingly asking for each other's opinions. They were not fools, their first reaction was that it was a trap. The gates were wide open. Was this an invitation to enter the trap? Inside the gates, it could be an ambush set up by LV Buffon. At this moment, LV Buffon and his companions were equally confused. Who opened the gates? No one said they could open the gates. However, just as both sides fell into silence, a bespectacled guy popped his head out from the gates. Wang Liangping cautiously glanced at the Crusade army, raised his hands in the air in front of their shocked gazes. I surrender, don't kill me. Then, a few more people followed behind him, also raising their hands. Cough cough, passers-by, you can go as you please. The group awkwardly smiled and slowly moved away. The Crusade army didn't make a move either. They all made way in astonishment, allowing them to escape safely. This scene completely dumbfounded LV Buffon and his companions. What the F***? Surrender already, close the gates. LV Buffon shouted. Bulge Shang quickly reacted and shouted loudly, charge, capture LV Buffon alive, for justice. Boom! In an instant, someone from the Crusade army charged in and killed the people who were about to close the gates. The scene immediately descended into chaos. Both sides fought fiercely. Wang Liangping and his companions, who hadn't run far, turned around and saw the densely packed figures rushing into the fortress, causing their bodies to tremble in shock. Fortunately, they ran fast, otherwise, they could imagine their fate. Fortunately, they had cooperated with the big boss in the suit, otherwise, they would have died sooner or later. As insiders, they were very clear about the game between Chen Han and LV Buffon. Now, even idiots knew that LV Buffon had already lost. What use was it to have millions worth of equipment if they couldn't sell it? This was obviously a trap set by the big boss in the suit. But LV Buffon and his idiots still wanted to save face and refused to admit it. Stop looking, let's go find the big boss in the suit and get our rewards. After that, let's hurry and leave. LV Buffon is completely finished. Wang Liangpeng hurriedly ran away with a few of his lackeys. The big boss in the suit is amazing. He actually planted a mole in LV Buffon's camp. Bald Sheng and Shen Han were video chatting, providing a live broadcast. In the video, the Crusade army charged directly into the fortress, causing a fierce battle. Seeing this scene, Zhuli, Zhang Daotian, and the others took a deep breath. They all looked at Chen Han with shocked eyes. What a ruthless person! He actually planted someone inside the enemy's camp. How could they still play the game? They were in the middle of a siege, but at a critical moment, the city gates were wide open, killing people and betraying their hearts. Faced with everyone's gaze, Chen Han rarely became serious. This is the end of the world. For the sake of benefits, one can easily betray their comrades. This story serves as a warning to us, never trust anyone easily. Hearing this, everyone nodded, feeling a sense of gratitude. You knew this truth, yet you still trusted us and let us into the fortress. Isn't that a form of trust? Zhang Daotian secretly wiped away a tear, silently vowing to follow the boss for the rest of his life without any second thoughts. Zhuli also looked at Chen Han with a complex gaze. She only now realized how charismatic this man was. At this moment, Ling Shui smiled and spoke, "Here's something that will surprise you. They betrayed LV Buffon just for a cigarette." Then, she took out 5 cigarettes from her storage space. "And Jian, wait for them at the entrance. Brother Han never breaks his promises. Just for a cigarette?" Everyone shook their heads with pity. LV Buffon was truly pitiful. Just as everyone sighed, the live broadcast suddenly changed. An armored vehicle rushed out of the fortress. LV Buffon escaped. In a life-or-death crisis, LV Buffon and his companions chose to flee the fortress. Along the way, they didn't know how many people they knocked down. Under the powerful impact of the armored vehicle, the Crusade army had no choice but to make way. "Boss, LV Buffon has run away. What should we do?" Baldy shouted anxiously. Chen Han didn't pay much attention, as LV Buffon, who had lost everything, was like a stray dog. Chen Han had already taken revenge for the past life. This money-making tool was now useless. It was lucky for him that LV Buffon had run away. Of course, if he dared to come back, Chen Han would definitely send him off. Chen Han ended the call and smiled at everyone, saying, "Alright, the first phase is almost complete. We made a small profit of 12 billion. Next, let's relax for a day and prepare for the second phase of the doomsday the day after tomorrow. Now, let's have a party and enjoy ourselves." After speaking, Chen Han took out various delicious food and wine. "Great!" Everyone cheered in unison. That night, gurgle, gurgle. In an abandoned shop, LV Buffon and the others were hungry, their stomachs growling. "Dad, have some." LV Feihong handed him a piece of moldy bread. LV Buffon angrily slapped the bread away, saying, "You want me to eat this? Can this garbage be eaten?" LV Feihong remained silent for a moment and said, "This is all we have. What about meat? Can't we buy meat?" Li Chuanqi asked. "Yeah, where did we buy the meat we ate before? We can buy it now too." He Dongfa said anxiously. Those high-quality foods were bought at a high price from other players. The steak you love to eat can be sold for 100,000 gold coins per serving. LV Feihong glared at the two of them. It was already this late, and they were still thinking about eating high-quality food. Li Chuanqi said, "Don't we even have 100,000? We do, but we need to save it to buy fuel. The fuel for the armored vehicle is expensive. What about equipment? Haven't we sold any equipment? We haven't sold a single piece." Chen Han has put up another 100,000 pieces of equipment for sale. Everyone is waiting for him to give them away. Who would buy our expensive equipment? Hearing this, Li Chuanqi and the others' faces immediately turned ugly. Chen Han deserves to die. Why don't we lower the price? I don't believe no one will buy it, He Dongfa suggested. Hearing this, Zhang Yanghui and the other subordinates' eyes lit up. Yes, as long as they lower the price, someone will definitely be willing to buy. They had 1,000,000 pieces of equipment in their hands, and if they could sell them, making a comeback would definitely not be a problem. "Shut up! Lowering the price is impossible!" LV Buffon suddenly shouted angrily. His face was as calm as water, and he clenched his fists tightly. Lowering the price now would mean admitting defeat to Chen Han. LV Buffon couldn't do it, nor could he accept it. Seeing LV Buffon's refusal, Zhang Yanghui and the others' eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. Just then, the roar of zombies came from outside. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Everyone cautiously looked out through the doors and windows at the street. However, the scene in front of them made everyone's faces turn pale with fear, and their bodies trembled. At this moment, the entire street was filled with zombies, densely packed. What was even more shocking was that among the zombie horde, there were two figures, a man and a woman. When LV Buffon and the others saw the woman, their eyes widened. It was her. What are these two doing among the zombie horde? Zhang Yanghui asked in a low voice. No, that man is not human. Everyone saw the man's face clearly in the moonlight. It was truly terrifying. His face was covered in blue veins, and his pale skin was horrifying. Soon, an image flashed through everyone's minds. Half infected. Everyone's hearts trembled. It was the Corpse King. They were done for. The Corpse King had actually appeared nearby during the beginner stage. LV Bufan and the other three wealthy men looked at the woman, their faces becoming serious. They all knew her. Wasn't she Chen Han's girlfriend? How did she end up mixing with the zombies? Was this another one of Chen Han's tricks? Could he even control zombies? A sense of unease flashed through the hearts of the three men. Quick, hide, don't let them see us. LV Bufan and the others thought that Chen Han had come to settle the score with them. Everyone was trying to hide, but the army of zombies was coming towards them. The zombies, in a vast and imposing horde, emitted eerie howls in the dark night, walking with unsteady steps on the streets. No matter from which angle you looked, it was terrifying. Before long, to the terrified anticipation of the crowd, the horde of zombies arrived as scheduled. It was clear that the Zombie King had already spotted them. Or rather, he was coming for them. We're done for. Zhang Yanghui and his subordinates panicked. Boss, bring out the armored vehicle, let's run. LV Feihong also realized and immediately released the armored vehicle in the store. The crowd ran onto the vehicle in fear and quickly started it up. LV Feihong drove the armored vehicle, paying no attention to the Zombie King, and directly stepped on the accelerator. Bang! The glass door of the store was instantly shattered by the armored vehicle. The armored vehicle rushed out of the store and directly collided with the semi-infected person. LV Feihong and the others were experienced players, naturally knowing the abilities of the Zombie King. If the Zombie King didn't die and he controlled the zombies to surround the armored vehicle, they wouldn't be able to escape at all. Die! LV Feihong stepped on the accelerator fiercely, intending to directly crash into the Zombie King. However, a shocking scene occurred. Just as the armored vehicle was about to collide, the semi-infected person only extended one hand and directly pressed the high-speed approaching armored vehicle in place. How is this possible? The people in the vehicle were shocked. LV Feihong didn't care about that and directly stepped on the accelerator of the armored vehicle. However, the wheels kept rubbing against the ground, but they didn't move forward at all. Zhang Yangyi's mouth curled up, emitting a hoarse laughter. He. Then, to the shocked gazes of everyone, Zhang Yangyi raised his fist and punched the front of the armored vehicle. Boom! The entire front of the vehicle was smashed into the ground, and the rear of the vehicle was raised high, leaving the people on the vehicle dumbfounded. The crowd showed a look of despair. This semi-infected person was too strong, definitely not something they could resist at their current state. At this moment, Xiao Rou stepped forward, looking at them coldly. Get off the vehicle. More than a dozen people were forced off the vehicle. When they saw the densely packed zombies on both sides of the street, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. There were too many. Densely packed, even more than the army of exterminators. Kneel. Zhang Yangyi said coldly. As soon as this voice came out, everyone, including LV Bufan, was stunned. This Zombie King had intelligence. You're a human player? Zhang Yanghui widened his eyes. In the game, semi-infected people were NPCs and were on the opposite side of humans. He didn't expect the semi-infected person in front of him to actually be a human turned into one. For a moment, everyone even felt a bit familiar with the semi-infected person in front of them. Since he was a human player, everything could be negotiated. Zombies wouldn't reason with you, those things only wanted to eat people. But human players were different. As long as there were benefits, cooperation was possible. Zhang Yanghui immediately felt relieved. He didn't kneel down, but instead smirked. Friend, let's talk, there's no need for violence. However, in the next moment, Zhang Yangyi directly grabbed his hand and tore it off with a snap. Then, he put the severed arm into his mouth, bite by bite. Ah, my hand, my hand. Zhang Yanghui cried out in pain, falling to the ground, blood splattering from the severed arm, horrifying to the extreme. Smelling the scent of blood, the horde of zombies became restless, emitting terrifying howls. This scene left LV Bufan and the others dumbfounded. Wasn't this a human player? Why was he eating flesh? Indeed, after mutating into a semi-infected person, Zhang Yangyi still retained human memories. But at the same time, he also inherited the characteristics of a semi-infected person, such as bloodlust and brutality. Zhang Yanghui's frivolous words clearly angered him. Kneel. Zhang Yangyi spoke again. This time, no one dared to disobey and they all knelt down with a thud. LV Bufan trembled all over, never having seen such a scene before. Seeing the semi-infected person eating his severed arm made him nauseous, but he forced himself to swallow it. Vomit? He didn't dare. LV Buffon, I heard you made billions? Hand over the money, Xiao Rou said coldly. When these words came out, LV Buffon was stunned. No, you're not sent by Chen Han? He was confused. How could Xiao Rou, as Chen Han's girlfriend, not know what had happened between them? Hearing Chen Han's name, Xiao Rou's face turned even colder. We did make billions, but your boyfriend cheated it all away. He Dongfa suddenly spoke up. He noticed the change in Xiao Rou's face and probably guessed what was going on. It was obvious that Xiao Rou had been abandoned. She and Chen Han were definitely not on the same side. And now she was attached to the Corpse King, with this immense power. They could definitely use Xiao Rou's power to seek revenge on Chen Han. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. LV Buffon and Li Chuanqi understood He Dongfa's meaning and their faces showed a look of surprise. This was a good plan. However, in the next moment, a figure flashed by. The Corpse King directly grabbed He Dongfa's neck and lifted him high. She is mine. He Dongfa struggled in despair, trying to speak but couldn't get any words out. However, from his lip movements, he seemed to be asking for help. His thoughts were noble, but they touched Zheng Yangyi's sore spot. Then, Zheng Yangyi threw He Dongfa into the horde of zombies, who devoured him completely. Seeing this scene, LV Buffon couldn't hold back anymore. He was trembling in fear, kneeling on the ground. Don't kill me, I really don't have any money left. I still have 800,000 pieces of beginner's equipment on me, all for you, please spare me. At this moment, the once arrogant billionaire was begging on his knees. Xiao Rou sneered, tell me everything that happened. Then, LV Buffon explained everything in detail. After listening, Xiao Rou frowned. She didn't expect that Chen Han had actually made 10 times the profit. So, Chen Han now had at least 10 billion in his hands. Just not her share. But it didn't matter, these things would eventually be hers. No matter how strong he was, could he stop the army of zombies? A sinister smile flashed across Xiao Rou's face. She lowered her head and said to LV Buffon. A crisis was gradually forming, and Chen Han had no idea. Last night's party was indeed a bit wild, almost everyone was drunk. Less than 24 hours before the second stage of the apocalypse, Chen Han wanted everyone to relax. People couldn't always be in a state of high mental tension. When the second stage started, life would become much busier. In fact, the first 3 days of the first stage were just a transition period given by the game's will to the players. The zombies outside were nothing compared to the game's dungeon bosses. When the game dungeons arrived, the world would truly be in a survival crisis. Chen Han covered his head, the alcohol evaporating deep in his brain, making him drowsy. He lay on the bed, feeling the warmth at this moment, with countless emotions in his heart. At this time in the previous life, he was still reinforcing the villa with wooden boards, trying to fend off the zombie attacks. He couldn't sleep, and could only eat jam, let alone how difficult it was. But now, nestled under the end of day's fortress, enjoying the comfort of a big bed, lying peacefully, everything was so beautiful. No need to worry or be afraid, sleep however he wanted. Lost in his thoughts, Chen Han gradually felt sleepy, his eyes becoming hazy. However, at this moment, the room door lock suddenly opened, and a figure slipped in. Chen Han suddenly woke up. After the apocalypse game arrived, his physical fitness greatly improved, and his mental state was much better than before. He instantly sensed something unusual in the room. Knowing that someone had entered the room, Chen Han's face showed surprise. He was cautious about his own safety. He had wrapped the entire room in orange alloy steel. Even the door was made of alloy material from the game. Without a key, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to break in. The key was clearly on his person, so how could it be possible? Chen Han reached out and felt the empty key in his pocket. The key was gone, and his first reaction was to draw his sword, ready to strike and kill the intruder the moment they approached. The figure grew closer and closer, and Chen Han tightly gripped the long knife in his hand, preparing to attack. However, in the next moment, he smelled the familiar scent of perfume. A graceful figure quietly climbed onto Chen Han's bed, then slipped under the covers. Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, and he rolled over, pressing the figure beneath him. Ah, Hangu, why aren't you asleep yet? Underneath him, Ling Shue's delicate face blushed, her heart beating rapidly. Whether it was due to nervousness or being startled by Chen Han, he didn't know. What are you doing, ambushing me so late at night? Chen Han pressed down on Ling Shue and said sternly, stealing the key to my room and sneaking onto my bed. Do you know how dangerous that is? Humph. Ling Shue raised her proud head, revealing a slender neck. At this moment, Chen Han noticed Ling Shue's attire. Under her snow-white swan-like neck, she was only wearing a thin strap. Below that were two towering peaks. The peaks were covered by cascading strands of black hair, creating a tantalizing and elusive sight. The strands of black hair emitted a faint fragrance, extremely enticing. Chen Han's throat rolled, realizing that this girl had specially dressed up. She had definitely come prepared. Little girl, you're playing with fire. Chen Han took a deep breath. Didn't you tell us to relax? This is my way of relaxing. Ling Shui pretended to be calm, but her face turned red. Then she took control of the situation and, using her Taekwondo black belt skills, countered Chen Han's hold. Chen Han was left speechless, and before he could say anything, Ling Shui stopped him with a sentence, "There's another woman in your house. Instead of letting you conquer her, why not let me conquer you first?" Chen Han. Tonight is destined to be sleepless. Not only Chen Han, but many people in Jianhai City couldn't sleep. A strange event was unfolding in the city center of Jianhai City. An armored vehicle was driving slowly on the streets of the city, with a speaker on its roof playing music. This bizarre scene instantly attracted the attention of the citizens of Jianhai City. After the arrival of the Doomsday Game, many people had been hiding in their homes and dared not come out. Originally, when they saw the armored vehicle, the survivors were excited, subconsciously thinking that this was an official rescue. However, the result was disappointing. The behavior of this armored vehicle was very strange. It just circled around the city center, and no official personnel appeared. Many people noticed that there was a person tied up at the back of the vehicle, covered in blood. In the dark night, the smell of blood and the sound of the speaker immediately attracted many zombies. More and more zombies followed the armored vehicle with unsteady steps. On this night, the survivors in the city center of Jianhai were so nervous that they couldn't even breathe, let alone fall asleep. The sound of music, the sound of the armored vehicle, the roar of the zombies, entangled in the hearts of the people, making them shudder. Gradually, more and more zombies gathered, almost attracting all the zombies from a block in Jianhai City. Seeing this scene, countless survivors took a cold breath and instantly understood one thing. Someone is causing trouble. What is the purpose of attracting such a large army of zombies? To attack the city? Even the military camp in Jianhai City wouldn't be able to stop them, right? Many people secretly recorded this situation and posted it on the Dawn of the Apocalypse forum. Once the news spread, it immediately caused a sensation in Manhwa, because they all knew that the hottest figure of the moment, Lu Bufan, was in Jianhai City. Damn, who is this big shot? Are they planning to attack Lu Bufan? Upstairs, are you on a 2G network? Lu Bufan was already captured by the coalition forces yesterday, and he has fled in an armored vehicle. Is that really what happened? Lu Bufan escaped with billions of gold coins? I have a bold idea. Could the person driving the armored vehicle in the video be LV Bufan? Is he going to seek revenge on the expeditionary army? Damn, the person upstairs is amazing. It's terrifying to think about. How many people can afford an armored vehicle? It's obviously LV Bufan. This sparked a huge discussion. This news instantly swept through the entire Dragon Kingdom. At the headquarters in the capital, the Dragon General and the high-ranking officials immediately held an emergency meeting. General, what's so urgent? The high-ranking officials looked at the Dragon General with confusion. Did you all watch the video from Jianhai City today? The Dragon General asked with a serious expression. We all watched it. LV Bufan led a large number of zombies to counterattack the expeditionary army. This behavior is indeed inappropriate, but we don't have the ability to deal with it now. The old general who once said he would step down for Chen Han spoke bitterly. The Dragon General shook his head. From what I know, it is true that LV Bufan is the person in the armored vehicle, but he is not seeking revenge on the expeditionary army. His target is Chen Han. What? Upon hearing this, the old general stood up abruptly. He dares to touch Chen Han. I'll kill him. Dragon General, is the information accurate? The people in the meeting room were all shocked and couldn't help but worry about Chen Han. The people were more grateful to Chen Han because of his contributions. Thanks to him, the military has gained a foothold and has the strength to resist. Now that Chen Han is in trouble, naturally everyone is furious. If the situation weren't special, they would probably directly mobilize half of the military district to protect Chen Han. The Dragon General hesitated for a moment and continued, do you know why LV Bufan wants to retaliate against Chen Han? It's because all the equipment on the trading market belongs to Chen Han. He used him to sell the equipment at a high price and make a huge profit. In other words, the true billionaire is Chen Han. Boom! Upon hearing this, all the high-ranking officials were no longer calm. This kid is absolutely ruthless. Now I want to know how you all view Chen Han. The Dragon General looked at everyone seriously. No need to say more. Chen Han may make money, but his patriotism is unquestionable. We must protect him. Chen Han's contributions to the Dragon Kingdom are indelible. The old general shouted with vigor. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. A determined smile appeared on the Dragon General's face. Good. I will spare no effort to gather all the forces near Jianghai City to protect Chen Han. This night was crazy, to the point that Chen Han slept until noon. He woke up leisurely and looked at Ling Shui, who was sleeping soundly with her mouth slightly open, and couldn't help but smile. Little glutton. Both a glutton and a playful one. After the arrival of the Doomsday Game, Ling Shui's physical fitness had actually improved a lot, but she was still a beginner and naturally couldn't keep up with Chen Han's fierce methods. Chen Han loved and cherished this gluttonous little girl. Thinking about it, after today, this little girl would become the Crimson Witch, and at that time, Chen Han might not be able to suppress her. Thinking about awakening his profession tomorrow, Chen Han couldn't help but feel excited. He was looking forward to how powerful the only SSS profession, Sword Immortal, would be. He opened the system panel and started paying attention to the outside world. As expected, the entire Blue Star was still in a state of panic due to the zombie crisis. Although the game clearly expressed it, the majority of people still couldn't accept the reality. They didn't dare to go out, let alone kill zombies. Chen Han could only shake his head and sneer at these people. In fact, the first stage was the best opportunity for development. If one couldn't withstand the first stage, there was no need to continue playing. As for hiding at home, it was still possible to barely hide from these stupid zombies. But when the second stage arrived, all the zombies would be directly upgraded to level 5 by the will of the game. Their strength, speed, and intelligence would all be greatly enhanced. That's how it could be described. A level 1 zombie might only knock on the door, but a level 5 zombie would twist the doorknob. If one had bad luck and encountered a locksmith zombie, it could directly open the door for you. This is much more powerful than zombies in movies. Because of this, the second phase of the apocalypse officially entered a chaotic era. In order to survive, humans began to fight against zombies. Dawn of the apocalypse officially began. Chen Han was browsing the World Channel chat when a video about Jianghai City caught his attention. Under the video, countless people were communicating. After watching it, Chen Han frowned. He was certain that the armored vehicle in the video was definitely Lu Bufan. He believed that there was no third person in Jianghai City who could spend 100 million gold coins to buy an armored vehicle. This guy just won't give up. A smile appeared on Chen Han's lips. They think they can break through my Doomsday Fortress with just a few thousand low-level zombies? Isn't that a joke? Chen Han got up and went downstairs. At this moment, Jiaoji and the others were all anxiously waiting downstairs. They had already received the news, but they were afraid of disturbing Chen Han, so they could only wait for him to come out. I already know the situation, no need to worry. Chen Han waved his hand to reassure them. Are they afraid of such a small lineup? He had experienced millions of zombies besieging the city in the previous life. Boss, Lu Bufan has led a large army of zombies to the neighborhood. Should we do something? Jian Guan asked. It's fine, they can't break through the Doomsday Fortress. Chen Han took out a Yotiao and stuffed it into his mouth, not worried at all. Seeing Chen Han so calm, everyone felt a little relieved, but their brows were still furrowed. Although it was safe to hide in the fortress, they felt frustrated. Avoiding battle was not a solution, right? Chen Han didn't care. After reaching level 12, these small zombies are like fish on a chopping board, not worth mentioning. Get ready for battle, tonight we'll slaughter them all. He still remembered that when the second phase of the apocalypse arrived, there was a small game with rewards that were not ordinary. Chen Han was somewhat looking forward to it. On the main road of Jianghai City, the army of zombies slowly moved forward under the lead of the armored vehicles. Dad, do we really have to cooperate with that Xiaorou? On the armored vehicle, Lu Feihong frowned. He felt a bit like trying to take advantage of a tiger's skin. That woman actually relied on being a half-infected person who could do such a thing. How audacious. And isn't it disgusting? Speaking of Xiaorou, Zhang Yanghui and the others couldn't help but shudder. That woman was too terrifying. Zhang Yanghui touched his severed arm, his face turned even paler. He had managed to save his life, but Dongfa wasn't so lucky and became zombie food directly. That scene was unforgettable for everyone. Do we have a choice in last night's situation? Lu Bufan said bitterly. Hearing this, silence fell in the car. Do you think we can defeat Chen Han? Li Chuanqi suddenly spoke up. Just relying on these low-level zombies, it's unlikely that we can break through Chen Han's Doomsday Fortress. Lu Feihong shook his head. But with that half-infected person, the situation is uncertain. Zhang Yanghui nodded in agreement. That's right, the half-infected person is set as the boss in the game, very powerful. And I suspect that guy has already surpassed the level limit of the first phase of the apocalypse. As long as Chen Han stays hidden in his shell, if he dares to come out, he will definitely be killed by the half-infected person. Speaking of Chen Han, everyone felt endless resentment in their hearts. If it weren't for Chen Han, would they have ended up like this? They were all veteran players of the game. As long as they focused on development, their future achievements would definitely be outstanding. But now, they had nothing left, even their original assets were lost. That guy, damn him. No matter what the result is tonight, if the situation doesn't look good, we'll leave immediately. Lu Bufan looked at everyone. After last night's events, he seemed to have seen a lot. We still have a lot of equipment on hand. When people realize that Chen Han no longer has any equipment to give, there will naturally be people buying from us. When we have money, we can still live the best life. Upon hearing this, a few smiles finally appeared on the faces of the crowd. That's right, as long as they have money, they can make a comeback. As LV Bufan and others led the zombie army into the summer resort and occupied LV Bufan's doomsday fortress, the alliance that had been hunting them down was completely panicked. They all ran away in the night. Although the doomsday fortress was an excellent place to stay, they dared not live there. If they didn't run now, they wouldn't be able to escape once the zombie army surrounded them. However, what they didn't know was that the zombie army wasn't even coming for them. Just as the zombie army approached the city, two groups of people sneaked into the neighborhood and secretly followed behind the zombie army. One group consisted of 200 people, all of them looking older but agile, and they were the emergency reserve summoned by Long Jiang in Jianhai City. Being able to respond urgently in the apocalypse was already quite difficult. On the other side, there were only 7 women. The leader was Xingyu, who had received Chen Han's favor, and her sister Xia Chun'er. The goals of the two groups were clear: to rescue Chen Han. They're here. Chen Han and the others arrived at the highest point of the Doomsday Fortress and looked down at the densely packed zombie army below. The zombies seemed unusually excited at night, with both their strength and speed greatly increased. For a moment, their roars shook the heavens. Orange Alloy Fortress under attack. Damage -0. 2, damage -0. 3. It's really not working. LV Bufan and about 10 others squeezed into an armored vehicle, frowning at the scratch-like damage. Orange Alloy can only cause effective damage if it's at least level 40 or above. In the early stages, it's invincible, Zhang Yanghui explained. These low-level zombies dreaming of breaking through the fortress are simply foolish. It's all because of Chen Han, that damn guy. If he hadn't bought up all the purple grade and above alloy materials, we could have built a fortress like this too. I wouldn't have been driven out of my home by the hunting army. It's really hateful. LV Bufan angrily punched his thigh. Think of a way to lure them down, LV Feihong said in a deep voice. What's the situation? Only an idiot would come down. Li Chuanqi shook his head helplessly. Damn it, I'll challenge him. With the help of his subordinates, Zhang Yanghui opened the lid on top of the armored vehicle. He stuck his head out and angrily pointed at Chen Han. Chen Han, if you have the guts, come down and fight. Hiding in your turtle shell, you're nothing but a coward. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, an arrow fell from the sky and pierced directly through Zhang Yanghui's purple protective suit, lodging itself in his shoulder. Ah! Zhang Yanghui let out a scream and fell down. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Seeing his miserable state, everyone's faces turned ugly. To be honest, they had no way to deal with Chen Han. Chen Han looked down from above, through the windshield of the car, with a disdainful smile on his lips. Li Chuanqi instantly became furious and called Chen Han on his phone. Chen Han, if you're a man, come down and fight one-on-one. I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. If you don't dare to come down, then shut up. I'll take care of you. Li Chuanqi was certain that Chen Han wouldn't come out, so he vented all his resentment. Since becoming successful, he considered himself superior and believed that he couldn't be compared to any trashy poor people. But now, he finally didn't have to hold back anymore and could curse as much as he wanted. He shouted until his throat went dry, and the people in the car covered their ears. LV Bufan couldn't bear it anymore and gave him a slap. Shut the hell up. Chen Han didn't even answer your call. Who are you cursing at? Do you think Chen Han is an idiot? Would he come out to die? LV Feihong was helpless. Let's go, our mission is complete. Let Xiao Rou take over from here. The group turned the car around and prepared to leave the zombie army. However, in the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded as a figure dressed in black battle attire descended from the sky. Holy shit, Chen Han jumped down. Damn, this guy is really crazy. Come on, crash into him, crash him to death. LV Bufan and Li Chuanqi were stunned for a moment, then quickly shouted. Running away? I let you guys run away? Chen Han jumped directly from the fortress, with lightning flashing on his battle attire. In the next moment, under LV Bufan's arrogant roar, the armored vehicle directly crashed into Chen Han, who was landing. Chen Han's mouth curled up slightly, absorbing all the energy of the Five Thunder Talisman into the black tooth battle attire, raising his fist. The fist slammed onto the roof of the armored vehicle, causing an energy explosion. The terrifying force collided with the armored vehicle. A faint purple energy shockwave erupted on the roof of the armored vehicle, causing invisible ripples to spread outward. Boom! The front of the armored vehicle instantly smashed into the ground, and the rear of the vehicle suddenly lifted up, flipping the entire armored vehicle in mid-air, and the roof slammed heavily onto the ground. The powerful force quickly cracked the blue brick floor, and the surrounding crowded zombies were instantly lifted off. In the nearby bushes, Bald Shang and Mouse were hiding in the dark, their eyes widened in astonishment, covering their mouths and not daring to make a sound. The two looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Wow, the suit boss is awesome. The two did not follow the army to fight, they had been hiding here, just to see how the suit boss would face the zombie army. They originally thought that Chen Han would not come out, but the scene in front of them was truly shocking. Who said the suit boss wouldn't dare to come down? Not only does he dare, he can also come down and beat you up. So powerful. Bald Shang and the two were extremely excited, and at this moment, their admiration for Chen Han reached its peak. LV Bufan and the others were also dumbfounded. They crawled out from under the armored vehicle, their faces filled with horror. The armored vehicle they relied on was actually scrapped with just one punch. This was too outrageous. Li Chuanqi, are you fucking stupid? Why did you provoke him? LV Bufan angrily scolded. Who said he wouldn't dare to come down? At this moment, he felt no joy at Chen Han's appearance, but instead was filled with fear. Everyone doubted from the bottom of their hearts, was Chen Han really afraid of the zombie army? Could that semi-infected person really defeat Chen Han? Chen Han stood on the overturned armored vehicle, his gaze coldly staring at LV Bufan and the others. Since you all ran away, why did you come back to die? To die? We didn't come back for revenge? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Clearly, it was a zombie siege, and you say we came back to die? This is not taking the zombies seriously. Get him! LV Bufan shouted to his subordinates, but his footsteps moved backward. Charge! I alone can't beat him with over 10 of us. Zhang Yonghui shouted. We're all wearing purple equipment, why should we be afraid of him? Kill him! Everyone took out their weapons and swung them at Chen Han. Zhang Yonghui raised his crossbow, die. Bang! The arrow shot out and hit Chen Han's black tooth battle attire. Ah! Triggered counterattack damage -30. Zhang Yonghui felt a pain in his hand, almost unable to hold onto the crossbow. And in the next moment, a black shadow rushed towards him. Chen Han descended like the god of death, the cold gleam of his tang sword enlarging in front of Zhang Yonghui's eyes. You! Zhang Yonghui didn't even have time to say anything before his head was sent flying, blood splattering. The boss is dead. Seeing this scene, the subordinates were filled with fear. Chen Han didn't give them another chance, his figure moved like a ghost, with the boost from the orange shoes, his speed reached its limit. The tang sword swung, and the sword shadows flickered under the moonlight. Swish! The protective suits shattered, and a strong smell of blood spread in all directions. 7 subordinates fell to the ground with wide eyes. Seeing this scene, LV Bufan was shocked, his heart pounding. Help! Miss Xiao, help! LV Bufan, his son, and Li Chuanqi rushed into the crowd of zombies in a panic. Strangely, the zombies only gnashed their teeth and claws, but didn't attack them. Chen Han frowned and looked into the distance. There, 2 figures were slowly approaching. 1 man and 1 woman, the woman's figure was extremely familiar. Chen Han was stunned for a moment. You're not dead yet? Under the moonlight, Xiao Rou walked out among the corpses, holding onto a hideous-looking man. How could I bear to die before killing you? A hideous smile appeared on Xiao Rou's cold face. Chen Han looked at the half-infected person beside her and exclaimed, so you've joined someone else, your taste is really heavy. You don't love me anymore? You love zombies now? Shut up! Xiao Rou angrily rebuked, her body trembling with anger. She gritted her teeth and glared at Chen Han, then looked at the fortress behind him with even more hatred. Such good living conditions should have belonged to her. Where is that bitch Ling Shui? Let her come out! Xiao Rou shouted towards the fortress. If it weren't for this woman, how could Chen Han have changed his mind and abandoned her? Everything she has now is caused by that bitch Ling Shui. Besides Chen Han, she also wants to seek revenge on Ling Shui. Both of these despicable people deserve to die. Bang! An arrow suddenly shot out from above the fortress. The arrow gleamed coldly under the moonlight, sharp and deadly, heading straight for Xiao Rou. Fear appeared on Xiao Rou's face as she quickly hid behind Zhang Yangyi. Zhang Yangyi felt a sense of satisfaction. This is his woman. She immediately hides behind him when there's trouble. This is her dependence on him. He reached out and easily caught the swiftly flying arrow in his hand. With a little force, he snapped the steel arrow in half. Disgusting woman, can't find a normal man, so you have to go for a freak? Are you that desperate? On the fortress, Ling Shui held a crossbow, smiling at Xiao Rou. Her words were sarcastic and heart-piercing. Xiao Rou clenched her fists, trembling all over with anger. The bitterness that had been suppressed in her heart surged up instantly. Did I really want to do this? Do I really like this person who was neither human nor ghost? Do you know how disgusting he is? Every time he lies on top of me, I feel like dying. She couldn't hold it in any longer. The grievances in her heart surged up. Xiao Rou pointed at Chen Han with a hideous face and shouted hoarsely, kill him for me. Chen Han sneered in his heart, is Xiao Rou pitiful? She's just a devil. In the previous life, when she conspired with Lu Bufan to harm him, her heart was completely black. Chen Han could never forget her ugly face. That night, she clung to Lu Bufan's shoulder, killed Gangzi first, then tortured him, and used him to force Ling Shui to give up resistance. That night, Chen Han watched helplessly as the person he loved the most betrayed him and killed the person closest to him. The damn memories surged up in his mind. Chen Han's face gradually turned cold. Then let's put an end to this. Zhang Yangyi stepped forward, tore open his shirt, revealing his explosive muscles and dense blue veins. He looked disdainfully at Chen Han. I think you should apologize to my woman. You don't need to kowtow, because I'm going to eat your brain. Zhang Yangyi opened his hideous mouth, his blood-red eyes eerie and terrifying. This appearance shocked Bald Shang and Mouse, who were hiding in the bushes, causing them to cover their mouths in astonishment. Wow, he's a half-infected person. Oh my god, that's so disgusting. How can that woman stand it? It's over. The setting of the half-infected person in the game is very strong. They're invincible in front of players who haven't awakened their professions. Can the boss in a suit defeat him? Mouse spoke in shock. Bald Shang lowered his voice. Hard to say, the boss in a suit is not an ordinary person. He should be able to hold his own for a few moves. Worst case scenario, he can run back into the fortress. Just as the two were whispering, Zhang Yangyi was about to make a move, but was stopped by Xiao Rou. She stared fiercely at Chen Han, her face filled with ferocity. Let the zombie army attack. I want him to be bitten to death by the zombies. Zhang Yangyi licked his lips. That's a good idea. Then, he waved his hand and the zombie army started to move, rushing towards Chen Han in a frenzy. Roar! Over 10,000 zombies surged forward, their claws and fangs outstretched, creating a spectacular scene. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been scared to death. Zombies passed by one after another, brushing shoulders with LV Bufan and the other two, their roars lingering in their ears, making all three of them tremble. But smiles appeared on their faces. Die, Chen Han, tonight is your doomsday. With so many zombies, they'll crush you. The battle is about to begin. Chen Han looked at the time and saw that there were still 2 hours until the second stage of the doomsday arrived. A smirk appeared on his lips. Then let's warm up first. In the next moment, a thunderbolt talisman flew towards Chen Han above the fortress. The intense lightning danced around him, and the Black Tooth battle armor emitted a purple light, absorbing all the energy from the thunderbolt talisman. The Black Tooth battle armor flickered with black light, accumulating a terrifying energy. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Chen Han leaped high into the air, and as the zombies pounced towards him, he smashed his fist into the ground. Boom! A powerful force erupted from his fist. A terrifying shockwave began to spread on the ground, followed by an explosion of energy. In an instant, all the zombies that were about to pounce on Chen Han were sent flying by the violent shockwave. Hundreds of zombies were directly blasted into the air. Chen Han took out his Tang sword and used the Fruit Ninja sword technique, the sword light dancing on the falling zombie bodies. In an instant, everyone saw severed arms and scattered flesh, splattering heads in the air. This scene shocked everyone. Bald Shang said, "Am I not mistaken? What kind of power does the man in the suit have?" The rat roared softly, "The man in the suit is awesome." LV Bufan and the other two were also dumbfounded, their bodies trembling again. Is he still human? Seeing how powerful Chen Han was, Xiao Rou trembled with anger. How is he so strong? Why is he so strong? Attack, tear him apart. Zhang Yangyi frowned and shouted in a language no one understood. Roar! As the roar sounded, the army of zombies instantly became violent and surged forward. At this moment, the gate of the Doomsday Fortress behind Chen Han opened. Zhang Daotian rushed out with his plump hands full of talismans. Behind him were Ling Shui, Shuli, Gang Zi, Ling Feng, and the Taoist team led by Jian Guan. Zhang Daotian said, "Boss, I'm here to help you." Kill! Everyone wielded their weapons and engaged in a bloody battle with the army of zombies. Are they crazy? The rat looked shocked. Why did they come out? Isn't this suicide? They won't die. They're wearing purple equipment and have the fortress as their backup. They can advance or retreat. Bald Shang spoke with a serious expression. He hesitated whether or not to lend a hand. If he could help now, the man in the suit would definitely look at him differently. Maybe he could join the man in the suit's team. This was a rare opportunity. But, there's a horde of zombies on the other side. What if he accidentally got bitten? That would be fatal. However, just as Bald Shang hesitated, someone took action. A sweet shout sounded not far behind the two. Big brother Chen Han, we're here to help you. Bald Shang and the rat were startled by the sudden shout. What the hell? Who are they? The two emerged from the bushes and saw several figures wielding weapons rushing out from the shadows. They suppressed their fear and charged into the army of zombies. Bald Shang and the rat widened their eyes. Boss, am I not mistaken? Aren't those 7 girls? The sudden shout made Chen Han and the others couldn't help but look over. However, when they saw those 7 beautiful and delicate girls, they all froze in place. What is this? Chuli and Zhenguan looked at Chen Han with a smile that was not a smile. Ling Shui blinked her big eyes and looked at Chen Han. The meaning in her eyes was self-evident. Someone who could help at such a critical moment. Their relationship was extraordinary. Moreover, they were girls. This was not just a simple act of kindness, they were risking their lives. Faced with such a terrifying army of zombies, even their own mothers would hesitate, right? And yet, they showed no hesitation. With a resolute expression on their faces, they faced death without fear. Key point. They are not 1, but 7. Everyone looked at Chen Han with suspicion, wondering if this guy had the charm to make 7 girls risk their lives to help him. Chen Han was helpless. Hey, what kind of look is that? I only know the 3 leaders, I don't know the others. Even the 3 leaders are just passing acquaintances. Chen Han was also surprised in his heart. He never expected Xinyu to appear here and help him. TSK. Passing acquaintances. Could it be a one-night stand? Ling Shui looked at Chen Han with a smile that wasn't a smile. Han Gij, you're wrong. It's a bad habit to eat and run. Chen Han glared at her. Stop talking nonsense. Ling Shui covered her mouth and chuckled, not only without jealousy, but also with a hint of excitement. 7. And both in appearance and figure, they are top-notch. It seems that they are about the same age as me, probably college students. Especially the 3 leaders, one is cold and domineering, and the other is a pair of sweet and lovely twins. Plus Chuli, a proud and elegant lady. My goodness. Ling Shui lightly pursed her lips, not knowing what she was thinking. Woo, boss, you actually have so many girlfriends. Zhang Pengzi blurted out, his face full of admiration. Chen Han's face turned black, feeling like he couldn't wash it off even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Seeing Xinyu and the others being surrounded by zombies, Chen Han's face turned cold, and he rushed over there. He held a tang knife in his hand, like a god of war descending to earth, invincible in all directions. These low-level zombies were no match for him at all. Even if 1 or 2 zombies occasionally caught him, they were all blocked by the black tooth battle armor. Seeing Chen Han coming over, Xinyu and the others showed joy on their faces. Sister Yu, he's here. Woo, Sister Yu was right, he's really amazing. Xinyu's tense mood finally relaxed a bit. They bet right. They came this time not only to repay Chen Han's kindness, but also with another purpose. That is, like Shang Yi, they wanted to lend a helping hand in the snow and hoped to establish a relationship with Chen Han. They all knew about Chen Han's suited thug. If they could follow him, their future would definitely be good. This was a gamble, with their lives at stake. In fact, Xinyu's team had nearly 30 people, but after learning about her plan, only 6 people were willing to come. It had to be said that they were all heroines among women. Chen Han killed his way to the front of the crowd, his gaze coldly looking at the women. In fact, he had already guessed Xinyu and the others' intentions. Although he had a little bit of a plan, this behavior was indeed worthy of praise. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. Follow me. Chen Han led the women forward, rushing back to the fortress. Seeing this scene, Xiao Rou bit her lip tightly and stared at Chen Han. Bitch. She didn't expect that besides Ling Shui, Chen Han would actually have connections with so many women. For these women, he fought his way in and out of the zombie army. And she, risking her life to run downstairs at the Buckingham Hotel, came to Chen Han, only to be abandoned. Why? Chen Han, why are you so unfair? Xiao Rou completely collapsed, her most proud self-confidence instantly shattered. All along, she believed that she was the most beautiful woman in the world and should be loved by everyone. At any time, Xiao Rou was noble and supported by others. But today, she was trampled on by Chen Han time and time again in her heart. She hated it. Xiao Rou grabbed Zhang Yangyi's hand, which was covered in bulging veins, and shouted hysterically, "Let them out, let me kill those bitches." Zhang Yangyi's mouth curled up slightly, and his big hand reached down from Xiao Rou's collar, ruthlessly ravaging her. No need to rush, they can't escape. At this moment, Zhang Yangyi let out a strange roar, and the ground actually trembled. 10 3-meter-tall giant zombies walked out of the darkness, each dragging a huge axe in their hands, stepping heavily on the ground. Everyone was shocked and looked over. a message popped up. Zombie strange behavior, giant zombie level 9 attack power, 500 defense power, 800 speed, 5 skill, domination description. The zombie strange behavior is among the best of the zombies, possessing various strange abilities. The giant zombie is one of them, known for its excessive attack power and defense power. Remember, do not confront them head-on. Oh, it's a big one. Chen Han's eyes lit up. It was rare to encounter a strange behavior during the first stage of the apocalypse. What's more, the drop rate of strange behaviors was much higher than that of regular zombies. Chen Han became interested immediately. He gathered the women and Zhang Daotian and charged towards a giant zombie alone. Chen Han stomped his foot, leaped over the horde of zombies, and slashed at the giant zombie with his Tang Dao. Ignorant fool! Zhang Yangyi controlled the giant zombie and had it use its skill directly. Roar! The giant zombie emitted a golden light all over its body, activating the skill domination. The giant zombie roared in anger, its strength and defense greatly increased under the domination state, and it swung its giant axe. A terrifying aura burst forth. Chen Han remained fearless, raising his Tang Dao to clash with the giant axe. Clang! After a loud explosion, the giant zombie's axe broke, and the Tang Dao, carrying terrifying power, directly shattered the giant zombie's domination, beheading it. With one strike, Chen Han kicked the giant zombie's body and flew back to the team, escaping from the zombie army. This strike was terrifying. Even Zhang Yangyi furrowed his brows. It was difficult for him to break through the giant zombie's domination. Yet this human actually did it. He showed a serious expression for the first time. Meanwhile, in another perspective, at a distance of 50 meters from the zombie army, the reserve captain held up his phone and video called Long Jiang, who was in Shangjing. Because they were far away and the view was obstructed by zombies, they could only see a rough picture on the video. Long Jiang watched Chen Han clash with the giant zombie, getting sent flying, his fists clenched. He angrily shouted, "Brother Chen Han!" Beside him, the other leaders were also furious. Damn it, Chen Han is no match. That's right, I've seen him try to break through multiple times, but he was always pushed back by the zombie army. Damn it, if anything happens to Chen Han, I will definitely execute LV Bufan. We can't delay any longer, otherwise Chen Han will really die in there. The high-ranking officials spoke up one after another. Long Jiang's face turned serious as he looked at the reserve captain in the video call and said solemnly, "This might be our final farewell, please take care." After speaking, the high-ranking officials also saluted the reserve team with equal seriousness, as if they wanted to firmly remember everyone in their hearts. Seeing this scene, tears welled up in the eyes of the soldiers, and they shouted in unison, "If there's a battle, we will answer the call. This is the mission of the reserve. Please rest assured, Long Jiang, we will definitely bring Chen Han out safely, at any cost." The reserve captain shouted with determination. "Everyone, attention! Swish! Please rest assured, Long Jiang, we will definitely bring Chen Han out safely, at any cost." The generals shouted in unison. The reserve captain raised his red tassel broadsword, pointing it at the zombie army. "Charge! Charge!" Angry roars shattered the sky. What's even more terrifying was that among this hastily assembled reserve team, there was a bugler. He took out the polished bugle, blew the charge that made countless enemies tremble in fear. Do. Upon hearing the bugle sound, Long Jiang and the other high-ranking officials in the video call couldn't hold back their tears, shedding them uncontrollably. Charge! The 200 reserves were like a beam of light, illuminating the entire night sky. The passionate roar seemed like a million troops charging, igniting the dormant military spirit once again. The momentum of the slaughter swept across the horizon, surging towards the zombie army. Holy shit! Whether it was Chen Han, Ling Feng and the others, the bald Shang Liang hiding in the bushes, LV Bufan, or Zhang Yangyi's zombie army, everyone, all the zombies, at this moment, their feathers stood on end. Hearts pounding. What's happening? Is the Dragon Kingdom's army charging? What's happening? Everyone is confused, their gaze turning towards the direction of the charge. Over there, it seems there is a light, a brilliant red light. It is enchanting, it is filled with passion, it is fearless. 200 soldiers formed a formation for the charge. They are like the tip of a spear, piercing straight into the zombie army. The sharp cold light tore open a gap in the horde of corpses, fiercely creating a path. Although the soldiers are old and have not fought for a long time, they were once wolves on the battlefield, and now they fight with extreme bravery. Kill! Old Captain Yi Yongchang waved his red tassel broadsword, leading the charge, blood and flesh flying wherever he went. The old soldiers behind him were not inferior either. At this moment they felt like they were back in their prime, filled with strength. They knew that this was the final command given to them by the country. Even if it meant sacrificing their lives, they must complete the mission. The mobile phone that was video calling with the Dragon General was not hung up. it was hung on old Captain Yi's chest, and the screen kept shaking as his body moved. The roaring sound of the zombies, the roaring of the army, all transmitted through the screen to the office projection in the capital. At this moment, all the high-ranking officials fell silent, tears shimmering in their eyes. They all knew that although the 200-person team was equipped with purple suits, charging into the zombie horde like this would undoubtedly be extremely difficult. It is unknown how many people can truly reach the fortress through this charge, and whether they can ultimately rescue Chen Han is also uncertain. Everyone nervously stared at the screen, silently praying in their hearts. The 200 soldiers charged, creating the momentum of a million-strong army attacking, and quickly charged into the midst of the zombie army. Only half the distance to the Doomsday Fortress remained. The people on Chen Han's side were dumbfounded. Are these soldiers? Ling Feng looked at the distance in astonishment. It seems like they're here to help us. Everyone looked surprised. At this time, where did the military come from? Moreover, wasn't the military camp in Zhanghai City already occupied? No one knew where this military came from. But it didn't matter, it didn't hinder their gratitude towards the country. In this critical moment, being able to come to the rescue, how could they not be moved? LV Bufan and the others looked at the approaching military, their faces uncertain, but they didn't have too many thoughts. Regardless of whether they were military or not, as long as the situation was unfavorable, they would immediately retreat. On the other hand, Zhang Yangyi and Xiao Rou furrowed their brows. The zombie army was their subordinates. It was obvious that this military was here to rescue Chen Han. Xiao Rou's face turned cold. Kill them all. Zhang Yangyi's heart skipped a beat. He hesitated. He had followed the rules and laws his whole life, and had respect for both the country and the military. At this moment, he still hadn't fully accepted the fact that he was a zombie. But this hesitation was fleeting. I'm the fucking zombie king now. What do I care about the military? As long as I have enough power, creating a zombie kingdom is not difficult. Zhang Yangyi's half-infected bloodthirsty nature was instantly ignited. He licked his lips. I've been playing for so long, my stomach is also hungry. In the next moment, Zhang Yangyi rushed towards the reserve squad. He wanted to personally take action. He wanted to prove that this so-called military was no match for him. Seeing this, Chen Han's face immediately changed. The military was here to save him. He couldn't just watch these people die in front of him. He glanced at the time, half an hour until midnight. Doesn't matter. You all go back, I'll go help them. Chen Han ordered everyone to retreat to the fortress, to prevent any unexpected events from happening after he left. Everyone nodded solemnly. Boss, good luck. Zheng Pengzi drew 3 thunder talismans at once and threw them towards Chen Han. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 thunder talismans exploded with a muffled sound on Chen Han's body. Damage-500. Chen Han stumbled, grimacing in pain. Watch your step, you brat. Although the Black Tooth battle armor had the ability to absorb energy, if the energy exceeded its capacity, Chen Han would still be injured. Zhang Fati clearly trusted him a lot, using 3 Thunderbolt talismans at once, almost taking Chen Han's life. However, the effect was obvious. After absorbing the power of the 3 Thunderbolt talismans, the Black Tooth battle armor behind Chen Han emitted a dark purple light, filled with terrifying power. Chen Han no longer hesitated and instantly rushed forward. On the side of the old captain, he had already encountered Zhang Yangyi. Seeing this strange man, the old captain and the other soldiers' faces immediately turned serious. One of the veteran players from Dawn of the Apocalypse instantly recognized Zhang Yangyi's identity. Old captain, he's a half-infected, very powerful. Humph, I've seen all kinds of enemies. The old captain showed no fear, raised his big knife, and swung it towards Zhang Yangyi. Clang! However, Zhang Yangyi simply raised his arm and blocked the falling knife. Damage-29. Zhang Yangyi smirked. A mosquito bite hurts more than you. Then, he raised his hand and punched the old captain, sending him flying. Damage-200. Warning, purple novice protective suit shattered. Pooh! The old captain spat out blood and fell heavily to the ground. Old captain. Seeing this scene, the hearts of all the soldiers were filled with anger. Don't come over. The old captain quickly stood up and shouted loudly at the soldiers. I'll hold him back. You continue to charge forward and complete the mission. Kill! After saying that, the old captain picked up his big knife and continued to attack Zhang Yangyi. This time, he was much more cautious, trying to delay as much time as possible. The long knife swung, hacking at Zhang Yangyi's tough skin. Seeing this, the other soldiers no longer hesitated, enduring their tears, and continued to charge forward. As soldiers, they understood the importance of following orders. Just as the soldiers had charged not far ahead, the old captain let out a scream of agony. Ah! Zhang Yangyi grabbed the hand holding the knife and ruthlessly broke it. Pathetic! Zhang Yangyi reached out and grabbed the old captain's neck, lifting him high. Old captain. The soldiers turned back and their eyes burst with flames of anger. The old captain struggled in pain, using all his strength to shout, "Keep charging forward, don't look back. Remember our mission." At this moment, everyone couldn't hold back anymore, tears streaming down their faces. But they didn't stop their footsteps, turning their grief and anger into strength, bravely continuing forward. A smile appeared on the corner of the old captain's mouth as he shouted at the phone hanging on his chest. "Dragon General, leaders, Yi Yongchang of the original Dragon Nation Marine Corps, I'll go ahead." The voice transmitted through the video to the conference room in Xinjiang. In the spacious office, there was only the sound of choked sobs. Everyone stared closely at the half-infected person on the screen, clenched their fists, filled with grief and anger. The next moment, they heard the sound of a hand grenade being pulled. Salute! The high-ranking officials couldn't hold back anymore, tears silently streaming down their faces, waiting for the explosion of the hand grenade. However, what they heard was a curse. "Get the F*** out of here." Chen Han leaped high and quickly arrived in front of the soldiers, but what he saw made him shudder. The veteran soldier who had been grabbed by Zhang Yangyi's neck had secretly pulled the hand grenade on his body. Holy S***. Chen Han's heart skipped a beat. "Big brother, why are you risking your life like this? This hand grenade in the real world has no effect on a half-infected person like him. It's better for you to just stab him. But for you with a shattered protective suit, you'll definitely be blown to pieces." Chen Han immediately rushed over and delivered a flying kick towards Zhang Yangyi. "Get the F*** out of here." Zhang Yangyi's expression changed. He quickly let go of the veteran soldier and raised his hand to block Chen Han's attack. However, when he collided with Chen Han, he realized what true strength was. The energy contained in the Black Tooth battle armor erupted instantly. Zhang Yangyi only felt a terrifying force in his arm, and then he was kicked hundreds of meters away. Looking at Chen Han standing in front of him, the old camp leader was dumbfounded, still holding a hand grenade with the safety pin pulled. "Run away!" The old camp leader's pupils shrank in shock as he shouted loudly at Chen Han. Chen Han looked helpless, and under the shocked gaze of the old camp leader, he directly snatched the hand grenade, held it in one hand, and extended it to the other side. Boom! With a muffled explosion, the hand grenade exploded directly in Chen Han's hand. The power was comparable to a child's firecracker. This scene was seen by all the soldiers, and everyone was stunned in place. The mobile phone on the old camp leader's chest also captured this scene. Long Jiang and the others in the video were all dumbfounded. He crushed the hand grenade with his bare hands? Is Chen Han really that awesome? This is a bit terrifying. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. "Ha!" Chen Han also noticed the old camp leader's phone and took it with one hand. On the phone screen were the familiar old guys. "Long Jiang, what are you guys doing?" Chen Han asked with a hint of anger. At this question, everyone opened their mouths, wanting to say something but unable to say anything. Originally, they wanted to say, "Didn't we send someone to rescue you?" But now, in this situation, who is saving whom? They didn't expect Chen Han to be so powerful. "Ahem, Chen Han, we didn't come to help you on purpose. We just came to see if there was anything we could do to help, but we didn't expect to cause trouble for you." Long Jiang smiled awkwardly. At this moment, he felt that his expression was worthless. 1 second ago, he was sad and tearful for the farewell, and the next second he was smiling and welcoming. "Next time, you have to contact me in advance. Look at the situation now, how dangerous and tired the soldiers are," Chen Han said seriously. "Okay, I was careless." Long Jiang's smile didn't diminish. Chen Han was fine, the soldiers were fine, and that was the best result. "Alright, then I'll treat them as guests. When friends come from afar, we have food and drink." Chen Han looked at the soldiers and shouted loudly, let's go back and have supper." Then, he swaggered towards the fortress. Wherever he went, there was no obstacle. All the soldiers were dumbfounded, looking at Chen Han in shock. Is this the target we want to rescue? They are surrounded by a horde of zombies, but Chen Han acts like he's in his own home. He doesn't even care about these terrifying zombies. Everyone's scalp tingled. Before long, he returned to the front of the Doomsday Fortress with 200 soldiers. "Brothers, you go in and rest first, I have something to take care of. Gangzi, prepare some food, we'll have a feast later to welcome our friends who have come from afar." Chen Han shouted at Gangzi on the fortress while killing zombies. "By the way, get more meat, the roasted lamb from yesterday was good, roast a few more. And the beef, cut it thicker, it will taste better." He then looked at the old camp leader and the other soldiers. "Do you have any food you want to eat? Just say it." Gurgle. The sound of 200 people swallowing saliva was quite spectacular. Everyone felt a bit unreal. Are the things you're talking about really real and existent? After the arrival of the apocalypse game, are there still these kinds of food? On the other side of the video, in a spacious office, many big shots looked at each other. Did I hear correctly? Roasted lamb? Beef? I think you heard correctly, because I heard it too. The food in the real world, isn't it contaminated? How dare they eat it? Contaminated with what? Didn't you hear him say they ate it yesterday? I don't believe it. If it's true, I also want to go and have a meal. No, are we talking about food now? Don't the zombies have any face? They are currently being besieged by zombies. Ah, right, one person besieging tens of thousands of zombies, how terrifying. Looking at the soldiers entering the Doomsday Fortress, Bald sighed. He knew that he had missed the opportunity to follow Chen Han. If he had rushed out just now, it wouldn't have been a great help, but it would have been a gesture of goodwill. But now that Chen Han has shown this powerful force, it would seem deliberate to rush out and help. Chen Han would not only not appreciate it, but might even feel disgusted. Ah, I missed it. Bald felt a pang of regret as if he had missed a great opportunity. At this moment, Zheng Yangyi crawled up from the zombie horde, looking at Chen Han with resentment. He never expected Chen Han to be so powerful. That kick just now directly knocked him unconscious. Now, Zheng Yangyi dared not underestimate Chen Han anymore, and even had the intention to retreat. It was true that the early stage of a half-infected person was strong, but only limited to ordinary players. Compared to Chen Han, a big spender, they were naturally much weaker. The gap in physical fitness was completely compensated by equipment. He seriously doubted that Chen Han was wearing orange equipment, and it was even a fashion with additional attributes. If it was only purple equipment, it would be impossible to be so powerful. Damn it, if the level was unlocked, as long as I reached level 10, I could awaken the talent of a half-infected person. Regardless of what godly equipment he has, he must submit to me. Zheng Yangyi thought to himself, but when he looked up, he saw Chen Han charging towards him. He trembled all over, scared out of his wits, and quickly summoned the Yi giant zombie to surround Chen Han. Boom! 9 giant zombies dragged their giant axes, paying no attention to the low-level zombies under their feet, and charged directly at Chen Han. The giant axes plowed a terrifying trench on the ground. Chen Han glanced at the time and saw that there were 10 minutes left until 12 o'clock. If possible, he had to kill Zheng Yangyi within these 10 minutes. In the second stage of the Doomsday game, as long as all players reached level 10, they could inherit the profession of their original character. Half-infected people were no exception. What was even more terrifying was that because of the rarity of half-infected people in the game's setting, the talents awakened by half-infected people would be exceptionally powerful. To avoid any accidents, Zheng Yangyi had to die. Chen Han ignored those big guys and rushed towards Zheng Yangyi. Brother E, help me kill him. Zheng Yangyi was about to turn around and leave, but he heard Xiao Rose shout. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, let's fight. Under the shocked gazes of everyone present, the two exchanged punches. Zheng Yangyi was sent flying, but he quickly got up and continued to resist Chen Han's attacks. And then, an astonishing scene happened. The previously arrogant half-infected person was directly beaten up by Chen Han. Ah, damn it. Ah, don't hit my face. Roar, Chen Han, don't bully people too much. Amidst the screams of despair, the 10-minute time was about to elapse. Chen Han frowned. He didn't expect this guy's vitality to be so strong. He couldn't even kill him. The purple tang sword in his hand even had a few notches from the slashes. Just then, a thunderous sound rang out in the night sky. A voice from the game system echoed in the ears of all players. Dear players, the second stage of Dawn of the Apocalypse is here, please be prepared. The second stage of Dawn of the Apocalypse begins. Gameplay announcement. 1. Game levels open from level 10 to 19. 2. Professions are open. After reaching level 10, old players can inherit their account's profession, while new players can awaken their profession by using a profession card. 3. Guilds are open. Experience the passionate competition between players. 4. Dungeons are here. Various dungeons are descending all over the world, divided into personal dungeons, guild dungeons, national dungeons, and world dungeons. Clearing dungeons can yield rich rewards. 5. The beginner experience stage officially ends, and the zombie levels worldwide increase by 5 levels. Note, they are even more ferocious now, don't underestimate those things. 6. Discover more gameplay in the game. To celebrate the arrival of the second phase of the Doomsday game, the game will introduce the first world mission. World mission, Battle of Honor. National mission, as a nation, be the first to kill 10,000 zombies and become the winner. Activity rewards, the winning nation will receive 10,000 airdrops within its territory, including equipment airdrops, food airdrops, profession card airdrops, skill card airdrops, and material airdrops. Personal mission, as an individual, The player who kills the most zombies after completing 10,000 kills in the nation will be the winner. Mission rewards: the winning player will receive an activity gift pack, unimaginable rewards. The game will start in half an hour, so players from all countries are encouraged to participate and fight for national honor. Countdown, 29:58. At the sound of the clock striking 12, the sound of the game system spread throughout the blue star. In an instant, the whole world was in an uproar. The first change occurred in the zombies. At this moment, all the zombies in the world were upgraded by 5 levels. Their intelligence, strength, speed, and sense of smell were greatly enhanced. Roar! In an instant, the roar of the zombies shook the entire blue star. The once dull and stupid zombies crazily rushed towards human settlements. The sudden surge of power made them more ferocious, bloodthirsty, and hungry. The zombie riot was a huge blow to human players, especially for those who were hiding and hadn't leveled up. It was even worse news. They used to have some resistance against low-level zombies, but after the zombies were upgraded, they were no match at all and could only watch as the zombies pounced on them. For a while, the blue star fell into chaos again. Countless creatures were screaming. Of course, for some players, activating their professional abilities was the most exciting thing. After obtaining professional abilities, they could deal with zombies using various abilities without having to engage in hand-to-hand combat. And the most exciting thing was the world mission. Both the national rewards and the personal rewards were extremely attractive. At this moment, countless players rushed out of their shelters, ready to participate in the event. The world chat channel exploded. Chef Dad, damn, I'm a D-level professional chef. Weak in combat, what should I do? Summer Beauty, sob, why didn't I spend more money? I'm also a D-level professional. Mysterious player, ha, I'm a C-level professional mysterious assassin, I can fly over walls. King Joe, luckily, I spent a lot of money, I'm a B-level martial artist, I'll use nunchucks. Everyone's dad, A-level professional warrior, looking for a guild, interested parties please private message, meals included. It is worth noting that with the arrival of the national mission, officials from various countries also began to emerge. Official Eagle Sauce, all free citizens, we need your strength to kill zombies quickly. Official Big Stick, please, Appas, use your strongest power to kill zombies, Simida. Official Dragon Nation, fight for survival. This night, the whole blue star became lively. The most crazy was Chen Han's side, because in front of him, there were more than 10,000 zombies. After the sound of the game system, these low-level zombies underwent earth-shaking changes. Roar! The zombie levels instantly increased, their strength skyrocketed, and they all roared at Chen Han. Especially those few mutated ones, giant zombies. Originally level 9, after a 5-level upgrade, they instantly reached level 14, their tyrant bodies shining brightly, like a steel body. It was chilling. Be careful, Hangu, come back quickly. Boss, let's retreat to the fortress, these zombies have become stronger. Gangzi and the others quickly shouted. Ha ha ha, leave now? It's too late. Zheng Yanyi climbed up from the ground and let out a long howl. Ha ha ha, it's like heaven is helping me too. Unexpectedly, you leveled up at a critical moment, Chen Han, you're done for. Zheng Yanyi burst with a powerful aura, and in that instant, he leveled up to level 10, activating his innate skill. Get fired up. Roar! Zheng Yanyi let out a roar, directly using his innate skill. S-rank Tyrant's Body, as the Corpse King, you can bestow the ability of Tyrant's Body to the zombie horde, lasting for 10 minutes. Buzz! Under the shocked gazes of everyone, a red light burst out from Zheng Yanyi, rapidly spreading and covering all the zombies in the area. In the next moment, tens of thousands of zombies simultaneously emitted a golden light, their bodies glowing with the Tyrant's Body. Damn, a group support skill, and it's the Tyrant's Body. Is this even fair? Not to mention others, even Chen Han himself was stunned. This skill was simply terrifying. Tens of thousands of zombies all having the Tyrant's Body, the scene was too shocking. Boss, come back quickly. Zhang Pengzi anxiously shouted. He was the person most familiar with the game besides Chen Han. Naturally, he knew just how insane it was for everyone to have the Tyrant's Body. Chen Han ignored everyone's dissuasion, his face solemnly watching Zheng Yanyi. This half-infected person absolutely couldn't be allowed to develop further. Otherwise, it would definitely be a disaster. Just at this moment, Zheng Yanyi didn't give him a chance to escape and rushed towards him like lightning. He activated his Tyrant's Body, directly throwing a punch at Chen Han. Die! Chen Han's expression turned cold, and he also threw a punch. Boom! This time, Chen Han was sent flying, crashing heavily into the steel gate. Seeing this scene, Zhang Pengzi and the others' faces changed drastically. Meanwhile, Xiao Rou and Lu Bufan burst into laughter. Ah, Chen Han, your time is up. Chen Han slowly stood up, taking out a pile of spiritual energy crystals and continuously absorbing them. Actually, awakening your innate skill is nothing special. Chen Han's mouth curled up slightly. After absorbing 1,000 spiritual energy crystals, his level finally reached level 10. Do you want to awaken your profession? Awaken! Successfully awaken profession, SSS rank Sword Immortal. With the sound of the game system, Chen Han's aura suddenly changed drastically. A terrifying pressure instantly swept through the entire scene. Such a terrifying aura. What profession did he awaken? Lu Feihong widened his eyes, his face filled with shock. Pretending to be impressive. Zhang Yangyi cracked a smile, exuding a terrifying aura as he charged forward. Bring it on! He directly used all his strength, deciding to defeat Chen Han with one move. Chen Han gazed ahead, raising his long sword slightly and striking out with a slash. Buzz! A thick sword light flew out from the long sword, cutting through the night sky and fiercely striking. This slash was stunning the entire scene. The sword light erupted in the night sky, shining with a silver light, as dazzling as a sunset in the 9 heavens. So powerful! Everyone in the scene couldn't help but have their expressions change when they saw this scene. Was this power real? Was this a god? Zhang Yangyi, who was at the forefront, felt an incomparable power rushing towards him. His pupils suddenly contracted as he activated his tyrant's body to its maximum defense. Buzz! The sword light arrived as expected, colliding with the red glowing Zhang Yangyi. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, a figure was sent flying. It was visible to the naked eye that his red glowing tyrant's body was crumbling. Zhang Yangyi crashed heavily onto the ground, a terrifying sword mark appearing on his chest as blood slowly flowed out. How is this possible? My tyrant's body was actually broken? He wore an expression of disbelief. How could someone as powerful as him lose to Chen Han? Roar! He was unwilling to give up, activating the power within him once again, erupting with the tyrant's body. Leaping high into the air, he pounced towards Chen Han once again. This time, he decided not to hold back, using his second innate skill. Wrath of the Underworld, Blessing Skill, Angry Underworld, Self-Strength increased by 300%, Defense increased by 300%, Speed increased by 300%, Tyrant's body defense increased by 300%, Roar! In an instant, Zhang Yangyi's body erupted with terrifying power, and his muscles began to swell, turning him into a 3-meter-tall giant zombie. His figure expanded in mid-air, appearing somewhat cumbersome, but his speed increased several times. Moreover, his red aura became even more intense. At this moment, Zhang Yangyi underwent a tremendous transformation. He looked like the king of the underworld crawling up from hell, instilling fear in people. The people in the arena gasped in astonishment, especially Zhang Daotian, LV Feihong, and other experienced players. They only now realized just how powerful this semi-infected person in front of them was. This was undoubtedly the presence of a big boss in the game. However, in the face of such terrifying attacks, Chen Han did not pay it any mind. A surge of sword energy burst forth from his body as he extended his finger forward, and the sword at his side flew at lightning speed like a bullet. Sword Immortal Talent Skill, Swordsmanship. Buzz! The flying sword moved extremely fast, emitting a sword hum in the air, piercing towards the massive figure in midair with terrifying force. Seeing the flying sword approaching, Zhang Yangyi's face darkened, and he fiercely slapped his claw. The flying sword was knocked off its original trajectory, but soon, it changed direction and continued to attack Zhang Yangyi. What the hell? Zhang Yangyi's face changed drastically. Enduring the pain in his hand, he continued to strike at the flying sword. Clang! The flying sword struck Zhang Yangyi's aura, producing a metallic clash. Once again, he slapped away the flying sword, but Zhang Yangyi did not feel the slightest joy. He glanced at the sword mark on his hand. Although his aura was not broken, the flying sword had left a wound, causing considerable damage to his aura. Zhang Yangyi was stunned. What kind of skill was this? A randomly controlled flying sword actually possessed such power. Seeing Chen Han's casual appearance, Zhang Yangyi's heart trembled. This guy didn't take him seriously at all. Zhang Yangyi instantly became furious. He once again slapped away the flying sword and shot towards Chen Han. Die! Zhang Yangyi clenched his right hand tightly, and the muscles on his arm swelled again, slowly accumulating terrifying power. With this punch, he intended to smash Chen Han's head. Be careful! Shu Li couldn't help but exclaim. Chen Han's mouth curled up slightly as he used his finger as a sword, colliding with Zhang Yangyi's fist. Boom! Underneath their feet, the powerful force directly lifted the green bricks on the ground, causing dust to fly. The sword finger directly pierced through Zhang Yangyi's fist, and a sword energy took the opportunity to rush into his arm, crazily tearing at the tendons and bones. Ah! Zhang Yangyi was sent flying, and his body crashed to the ground, convulsing. The terrifying sword energy roamed around his body, continuously wreaking havoc inside him, causing him to writhe in pain. This scene shocked everyone. In their eyes, Zheng Yanyi, this semi-infected person, was already very powerful, but in Chen Han's hands, he was being beaten so miserably. Chen Han was too terrifying. What kind of profession did he awaken? Something's not right. His character is clearly an A-rank warrior. How could he be so powerful? LV Buffon's face was filled with fear. He had played Dawn of the Apocalypse with Chen Han and had even cleared dungeons together, so naturally, he knew his details. But the current situation was clearly abnormal. No need to say, he must have obtained a more powerful profession after spending money. LV Fei Hong frowned. Compared to his fearful expression just now, he now appeared much calmer, because he had also awakened a profession. S-rank profession, Heavy Armor Master. As a professional player, he naturally possessed a powerful profession. It was precisely because of this that he was not afraid of Chen Han and even had plans to take action. But now, he hesitated. Chen Han's strength made him hesitate to act rashly. He estimated that his heavy armor was probably on par with Zheng Yangyi's aura, but it was clearly not enough to face Chen Han. Son, let's go. Let's develop sneakily first. LV Buffon whispered, I still have 800,000 pieces of newbie equipment on me. After I sell them and make some money, I'll buy resources to create a powerful set of heavy armor for you. When the time comes, we'll come back and settle the score with Chen Han. LV Buffon was scared. He developed a fear of Chen Han. He was afraid that his son would go and duel with Chen Han. He was afraid that his son would die like that. That's right, Xiaohang, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Let's go first, Li Chuanqi also persuaded. Now their team was only left with 3 people, and LV Fei Hong was an S-level professional, with unlimited potential in the future. He still had to rely on LV Fei Hong to survive, so they absolutely couldn't let him die here. LV Fei Hong clenched his fists and turned around angrily. Then let him live a little longer. Seeing LV Fei Hong agree to leave, LV Buffon and the 2 of them were overjoyed. Let's go, let's hide and sell equipment, make big money. Just as the 3 of them were planning to secretly slip away from the zombie horde, a long sword fell from the sky and crashed in front of them. The long sword landed, releasing a terrifying shockwave that overturned all the nearby zombies. The densely packed zombie horde instantly formed a vacuum zone, exposing LV Fei Hong and the others. You want to leave just like that? Chen Han walked slowly, holding the long sword. Seeing this scene, LV Buffon and the others' faces changed drastically. Oh no, he found us. Chen Han, you're asking for death. LV Fei Hong was completely enraged. He stepped forward and put on a dazzling suit of armor, looking very domineering. Then, a heavy sword appeared in his hand. He raised the heavy sword with all his strength and pointed it diagonally at Chen Han. Today, I will take your life. Boom! Zheng Yangyi, let's attack him together. As soon as the words fell, a red light enveloped him, also bursting out with a domineering aura. Zheng Yangyi stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Come on, devour this despicable guy. LV Fei Hong's face showed excitement. After the domineering aura possessed him, he felt a powerful force. Die! In the next moment, he shot up into the air, the heavy armor shining brightly, and the heavy sword swung down. S-level skill, Holy Light Slash. A 10-meter-long slash fell from mid-air, extremely terrifying. Zheng Yangyi also didn't want to fall behind, using his 3rd talent skill. Dark King's Tear, 3 claw marks over 10 meters long seemed to tear through the void, fiercely clawing towards Chen Han. Such a terrifying attack made everyone in the field nervous, all sweating for Chen Han. However, in the next moment, Chen Han tightly gripped the long sword and used his skill for the first time. SSS level skill, Sky-Cutting Sword Technique. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of everyone, 100 Zheng sword aura tore through the void, shaking the heavens and earth. Tear! Chen Han swung his sword, tearing through the void, instantly creating an abyss-like crack in mid-air, breathtaking. LV Fei Hong's Holy Light Slash and Zheng Yangyi's Dark King's Tear arrived as expected. The 10-meter-long slash and claw marks were originally so terrifying. But at this moment, in front of the 100 Zheng crack in the void, they seemed so small and insignificant. The Holy Light Slash and Dark King's Tear collided directly with the crack in the void, and then fell into that pitch-black abyss. And then, there was no more. It felt as if a stone had fallen into the ocean, without causing a single splash. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. They all stared in shock at the enormous crack, their hearts trembling. This is freaking insane. But soon, the crack in the void disappeared without a trace. It seemed as if a force had forcibly erased everything. Only Chen Han noticed it. He stared at the sky, lost in thought. How is this possible? LV Fei Hong widened his eyes, looking at all of this in disbelief. His S-level skill, Holy Light Slash, had cost a lot of skill upgrade vouchers to upgrade from A-level to S-level. This move had never failed in the game. Even in esports competitions, he had defeated countless professional players. But at this moment, under Chen Han's sword, he was completely defeated. What profession was he? What skill did he have? Was he a magic swordsman who used a sword? No, magic swordsmen didn't have such a powerful skill. LV Feihan's whole body was trembling. As a professional player, he was familiar with the tens of thousands of professions in the game Dawn of the Apocalypse, but he never expected Chen Han's profession. He could never have imagined that Chen Han's profession was the game's only hidden SSS-level sword immortal, which did not exist in his knowledge. This is the charm of spending money. Of course, such a terrifying skill also comes with a huge cost. This one sword consumed 1/3 of Chen Han's spiritual energy. This must be the powerful talent of the sword immortal profession, if he remembered correctly. Normal professions only have 1,000 points of spiritual energy at level 10, which is just enough for Chen Han to use his sky-cutting sword technique. LV Feihan's face became more and more serious, and he secretly said to LV Bufan beside him, "Dad, when I hold him back, you run away quickly. Don't come back, we can't fight against Chen Han." Hearing this, LV Bufan's heart trembled, as if he realized something. "Xiao Hang, you, go quickly." LV Feihan erupted completely, and a radiant heavy armor appeared on his body. He used his strongest move, the heavy armor giant. In the next moment, a figure in armor slowly formed above his head. The armored giant held a shield in one hand and a giant sword in the other, with flowing light surrounding its body, constantly absorbing LV Feihan's spiritual energy. Besides spiritual energy, it seemed to also absorb his life force. This skill turned out to be a sacrificial skill. Son. Seeing this scene, LV Bufan couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to join the battle. However, LV Feihan turned his head and glanced at him. "Dad, as a businessman, you have failed. You shouldn't always look out for your own interests. But as a father, you barely pass. Let's go." With these words, the armored giant directly grabbed LV Bufan and Li Chuanqi, and with a strong swing, threw them somewhere unknown. They were both A-level professionals, so they might get injured from the fall, but at least they wouldn't die in Chen Han's hands. Seeing LV Bufan and Li Chuanqi being rescued, Chen Han frowned. He didn't expect LV Feihan to use this move. Chen Han stared at the armored giant, and at this moment, he recognized LV Feihan's identity. In the previous life, he was a giant in the Magic City, known as the Magic Armor. He was famous in the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, in this life, LV Bufan called him back to Zhanghai City. A good fate was rewritten from then on. "Come on, Chen Han, I'll settle things with you on behalf of my dad." LV Feihan endured the pain in his body. Having his life force drained was the most painful thing. Chen Han nodded. "I respect you as a man, so I'll send you off." Boom! The armored giant made a move. Its huge arm swung the giant sword fiercely towards Chen Han. Before the giant sword even fell, a hurricane had already stirred up around, with strong winds and terrifying pressure enveloping Chen Han. Chen Han felt bound by a tremendous force, unable to move. It must be said that LV Feihan was indeed very powerful. After all, he was an S-level professional, basically a dominant force in his own right. Chen Han gently raised his hand, and the long sword emitted a humming sound, instantly shattering the binding force. The sky-cutting sword technique. The sword emerged, and the sword energy tore through the void once again, instantly shattering the descending giant sword. Then, the sword energy continued forward, directly striking the heavy armor on the armored giant. Crack! Under the sword energy, the heavy armor couldn't withstand it for more than 2 seconds before cracks appeared, and then it shattered inch by inch. Boom! The armor exploded, and the giant disappeared into the sky. LV Feihan fell heavily, his body weak, and his life force reached its last breath. In the end, he was defeated. Both in strength and in business, he and his father had lost. From beginning to end, they fell for Chen Han's scheme and plunged into an endless abyss. In fact, he should have realized it earlier. LV Feihan fell heavily. Perhaps, he was the first S-level professional to die in the entire game. Seeing LV Feihan's death, the bald Shang and the rat-like figure hiding in the dark were trembling. This was an S-level professional, and he died right after awakening. The two of them stared in shock at Chen Han's figure. How powerful is the suit boss? Mouse, I warn you, you can offend anyone in the future, but never provoke the suit boss. The mouse nodded heavily. At this moment, Xiaorou also looked at Chen Han in fear, hiding behind Zhang Yanyi, her legs trembling. Protect me, he will kill me. Don't worry, with me here, he can't touch you. Zhang Yanyi protected her behind him and courageously said. She was his first woman, his only woman. Even if he died here, he would protect Xiaorou. Roar! Zhang Yanyi let out a roar, and the zombie army once again took action. This time, they didn't attack Chen Han, but rushed towards the Doomsday Fortress. As long as they broke through the fortress and captured the people inside, they could use them to threaten Chen Han. It has to be said, this idea is good. The zombie army and the berserk state can indeed pose a threat to the fortress. However, Zhang Yangyi ignored the people inside the fortress. They were all professionals too. Boom! When the zombie army rushed over, a thunderous cannon fell, instantly sending dozens of zombies flying. Zhang Daotian was seen holding a heavy cannon, madly shooting at the zombies below. What's even more terrifying is that beside him, Ling Xuening stood in midair, holding 2 crimson energy spheres in her hands, preparing to launch her ultimate move. Hiss! The Crimson Witch was born. Chen Han took a deep breath and quickly stopped her. Don't kill indiscriminately, the national mission is about to begin. Keep these zombies for the mission. Zhang Yangyi, are you treating me like a small monster? After being stopped by Chen Han, Ling Xuening dissipated the energy on her body and slowly landed on the fortress. She smiled sweetly, okay. At this moment, that terrifying aura instantly disappeared, as if the female war goddess had turned back into a sweet little girl. The people around them were shocked and took a few steps back. Even Zhang Fatty looked at her with astonishment. Wow, sister is so cool. Is this an S-level professional ability? Zhang Fatty looked admiringly. He didn't expect the little sister beside him to be so powerful. Ling Xuening also curiously looked at the cannon in Fatty's hand. You're a Taoist, why are you playing with guns? Because it's cool. Zhang Fatty touched his head and put away the high-tech cannon. Seeing the two of them, the 200 reserve veterans were dumbfounded. A soldier asked in a low voice, Captain, is this our mission target? Are you sure Long Jiang is serious? The captain was also sweating. He was indeed shocked. Especially that girl named Chuli. Just now she sent a beam of light and actually healed his broken arm. This is too amazing. Is this the ability in the game? The captain's voice trembled a bit. It's a pity, we old guys don't know how to play these things. But it's also good this way, as long as Chen Han and the others are fine, we can consider the mission completed. The soldiers nodded in agreement, feeling extremely happy in their hearts. When they came, they were prepared to die in battle, but now they were still alive, their lives were still intact. This old body can still shine in this apocalypse. At this moment, the countdown on the personal panels of all players entered the final stage. Players from all over the world were waiting for the arrival of the Battle of Honor. This not only concerned the honor of their countries, but also the future development of their countries. The first phase of the apocalypse had ended, and most people around the world had already accepted the reality of the game's arrival. At present, everyone had only one wish, which was to survive in the apocalypse. Now, this Battle of Honor was the best opportunity. The first place would receive 10,000 airdrop crates. This was an extremely coveted wealth for any country. 10,000 airdrop crates would greatly accelerate a country's development. Having strong power is the key to self-protection. Dignity exists above the edge of the sword, and truth lies within the range of the cannon. Strength is always the foundation of upholding justice. This principle is understood by the Dragon Kingdom, the Eagle Sauce, the Bear Kingdom, and any other country. The mission rules are very clear, which is to kill 10,000 zombies. There is no specification on the level of the zombies, nor what kind of zombies they are. Anyway, whoever kills them first wins. In less than half an hour since the start of the second phase of the apocalypse, players from around the world have become active. Especially the official representatives of major countries, who have already organized experts to encircle the zombies. As soon as the activity begins, they immediately start slaughtering the zombies. For a country, killing 10,000 zombies may only take about 10 seconds. In other words, this is a race against time. At this moment, all around the world, everyone is silently waiting for the countdown to end. In a military camp in the Eagle Sauce country, over 10,000 soldiers are lined up on the playground, each holding an axe. What is terrifying is that under each soldier's feet lies a zombie with its limbs chopped off. The zombies without limbs are not dead, they can only crawl on the ground and howl. At this moment, General Mike, a 5-star general, slowly stands up on the platform on the playground and shouts to the soldiers below, "Soldiers, when the countdown ends, swing your axes and win this victory for the Eagle Sauce Empire." As soon as the mission starts, their soldiers will swing their knives and behead the zombies in less than 2 seconds. Who can match such speed? He has absolute confidence that the Eagle Sauce Empire can win this victory. Whether in the past or in the current apocalypse, the Eagle Sauce should always be at the forefront of the world. Their dominant position cannot be shaken. This is their pride. After speaking, he draws 2 daggers and approaches 2 zombies without limbs. He is ready to attack. In this battle of honor, besides obtaining the national mission rewards, the Eagle Sauce also wants to obtain personal mission rewards. Other soldiers only have 1 zombie, but as long as he kills 2 zombies at the same time, it is a sure thing that he will have the highest number of kills. It must be said that General Mike has a tight grip on the rules of the game. Buzz. At this moment, a huge leaderboard pops up in the sky. This leaderboard can be seen from any corner of the blue star. At the top of the leaderboard is a countdown. 59, 58, 1 minute left. On Chen Han's Doomsday Fortress, when they see the countdown begin, Ling Shui and the others immediately prepare for battle. They are lucky, they don't have to go around looking for zombies. There are tens of thousands right in front of them. Everyone is eager to move. At this moment, they are the hunters. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yangyi's face immediately darkens. They were clearly here to attack Chen Han, but now they are being treated as prey. And they are the ones being hunted. Roar! Zhang Yangyi is furious. You are going too far. You don't take me seriously. The humiliation from before rushes to his mind. He used to live at the bottom of society, often being oppressed and humiliated. Thanks to the arrival of the game, he was given powerful strength and experienced a few days of a superior life. Everyone who humiliated him became his food. He felt an incomparable pleasure. This is the pleasure of being above everyone else. But now, the feeling of humiliation has come again. Chen Han actually treats his army of zombies as experience points, and he doesn't care about his feelings at all. If he doesn't do anything about it, wouldn't he be wasting his role as the zombie king? Roar! The wrath of the king of the underworld, Zhang Yangyi, erupts once again, pushing the invincibility of the zombie army to the extreme. Chen Han, don't underestimate me, you will pay the price. Roar! At this moment, all the zombies in the field become restless. Seeing this, Ling Shui and the others frown. This situation is indeed not good. The defense power of zombies in the tyrant state has been multiplied several times. Even though they are not weak, it is indeed not easy to kill them all in a short time. Even if it can be done, it is difficult to take the top spot in this battle of honor. However, Chen Han doesn't think so. He saw him swing his big hand, and tens of thousands of flying swords flew out of his backpack. Chen Han controlled the tens of thousands of flying swords at once, hovering in the sky. What is he going to do? Everyone looked at this scene in confusion. At this time, the countdown has entered the final 10 seconds. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Chen Han pointed to the sky with one finger. 10,000 swords return to the origin. Buzz! The SSS level skill, 10,000 swords return to the origin, was activated. At this moment, all the flying swords hovering in the sky surrounded Chen Han's head. Then, tens of thousands of flying swords pointed towards the zombies on the ground. Each flying sword emitted a buzzing sound, and terrifying power accumulated on the sword body. In the last second of the countdown, tens of thousands of flying swords attacked, with a terrifying momentum, piercing the zombies on the ground. 10,000 swords returned to the origin, at this moment, like a falling meteor, dazzling and stunning. The flying swords were unstoppable. At the moment the countdown ended, they instantly broke through the zombies' tyrant state and accurately hit their heads. 10,000 zombies were killed in less than 0.3 seconds. Boom! In the sky, the huge leaderboard immediately refreshed. Winner of the Battle of Honor, Dragon Nation. The countdown ended, and the Battle of Honor officially began. At this moment, countless people around the world put down their weapons. General Mike of the Eagle Sauce Nation accurately stabbed the heads of 2 zombies with a dagger, and at the same time, he looked up and saw that the soldiers also instantly beheaded the zombies. At this moment, General Mike showed a happy expression and laughed recklessly. Ha! The strength of the Eagle Sauce, who can compete with us? The champion is ours. Yes. Well done. Tens of thousands of soldiers cheered on the playground. They were all extremely excited. Completing the mission in less than a second was simply invincible. What Dragon Nation, Bear Nation, they wanted to compete for the dominant position of our Eagle Sauce? What a joke. Just a small world mission can crush you all. Buzz. However, just as General Mike and others looked at the leaderboard in the sky, those big words at the top of the list made them dumbfounded. Winner of the Battle of Honor, Dragon Nation. Time taken, 0.3 seconds. Second place in the Battle of Honor, Eagle Sauce. Time taken, 1 second. Third place in the Battle of Honor, Bear Nation. Time taken, 1.5 seconds. Fourth place in the Battle of Honor, Great Nation. Time taken, 2 seconds. Fifth place in the Battle of Honor, Sunset Empire. Time taken, 2.8 seconds. It has to be said that all countries were well prepared, and the time it took to complete the mission was almost the same. At this moment, everyone in the country looked at the leaderboard in the sky, shocked. Especially the first place, Dragon Nation. 0.3 seconds. How did they do it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 0.3 seconds is absolutely impossible. General Mike angrily threw down the dagger in his hand. Their speed was already very fast, they started as soon as the countdown ended. However, they were still human, and it took time to act. No, strictly speaking, it also took time for the zombies to die. For example, when they beheaded the zombies, it probably took half a second for their vitality to fade away. And Dragon Nation's 0.3 seconds was simply impossible. Dragon Nation is cheating. I condemn Dragon Nation. This behavior is disgraceful. General Mike angrily pointed at the leaderboard in the sky and cursed. However, in the next moment, a thunderbolt struck from the sky and instantly hit General Mike. Disrespecting the will of the game, punishment. Ah! General Mike let out a scream and fell unconscious. Damn it, get a healer, save him. The deputy shouted anxiously. Such scenes were happening all over the world. Many people were angrily accusing the game of being unfair. They said that the timing was wrong. Their country should be the first place. The game will certainly not indulge these people. Whoever dares to refute will be punished. At this moment, in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, in the highest level secret conference room, the Dragon General and the senior officials gathered together, and they were also shocked by this news. Prime Minister, is it true that our achievement is really 0.3 seconds? Am I not mistaken? Lord Yi, you are not mistaken. It is indeed 0.3 seconds? But, did we really do it? Someone asked tremblingly. The Dragon General's face was serious. It's highly unlikely. They also captured tens of thousands of zombies, using methods similar to eagle sauce. If we really calculate the time, it's probably similar to eagle sauce, around 1 second. Not to mention that the world doesn't believe it, even the Dragon General himself has doubts. But besides the official, who else has the ability to kill 10,000 zombies in one go? Could it be that the game's will is helping our Dragon Kingdom? 0.3 seconds, it's really impossible. This is a bit outrageous. Let's wait and see the individual rankings later, the Dragon General said softly. At this moment, the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom suppressed their excitement and looked eagerly at the rankings in the sky. At this moment, the world's attention was focused. The individual rankings, who could kill zombies in 0.3 seconds. Who accomplished this unreasonable feat? Under the gaze of countless people's anticipation, the rankings of the Battle of Honor finally refreshed. Individual kill rankings of the Battle of Honor. Dragon Kingdom, player, suited thug. Number of kills, 10,000 boom. Seeing this name, the world was instantly shocked. Suited thug, it's suited thug again, that big spender who spent billions. No, what big spender, he's a crafty one. However, when people saw the number of kills, they were all shocked. 10,000. Yes, you read it right, it's 10,000. The mission required 10,000, so he killed 10,000. In other words, the zombies killed by the Dragon Kingdom's mission were all killed by Suited Thug alone. In 0.3 seconds, he single-handedly killed 10,000 zombies. This is an incredible feat. Seeing this, people's scalps went numb. On the Games World channel, there was a constant uproar. David, oh my god, how did he do it? Liaf Miga, killing 10,000 zombies alone, it's too terrifying. What kind of means is this? Dragon Kingdom Pride, obviously, it's the awakening of the suited boss, an S-class profession, using an AoE skill to kill the zombies. Watanabe Xiaojun, the person above is not being rigorous. What kind of AoE skill is so awesome that it can cover 10,000 zombies? Arthur Adam, the key is 0.3 seconds, even if it's an S-class mage using forbidden magic, it's impossible to one-shot kill, it's too terrifying. Eugene Tony, oh my god, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are really relying on the suited boss. They're definitely going to win. Dog's Youth, suited boss is awesome. Cheers and shouts, Dragon Kingdom Pride, I love you. Little Dragon Kingdom Pride, woohoo, I'm not talking to you guys anymore, I'm going out to pick up airdrops. Versailles Tournament, oh my god, an airdrop just hit me in the face. Seeing the joyful words of the Dragon Kingdom's masses, players from other countries were envious. However, what was even more shocking was that the games will spoke again. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for winning this world mission. The airdrop has been delivered. Dragon Kingdom reputation +1, national monster spawn rate increased by 1%, damage to dungeon monsters increased by 1%. Dragon Kingdom blessing +1, players who receive the blessing, monster spawn experience increased by 1%, success rate of crafting equipment increased by 1%, success rate of skill upgrades increased by 1%, food satiety effect increased by 3%. Note, reputation and blessing can be obtained in each world event, please actively participate. Preview, tomorrow at 6 a.m. The dungeons will officially refresh. Reminder, each dungeon must be cleared by players, otherwise the dungeon boss will appear in the real world and slaughter human players. The information from the games will pop up, causing another global sensation. Especially when people saw that the Dragon Kingdom had increased its prestige and blessings, people from other countries were no longer calm. This effect is simply cheating. Don't underestimate the 1%, but for the entire country, it is undoubtedly the greatest benefit. It is even more useful than the 10,000 airdrops. The most excited at this moment are undoubtedly the high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom. It's Chen Han. The Dragon General widened his eyes in shock. He helped the Dragon Kingdom win this victory. Ah, I knew it was that guy. Chen Han, you're awesome. Great, quickly organize people to pick up the airdrops and see what Chen Han needs. We'll send it to him. Are you kidding? Would Chen Han even care about your small resources? At this moment, the name of the suit-wearing thug was truly engraved in the hearts of the people, and naturally became a thorn in the eyes of other countries. Within 3 minutes, I want all the information on this suit-wearing thug. Put him on the country's hit list. Chen Han's feat shocked the world. The most shocked were those who were present. If the world knew that Chen Han killed 10,000 zombies in 0.3 seconds, and they were in an invincible state, I wonder what they would think. Just now, those 10,000 swords fell like shooting stars, instantly breaking through the zombies' invincibility and accurately piercing their heads. The SSS level skill, 10,000 swords return to the origin, contains extremely terrifying power on each flying sword, to the point that after inserting into the zombies' heads, it instantly strangled their vitality. That's how the feat of 0.3 seconds came about. It would be impossible to simply kill zombies with a knife in 0.3 seconds. Looking at the bodies of the zombies all over the ground, looking at those 10,000 flying swords, everyone in the field was shocked, their mouths wide open, unable to recover for a long time. Especially Zhang Yanyi and Xiao Rou, who were at the forefront, were simply scared out of their wits. The breath of death was so close. They knew very well that as long as any sword stabbed them, they would not escape death. However, Chen Han obviously didn't plan to let them off so easily. Xiao Rou trembled all over, and only now did she realize how terrifying Chen Han was. This guy was simply not human. He was a demon, a genuine devil. Xiao Rou fearfully held Zhang Yanyi's hand. Darling, you have to protect me, don't let him harm me. She was really scared. Zhang Yanyi's face also looked very ugly. He couldn't understand why Chen Han was so strong. It would be impossible to escape from under his hands unless he used that move. Zhang Yanyi hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Xiao Rou. If I no longer have this great power, would you still love me? Hearing this, Xiao Rou was stunned for a moment. What did he mean by that? Could it be that he really had a way to take her away? Or could it be that he had a way to kill Chen Han? Two thoughts flashed through her mind, and she said without hesitation, I love you, no matter how you change, I still love you. With Xiao Rou's definite answer, Zhang Yanyi's expression became resolute. Chen Han, I admit that you are strong, but what can you do if I use this move? Zhang Yanyi roared and used his last talent skill. Curse of the Underworld, he muttered under his breath, and a mysterious power instantly rushed towards Chen Han. Chen Han's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Zhang Yanyi to have this move. Watching the black force approaching him, Chen Han immediately swung his sword. However, the all-powerful attack had no effect on this curse power. In the next moment, the black aura rushed into Chen Han's body, and he felt unnatural all over, with an indescribable smell. Boom! Zhang Yanyi, who was chanting the curse, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Curse of the Underworld, sacrifice oneself, establish the curse. From now on, Chen Han must not intentionally or unintentionally harm Xiao Rou, otherwise he will be cursed by the Underworld, and his life will be extinguished. Buzz! With the curse established, Chen Han felt bound by an invisible shackle. He looked at Zhang Yanyi in shock, who had now become weak, and that powerful aura had disappeared. Just now, that skill turned out to be a sacrificial skill. This time, the sacrifice was the ability of his corpse king. In other words, he is still a half-infected person, even though he hasn't died. However, he has completely lost the abilities of the Corpse King and is no different from an ordinary zombie. Feeling the invisible curse on his body, Chen Han was indeed startled. But fortunately, Zhang Yanyi's curse only prevented him from harming Xiao Rou. This meant nothing to Chen Han because he had no intention of killing Xiao Rou. Instead of letting her die easily, he would rather let her experience the cruelty of this post-apocalyptic world. Chen Han was curious to see how this woman would survive after losing her protection. In the previous life, she always hid behind him and didn't even dare to kill zombies. Now that even Zhang Yanyi has lost the ability to protect her, where will she go? Chen Han was a little excited. He didn't even want to kill Zhang Yanyi. A wicked thought emerged in Chen Han's mind. Now that Zhang Yanyi had lost the unique talents of a half-infected person, he posed no threat to him. It would be better to let them go and let Zhang Yanyi see the true face of this malicious woman. When Zhang Yanyi couldn't give Xiao Rou what she wanted, what would she do? Chen Han believed that interesting things would happen after they left. So, Chen Han let the two of them go. Ling Shui flew down from the fortress and looked meaningfully at Chen Han, saying, "You're really bad. Isn't this worse than killing them?" Chen Han smiled and said, "Evil people will get their just desserts." Then, he looked at the things that the zombies had dropped on the ground and said, "Jian Guan, bring people down to clean up the battlefield. These are our spoils of victory." Okay. Zheng Pengzi was the first to run down, looking excited as he looked at the treasures all over the ground. "Are there any weapons for gunners? Skill books are also fine. Damn, this big guy dropped a skill book, and it's an S-level one." Zhang Daotian picked up a skill book emitting a golden light from a giant zombie, his eyes shining. However, his face immediately turned dark the next moment. S-level support skill, Body Domination, consumes 500 spiritual energy points, can grant the body domination state to the friendly group, increasing strength by 30%, defense by 50%, and speed by 10%. Everyone came over, looking shocked at this skill book. "You're really lucky, it's actually an S-level skill book, a treasure that is hard to come by," Ling Shui said in astonishment. Chen Han nodded and handed the skill book to Chu Li. "You're the only nurse profession here, this skill suits you." Chu Li excitedly took the skill book, finding it hard to believe. S-level skill books were extremely rare even before the apocalypse, let alone now. If she sold it, she could probably fetch a sky-high price. "Thank you," Chu Li said softly, her heart filled with excitement. Before long, everyone gathered all the spoils together. Among them, the most were food items. Next were some materials, which were not worth much. And the most precious were the spiritual energy crystals and equipment. After the zombies leveled up, the equipment they dropped was no longer the trashy beginner sets. Even a level 10 white equipment had better attributes than a beginner purple equipment. Chen Han glanced at them and said to everyone, "You can take these things and divide them among yourselves." Then he pointed to the 50 or so spiritual energy crystals. "Those who need the crystals to level up to level 10 will have priority. Awakening professions are important, and supernatural abilities are the foundation of our strength. If there's not enough, Chu Li will tally them up and come find me." As he spoke, many people's faces showed excitement. For example, Jian Guan and the others needed 100 spiritual energy crystals to reach level 10, but they didn't have that many. At this moment, Chen Han noticed Xin Yueqi and the other 6 women on the edge of the crowd. They stood nervously on the side, not speaking, looking a little embarrassed. Xin Yueqi and the others knew their identities and didn't dare to come forward to claim resources. Chen Han saw their embarrassment and said, "You also have a share, not enough spirit energy crystals, tell Chu Li." Upon hearing this, the women's faces immediately showed excitement. "Do we also have a share? Thank you, Han Gu." Xin Yu quickly bowed in thanks. "Don't be polite, we're family." Chen Han waved his hand. This sentence made them even more excited. It meant that Chen Han had recognized them. "All right, hurry up and get organized, we're about to set off." Chen Han's words stunned everyone. "We just finished fighting, where are we going now?" Chen Han smiled. "We worked hard to take first place, 10,000 airdrops, aren't you tempted? Let's go pick up the airdrops." This time, Chen Han only brought a few people, Ling Shui, Chu Li, and Zhang Daotian. Most of the others hadn't awakened their professions yet, so they stayed at home. These 3 people were the ones Chen Han trusted the most. The 4 of them drove an armored vehicle out of the community towards the location where the airdrop smoke was. 10,000 airdrops seemed like a lot, but if they were evenly distributed across the Dragon Kingdom's territory, whether they would encounter any would depend on luck. Fortunately, their luck was not bad. Judging from the direction of the smoke, the airdrop was only a few kilometers away from them, not far at all. In fact, this airdrop was just one part of Chen Han's trip. Finding Lu Bufan was the main focus. He and Li Chuanqi, the 2 old immortals, were saved by Lu Feihang at the cost of his own life, leaving them as potential threats. After all, they were both veteran players and had spent a lot of money. Both of them were A-level combat professions, and Chen Han couldn't rest assured if he didn't eliminate them completely. However, Zhanghai City was so big that if they wanted to hide, it would be difficult to find them. Ling Shui seemed to sense his worry and smiled, thinking about Lu Bufan. "Actually, after this incident, I don't think they dare to come looking for trouble with you anymore. Those 2 old guys are very afraid of death." Chen Han shook his head. "I'm not afraid of him coming after me. I'm worried that he's hiding in the dark to deal with our people." Upon hearing this, everyone in the car looked surprised. "What? Are you really going to leave Xinyu and the others by your side?" Chu Li frowned and asked. "Not only Xinyu, if possible, I want to keep those 200 soldiers too." Chen Han leaned back in his seat and sighed deeply. "Before, I just wanted to survive in the apocalypse and take care of myself. But after tonight's battle, I realized something. As he spoke, everyone looked at him. What is it? Chen Han raised his fist. Strength, power. Nowadays, more and more people know about my identity, and what I did before the apocalypse will soon be spread. By then, there will be more people like Lu Bufan who covet my wealth. In the future, it won't just be the zombie army, there may also be a human army attacking us. Just relying on the few of us is not enough to resist. Therefore, in addition to my own strength, I need to strengthen my own power. We need to become capitalists, not just victims. Chen Han's words were powerful and shocked everyone. They hadn't expected Chen Han to have such ambition. Upon further thought, they could understand. He now held billions of assets and was the richest person in the world. If he didn't have strength, who wouldn't want to come and take a piece? What do you plan to do? Our estate will be overcrowded with so many people. Ling Shui said coquettishly. Chen Han took a deep breath. I want to build a dawn tower. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes widened. They were all veteran players of Dawn of the Apocalypse and naturally knew what the Dawn Tower was. It was a large shelter created by the game's NPCs. It could accommodate tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people. It was called a shelter, but it could also be understood as a small country in the apocalypse. In the game's setting, the Dawn Tower belongs to the friendly faction of the humans, and the NPCs inside have their own rich character lines. They are born to resist evil. According to the development of the previous world, the Dawn Tower only appears in the 5th stage of the apocalypse. At that time, the dungeon bosses would become stronger and more numerous, and the Dawn Tower is the most powerful force to deal with them. If Chen Han can build it in advance, they can not only resist the dungeon bosses but also protect themselves. Most importantly, it makes money. Building a Dawn Tower is unlikely, right? Zheng Pangzi scratched his head. Although you have some money now, how much alloy steel would you need to build such a huge shelter? The Dawn Towers in the game are all made of orange alloy. Shu Li's eyes lit up. If we use purple steel, the cost would be much lower. Chen Han shook his head. Purple won't work, it has to be gold, otherwise it won't be able to withstand the mutated creatures in the dungeon. You guys have participated in the defense of the Dawn Tower before, those bosses won't be polite to you. So, if we're going to do it, let's do it the best. Talking alone won't help, the key is we don't have that much money. I'm afraid we can't even surround half of the city wall with 20 billion. Shu Li gave him a disdainful look. Chen Han smiled. We can start small and gradually expand as we earn money. You guys seem to have forgotten one thing. How do players refer to the Dawn Tower? As soon as this was said, everyone instantly realized it. The rich district. That's right, the Dawn Tower is the rich district. The condition for players to live in the Dawn Tower is that they must pay a huge rent. It can also be called protection fee. What makes the most money in the real world? Real estate. It's the same in the apocalypse. As long as Chen Han can provide a safe place to live, plenty of people would be willing to move in. It's just gold coins, players can earn them by clearing dungeons or killing monsters. What does it matter for survival? Hiss. Thinking of this, Ling Shui and the others took a cold breath. They could already imagine the scene of Chen Han squeezing the world. He truly deserved to be a businessman, his mind is so ruthless. I think it's feasible. Ling Shui was the first to express her opinion. Whenever, she always supports Chen Han. I can already imagine how people will be exploited by you. Shu Li chuckled lightly. It's just a matter of mutual benefit. Chen Han shook his head with a smile. He was very satisfied with his future blueprint. With the direction determined, he was full of enthusiasm. In the past, he had indeed become a bit arrogant, thinking that he had been reborn and had the strength and wealth to be unrivaled. But reality is so cruel, he didn't forget one thing. They are just players. In the game Dawn of the Apocalypse, there are still many dungeons that players have not yet encountered. No one knows how powerful the bosses inside are. But Chen Han remembered that among the human faction NPCs, there are beings called gods. Gods! What a terrifying title. Chen Han has always been alerting himself that all of this is far from being as simple as he imagined. By the way, Han Gu, you haven't opened the reward package for winning the Battle of Honor yet. Take a look and maybe there's some alloy steel in it. Ling Shui's words brought Chen Han back to his senses. He opened his personal backpack and clicked on the colorful box. Do you want to open the Battle of Honor personal grand prize package? Open it. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a personal choice package. You can choose one of the following packages. 1. Equipment package, randomly obtain a tier 1, level 10, orange equipment. 2. Food package, contains various delicious foods, a considerable quantity. 3. Psychic crystal package, 1000 psychic crystals. 4. Material package, orange alloy steel * 2000. 5. Gold coin package, 10 million gold coins. Seeing this reward package, everyone was shocked. The reward is too generous, isn't it? Which one? Ling Shui wriggled out of Chen Han's embrace. She pointed her finger at her chin and nodded. There are even orange equipment, orange alloy, and plenty of psychic crystals. Oh my god, these are all good things. Shuli, who was driving, glanced over and felt a little strange seeing the two of them being so affectionate. Choose the orange alloy, 2,000 pieces is quite a lot. If we calculate it as 2 meters by 2 meters per piece, we can enclose an area of 250,000 square meters with a height of 4 meters to build the Dawn Tower shelter. Chen Han nodded. In terms of these gift packs, the best ones are the orange equipment and orange alloy. These are relatively rare. I don't need anything else, I can farm them. Choosing the orange alloy is a must, but it's not enough. Although the Dawn Tower doesn't need to be completely covered like the Doomsday Fortress, a 4-meter-high city wall is far from enough. Not to mention the monsters in the instance, even the mutated zombies can climb over. The city wall needs to be at least 12 meters high. Upon hearing this, Julie quickly calculated with her advanced accounting skills. If we use a 12-meter-high city wall, the area enclosed by 2,000 pieces of alloy is not even as big as a football field. Chen Han smiled. If it's not enough, we'll buy it at a high price. Some players still have it. I don't have much now, just a lot of money. If gold coins don't work, then we'll trade with food. He still remembered that shortly after the start of the second phase of the apocalypse, the instance boss broke out into the real world, causing a great impact on the players. Many players were willing to pay any price for a bite to eat. Under the attacks of zombies and instance monsters, some players with insufficient combat power couldn't resist at all. They could only rely on the protection of powerful forces and live in a miserable state. It wouldn't be long before the world entered a famine era. At this time, a piece of bread could get Chen Han unexpected things. In the apocalypse, food was always the most important. Selling equipment was just a small matter for Chen Han. Food was the eternal hard currency. Upon hearing Chen Han's words, Shu Li and the others' eyes lit up. Right, how could they forget? Chen Han had recently hoarded a large amount of beginner's equipment, and he had also hoarded a large amount of food. Before the apocalypse arrived, he had cleared out all the food in the exchange. After the contamination of food in the real world, the food in his bag was precious. Shuli and the others didn't know how much Chen Han had bought, but they didn't need to guess to know that it was definitely a terrifying number. That was the quantity of the entire trading market. And that was just the in-game food items. What about the real food he hoarded? It was hard to imagine how rich Chen Han's backpack was now. Thinking of this, everyone's excitement surged. No wonder Chen Han wanted to build a force. It would be strange if he wasn't targeted. In the era of the apocalypse, he himself was like a treasure trove. Who wouldn't want a piece of it? It was a bit terrifying to think about it. They could already imagine how difficult the future would be. Wouldn't they have to fight every day? But without a doubt, being able to follow such a person was the luck of their lifetime. Zheng Pengzi was moved and clasped his fists towards the sky. Father, it's still you who let me hold onto your thigh. After confirming, Chen Han directly chose the 2,000 pieces of alloy. Although the orange equipment was good, he already had some. It's just that the immortal sword required level 20 to use, and the current black tooth battle armor and shoes were just beginner's equipment. Chen Han still had to find a way to upgrade them to first-tier equipment. Upgrading orange equipment required orange materials, which were hard to come by. Although he had a lot of things in his bag, there weren't many that were orange. Let's see if we can get some upgrade materials from the instance tomorrow. Thinking about the upcoming instance, Chen Han felt a bit excited. The rewards for clearing the instance for the first time would be generous. Not long after, the armored vehicle got closer and closer to the airdrop, and they could already see where the red smoke was rising. They were lucky that the red smoke was still floating, indicating that the supplies inside the airdrop had not been taken. Unfortunately, they hadn't found LV Bufan and the others along the way. Chen Han felt a little regretful about this. The airdrop landed in a location on the outskirts, where there were only a few factories and hardly any people. Otherwise, the airdrop would have been gone long ago. Chen Han and the others got out of the car and looked around, but they didn't even see a single zombie. Strange, even though there aren't many people here, we should still be able to see traces of zombies, right? Just as everyone was puzzled. Bang! Bang bang! In front of the airdrop, a shipping container isolated in an open space made a crashing sound. Chen Han frowned. Be careful. Zhang Daotian, however, didn't pay much attention and excitedly ran towards the airdrop box, about to open it. It was at this moment that Chen Han noticed bloodstains on the airdrop box. Obviously, there had been a battle here just now, and most likely someone had died. It's a trap. Chen Han instantly realized that someone had set an ambush here using this airdrop. Chen Han sneered in his heart. In the end of day's game, How do you get resources the fastest? Without a doubt, it's by killing people. As long as you kill someone, everything in their bag will be dropped. It seems they have encountered some desperate criminals. Swish! Just as Chen Han was about to warn them, an arrow with a red flame shot out from the darkness. Chen Han was about to use his sword to block it, but Ling Shui was faster. A red light spread out from Ling Shui's hand, directly freezing the arrow in midair. Then, Ling Shui waved her hand, the red flame arrow instantly extinguished, and then it was carried by the red light and shot towards the assailant at an even faster speed. In the darkness, seeing his own red flame arrow bouncing back, the assailant's face changed drastically, and he turned and ran. Boom! Just as he ran away, the red light directly hit the abandoned building where he was, and the reinforced concrete walls shattered. Damn! Su Yingwu's face changed drastically. What kind of ability is this? A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Fortunately, he ran fast, otherwise there would be nothing left of him. Not hitting the enemy, Ling Shui pouted. Oomph, the first time I used my skill, I actually missed. I hate it. Seeing Ling Shui acting like a child, Chen Han couldn't help but wipe his sweat. You're the Scarlet Witch, can't you be a little more imposing? He was truly shocked by Ling Shui's abilities. As an S-class Scarlet Witch, she belonged to the mage class. But this mage was a bit abnormal. Her magic was chaos magic, and she could cast spells without any preparation or incantation. If he didn't see it wrong, she had just used two talent skills, magic control and chaos energy ball. It had to be said that the strength of this S-class Scarlet Witch was definitely at the top among S-class professions. Bang! At this moment, there was another sound. Perhaps realizing that Ling Shui and the others were extraordinary, the hidden enemies didn't directly engage in battle, but instead opened the shipping container. In the next moment, a large group of zombies rushed out of the container, roaring and pouncing towards Chen Han and the others. Oh my god, so many zombies! Zhang Daotian was startled and quickly took out his hand cannon. He fired a shot directly. Boom! Damage minus 268, the first two zombies were instantly blasted away, but they quickly got up again. After leveling up, most of the zombies had reached level 10 or above, and their defense was not comparable to those dumb zombies from before. Countless zombies kept rushing out, gnashing their teeth and claws, trying to swallow Zhang Daotian whole. Zhang Daotian's expression changed and he quickly fired a few more shots. Boom boom boom, the zombies flew and raised clouds of smoke. The zombies' attack was only slightly slowed down. You dare to underestimate me. He put away his hand cannon directly, and with both hands, he drew symbols in the air. In the blink of an eye, 3 thunder talismans floated in front of him. Zhang Daotian waved his big hand, and the 3 thunder talismans immediately flew out. The 5 thunder talisman emitted a booming explosion sound, instantly overturning the zombies that rushed forward. Their limbs were all shattered by the powerful explosion, terrifying to the extreme. Seeing this, Chen Han was speechless. It seems like your Taoist power is even stronger than your gunner profession. Might as well use the power of the Taoist. The chubby guy had a mournful look on his face. The gunner profession is so cool. Chen Han shook his head. This guy didn't know how fortunate he was. A 13-year-old Taoist being looked down upon. So is it true that people hate the profession they are in? In secret, Su Yingwu looked at the horde of zombies charging out, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Oomph, hundreds of level 12 zombies attacking. Let's see how arrogant you can be. Those 2 women are really impressive. What a pity. He licked his lips, thinking that they were doomed. In this situation, even if they were all professionals, they would still die. It had only been a few hours since the start of the second phase, and most players were still at level 10. The game's settings were clear. After reaching level 10, leveling up became difficult. It wasn't as easy as killing zombies at the beginner stage. And these 100 zombies were all level 12. It took a lot of effort for their Baixing guild to attract them. In terms of level difference, the players were definitely at a disadvantage. Chen Han had just seen the blood on the airdrop, left behind by the previous group of players who fought over it. Those 5 D-rank professionals had already been eaten by the zombies, and Chen Han and his group were destined to become the second group. Captain, they came in an armored vehicle, they must be easy targets. Su Yingwu communicated with his teammates through the team channel. Be careful, don't let them get away in the car. Chiron was excited. Regardless of whether these people had money or not, just the armored vehicle alone would earn them a lot. Ha, Captain, if we bring the armored vehicle back, the boss will definitely reward us generously, right? Of course, let's not make a move, let the horde of zombies take care of them first. The 5-person team continued to communicate, looking very excited. They hid in an abandoned building, their eyes fixed on the situation downstairs. Just when they thought this group of people was doomed, the next turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Shu Li, who had been silent all along, took action. She held a giant sword, emitting a faint light. Dominance bestowal, buzz. Saint's blessing, buzz. 2 consecutive rays of light enveloped Zhang Daotian and the others. In an instant, Zhang Daotian felt a 20% increase in his power. Then, a faint red light appeared on his body, the state of dominance. This was the state bonus bestowed by the A-rank profession, Paladin. Ha ha ha, awesome. Zhang Daotian shouted, using his innate skill, cannon. Energy accumulated in his hand cannon. Boom! In an instant, the cannon fired, directly turning more than 10 zombies in front of him into dust. Ling Shui also took action, controlling chaos magic with both hands as she flew into the air. Then, she threw out 2 energy orbs. Boom boom boom! Ling Shui's attacks were much stronger than the chubby guy's. This one attack alone destroyed at least 30 zombies. Seeing this scene, everyone from the Baisheng Guild was shocked, their mouths wide open. Who the hell are these people? Why are they so strong? That woman who buffed them is a paladin, right? If I remember correctly, paladins are A-rank professionals. That chubby guy is also powerful, an A-rank gunner, not to be messed with. And that girl who can fly, what profession is she? This is too terrifying, right? Gurgling. Chai Ren's throat rolled, he had kicked an iron plate. In their team, he was the strongest, a B-rank berserker. How were they supposed to fight this? Just as they were about to react, the hundreds of zombies had already been completely wiped out. Damn it, run! Chai Ren's face changed drastically, quickly shouting in the team channel. But we haven't picked up the airdrop yet. Su Yingwu looked unwillingly at the airdrop on the ground. They hadn't even taken the bait to lure the zombies. If they ran away like this, wouldn't they be at a huge loss? It's about time, hurry up and run back to tell the boss, let the boss deal with them. Chai Ren said as he ran. Su Yingwu gritted his teeth and put away his longbow with a displeased expression. Damn it, I'll let the boss take care of you when I get back. However, just as he turned to leave, a figure stood behind him. Is your boss really that powerful? Chen Han's mouth curled slightly. Su Yingwu was startled by Chen Han's sudden appearance. Where did you come from? He instantly pulled his longbow and shot an arrow at Chen Han. Boom! The arrow rubbed against the air, igniting a raging flame. The fire soared into the sky, transforming into a flaming bird that charged towards Chen Han. Su Yingwu didn't waste any words and went straight into action. He directly used his sea-level talent skill, Flame Bird Arrow, the strongest skill of the Flame Archer. Seeing Chen Han unmoved, Su Yingwu smiled. I thought you were someone skilled, scared now, huh? However, in the next moment, Chen Han took out his longsword and slashed down. The massive fiery bird was split in half, and the sword energy burst out of the flames, directly piercing Su Yingwu. Su Yingwu's face changed drastically, and he quickly shouted, Captain, save me. Just as he shouted, Chen Han noticed someone attacking from the left room. Boom! Heavy footsteps echoed in the abandoned building. Rampaging bull charge. Boom! With this shout, the wall on Chen Han's left was instantly shattered, and a strong man with bull horns charged towards him. Chen Han frowned slightly and punched towards the bull horns. The black tooth battle armor emitted a faint light, and immense power burst out from his fist. Boom! The fist landed solidly on the bull's head, and Chai Ren's entire body crashed into the floor. Boom boom boom! 3 more explosions followed. Chai Ren was blasted from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor, creating a large hole in 2 floors. Su Yingwu and the others were dumbfounded. The renowned rampaging bull warrior was actually defeated by this power? Just how terrifying was the man in front of them? Su Yingwu's legs trembled, and he fearfully asked, Who are you? We are from the Baisheng Guild. If you dare to touch us, you're dead. Hearing this, Chen Han raised an eyebrow. Baisheng Guild? Is your guild leader Gao Qixing? Su Yingwu was stunned for a moment. You know our boss? I do. Chen Han recalled a figure from his previous life. In the previous life, the Baisheng Guild was definitely one of the top forces in Jianghai City. Chen Han had some interactions with them and even had some grievances. Gao Qixing took a liking to his A-level warrior ability and tried to recruit him. Chen Han didn't agree and was humiliated by Gao Qixing, leading to a fight between them. Of course, he lost in the end, but luckily Ling Shui arrived in time and saved him. They developed a grudge, and Gao Qixing often caused trouble for him afterwards. Chen Han didn't expect to encounter the Baisheng Guild so soon, but thinking about it, it was normal. Although Gao Qixing was not a good person, he was still ambitious. Being able to react instantly in the apocalypse and build such a large force was not simple. If he found out that the suited thug was in Jianghai City, he would definitely come looking for trouble. Since you know our boss, why don't you let me go? My boss is an S-level professional. If you dare to touch us, my boss won't let you off. Su Yingwu's tone changed, becoming more gentle. Of course, if you want to join our guild, I can introduce you. Chen Han didn't reply and kicked him into the hole in the floor. Boom boom boom. Sui Wu let out a scream as his body followed Chai Ren's footsteps and fell to the ground from the third floor. Not long after, Ling Shui and the others each captured one person. From then on, the 5 members of Chai Ren's team were all taken down. We are from the Baisheng Guild. You're asking for death. The group gathered together and angrily cursed, extremely arrogant. This was also the style of the Baisheng Guild, arrogant, domineering, and ruthless. Chen Han furrowed his brow and once again punched Chai Ren's bull head. Ah! Chai Ren was truly dumbfounded. His head was split open, and blood flowed profusely. Seeing this scene, several members of the team were shocked. Did the captain bleed from a punch? His profession is a B-level fierce bull warrior, with astonishing defense. How could he be injured with just one punch? Everyone looked at Chen Han in horror and couldn't help but use a detection spell. Information immediately appeared: player, profession, sword immortal, level 12. Since Chen Han had hidden his name, they didn't know his game ID. But when they saw the profession sword immortal, they were all stunned. What kind of profession is this? They had never heard of it before. With confusion, they continued reading. Level 12? The few people widened their eyes. How is that possible? The level restriction had just been lifted a few hours ago, so it was absolutely impossible for someone to continuously level up twice in such a short time. They were all experienced players and knew very well how much time it took to level up now. If they didn't rely on dungeons, they would have to kill at least 10,000 zombies in the wilderness to reach level 12. In other words, this man in front of them killed 10,000 zombies in just a few hours? Who did they think he was? A big shot in a suit. A big shot in a suit? The people's hearts trembled, and they looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They finally understood who the person in front of them was. That person was the legendary suit gangster. Now, the brains of the few people were overwhelmed, and they couldn't accept reality for a while. They had robbed the suit gangster. Weren't they seeking death? They even used the Baishan Guild to threaten the suit gangster. Wasn't that a joke? What should we do? Shuli looked at Chen Han. Kill them, Chen Han said coldly. Hearing this, Shuli raised her giant sword. Seeing this, the 5 members' faces changed drastically. No, don't kill me, I was wrong, don't do it. Seeing that they really dared to kill, the few people were scared to the point of peeing themselves. Suit gangster, we were wrong, please spare us. Shuli's giant sword fell without hesitation. She had already realized the reality: in the apocalypse, being kind-hearted was foolish. Those who deserved to die should not be spared. And she was happy to do this kind of aftermath work and help Chen Han. Instantly, 5 boxes appeared on the ground. The chubby guy squatted down to collect the spoils of war. There weren't many things, just tens of thousands of gold coins and food, along with some low-level materials. The few people returned to the airdrop box, feeling excited. Chen Han opened it directly, and beams of light burst out. Purple alloy steel *100, first tier equipment advancement stone *2, weapon material, purple first tier zombie fang *50, can be used to craft special bullets, weapon blueprint, purple green machine gun, first tier weapon, weapon material, purple green machine gun barrel *10, C-grade skill book, usable by gunners satellite strike, consumable potion, healing red potion *10, consumable potion, adrenaline *5. Seeing the materials that were dropped, Zhang Daotian's eyes lit up. Wow, these are all suitable for me. There's even a skill book, we hit the jackpot. The chubby guy excitedly put the items into his backpack, extremely thrilled. Chen Han glanced at the weapon materials and skill book. They were all high-quality goods. He couldn't help but admire the game system's generosity. After the newbie period, the drop rate for weapons had decreased significantly. Basically, the only things that could drop were weapon blueprints and materials that players had to craft themselves. The fact that so many were dropped showed that the game was already quite generous. What excited Chen Han the most was that there were first-tier equipment advancement stones among them. Weren't these exactly what he needed? The black-tooth battlesuit and shoes he was currently wearing were newbie equipment. If he wanted to upgrade to first-tier equipment, he needed advancement stones. Chen Han directly put away the equipment advancement stones, and Chuli took care of the rest of the steel and such. As for the construction of the Dawn Tower, he left it to Chuli to handle since it was her area of expertise. She also became Chen Han's secretary in a legitimate sense. Let's go, it's almost time for the dungeon to open. Glancing at the system panel, there was still over an hour until the instance opened. It was the perfect time to rush over. The first instance, the reward for clearing it for the first time even made Chen Han jealous. It was something that must be obtained. In a deserted factory in Jianghai City, LV Bufan and Li Chuanqi, 2 old guys, were hiding here. Old LV, do you have enough psychic crystals to activate your professional abilities? Li Chuanqi asked. Not enough, still lacking 10 pieces, LV Bufan shook his head, still immersed in the pain of losing his child. Quickly lower the prices of our equipment, sell them cheaply, let's make some money first, Li Chuanqi urged. In the current situation, if they didn't awaken their professional abilities quickly, how could they survive? They couldn't even defeat ordinary zombies. LV Bufan also understood the current situation and didn't dare to delay, so he opened the trading platform. His first reaction was to see if there were any free equipment of the gangster in suit on sale. As long as Chen Han stopped giving out equipment, their equipment would have a market. None, he's not selling anymore, quickly put ours up for sale. Li Chuanqi was ecstatic, the days of having money were coming back. However, the next moment, when they took a closer look, they found that there were a large number of beginner equipment in the trading platform, and the prices were ridiculously low. White equipment for 10 gold coins, purple equipment for only 50 gold coins. Both of them were dumbfounded. What was going on? After inquiring a bit, they found out that in the second stage of the apocalypse, the level cap was raised to level 10. Players had started using first-tier equipment and their strength had greatly increased. Those beginner equipment were just trash that no one used. No one would buy them even if they were put up for sale. This meant that the 800,000 pieces of beginner equipment they had became worthless junk. LV Bufan and Li Chuanqi were completely dumbfounded. It was at this moment that they realized that all of this was a trap designed by Chen Han. He had known long ago that beginner equipment would be worthless, and then he sold all of it to them, even generously giving it away for free. They had lost this business battle, lost completely, with no possibility of turning things around. LV Bufan's face was filled with despair, his hatred for Chen Han reached its peak. Everything now was thanks to Chen Han, and he couldn't let go of the grudge of killing his child. But we don't even have enough psychic crystals, we're stuck at level 9 and can't level up. What should we do? Li Chuanqi said in frustration. Then let's start from scratch, we'll go out and kill monsters, team up to clear instances, as long as we awaken our professional abilities, the future will be bright. Li Chuanqi hesitated for a moment, he was afraid of those terrifying zombies. Without the protection of a team, he was scared. Li Chuanqi deeply regretted why he had provoked Chen Han. If they hadn't provoked him, they could have lived well with the resources they had. They would have had money, food, and subordinates. They wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. Li Chuanqi let out a heavy sigh. At this point, there was no other way. Just as the two of them were determining their target, suddenly footsteps echoed in the building. Both of them instantly felt a chill down their spines. Are there zombies? But these footsteps didn't sound like zombies. Both of them nervously took out their weapons, their faces filled with vigilance as they stared at the corner ahead. The footsteps grew closer and closer, and the sound of unknown creatures panting could be heard. LV Bufan and Li Chuanqi were immediately frightened and stood up. Then, a two-headed zombie dog rushed out from the corner, followed by a second one, and a third one. Over a dozen. Roar! The zombie dogs bared their ferocious teeth and pounced towards them. Seeing this, LV Bufan and Li Chuanqi trembled in fear. What are these things? Why are there mutated creatures here? We're done. Despair appeared on both of their faces. They absolutely had no ability to resist against these mutated creatures. However, just as they were waiting for death, the group of zombie dogs only surrounded them. Heavy panting lingered around their feet, and a sense of fear instantly invaded their hearts. At this moment, a figure emerged from the darkness, accompanied by two mutant wolfhounds the size of calves. The man appeared to be around 40 or 50 years old, tall and muscular, with long hair covering one eye, giving him a menacing look. He held a beast-taming whip in his hand as he approached slowly. He looked at LV Bufan and spoke in a hoarse voice. Are you LV Bufan? Upon hearing this, LV Bufan trembled all over, too frightened to speak. The man spoke again. I heard you made billions of gold coins selling equipment. LV Bufan quickly shook his head and said, no, the money is not with me. He felt a lump in his throat when it came to those billions of gold coins. The money was clearly earned by Chen Han, but he was the one taking the blame. It's Chen Han, he tricked us and took all the money. I only have a pile of newbie equipment that no one wants, LV Bufan continued, pushing everything onto Chen Han. Do you know Chen Han? LV Bufan hesitated for a moment and cautiously asked the man. The man's expression finally changed slightly. I don't know him, but I've seen him from a distance. Come with me, I need you to tell me about Chen Han, the man said. LV Bufan and the others exchanged glances, unwilling in their hearts. But there was no choice, the zombie dogs at their feet had already started nudging their legs. They dared not believe that if they refused, this group of mutant wolfhounds would tear them to pieces immediately. The man turned and walked away, muttering to himself, the suited thug? Interesting. On the armored vehicle, Chen Han closed his eyes for a while. After the big battle, he had been scavenging airdrops and was indeed a bit tired. It was already 5:50 in the morning, 10 minutes away from the start of the instance. The World Channel became noisy again. The instance is about to start, so the question is, where is the entrance? Why are you in such a hurry? You're not a big shot, do you still want to get the first clear reward? Exactly, we rookies will definitely wait for the big shots to clear the instance and then try it ourselves. Oh my god, it's so scary, I dare not even think about it. Instances must be cleared, how else can we level up? How else can we get resources? How can we survive without eating? After the second stage of the apocalypse began, several new chat channels were added to the game panel. The National Channel, Guild Channel, and Team Channel were all lively at this time. The National Channel was also buzzing with activity, with barrage messages scrolling up. Looking for a team in Shangjing City, I'm a D-tier healing class, can be sweet and obedient, looking for a carry. Are there still survivors in the Magic City? Come out and do the instance, I'm an A-tier assassin, looking for a tank meat shield. Guild Slippers Gang is recruiting, located in Guangdu, we have cute girls in the guild. Women only slow down my sword drawing speed, B-tier class swordsman recruiting friends. Looking for a CP, seeking protection, profession beast tamer, the kind that can be ridden. What the hell, let's get to the point. Where is the entrance to the instance? Chen Han didn't have the leisure to pay attention to the lively chat channels. He glanced at the scene outside the window. By now, everyone had arrived at Zhanghai Square in Zhanghai City. We're here, let's clear the zombies outside, Chen Han said to the others. Is this the entrance to the instance? There's nothing here. Shuli leaned on the steering wheel and looked outside. Apart from the zombies, there was nothing at Notice Square. It will appear when the time comes, Chen Han looked at the others. For the first instance, we'll go in as a team directly. We must get the first clear reward. If he remembered correctly, the first instance was the one where they could obtain alloy steel materials. After the zombies evolved, human settlements became increasingly unsafe. Therefore, the alloy steel materials for building post-apocalyptic safe houses were in severe shortage. Players are beginning to realize the importance of steel. Without a safe house, players dare not sleep at night. Who knows if zombies will suddenly appear by the bed? This situation has happened before, with strange zombies crawling up pipes and climbing buildings, sneaking in through balconies. Just thinking about it is terrifying. A safe house made of alloy steel is different. Even if it can't stop the zombies, it can at least give a warning. As a result, all the steel on the trading market has been cleared out, and Chen Han can't buy any. Zhang Daotian calculated with his fingers and then looked at Chen Han in shock, saying, "Damn, boss, how did you know the instance would appear here? You figured it out?" Chen Han looked at him in surprise. "Of course, I knew because of my rebirth," Zhang Daotian replied. "You're amazing, being able to figure it out like that," he nodded. "Yeah, I calculated it and found that there is more than one instance in Zhanghai City. No, it's not just the number of instances, there's also a special one." Chen Han's eyes widened at this statement. "You even figured out the hidden instance? Is that a hidden instance? No wonder there's only one," Zhang Daotian murmured. However, just as they were waiting for the instance to open, a group of people came marching towards them. Chen Han glanced at them and raised an eyebrow. It was quite a coincidence, they were actually members of the Baisheng Guild. "They're from the Baisheng Guild," Chen Han warned Ling Shui and the others. "Have we been discovered?" Ling Shui furrowed her brows, as they had killed a small team from the Baisheng Guild just half an hour ago. To encounter them so quickly, could it be that their identities had been exposed and they were coming for revenge? "Doesn't seem like it," Chen Han said, looking into the distance. He looked at the leader, who was the second in command of the Baisheng Guild, Su Banxian. He used to be a street fortune teller, but after the advent of the Apocalypse game, he awakened as a D-rank auxiliary profession, fortune teller. This profession couldn't be said to be weak, but it was completely useless. Only idiots like Gao Qixing would be fooled by him. At this moment, Su Banxian was absent-minded, internally complaining. The guild leader, Gao Qixing, actually gave him a task. "Damn it, he wants me to find the killer after just a few deaths. Where am I supposed to find them? This is the apocalypse, isn't it normal for people to die? In this sea of corpses, where am I supposed to find the killer? Forget it, let's just say that Chai Rin and the others died at the hands of zombies, he wouldn't know anyway." Su Banxian smiled brightly, admiring his own ability to deceive, which was becoming more and more powerful. "Vice President, there's an armored vehicle in front." One of his subordinates pointed ahead. Hearing this, Su Banxian suddenly became alert and looked deeply at Chen Han's armored vehicle, immediately recognizing the symbol of Dawn of the Apocalypse on it. This was a vehicle bought from the game store, definitely not some junk from the real world. Su Banxian became wary, knowing that anyone who could drive an armored vehicle in the apocalypse was not someone to be trifled with. Vice President, let's just snatch that car, it's worth $1 billion. One of his subordinates shouted. Yeah, Vice President, there are over 30 of us, we can just go over and kill them. Many of the subordinates chimed in. Su Banxian's heart skipped a beat. Are you guys stupid? The other side doesn't look easy to mess with, and you want to steal their car? Are you crazy? He put on an angry expression and sternly reprimanded them. Those who do evil will perish by evil. Such unjust acts cannot be done. The subordinates were speechless. This was the way the Baisheng Guild operated. How did they end up with such an indecisive old man as their leader? Faced with Su Banxian, the others naturally felt dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. They could only try to persuade him earnestly. Vice President, this is an armored vehicle, our guild can't afford it. If we can snatch it back, the boss will definitely be very happy. Su Banxian thought to himself, how could I not know? It's just that the other party is not easy to mess with. If I leave the car on the side of the road, do you think I can drive it away? Although we have a lot of people, once a fight breaks out, the other side will definitely catch the thief first and capture the king. Isn't that asking for trouble? Absolutely not. Su Banxian's anger on his face grew stronger, and he pretended to pinch his fingers and shouted to everyone, today is not suitable for fighting, there will be a disaster of bloodshed. The Chiron team is a living example, do you also want to follow in their footsteps? With these words, he indeed fooled the group of henchmen. Su Banxian nodded in satisfaction, let's go around. Vice President, are you scared? Suddenly, a voice rang out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Am I scared? Su Banxian blew his beard and stared, I can kill him just by pinching my fingers. The crowd looked disdainful, as if saying, do you think we would believe that? Don't believe it? I can cast a spell right now. Su Banxian scolded angrily, but he was secretly panicking. He absolutely couldn't let these henchmen see that he was incapable, otherwise how could he continue to survive in the Baisheng Guild? However, as soon as he finished speaking, a teleportation black hole suddenly appeared in the square. When the black hole appeared, Chen Han led his men into it. Originally, he wanted to teach the people of the Baisheng Guild a lesson, but they stood there muttering and didn't come over. And then the instance just happened to start, so let them go. But in the eyes of the Baisheng Guild henchmen, it was a different story. They looked at Su Banxian in shock. Just now, Su Banxian said he would cast a spell to kill them, and then he started pinching his fingers. As a result, that big black hole appeared and directly sucked in the few people in front. Damn, Vice President is awesome. Vice President, you're simply a god, killing people with just a finger, it's too terrifying. The henchmen were completely convinced by Su Banxian. Originally, their subconscious thought this guy was a fraud in the martial world, but until he took action just now, they realized that he was really skilled. It's a pity, Vice President, you used too much force in your spell, even the armored vehicle was sucked in. That's right, as long as I, Su Banxian, pinch my fingers, any expert will die. Vice President is truly amazing, having you in the Baisheng Guild is our blessing. Faced with the constant flattery from the henchmen, Su Banxian hadn't reacted yet. Everyone else was dumbfounded. What did I do? What's with that black hole? Although confused, Su Banxian didn't show any flaws. He stood with his hands behind his back, pretending to be a transcendent expert. Who said I don't have any skills? Who said that? I, Su Banxian, am invincible. The henchman flattered him loudly. Su Banxian let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately he managed to bluff his way through. However, the next moment, the voice of the games will sounded in everyone's ears. Dear players, the first instance has arrived. The entrance to the instance will randomly appear all over the world, with a stay time of 1 hour. There are 2 instances this time, the public instance, Steel Factory, and the hidden instance, Chainsaw Horror. Note, players who clear the instance for the first time will receive additional rewards. Please enter the instance as soon as possible. The voice fell, and everyone was stunned. What? That black hole is an instance? Isn't that the Vice President's spell? Su Banxian's heart skipped a beat and he shouted, what do you know? It was I, the old man, who cast the spell to bring the instance here. Otherwise, do you think your luck could be so good? The crowd looked at him with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Then let's team up and go in. Right, maybe we can snatch the first clear rewards. Why go, let's just wait here. Su Banxian glared at them. With so many players worldwide, can the first clear rewards be so easily obtained? The first time the instance opens, it's definitely dangerous. If you rashly charge in, you will definitely suffer heavy losses. Do you want to die? With these words, he indeed calmed down many people. Then what should we do now? Someone asked. Wait. After those few people cleared the instance, we rushed forward and took them down directly, first looting their supplies, and then forcing them to reveal the strategy for clearing the instance. Su Banxian's mouth curled up slightly, filled with joy. When you guys come out, you will definitely have suffered some losses. Even if there are no casualties, your condition will definitely not be good. At that time, more than 30 of us will charge forward. What can you do to resist? First, wear them down, then use the strategy of praying mantis catching cicada and yellow sparrow behind. I am a genius. The vice president is indeed quick-witted, truly worthy of being a master. However, just as he was immersed in the admiration of the crowd, the instant's black hole surged again. Chen Han and the other three came out. Seeing this, Su Banxian was dumbfounded. How did they come out so quickly? Vice President, they came out. The little brothers quickly shouted. As they spoke, a man next to them picked up an axe and was about to charge forward. Hold on. Su Banxian grabbed him and said, something's not right. He stared at Chen Han and the others with a serious expression. They came out so quickly, and not a hair on their bodies was harmed. Either they killed the boss and cleared the instance directly, or they simply exited. Although the latter was more likely, he couldn't take the risk. If these were experts who could kill instances in seconds, wouldn't they be seeking death by charging forward like this? Vice President, they definitely couldn't have discovered the instance's exit. Let's hurry up and go. The little brothers urged. Su Banxian frowned, feeling a bit uneasy. No, we can't take the risk. Everyone calm down for a moment, let me calculate. Su Banxian pretended to be serious again, looking up at the sky and counting something on his fingers. Sure enough, seeing him like this, the little brothers didn't dare to disturb him and quieted down. But their gaze was always fixed on Chen Han and the others. Especially when they saw Chuli and Ling Shui, they were simply stunning. Such beautiful women. One was a tall and elegant lady, the other a mischievous and cute lowly. For this group of street ruffians, they were simply irresistible. Gurgling. Vice President, hurry up, I can't bear it anymore. Damn it, that lady is mine. I want the lowly. Hearing the shouts of the crowd, Su Banxian's face turned black with frustration. Those four people, a man with a child and two beautiful women, it was the perfect configuration for a novel protagonist. He had a premonition that these people were definitely not ordinary. Can't provoke them. Su Banxian opened his eyes and looked at the crowd, saying with a serious expression, I have calculated, if we charge forward like this, we will definitely be wiped out. What? Are you joking? Damn it, you old man, what nonsense are you talking? Damn it, let's not listen to him, let's charge. Upon hearing Su Banxian's words, some of the little brothers exploded. It was rare to encounter such stunning women, how could they let them go? These four people in front of them were obviously wealthy and well-dressed. If they didn't take advantage of this opportunity, when would they? The crowd was very disdainful of Su Banxian's dissuasion, and even felt disgusted. However, just as the little brothers were about to charge forward and take down Chen Han and the others turned their heads. Boss, what do those guys want? Zheng Panzi asked in confusion. Who cares what they want, don't waste time, let's split up and clear the personal instances, after that we still have to find the hidden instances, Chen Han said. Then, the group once again entered the black hole of the instance, their figures disappearing again. Damn it, they went in again. Damn it, it's all because of you, old man, dilly-dallying. The little brothers of the Baixing Guild exploded, each of them glaring fiercely at Su Banxian. This old man is just afraid of death, talking about bloodshed and disaster. Damn it, ruining our good fortune. Su Banxian was forced back by the crowd, trembling as he said, you guys have gone too far, I am the vice president, how dare you disrespect me? I'm trying to save you. Save your grandma's leg, I won't kill you. However, just as the crowd was making a commotion, a voice from the game system sounded in their ears. Global announcement. Congratulations to the Suit Thugs team for successfully clearing the Steel Factory instance for the first time and receiving the first clear reward. The instance was completed in 20 seconds, and refreshing the record can earn that new record reward, so players, please strive for it. The hidden instance, Chainsaw Horror, has arrived, with only one entrance in each city worldwide, which may be hidden in an unexpected place. Hurry up and search for it. The voice of the games will echoed in the ears of every player. In an instant, the world was shocked. 20 seconds. Are you kidding me? How is this possible? It's the Suit Thugs again, they're amazing. No way. I just entered the easy mode instance and couldn't even defeat a small monster. If I hadn't run fast, I would have died. Unbelievable. It used to take me at least 2 minutes to clear the Steel Factory instance. Why is the suit boss so strong? Even if he is an S-class professional, it's impossible to clear the instance in seconds. The voice of the system also left the members of the Baixing Guild dumbfounded. 20 seconds? Is the Suit Thug a god? How is it possible to be so fast? Wait, That person just now seemed to have a similar time. Suddenly, one of the members woke up abruptly and tremblingly pointed to the entrance of the instance. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's bodies trembled. So, it seems to be true. Could it be that those people are the suit boss? Damn, really? Cold sweat dripped from everyone's foreheads as they looked at Su Banxian in shock. Elder, Su Banxian, you accurately predicted that the person just now was the suit boss? Su Banxian's heart also skipped a beat, and the image of Chen Han instantly flashed in his mind. Could it really be such a coincidence? Doesn't that mean I really avoided disaster? He snapped back to reality, cleared his throat, and once again put on a superior appearance. Ahem, that's right, in fact, I had already figured it out. One of them is the suit thug. But the heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. I have already reminded you all, yet you still don't believe it. It really annoys me. Do whatever you want, wait here for him to come out. Anyway, I can't defeat him, I'm afraid of death, so I'll leave first. With that, Su Banxian shook his sleeves and turned to leave with an air of indignation. Boom! With Su Banxian's confirmation, the members of the guild instantly felt their hair stand on end, and their legs trembled. Damn it, they actually targeted the suit boss. Isn't that seeking death? He's the person who can easily kill 10,000 zombies. Even if there were 30 of them, they would still have to think twice. In an instant, the members felt extremely grateful to Su Banxian. Thump! The members immediately knelt down. Thank you, Vice Guild Leader, for saving our lives. From now on, the Vice Guild Leader is like our second parents. Whatever you say, we will absolutely obey. Vice Guild Leader, we were wrong. I apologize for my recklessness. Vice Guild Leader is a god, we surrender. Vice Guild Leader, please don't abandon us. We want to follow you. Seeing the admiration from the members, Su Banxian felt great. He stopped his steps and scolded, hurry up and leave. When the suit thug comes out, you'll attract his attention. You won't be able to escape unscathed. Upon hearing this, the members ran as fast as they could, wishing they had 2 more legs. However, what even Su Banxian didn't know was that although these people appeared to be afraid of the suit thug, they all had their own ulterior motives. Damn it, the suit thug is actually in Jianhai City. Isn't Jianhai City our Baisheng Guild's territory? I must inform the guild leader when I go back. We must capture this fat sheep. That guy is a walking treasure trove. Just as players worldwide were shocked by the reappearance of the suit thug, Chen Han had already opened the Steel Factory First Clear Reward Package. Orange Alloy Steel * 100 Spiritual Crystal * 30 Gold Coins * 100 000 Fashion Material. First Order Molten Iron Beast Feather Wings. Wings of the Molten Iron Beast can be modified on shoes. Item information popped up one by one. Damn! It's fashion material again. Chen Han's eyes widened. He was already excited to see the orange alloy steel, but he didn't expect an unexpected surprise. I wonder what special abilities this Molten Iron Beast's wings can increase. Chen Han immediately used it. Consumed, First Order Molten Iron Beast's wings, Orange Novice Sports Shoes successfully modified, obtained new equipment, Iron Wing Boots, Novice, Iron Wing Boots attributes, Physical Defense plus 300, Speed plus 150, Original, Passive ability, when self receives a fatal blow, trigger emergency evasion and instantly move 5 meters away, new, ability. When the Iron Wing Boots accumulate full energy, they can summon Iron Wings to fly, skill lasts for 1 minute. Wow! It added a flying ability. Chen Han's eyes lit up, it's really good. Without hesitation, he took out First Order Equipment Upgrade Stone, and upgraded the Iron Wing Boots. Orange Iron Wing Boots upgrade successful. Novice, Level 1, First Order, Level 10, Attribute Increase, Physical Defense plus 800, Magic Resistance plus 300, Speed plus 200. Orange Black Tooth Battle Armor upgrade successful. Novice, Level 1, First Order, Level 10, Attribute Increase, Physical Defense plus 2000, Magic Resistance plus 500, Attack Power plus 500. After upgrading the 2 orange equipment to the First Order, Chen Han's attributes underwent a tremendous change. Open the personal panel. Player, Chen Han, Suited Thug, Level 12, Experience Bar 30%, Class, Sword Immortal Constitution, 2850 Attack Power, 1840 plus 1000, Equipment Bonus, Physical Defense, 1000 plus 2800, Equipment Bonus, Magic Resistance, 500 plus 800, Equipment Bonus, Speed, 200 plus 200, Equipment Bonus. At this stage, the importance of equipment is still very obvious. In the later stages, as professionals become stronger, the effects of equipment are weakened. More importantly, equipment only enhances attributes, and attributes are definitely not the sole criterion for measuring strength. In this open-world game, professional abilities and combat skills are also important. Roar! Just as Chen Han was studying the equipment, the dungeon officially started. The same dungeon can only be cleared twice a day, once in a team and once individually. Chen Han and Ling Shui entered as a team earlier, and in order to obtain the first clearance reward, they chose the easy mode. Therefore, they easily passed it. Now, the four of them split up to clear the solo dungeons. Chen Han directly chose the most difficult mode. The dungeon is divided into 5 difficulties: easy, normal, hard, king, hell. Of course, the higher the difficulty, the richer the rewards and the higher the drop rate. At this moment, Chen Han entered the dungeon, and what appeared before him was the interior of a steel factory. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, more than a dozen zombies holding iron rods began to strike the floor, step by step approaching Chen Han. Chen Han looked over, and information popped up. Zombie, mutated worker, level 13, attack power 2000, defense 2000, speed 100, skills, iron rod throw, wrench throw. Chen Han raised an eyebrow. Truly worthy of being a dungeon of hell difficulty, the strength of these monsters is several times stronger than those in the easy dungeon. If it were an ordinary player, they would probably need a high-level S-class warrior to lead the team to clear it. Chen Han took out a long sword from his backpack. Purple first order equipment, fine steel longsword, attack power 500. This sword is a bit lacking. Chen Han weighed it in his hand. It's just ordinary equipment, although it's purple grade, it doesn't have any special abilities. First, use it conveniently. When you reach level 20, you can use your own immortal sword. Chen Han raised his hand slightly, and the long sword immediately flew up. Sword art. Poochie. The long sword flew out and instantly pierced the head of the approaching worker zombie. Kill worker zombie, gain 681 experience. Kill worker zombie, gain 681 experience. The long sword pointed in all directions, constantly shuttling through the field, and wherever it passed, the corpses fell like cut wheat. The experience points soared rapidly. Chen Han continued to walk deeper into the instance, and the ordinary zombies in front of him were no obstacle at all. Soon, he arrived at the end of the instance. Suddenly, a large group of zombies appeared in front of him, one of which should have undergone mutation. He was bare-chested, revealing explosive muscles. Instance mini-boss, mutated zombie, level 15, attack power, 3000. Chen Han glanced at it and didn't even bother to look at the attributes above. Roar! The mutated zombie seemed to sense Chen Han's disdain and instantly showed an angry expression. He waved his big hand, and the zombies under his command immediately launched their skills. In the next moment, wrenches, iron rods, and other weapons rained down without any place to dodge. Chen Han held the long sword and swept out a sword aura in the air. Clang, clang, clang. The overwhelming weapons were swept away by Chen Han's sword, and then the long sword continued to swing. The entire instance was filled with sword light, and the wind swept through the clouds. Buzz! In an instant, dozens of zombies were killed one by one. After clearing the small monsters, he looked at the steel furnace burning fiercely in front of him and suddenly swung his sword. Boom! The entire steel furnace was cut in half, and the red-hot molten iron splashed under the impact. Then, a huge monster roared out from the molten iron. The monster was all red, resembling a lion and a mythical creature. Its body was covered in steel, with a pair of iron wings on its back, resembling a steel monster. This is the instance boss, the Iron Melt Beast. Roar! The Iron Melt Beast, disturbed by Chen Han, instantly became furious. It spread its wings and flew into the air. Poo poo poo! The Iron Melt Beast spat out several huge fireballs towards Chen Han. Chen Han was not afraid at all and raised his hand to strike with his sword. The fireballs burst into pieces. The sword aura passed through the fireballs and directly hit the Iron Melt Beast. The steel-like body instantly tore open, and streams of red liquid flowed out. Chen Han no longer wasted time and directly used the special skill of the Iron Wing Boots. A pair of palm-sized wings extended from the sides of the boots. Then Chen Han flew up and rushed directly to the front of the Iron Melt Beast, beheading it with a sword. Bang! The health bar on the Iron Melt Beast's head instantly cleared to zero, and its body exploded with a loud noise. Along with the explosion, there were beams of light. Those were the rewards for clearing the instance. Chen Han glanced at it and found that there were many alloy steel materials, and his face showed joy. The wall of the Dawn Tower has gained a few more meters. After clearing it, the World Channel once again displayed the information of him refreshing the instance. Congratulations to player Suited Thug for successfully completing the Hell level, Steel Factory, Personal Instance, obtaining the Record Refresh reward and the first Clearance reward. The World? Soloing the Hell difficulty? Is Suited Boss playing with an internal account? The World Channel and the National Channel have always been highly interested in Chen Han. Countless people in the chat channel were calling for him to share the instance clearance strategy. Chen Han didn't pay attention to them. What strategy does this thing need? Just do it. After coming out of the instance, he first scanned the surroundings and found that the people from Baisheng Guild had already left, and Ling Shui and the others had not come out yet. He didn't care and directly opened the reward package for clearing the instance. Fortunately, there were many alloy steel materials inside. It was exactly what he needed. Not long after, Ling Shui also came out. When she saw Chen Han smile slightly, she immediately jumped onto him. Ouch, clearing an instance is so tiring. Ling Shui pouted and pressed her small face against Chen Han's shoulder. Chen Han lifted it with both hands. What difficulty level are you playing in the instance? King's level. Aren't I amazing? But I think I can handle the hell level without any problems. Ling Shui looked proud. Chen Han nodded. It's okay, take it slow the first time. As he spoke, Ling Shui's big eyes widened instantly, staring at Chen Han. So, can we go all out the second time? Of course, once you're familiar with it, you have to give it your all the second time, otherwise how can you improve? Wow, that's great. Let's go home quickly for the second time. Ling Shui exclaimed excitedly. Chen Han, did I say something wrong or did you misunderstand? I was talking about clearing the instance, not clearing you. At this moment, the entrance to the instance flickered, and Xia Pangzi and Chuli came out one after another. When they saw Chen Han and Ling Shui waiting, they were stunned. You finished so quickly? Xia Pangzi exclaimed. What do you mean quickly? Han Gij took at least an hour. Ling Shui said astonishingly. Chen Han's face darkened, and he quickly covered her mouth. What do you mean an hour? Xia Pangzi looked innocent. Chuli also had a black line on her face. She glared at Chen Han. Don't corrupt the child. Chen Han? It's not my fault. Ahem, did you get any alloy steel? Chen Han looked at the others. We did. This instance for farming steel is really good. The drop rate is high. Xia Pangzi shouted. But most of them are low level. There are very few purple steel, let alone orange. Same here, I only got 2 purple ones, the rest are all white. Chuli frowned. At this rate, it's still a long way to go before we can build the Dawn Tower. Take these first, I'll figure something out. Chen Han handed over the alloy steel they obtained to Chuli. After taking a look, she widened her eyes. How do you have so many? There are dozens of orange alloy steel, this can't be possible, right? Xia Pangzi also took a look and was equally surprised. Boss, are you cheating? What cheating? I cleared the hell level, so the drop rate is naturally high. What? Hell level? Solo? You're a maniac. Chuli was shocked. She struggled with the normal level. And Chen Han cleared the hell level directly, and even faster than herself. Isn't this a bit too terrifying? Alright, let's keep the low-level steel. I'll find a steel refiner, and we can synthesize the low-level steel into high-level steel. Chen Han waved his hand. When he was planning to build the Dawn Tower, he had already thought of an important character, the steel refiner. But at this time, that guy probably wasn't doing well. In a military camp in a certain country, 5-star General Mike angrily threw the red wine in his hand on the ground. Fuck! It's that suit-wearing thug again. How is he so powerful? He has already cleared both team and solo instances consecutively, while our soldiers haven't even come out of the team instances. What's the reason for this? If this continues, won't I, Eagle Sauce, fall behind Dragon Country? The general's anger made his subordinates too scared to speak. Have you found any information about him? General Mike glared at his subordinates below. We found it, please take a look. A staff member quickly handed over the information they found. General Mike took it and looked at it carefully. The more he looked, the more his brows furrowed. The information not only contained Chen Han's identity information, but also everything he did before the apocalypse, including selling the company, spending money in the game, and then emptying the newbie equipment and food in the game trading market. Moreover, the report also mentioned a suspicion: the relationship between Lu Bufan and Chen Han. A few days ago, Lu Bufan sold equipment at a high price and earned billions of gold coins. The mastermind behind it was very likely Chen Han. In other words, these billions of gold coins were actually in Chen Han's hands. Coupled with the food he hoarded, the resources in his hands were invaluable. Billions of gold coins. Seeing this, General Mike's face revealed a greedy expression. They can't even come up with 1 billion gold coins in the entire Eagle Sauce country, and yet this Chen Han actually has 100 billion. What kind of concept is this? Rich enough to rival a country? It's not just a rival country, it's practically monopolizing the whole world. General Mike took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down as much as possible. He pointed to the question mark in the profession column of Chen Han's profile. Why is the profession marked as a question mark? The staff quickly responded, General, we still don't know his abilities at the moment. We are currently mobilizing our contacts in Jianghai City to further investigate this Chen Han. General Mike nodded. Without guessing, we already know that he spent 1 billion to become a VIP level 15, and his profession is definitely S-class. As for what profession it is, we must find out as soon as possible. Only by knowing ourselves and the enemy can we win every battle. With that, he closed the file in his hand and suddenly remembered something. Wait, Junhai City? He's in Junhai City? Isn't Loki Kent being held in the military camp in Junhai City by the Dragon Kingdom? Hearing this, the staff remembered the agent who was sent to the Dragon Kingdom. He slapped his forehead. Yes, he's being held in the military camp in Junhai City. I wonder how he's doing. Humph, you underestimate our Eagle Sauce's agents too much. A mere zombie crisis can't do anything to him. General Mike sneered. Contact him immediately, this is really great. Just as General Mike finished speaking, his phone immediately rang. He frowned, who could be calling it this time? But when he saw the contact name on his phone, he stood up suddenly, startling all the officials. Loki Kent. What a coincidence. Just as I was thinking of finding you, you called? General Mike answered the call, and a hoarse voice immediately came from the phone. General Mike, are you looking for me? Hearing this, General Mike couldn't help but shiver, feeling a sense of being spied on in his heart. Are you okay? Did you escape from the military camp in Junhai City? Loki Kent chuckled lightly. No, I should say I fought my way out. General Mike was even more shocked, his eyes widened, and his voice raised a few degrees. You fought your way out? There are several thousand soldiers in the military camp in Junhai City. How did you fight your way out? Did you awaken some terrifying profession? Loki Kent laughed without saying a word. General, do you want me to deal with that Chun Han? Rest assured, even if you don't say it, I will find him. Now, I have already found his lair. The scene shifted. At this moment, not far from Chun Han's doomsday fortress, a man in a black windbreaker was staring at the fortress. Behind him, a large group of zombie dogs crouched. There were also two familiar faces, Lu Bufan and Li Chuanqi. Lu Bufan stared fixedly at the steel fortress in front of him. Hatred surged up in his heart. This was where everything began, and memories of his son came to mind. On the night the apocalypse arrived, he was still planning with his son how to attack Chen Han and seize resources. Little did he know that a few days later, they would be worlds apart. These past few days felt like a lifetime. From building a team, selling equipment at high prices to make a fortune, watching the people around him die one by one, to now having nothing. All of this was thanks to Chen Han. Regardless, this grudge must be avenged. Sir, what's your plan? I, Lu Bufan, support you. As long as we can kill Chen Han, I'm willing to pay any price. Lu Bufan said solemnly to Loki Kent. A faint smile appeared on Loki's lips. Your previous actions were too foolish. This doomsday fortress is difficult to break through with just us. No matter how many zombies come, it's useless. We need to find professionals with matching abilities. Hearing this, Lu Bufan and Li Chuanqi were stunned for a moment. Matching abilities? It really seems like there are such professions in the game, where they can directly melt alloy steel. It's a good profession for stealing. But where can we find such people? Li Chuanqi asked in confusion. Nowadays, it's as difficult as reaching the heavens to find someone. And it's not just about finding them. The key is that they have to be willing to trust you in order to help you. In the end times, it's not easy to trust someone. We don't need to search, go to the World Channel and expose the true identity of Suited Thug, then expose his high-priced equipment selling. With a fortune of billions and a large amount of resources, it will surely attract countless people to fight over. And those onlookers will help us find Steel Refiner. After speaking, Loki Kent turned and left. LV Bufan and LV Bofan quickly followed, asking, but wouldn't that just be giving Chen Han away for nothing? LV Bufan had thought about this before, but after exposing Chen Han, it would attract more enemies. When there are more people, the situation will be beyond his control. He is greedy, he wants it all for himself. In response, Loki Kent sneered disdainfully, stupid fool, wear a hat that fits your head. You greedy and cowardly fool, no wonder you even got your son killed. You. These words deeply hurt LV Bufan. He wanted to retort, but he was afraid of the mysterious man in front of him, especially the zombie dogs beside him. He felt like they were constantly staring at him, making him shudder. In the end, LV Bufan didn't say anything and obediently followed behind. The cruelty of reality had already worn away his edges. Once a high and mighty business tycoon, he was now just a pawn, manipulated by others. After leaving the steel factory instance, Chun Han drove his armored vehicle around Junhai City, completely unaware that he was being watched. Boss, we've been searching for so long, where is the hidden instance? Zhang Daotian yawned, feeling tired and hungry. Chen Han frowned. What, you couldn't figure it out? Zhang Daotian shook his head. The specific location was very vague. Chen Han looked at Ling Shui and Shuli, and saw exhaustion on their faces too. Then let's go home for now. Chen Han didn't expect that the hidden instance would be so well hidden. In the previous life, he didn't dare to challenge the hidden instance due to his lack of strength, so he didn't know where it would appear. He thought it would be easy to find, but it took a long time. By now, it was already morning, and everyone drove home. Zombies were everywhere along the way, and Zhanghai City seemed to have fallen. However, Chen Han still felt that when the armored vehicle passed through the city, many eyes secretly glanced at them. The survivors now sought refuge in guilds to keep warm. The real world was gradually becoming similar to the game. In order to survive, guilds fought and killed each other. After all, there was no faster way to obtain resources than killing. In the game, people could be resurrected after death. But now, death was final. Thinking of guilds, Chen Han opened a long-lost guild channel. The guild where suited thug was Feather Emperor Guild. In an instant, the image of that proud woman, Lady Feather Emperor, flashed through Chen Han's mind. A slight smile appeared on his lips. His game guild had always been there, and it had been constantly active. The guild members inside were always mentioning Suited Thug in the chat channel. Love maintenance station, damn, I just found out that Suited Boss is from our guild. Ghostwind Evil Lord, Suited Boss, come out and say something, other guilds are banding together, shouldn't we take action too? Red Beauty farewell, wow, I want to be a pendant for the boss. There was a lot of information, but Chen Han only focused on the important parts. Among the players who mentioned him, Chen Han actually knew most of them. His real-life friends who played the game were almost all in this guild. This included Ling Shui, Gangzi, LV Bufan, Li Chuanqi, He Dongfa, Xiaorou, Feng Hao, and Wang Tao. In the previous life, they had stuck together in the Feather Emperor Guild for 3 years. Chen Han glanced at the guild members, and LV Bufan and the others were no longer on the list. It's probably because of the controversy surrounding the high-priced equipment sales that the guild leader didn't want any trouble and kicked them out directly. Given the woman's calm personality, this is something she could do. However, what puzzled Chen Han was that Xiaorou was not on the list either. Chen Han didn't pay much attention to it. As for Feng Hao and Wang Tao, these two guys sent the most private messages. Brother, damn, you've struck it rich. Spending billions, you must be making a fortune this time. Brother, are you there? I plan to bring my whole family to find you. Now you definitely don't have to worry about food and clothing, but I'm miserable, can't even eat enough. Brother, you're awesome. Your name is all over the world announcement. How did you do it? Brother, why aren't you replying to me? Are you busy with dungeons? Don't worry, I haven't exposed your ID, no one knows your identity. Seeing the last message, Chen Han's expression turned cold. These two people were threatening him. The implicit meaning was obvious. If you don't pay attention to me, I'll expose your identity. Chen Han saw through them. These two were just like LV Bufan, all greedy for profit. Before Chen Han sold the company, these two guys were always looking to freeload off him. When they found out that Chen Han had sold the company and was spending money in the game, their attitude completely changed. Now that they knew the endgame had arrived, they suddenly remembered Chen Han. However, they didn't have the guts like LV Bufan to directly kill and plunder resources. Instead, they planned to extort him, hoping that Chen Han would support them. Chen Han's mouth curled up slightly. These two, he needed to find an opportunity to get rid of them directly. However, at that moment, a private message caught his attention. It was from the guild leader of the Feather Emperor Guild. Feather Emperor, are you there? Can we chat? Chen Han smiled. I was just thinking of finding you. If he remembered correctly, the steel refiner he was looking for was the younger brother of Feather Emperor. But now, at this time, that guy must have encountered some trouble. Zhanghai City National Sports Stadium. A woman held a golden-winged longbow in her hand, her expression solemn as she looked at the zombies surrounding the stadium. The woman was wearing a tight-fitting sportswear, with a cold and proud expression. Her long black hair was tied up in a high ponytail, showing off her capable demeanor. Even without makeup, her flawless skin made countless women jealous. As for her facial features, they were like a masterpiece crafted by Manhwa, stunningly beautiful. Because she was an athlete and needed to exercise regularly, her figure was exquisite and could be described as captivating and peerless. She was the guild leader of the Feather Emperor Guild, Feather Emperor. Her true identity was that of a national athlete, the world archery champion, Zhua Yuhuan. Yuhuan, how is Xiaolin? Can Gao Qixing let him go? At this moment, a woman walked up and asked. Zhua Yuhuan's expression was cold and indifferent as she shook her head slowly. Xiaolin has a special profession. Baisheng Guild won't easily let him go. Speaking of Gao Qixing, Zhua Yuhuan's face became even more unpleasant. That guy actually used her younger brother to threaten her. And the conditions he proposed were even more infuriating. Gao Qixing wasn't interested in equipment or food, he wanted her. That guy was lusting after her body. What should we do now? Baixing Guild has more people, we can't fight against them. Xiaotao's face was full of worry, and tears fell from her eyes as she blamed herself. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Xiaolin wouldn't have been captured by Gao Qixing. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. Although she said that, Zhuo Yuan's expression remained serious. Now that the major guilds were starting to band together, her Feather Emperor Guild was no exception. However, Baisheng Guild was ruthless and recruited professionals everywhere, developing rapidly. In terms of strength, the Feather Emperor Guild was far behind the Baisheng Guild. If Gao Qixing really targeted them, the situation would indeed be unfavorable. Zhuo Yuan frowned, wishing that suited thug could lend a hand. She was certain that the suited thug was in Jianghai City, because as the president, she can see the ID addresses of all guild members. However, she has a cold personality and rarely contacts the players of the Feather Emperor Guild, so she is not familiar with the suit thugs. But at the moment, it seems that the only person who can help her is the suit thug. Zhuo Yuan sighed, but since the guild channel opened, people in the guild have been calling out to the suit thug, but he has never responded. President, what's going on? Can you contact the suit thug? Just then, a large group of people rushed into the office, anxiously shouting. Seeing everyone rushing in, Zhuo Yuan frowned. Who let you in? There were hundreds of people gathered here, and Zhuo Yuan led a small team. Some of them were members of the original Feather Emperor Guild, and some were saved by Zhuo Yuan after the apocalypse. At this moment, when everyone saw Zhuo Yuan's anger rising, a hint of shock flashed in their eyes. They all knew that the president in front of them was not a weak woman. Not to mention her originally tough personality, what was even more terrifying was that she was an S-class professional, and her strength was formidable. If it weren't for her, this stadium would have been overrun by zombies long ago. Everyone looked at each other, hesitant to speak. Finally, a young man stepped forward. President, the Baisheng Guild just put pressure on us again. They attracted a large group of zombies. If this continues, we won't be able to resist. Why don't we compensate them? It's all for the sake of wealth, there's no need to hold a grudge to the death. The man asked tentatively. If Chen Han were here, he would definitely recognize this person. He was his friend in reality, Wang Tao. Yes, if it weren't for Zhuo Lin offending the Baisheng Guild, they wouldn't keep targeting us. Exactly, causing trouble everywhere without any ability. This kind of person will eventually drag the team down. With Wang Tao speaking up, many people also whispered. Hearing this, Zhuo Yuan's face turned completely dark, and she glared at everyone. Do you all know that Zhuo Lin is my younger brother? In the crowd, some people lowered their heads, while others retorted. Does the president's younger brother have special privileges? We are a team, naturally prioritizing the interests of the team. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Yuan was furious. This is my team, if anyone is dissatisfied, just get out. Do you think the Baisheng Guild's goal is just resources? Did Zhuo Lin cause this trouble? They just found an excuse to target us. Even if there was no conflict this time, they would still use various means to deal with us. Because their real goal is. Zhuo Yuan didn't say the last words. She bit her lip lightly. I will find a way. I will definitely save Zhuo Lin, and I won't give any of the resources you mentioned. Faced with Zhuo Yuan's strong attitude, everyone fell silent and dared not speak. Especially those ordinary people, who had no abilities, they had even less say. They were afraid of the Baisheng Guild, and they were a little afraid of Zhuo Yuan. This team was formed by her, and she was also the strongest in the team. If they angered her and were kicked out, what would they do? Isn't that seeking death? However, at this moment, an old lady stood up and pointed at Zhuo Yuan, shouting, "Find a way? How do you find a way? The Baisheng Guild has thousands of people, most of them are professionals, and we have less than 50 professionals. How can we make up for this gap? And, if a fight breaks out, what about me, an old lady? You're pushing me, an old lady, into the fire pit. What's wrong with negotiating? Do you want to charge forward even if you know it's a dead end?" The old lady's words hit Zhuo Yuan's heart. She wanted to retort, but the other party was an old lady, and she couldn't bring herself to say anything. Xiao Tao, who was beside her, couldn't stand it anymore. What do you mean? If it weren't for Yuan's sister, you would have died in the mouths of zombies long ago. Now the team has a problem, and you still use moral coercion. Do you believe that I will throw you out? You. The old lady was startled and took a few steps back. She dared to speak up because she knew that Zhuo Yuan had a kind heart. But it was different for Xiao Tao. She trembled and said, "What should we do then? Do you expect that suited thug to come and save us? How long have we been calling for help in the guild? Do you think he really can't see it? That guy, just by his name, you can tell he's not a good person." At this moment, Wang Tao also spoke up. "That's true. To be honest, suited thug is my friend, but he doesn't even reply to me. Guild leader, do you think you have the ability to move him?" This statement shocked the whole room, causing a commotion. He doesn't even care about his friend's plea for help, so he definitely won't help us. He's so powerful, he probably doesn't care about any guild. He might have already established his own power. Exactly, guild leader, don't count on Suited Thug, he won't come. Seeing the expressions of everyone in the room, Zhua Yuan's face turned extremely ugly. She also knew that the chances of Suited Thug paying attention to her were very low, but this was her last hope. However, just when she felt helpless, she received a reply from Suited Thug in her private message. Suited Thug, give me an address, I'll come find you. Seeing the reply from Suited Thug, Zhua Yuan's heart trembled. Give me an address, I'll come find you. What a powerful and domineering statement. In despair, at her most helpless moment, seeing these words, even though she was strong-willed, she was instantly moved. The grievances in Zhua Yuan's heart surged up. Despite her strong personality, she was still just a young woman in her 20s. Her younger brother was captured, the pressure and confusion from the team, the threats from enemies, how much pressure had she endured, only she knew. In this difficult time, she put aside her pride and sought help from a stranger, thinking that she would return empty-handed, or even be looked down upon. However, what she didn't expect was that the other party directly spoke such domineering words. In that instant, Zhua Yuan's heart melted, deeply touched. It felt like being bullied and not having a chance to tell her boyfriend, and then her boyfriend comes rushing to protect her. Sob, family, who understands this feeling? Zhua Yuan really wanted to share this with someone at this moment. She wasn't alone, she had someone to rely on. Although she didn't know who Suited Thug really was, in her mind, the image of the other person was so impressive. In her mind, she automatically merged Suited Thug with her ideal Prince Charming. But she was also a little afraid. What if the other person was a rough man? Unconsciously, Zhua Yuan began to daydream. She suddenly snapped back to reality, her face showing an incredulous expression. She didn't expect that a single sentence from Suited Thug would actually cause a slight change in her proud personality. Zhua Yuan couldn't wait to reply to Chen Han and tell him about the current predicament of the Feather Emperor Guild. Are you really willing to help us? The Bashang Guild has many people and is very powerful. This might make you bear grudges. Even before the other person arrived, Zhua Yuan was already worried about him. This action was undoubtedly selfish. However, when she saw the reply from the other person, her heart trembled even more intensely. Take care of yourself, I'll handle my affairs and then come find you. Enjoy a good meal, don't think too much. Just as the private message came through, her inbox was filled with a large amount of food. Steamed little green dragon, braised pig trotters, wagyu beef, sushi. In addition to the main dishes, there were all kinds of desserts. Tiramisu, egg tarts, double-layered milk pudding. All high-quality food that came from the first generation of zombies in the apocalypse. This kind of high-quality food is extremely expensive a few days after the end of the world, because the first generation of mutated zombies that have been transformed by eating pollutants only make up a very small proportion of the global zombie population. After knowing the rules of the game, people would not be foolish enough to eat contaminated food. These first-generation zombies that have eaten good things are now considered a delicacy by players. In this current environment, who wants to eat jam and expired bread every day? Now that the gangsters in suits have suddenly brought so much food, if they were put up for sale, they would definitely fetch a high price. It is worth mentioning that there is also a bowl of brown sugar water. For Zhua Yuan, who is in her physiological period, this paragraph and this bowl of brown sugar water instantly broke her defenses. At this moment, hundreds of people looked at Zhua Yuan, who seemed a bit off, and couldn't help but be stunned. Guild leader, what's wrong with you? Yuhan's sister, are you okay? Xiao Tao asked with a worried expression. Zhua Yuan snapped back to reality, sorted out the emotional fluctuations in her heart, and looked at everyone with a serious expression. Good news, I have already contacted the guild, gangsters in suits, and they have agreed to help us get through this difficult time. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into excited cheers. That's great, with the help of the big shots in suits, the Baisheng Guild will definitely have reservations. Exactly, with the strength of the big shots in suits, the Baisheng Guild is not worth mentioning. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Wang Tao and Feng Hao's faces completely darkened. The two exchanged glances and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Damn it, Chen Han, that kid didn't reply to us, but he stood up for Zhua Yuan. He's a guy who forgets loyalty for the sake of a woman. After receiving Zhua Yuan's affirmative reply, the emotions of the crowd also calmed down. At least the next time the Baisheng Guild threatens them, they can use the gangsters in suits to intimidate the enemy. After dispersing the crowd, Zhua Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. She took out the brown sugar water that Chen Han had sent and slowly took a sip, while also looking forward to Chen Han's arrival. At this moment, Chen Han was lying on the sofa in the villa's hall, feeling extremely comfortable. Chen Han was not interested in the Feather Emperor Guild. What he cared about was Zhuo Yuan and her brother. An S-class profession, Divine Archer Emperor, and an A-class special profession, Steel Refiner, they were truly hard to find. Based on Chen Han's understanding of Zhuo Yuan, it would be difficult but also simple to make that proud woman submit to him. Her brother Zhuo Lin and her relationship were her biggest weakness. And now, Chen Han had a firm grasp on both of these points. Despite Zhuo Yuan's cold and distant appearance, she was a blank slate when it came to emotions. Since she started training with the national team from a young age, she never had the opportunity to experience a romantic relationship. As long as he could conquer her, she would follow him wholeheartedly. Based on his understanding of Zhuo Yuan, that proud woman would definitely not be able to resist this sweet attack. In the previous life at this time, Chen Han was also in the Feather Emperor Guild, and was very familiar with the situation inside. After 3 years in the apocalypse, he knew everything about the people inside. He despised the entire Feather Emperor Guild, and the people inside were selfish and had their own ulterior motives. Although Zhuo Yuan was proud and cold, her heart was actually very kind. Even if the people in the team pressured her, she never thought of abandoning them. Chen Han respected but didn't understand this kind of personality. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to find Zhuo Yuan. He wanted her to truly feel the coldness of the apocalypse and the wickedness of human nature. When she was truly desperate, then he would extend a helping hand. This way, that proud woman would undoubtedly be conquered by him. Everything was under control. Chen Han finished the glass of fine red wine in his hand and stared at the 200 reservists in the hall. The city defense army was indispensable for building the Dawn Tower. Obviously, these veteran soldiers were the best choice. Discipline, loyalty. These two things cannot be measured by value in the end times. At this time, the group of veterans sat on one side of the hall, holding expired bread from the game and gnawing on it. Gangzi pushed a cart of meat and pulled and tugged at the veterans, not knowing what he was doing. The group of veterans occasionally glanced at the meat on the cart, looking very greedy, but reluctant to take action, and then continued to bite the expired bread in their hands. Chen Han was full of confusion. He walked over and asked, "Brothers, why aren't you eating meat?" At this moment, the old camp leader Yi Yongchang stood up, with a smile on his face, and said, "Chen Han, my brother, we are just here to carry out the mission. How can we eat your food? In this world, food is hard to come by. If we, a group of rough men, eat up your food, it would be a waste. We should save as much as possible. After we rest for a while, we will leave and not trouble you anymore." Hearing this, Chen Han frowned and shouted at Gangzi, "What do you mean by this little bit of food? Didn't you explain it clearly to the brothers? Are you kidding me? Can't we eat enough in my Chen family? Let go and eat. In this lifetime, we eat our fill." Hearing Chen Han's words, Gangzi looked helpless. "I have tried to persuade them, but they don't listen. I told them that we don't lack food, but they insist on eating their own bread, and I can't stop them. Ahem, Chen Han, my brother, don't blame this young man." The old camp leader pulled Chen Han and looked embarrassed. "We came here this time and didn't help much. How can we have the heart to eat your things?" Chen Han was speechless. "What are you talking about, old camp leader? I should be grateful to you for coming to help. Besides, the food I have can't be finished in a lifetime. Why are you being polite?" The old camp leader waved his hand. "My brother, don't deceive me. It's the end of the world. Food is the most precious resource. If you give us all your food, how can that be?" "Yes, Chen Han, my brother, don't be polite. We have bread, that's enough." The group of veterans echoed on the side. No matter how Chen Han tried to explain, these veterans still refused to eat, and nothing he said worked. This puzzled Chen Han. How could he keep this group of veterans if they were like this? They were the future city defense army. In the end, he had no choice but to contact Long Jiang. At this time, Long Jiang was in a meeting with a group of high-ranking officials, busy with the instance raid. When the phone rang, Long Jiang didn't want to answer it, but when he saw that it was Chen Han, he hesitated. "Zhuguo, whose call is it?" The old General Yi, who said he would give way to Chen Han, spoke up. The high-ranking officials also looked over one after another. According to Long Jiang's character, he would hang up directly during this kind of meeting. Seeing his hesitant expression, everyone was curious about the caller. Under everyone's anticipation, Long Jiang slowly spoke, "It's Chen Han." Upon hearing this, everyone was first stunned, and then excitedly shouted, "Answer it quickly, what are you waiting for? That guy is the record refresher for instances, ask him for the strategy to clear the level. The final boss in the steel factory instance is so difficult, why does it keep respawning no matter how many times we defeat it?" Everyone looked at Long Jiang with resentment. Answering a phone call was also a skill. Other people's calls could be hesitated, but when it came to Chen Han's call, What else was there to consider? It must be answered. Long Jiang looked helpless. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, he answered the call and projected it onto the big screen. Chen Han's face appeared instantly. Ahem, Chen Han, it's me, General Yi, are you alright? Did you get injured last night? General Yi, the old general, took the lead and smiled as he leaned towards the camera. Chen Han was stunned, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the old general's enthusiasm. Before Chen Han could speak, Long Jiang asked, Chen Han, how come the zombies in the steel factory instance keep respawning? Is there a secret? Above the level of king, there is also a hidden boss. Break the furnace in the steel furnace, and the molten iron beast will come out. So there's a hidden boss. Everyone suddenly realized and gave Chen Han a thumbs up. I told you, from now on, we should ask Chen Han before running dungeons. Damn, who said not to disturb brother Chen Han often? Definitely not me. I always believe in asking when you don't understand. Get lost, it's definitely you. If you had asked earlier, we wouldn't have wasted time. As they spoke, the meeting suddenly became noisy. Chen Han widened his eyes and looked on, appearing as if he was just watching the show. Long Jiang, on the other hand, was used to this and looked at Chen Han, asking, Is there something you need to contact me about? Hearing this, Chen Han also became serious and shouted loudly at the group of veterans, I want to complain, your subordinates aren't eating. As soon as these words were spoken, the meeting room fell silent, and all eyes turned towards them. In the footage, it was those 200 veterans. Long Jiang, who knew Chen Han was talking to them, saw all the veterans stand up and quickly gather together in an orderly manner. Each of them had a serious and excited expression. Long Jiang furrowed his brow, feeling dissatisfied upon hearing that his soldiers weren't eating. But in the next moment, he saw that each veteran was holding a loaf of bread, fruit juice. Aren't they eating? Long Jiang and the other high-ranking officials looked at Chen Han in confusion. What kind of food is this bread? Can it fill them up? Is this what I provided? Then, Chen Han moved the camera to the food cart. Instantly, plates of well-prepared chicken legs, roast duck, pig trotters, and beef. The camera swept past, and there were more than a dozen food carts like this. Seeing this scene, all the big shots in the meeting room were dumbfounded. What the hell? Where's the state banquet? What is this? Why is there so much meat? Could this be contaminated food? It doesn't look like it. Contaminated? Just by looking, you can tell it's normal food. Gurgle, it's making me drool. Long Jiang was also shocked and asked in disbelief, how did you manage this? I stocked up before the apocalypse. Chen Han didn't hide it either. In fact, as long as Long Jiang and the others wanted to investigate, it would be impossible to hide the fact that Chen Han had spent a lot of money stocking up on food. Real food? Long Jiang asked again. Yeah, want a glass? Chen Han took out a bottle of Mao Tai. Damn, there's Mao Tai too. Awesome. General Yi stood up excitedly. He loved it. Since the apocalypse began, he hadn't had a drink, nor could he. Unfortunately, this food doesn't have the game system's mark, so I can't send it to you by mail. Chen Han said helplessly. He had already tried this. Whether it was food items from the game or food dropped by the original zombies, they all had the mark of the Dawn of the Apocalypse game. However, the real food he stocked up on didn't have it, and perhaps because of this, it couldn't be traded through the system. Fortunately, it could still be stored in the storage space. Brother Chen Han, can I come over for a drink? General Yi smiled and said, feeling like he couldn't walk after seeing the alcohol. Chen Han shook his head slowly. Drinking is not a problem, but you must not fly over. After the second phase of the game starts, the number of mutated creatures will greatly increase, and flying will definitely attract attacks from those mutated creatures. As soon as he said this, Long Jiang and the others' faces changed. He quickly shouted to his subordinates, recall all the Air Force immediately. General Yi looked regretful. Then I can only wait for the situation to improve a bit before I go find brother Chen Han. Then I'll wait patiently. Chen Han laughed. Speaking of business, Long Jiang, can I arrange these 200 veterans? At this moment, Chen Han became serious. However, to Chen Han's surprise, Long Jiang did not oppose it. This emergency recall, they all came with the mindset of sacrificing their lives. So, I only selected 200 veterans without family backgrounds. If you can take them in, it would be a good thing. Upon hearing this, Chen Han showed great respect for the veteran soldiers. Just keep in mind, with 200 people, food will be a big expense. Long Jiang continued. Please rest assured, General Long. I don't have much here, except for plenty of food. Chen Han laughed heartily. He looked at the 200 veteran soldiers and shouted, did you all hear that? I am your superior now, and I am giving you your first military order. That is to eat to your heart's content. As soon as the words fell, plates of delicious roasted lamb were brought in one after another. At this moment, the veteran soldiers no longer held back. Since Chen Han had given the order, what was there to hesitate about? In the next moment, the 200 soldiers loosened their belts and began eating without reservation. Seeing this scene, the people on Long Zhang's side were stunned. Their envious eyes were hard to hide. This meal lasted for 2 hours. The 200 soldiers were deeply moved, as they had never eaten such good food since the apocalypse began. Having moldy bread to eat was already considered good enough. Now, being treated like this, they naturally felt excited. They felt grateful towards Chen Han. Long Jiang also said that from now on, they would treat Chen Han as their superior and follow his orders and arrangements. In addition, they would ensure Chen Han's safety. Following orders was not a problem for them. Among these 200 soldiers, ranging from 30 to 50 years old, either they had no families or their families had already perished in this crisis. Now, they were all alone in the world. Being able to stay by Chen Han's side was a great opportunity. However, when it came to Chen Han's safety, the old camp leader was in a dilemma. The world had changed now, and ordinary people without awakened professions had little combat power. Even killing a zombie required them to team up and cooperate. Chen Han himself was already very powerful, so there was no need for them to protect him, and they couldn't protect him either. Last night, when Chen Han slaughtered tens of thousands of zombies with a single sword, they all witnessed it and almost regarded Chen Han as a deity. This made the old camp leader and the others fully understand the gap between professionals and ordinary people. Among the 200 reservists, there were 30 who were slightly younger and were old players of Dawn of the Apocalypse, but only 10 of them became professionals. The old camp leader, Yi Yongchang, had originally planned to assign these 10 professionals to protect Chen Han personally. However, Chen Han refused. These 10 professionals were the main combat force of the entire veteran team and couldn't be taken away. Chen Han divided the 200 soldiers into 10 squads, with each professional becoming the leader of a squad. This way, they could deal with ordinary zombies and also have some resistance when encountering game players. Then, Chen Han gathered everyone together. First, he looked at Xin Yueqi and the other 6 women. Next, I will form a team to deal with the apocalypse. Do you want to stay here or do you have other plans? Chen Han remembered that he had given Xin Yueqi 3 B-grade combat profession cards, which were considered quite good abilities. Naturally, it would be good if they could stay, but Chen Han had no objections if they wanted to leave. Upon hearing Chen Han's words, Xin Yueqi and the others visibly became excited. We are willing to stay. Yes, we will listen to Brother Chen Han from now on. The women beside Xin Yueqi quickly responded. After enjoying a warm meal of rice, they had completely fallen in love with this place. They were all students of Jianghai University, a group of children who had not experienced the trials of society. After the apocalypse, they couldn't even eat enough, living in constant fear every day. How could they bear it? Now that they had a safe fortress and enough food to eat, it was like heaven. But they were not foolish and naturally knew that staying here would come at a certain cost. Xin Yueqi had already made this clear to them. They all understood this and knew that when they joined forces with a man, it was inevitable that they would have to devote themselves to him and even face more demanding requests. However, when they saw Chen Han's appearance, that uncomfortable feeling in their hearts disappeared instantly. He was so handsome, it's normal to have some requirements. Especially when they saw Chen Han's great achievements, their admiration for him knew no bounds. Being able to follow such a man in the apocalypse, it's like hitting the jackpot. Thinking of this, the eyes of the women were filled with infatuation. Their big eyes blinked, staring at Chen Han with a bit of fascination. Ahem! Chen Han suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. These 7 women were all youthful and beautiful, each with a graceful figure and extraordinary temperament. They were like 7 buds waiting to bloom. Who could withstand being stared at like this? Xinyu noticed Chen Han's embarrassment and couldn't help but suppress a smile. In order to ensure that she could follow Chen Han, she had put a lot of thought into selecting her teammates. These people were all the beauties of various departments in Jianghai University, not only beautiful but also talented. The pure desire goddess from the dance department, the ice mountain goddess from the painting and calligraphy department, the sweet goddess from the vocal music department, and the second-dimensional loli from the fashion department, plus the beautiful twin sisters Xia Chun'er and Xia Chou'er. With this lineup, who wouldn't be captivated? And most importantly, they were all veteran players of Dawn of the Apocalypse, all B-level professionals. Xinyu believed that their charm and strength were enough to make it difficult for Chen Han to refuse. However, what surprised her was that Chen Han already had 2 beautiful women by his side, and they seemed to be slightly better than them. This made Xinyu really worried. Now that Chen Han had decided to keep them, Xinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, Ling Shui, arrange a few rooms for them later. Chen Han looked at Ling Shui, and she obediently nodded. As for the 200 veterans, he couldn't possibly keep them all in his own house. Not to mention whether they could fit, it would be very inconvenient to live with so many people. Chen Han planned to arrange them in LV Buffan's fortress. It was safe there, and the environment was good too. After everything was arranged, Chen Han began to talk about the main issue. In the future, I plan to build a large-scale shelter, similar to the Dawn Tower in the game. The location will be chosen at the summer resort, which is already a small hill, with high terrain and easy defense. It is definitely a good place. So, our next goal is to stock up on a large amount of alloy steel. Shinyu, all of you are professionals, you must go to the dungeons every day. The steel factory is the best place. Of course, besides clearing dungeons, you also need to level up as soon as possible. Level is a key factor in increasing strength, understand? Hearing this, Shinyu and the other 6 women nodded heavily, their hearts filled with enthusiasm. With tasks assigned, it meant that they were contributing. After all, they didn't want to stay at home and eat and drink for free every day. As for you, old captain, you have an important task as well, which is to find out the current situation of the summer resort. How many survivors are there? If they are the original owners, make a list and I will make arrangements. If they are outsiders, drive them away directly, I want to clear the area. At this point, Chen Han's tone became serious. The first step of the plan was to divide the territory. The summer resort was so big, it absolutely couldn't be hidden by some people with ulterior motives. Chen Han hadn't forgotten about the army that was going to attack LV Buffan. They were definitely a formidable force. Under Chen Han's arrangement, the small team began to operate. And just at this moment, a conspiracy against him unfolded. On the World Channel, LV Buffan appeared, directly exposing Chen Han's identity, and he exaggeratedly spread the news about their previous high-priced equipment sales. Now, the news of Chen Han's billions of wealth spread instantly worldwide. Countless people started to stir. Not only the teams in Jianghai City, but even players from nearby cities began to rush over. Chen Han had become a hot commodity, coveted by the world. And the first ones to take action were the Baisheng Guild and LV Buffan's army. Baisheng Tower, the headquarters of the Baisheng Guild. Damn, it's really him. The little brother from the Baisheng Guild was shocked when he saw the message sent by LV Buffan. The person they saw at the entrance of the instance was indeed the suited thug. What's more, he actually has a net worth of billions. Isn't this clearly inviting trouble? Boss, what do you think, should we do it or not? The little brothers clamored. Boss, fortune favors the bold. With a net worth of billions and plenty of food, if we get our hands on it, we'll be rich. Yeah, the suited thug is at most an S-class professional. Can he really beat all of us? Hearing these words, the man sitting in the first seat frowned. The man was about 20 years old, fair-skinned, and wore glasses, giving him a scholarly appearance. He was the president of the Baisheng Guild, a foreign exchange student from a prestigious university. He had just returned to the country not long ago when the end of the world game arrived. Because his older brother was the leader of the #1 gang in Jianghai City, he quickly gathered his subordinates and built a large guild. Gao Qixing originally thought that their Baisheng Guild was the #1 force in Jianghai City, but he never expected that the suited thug would also be in this city. As a senior player of Dawn of the Apocalypse, he naturally knew about the suited thug. The guy who spent billions in the game had already caused a sensation. Gao Qixing was also smart enough not to do anything without absolute certainty. Obviously, he still had some concerns about dealing with the suited thug. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that this Chen Han was not simple. He had money, but if you wanted to mess with him, you had to consider your own strength. Gao Qixing couldn't make up his mind for a while, so he looked at Su Banxian beside him. Although Gao Qixing received a foreign education, he had an unwavering belief in some traditional Chinese culture. Perhaps it was because of his older brother's influence. Every time his older brother's gang went on a mission, they would pay respects to Guan Urge, and Gao Qixing would follow suit. Over time, he also believed in this kind of culture. For example, metaphysics, fortune-telling, and the like. That's why he made Su Banxian the second-in-command of the guild. And Su Banxian didn't know if it was luck or what, but he did help Gao Qixing get through several difficulties. Su Banxian, what do you think? Su Banxian had already gone crazy at this point. When they returned, he had repeatedly warned these little brothers not to attract the attention of the suited thug. At that time, everyone agreed and showed fear of the suited thug. They all called him a big shot in a suit. But what happened? These guys became extremely arrogant as soon as they returned to their lair. They even instigated Gao Qixing to deal with Chen Han. Aren't they tired of living? It was one thing for these guys to cause trouble everywhere, bullying weaker small teams. But what the suited thug had done, whether it was killing 10,000 zombies in an instant or clearing a hell-level instance in 20 seconds, was enough to show his strength. If he's already this strong, do you dare to mess with him? Are you stupid or what? When Su Banxian heard Gao Qixing ask him, he immediately puffed up his chest and glared. I absolutely disagree with this. Ha! What have you figured out? Gao Qixing raised an eyebrow and looked at Su Banxian with doubt. A hint of unease flashed across Su Banxian's face, and he muttered to himself, what can I figure out? This damn profession can't predict anything. But since Gao Qixing trusted him, he could only deceive him once again. For the sake of his own life, he absolutely couldn't let the Baisheng Guild offend someone important. Su Banxian nodded solemnly. President, I've calculated Chun Han's fate. That kid is truly blessed, with the aura of a true dragon and great luck. He's not someone we should mess with. If we provoke him, we'll become major villains, and historically, major villains always end up in a miserable state. If we're going to deceive, we might as well go all out. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. Gao Qixing also furrowed his brow deeply and fell silent. Just as the scene fell into silence, a little brother rushed in to report. President, the people we sent to threaten the Feather Emperor Guild were beaten. What? How dare they? A long-haired man stood up angrily. His name was Sang Biao, a thug from the Baisheng Guild and also a powerful A-level professional. A subordinate trembled and said, it was the suited thugs. They said the suited thugs were from the Feather Emperor Guild. They also said that if we don't release Juolin, the suited thugs will trample over our Baisheng Guild. This statement caused a sensation in the room. Damn it, let's get them. Did they really say that? Alright, so the suited thugs are backing them up, huh? Boss, don't hesitate. They've come to bully us, and I can't tolerate this. Many subordinates exploded with anger. They couldn't bear this humiliation, being full of hot blood. Everyone, shut up. Gao Qixing waved his hand to silence the crowd. After thinking for a moment, a smile appeared on his face. Su Banxian, you said he has great luck, right? Well, I'll take that luck away from him. I want the world to know that Jianghai City belongs to my Gao family. Upon hearing this, Su Banxian's face turned ugly. President, you can't do that. Before Su Banxian could finish speaking, Gao Qixing stopped him. We'll deal with Chen Han later. Since he's standing up for the Feather Emperor Guild, let's deal with the Feather Emperor Guild first. Sang Kuan, you handle this. Crush the Feather Emperor Guild for me. As he spoke, a bald-headed man stood up. With tattoos all over his body, he exuded a strong aura of bloodlust, giving off a fierce vibe. Seeing that the president had directly sent Sang Kuan, the faces of the subordinates changed. It was clear that they were afraid of Sang Kuan. Wow, the president is really angry. That guy was already a tough guy in the organization. I heard he even obtained an S-level professional card a few days ago. His strength is unfathomable. Zhuo Yuan is done for. The crowd whispered to each other. Remember to capture Zhuo Yuan alive, Gao Qixing reminded Sang Kuan before he left. Then, Gao Qixing looked at the subordinates. Sang Biao, take some people and go investigate this situation with Chun Han. See how many people they have. If possible, test their strength. Whoever dares to ride on my head with their luck will die. On the side of the Doomsday Fortress, the old captain and his group of veterans also began to take action. They divided into 10 small teams and sealed off all 3 entrances of the summer resort. Then, Chuli, Zhenguan, and others started clearing the zombies in the community and began constructing a steel city wall with alloy steel. Although they didn't have enough alloy steel to build the Dawn Tower yet, it was still possible to build several main entrances. This way, they could at least isolate the wandering zombies and prevent them from sneaking into the community. The speed at which everyone acted was fast, and a 12-meter-high steel city wall was quickly built. Before long, Sang Biao arrived at the summer resort with 20 or 30 subordinates. When they saw the tall city wall, they all froze in place. Damn it, what are they trying to do? Sang Biao's pupils suddenly contracted, shocked by the sight of the steel city wall in front of him. All of it is orange alloy steel. This guy is too wealthy, isn't he? I thought the purple walls of the Baisheng building were already impressive, but I didn't expect this to be even more impressive. At this moment, 2 young men ran back. Brother Biao, I checked. There's also a steel city wall at the west gate, and there are people guarding it. The same goes for the east gate. All the entrances are sealed. Hearing this, Sang Biao frowned. What does Chen Han want to do? Does he want to enclose this entire summer resort? Sang Biao couldn't understand. The Baisheng Guild had thousands of members, but they didn't dare to expand their territory too much. After all, the larger the area, the more manpower needed to defend it. It would also be more susceptible to zombie attacks. Like them, concentrating their base in one building made defense much easier. The location wasn't large, and it saved a lot of alloy steel. And Chen Han's actions are undoubtedly futile. What's the use of just building a city wall at the entrance of the main gate? The entire summer resort is probably several kilometers in circumference, and although there are walls blocking it, not to mention stopping zombies, even ordinary people can easily climb over. Unless Chen Han can use the steel city wall in front of him to enclose the entire summer resort. If he can do that, then he's truly amazing. Just the thought of a 12-meter-high orange steel city wall is chilling. Anyone who wants to attack Chen Han would have to seriously consider their own strength. Not to mention human players, even if a boss from a dungeon brings an army, they would have to stop in their tracks, right? Thinking of this, Sang Biao showed a disdainful smile. This kind of thing is simply impossible. Nowadays, the price of alloy steel is ridiculously expensive, and players with a little bit of strength will basically hoard it themselves to build safe houses. Only those who are really desperate would sell such essential supplies. It is obviously unrealistic for Chen Han to build such a large steel shelter. Even if he has money, he may not be able to buy such a large amount of steel. Boss, this orange alloy city wall is a good thing, should we snatch it back? At this moment, a pockmarked face lackey showed a greedy look. I took a look. There are only 10 old guys and a girl on the city wall. Although those 10 old guys don't look easy to mess with, but from what I saw, they were obviously ordinary people who were just clearing out zombies, not worth mentioning. And that girl, she should be a professional. With 30 of us, we can easily capture her. The important thing is, that girl is really beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful chick, boss. As soon as these words were spoken, the lackeys all nodded, their eyes filled with desire. They were drooling at the sight of that girl, their hearts already restless. Oh, Sang Biao looked up at the city wall in surprise and saw a long-haired beauty. She was wearing a red dress and had a cute hairpin on her head, both pure and seductive. This person was none other than Ling Shui. She was here to set up the city wall. According to the game's settings, the materials for the city wall can be taken by players, but the premise is that they have to kill the player or knock them out and loot their backpack. So the person setting up the city wall must choose someone who is powerful and trustworthy. Ling Shui was the best choice, only she was capable of it. It's not that Chen Han didn't trust Chu Li and the others, but their strength was relatively weaker. If something happened and the alloy steel for the city wall was taken away, then what would be the point of building it? The lackeys were the first to arrive and saw Ling Shui setting up the city wall, so they had wicked thoughts. As long as they captured her, they would not only have money, but also people. In an instant, the lackeys of the Baisheng Guild showed a fanatical look. Sang Biao pondered for a moment and thought it was feasible. Although the boss had sent them to investigate Chen Han's background, it seemed that Chen Han had no power other than money. Even the guards were ordinary people, which showed their abilities. Although acting rashly would startle the snake in the grass, if they could snatch the steel city wall and the beautiful girl in front of them, the boss would definitely be pleased. Thinking of this, Sang Biao no longer hesitated and immediately gave the order. Pockmark, you lead the second team to charge from the right and kill those 10 old guys. The first team will follow me and take down the girl from the left. Ranged professions will assist outside the city. Once I capture the girl, immediately take the steel alloy from the city wall. Let's go, synchronize watches. After speaking, Sang Biao extended his arm and synchronized the time with the lackeys. We only have 10 minutes, whether we succeed or not, we must retreat. It must be said that these 30 people under Sang Biao were the elite forces of the Baisheng Guild. They acted with calculation and strategy. Sang Biao also didn't dare to be careless. After all, the reputation of the Suit Gang was too great. Their strength must be formidable. He didn't dare to confront them head-on. If the Suit Boss came to their aid in time, they would definitely be unable to escape. Let's do it! As soon as Sang Biao's voice fell, 20 people rushed out from both sides of the street. The steel city wall at the south gate was about 10 meters wide, but it was a full 12 meters high. It was unlikely that they could attack head-on. They had to go around the city wall and take the stairs inside. Sang Biao took the lead, his profession being a melee tank called Iron Armor, a powerful profession that combined strong offense and defense. He quickly rushed to the left side of the steel city wall, which was connected to a regular mud and stone wall. Sang Biao clenched his fist, and a steel gauntlet appeared on his hand. With a tight punch, the mud and stone wall collapsed. A large hole opened up, and his followers rushed in behind him. On the other side, Ma Zi and his men rushed in from the right side of the steel city wall. Ma Zi, using his assassin skills, also broke through the mud and stone wall. Both sides attacked at the same time, and the ordinary walls in reality had no resistance against them. They easily rushed into the summer villa. Enemy attack! Ling Shui instantly reacted. Sound the alarm! Captain Yi Yongchang didn't hesitate and quickly took out his phone. However, in the next moment, an arrow shot from below the city wall and knocked the phone out of Captain Yi's hand. Then, another arrow came straight towards Captain Yi's head. Captain Yi's face turned pale. This was an attack from an archer profession, and he had no defense against it. This arrow was undoubtedly fatal. "Captain, be careful," the team leader of the squad quickly shouted. He was the only professional in this group of veterans, but his attention was focused on the enemies rushing in from inside the city and he couldn't spare any attention. However, at this critical moment, the arrow that was shot suddenly stopped right in front of Captain Ye's forehead. There was a faint magical power on the arrow. Ling Shui made a move. Seeing so many enemies attacking, her face immediately turned serious, and a terrifying chaotic magic began to stir within her. By this time, Sang Biao had already rushed into the city wall and was running up the stairs. When he saw Ling Shui up close, he was instantly amazed. The long, fair legs under her red dress were simply invincible. "Charge, let's take the girl back home," Sang Biao shouted excitedly. Seeing his lewd gaze, anger appeared on Ling Shui's face. "You're asking for death." A terrifying energy erupted, and a powerful momentum directly pressed towards the enemies rushing up. In the next moment, Sang Biao and the others' faces changed drastically. "Damn, a master." Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Ling Shui condensed crimson magic spheres in her hands. She threw one directly at the enemies on the stairs. Sang Biao's face suddenly changed. Being at the forefront, he naturally knew how terrifying this attack was. He didn't hesitate and crossed his iron fists in front of his chest. Innate skill, Iron Fist Defense. A beam of energy enveloped him, appearing incredibly solid and indestructible. However, in the next moment, the chaotic energy ball crashed onto the shield with a loud explosion. With a burst of energy, the thick defense shield shattered. Sang Biao was blasted back by the powerful force, stumbled, and rolled down the stairs, causing all his followers behind him to fall down the stairs as well. "Damn!" On the right side of the stairs, Ma Zi was stunned when he saw this scene. Biao Ge was knocked away? He was an A-rank tank profession. He was known as the strongest defense in the Baisheng Guild. How could he not even withstand a single attack? All the followers were extremely surprised. What was going on? Feeling the scorching gazes, Sang Biao quickly got up and shouted loudly, "It's nothing, I just slipped." "Attack!" "So it was just a slip. I knew Biao Ge couldn't possibly lose to that girl." "Biao Ge, be careful not to hurt your waist, otherwise, you won't be able to enjoy it later." "Ha ha ha." Seeing that Biao Ge was fine, the followers breathed a sigh of relief and started joking around. "Charge!" Ma Zi continued to rush up. He was an assassin profession, so his speed was fast. He was about to reach the city wall in just a few steps. Standing in front of him was the captain of the veterans, Zheng Hu. Zheng Hu was a D-level warrior profession. He blocked the staircase tightly with his shield. At the moment when Matzi rushed up, he burst into golden light and collided with Matzi with all his strength. Bang! Matzi was forced back with one strike. Although he was a C-level assassin, he couldn't break through the strong defense of the warrior for a while. "Let's attack together." Matzi stood on the staircase railing and threw two daggers. Clang clang. Zheng Hu gritted his teeth and took the attacks. Although he blocked Matzi's two attacks, he was not feeling well, especially the first charge from Matzi, which made his arm holding the shield tremble. But he knew he had to hold on. Facing the attacks from all the professionals in front, his teammates had no resistance at all. If he fell, the old captain and the others would undoubtedly die. Boom! Behind Matzi, the members of the second team all rushed up and unleashed their skills on Zhang Hu's shield. "Zhang Hu!" The old captain shouted loudly, just about to stand up and help. However, at the moment he stood up, the long-range professionals outside the city quickly launched their attacks. Boom! A fireball the size of a human head came crashing down. "Don't stand up!" Ling Shui threw out another energy ball, shattering the fireball. Then, to the astonishment of everyone, crimson chaos magic enveloped her body, and she flew up and crashed heavily in front of Zhang Hu. Boom! The powerful chaos magic erupted instantly, blocking all the attacks aimed at Zhang Hu. Ling Shui no longer held back and pushed out two magic balls. In an instant, the 7 or 8 people crowded on the staircase were directly blasted down. The two warriors at the front had their shields shattered and spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was stunned by this scene. How can she be so strong? Now, the members of the Baisheng Guild's faces immediately became serious, and they couldn't help but criticize Sang Biao. Damn, what a slippery guy, he was the one who got knocked down. Sang Biao's face didn't look good either. He thought this girl was just a vase, but he didn't expect her to be so powerful. "We can't delay any longer." Sang Biao immediately shouted, "Everyone outside, come in and attack together." Soon, 10 people rushed in together. 5 archers, 5 mages, all long-range professions. Seeing this scene, Ling Shui couldn't help but frown. "Ha ha ha, little girl, surrender now." Sang Biao laughed recklessly. "Attack!" He waved his hand, and the 10 long-range professions launched their skills together. In an instant, colorful magic attacks swarmed in. Flame arrows, ice arrows, green poisonous arrows, fireballs, water balls, explosive fireballs, ice cone spells, thunder curses. Although they were all only low-level D-class professionals, the power of their attacks when so many people attacked together was still shocking. After the end of the world, Ling Shui encountered this kind of situation for the first time. If she were alone, she could escape. But behind her, there was still a team of veterans. Dozens of people from the Baisheng Guild were all laughing and watching. Victory was certain. This kind of attack, even a tank like Sang Biao would find it difficult to withstand, let alone a mage like her. TSK TSK. Everyone greedily stared at Ling Shui. If they could have her under them. They had already started to fantasize. And then, the crimson magic on Ling Shui's body became stronger and stronger. In the moment when the attacks came, she pulled the air with both hands. Chaos magic seemed to descend from the sky, like a huge red cloth being pulled down by her. Defense skill, Chaos Light Curtain. Boom boom boom. Dozens of attacks crashed onto the crimson light curtain, instantly causing explosions. The faint light curtain rippled with dazzling ripples. When the smoke cleared, Ling Shui's figure was still high above. The smiles on Sang Biao and the others' faces disappeared instantly. How is this possible? What profession is this? How can it be so powerful? Everyone was shocked. They had never seen a mage with such strong defense before. At this moment, Sang Biao and Mozi looked at each other. It was time to make a move. After such a great expenditure, they concluded that Ling Shui must have exhausted her strength. Sang Biao activated his skills, a burst of golden light erupted from his body, and he charged towards Ling Shui like a wild bull. Iron Fist Charge. Ma Zi also seized the opportunity and disappeared from the original spot. Ambush. Under the sudden attack of the two masters, a mere mage without protection from the front line was her biggest weakness. Ma Zi wielded a dagger and flashed in front of Ling Shui, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. Die! A tank and an assassin simultaneously launched their attacks. Even if Ling Shui could react, how could she resist? They didn't believe that this mage's skills had no casting time. Is a mage still a mage without incantations? Then, just when everyone thought it would surely succeed, Ling Shui raised her hand slightly, and crimson chaotic magic overflowed in her hand. Sang Biao's charge, like a truck, was instantly suppressed. Under the terrifying magic, the faint golden light slowly dissipated. Then, Ling Shui raised her right hand and clenched it in the air. Ma Zi's figure was directly grabbed out of the void, the chaotic magic resembling a pair of large hands tightly gripping his neck, lifting him high. Then, under the shocked gaze of everyone, Ling Shui suddenly clenched her right hand. Ma Zi let out a piercing scream, his equipment crushed and separated by a powerful force, his body began to compress. Boom! With a loud explosion, a cloud of blood mist appeared in midair. Brother Ma Zi. The numerous members of the Baisheng Guild were all pale with fright. A perfectly fine person, gone just like that, and died so tragically. Even though Brother Ma Zi was a fragile assassin, being squeezed to death like this was too outrageous. He was a sea-level assassin, and he was still wearing equipment. Now, everyone looked at Ling Shui as if they were looking at a devil. How could this be a mere vase? Clearly, she was a female war god. Everyone suspected that this woman might even be an S-level professional. Otherwise, how could even Biao Gu not be able to deal with her? Sang Biao's face also became heavy when he saw Ma Zi die. You're seeking death. Sang Biao erupted. Boom! Sang Biao suddenly knocked Ling Shui away, and a burst of golden light erupted from his body once again. Talent skill, Diamond Iron Wall. Roar! Talent skill, Lion's Roar. A lion head phantom suddenly appeared above Sang Biao's head, roaring angrily at Ling Shui. The powerful sound wave shook the surroundings, and Ling Shui's figure was once again pushed back. In the next moment, Sang Biao rushed forward, his steel fist striking out, a burst of explosive power erupting. Ling Shui's expression changed slightly, and she released a faint magic to block Sang Biao's terrifying punch. Then, she swung her hands and threw out two chaotic magic balls, once again blasting Sang Biao away. Sang Biao was blasted away, but he was indeed an A-level tank. His defense was truly terrifying. The chaotic magic balls did not cause much damage to him. After being pushed back, Sang Biao continued his relentless attacks, his iron fists continuously striking Ling Shui's magic defense shield. Slowly, Ling Shui's stamina began to gradually deplete. After using her abilities multiple times in a row, Ling Shui had already consumed more than half of her psychic energy. It was evident that she was struggling against an A-level professional. Sang Biao also noticed the problem. He first looked at his watch. 5 minutes had passed since the attack began. Presumably, at this time, the suit thugs and the others were already on their way to support. Time was running out, and he shouted at the small fries, "Let's attack together." In an instant, more than 20 people attacked together. The first to arrive were still those 10 long-range attackers. Another wave of chaotic bombardment. The members of the Baisheng Guild were also cunning. Most of these attacks were aimed at Old Captain and the others, in order to distract Ling Shue's attention. Ling Shue had no choice but to once again use Chaos Light Curtain. This was a skill that consumed a lot of energy. When Ling Shue used it again, it was obvious that her psychic energy was insufficient. This was the drawback of a powerful professional. When facing the siege of many enemies, if the battle cannot be resolved in time, it is easy to be exhausted of spiritual energy. Especially when Ling Shue has to protect a team of veterans behind her, the consumption is even greater. Of course, Sang Biao's ability is not simple either. His defense is extremely terrifying. If it were any other A-level professional, Ling Shue would have torn them to pieces long ago. "Girl, don't worry about us, just go," the old captain shouted. "Yes, you go on, make sure to protect the city wall." The old soldiers also expressed their resentment. "It's okay, Han Gij is coming soon, they won't be able to escape." Ling Shue gritted her teeth and persisted. She held the spirit energy crystal in her hand, absorbing energy while fighting. But the speed of replenishing the spirit energy crystal was obviously slow, and if this continued, Ling Shue wouldn't be able to hold on for long. "Humph, Chen Han? How long do you think you can hold on?" Sang Biao's attacks became even more fierce. "Don't talk about Chen Han not coming, even if he does, I will trample you under his feet." Sang Biao grew more excited and confident as he fought. He was already certain that Ling Shue was an S-level mage, but so what? She was still being surrounded and attacked by them. Even if Chen Han arrived now, it would be the same outcome. With an absolute numerical advantage, the levels of the professionals had been greatly narrowed. Just then, Sang Biao seized the opportunity when Ling Shue was protecting the veterans and suddenly launched a lion's roar. The piercing sound wave attack made Ling Shue momentarily dazed. Then, Sang Biao charged forward instantly, his powerful body crashing into Ling Shue. "Be careful!" the old soldiers shouted hastily. But at this moment, Ling Shue was still in a daze and couldn't react in time. A sinister smile appeared on Sang Biao's face. "You're finished." However, in the next moment, a figure quickly flew over from a distance. At the moment when Sang Biao collided with Ling Shue, that figure blocked in front in time. Chen Han punched towards the oncoming Sang Biao. Thud! With a dull sound, Sang Biao came to a halt. The black-tooth battle armor on Chen Han immediately absorbed the energy from Sang Biao's charge. Then, in the next moment, Chen Han erupted with force, the power of his fist surging out. Boom! Sang Biao was sent flying by the punch. Chen Han pressed on, delivering another punch. Sang Biao was directly smashed into the ground. It wasn't over yet. Chen Han pulled him out, and his fists rained down on him like a storm. Finally, after one strike, Sang Biao was sent flying more than 10 meters away. This scene stunned the members of the Baisheng Guild. Who was this person? He could treat a tank like a punching bag? This power was too strong. Everyone looked at the man in front of them with astonishment. His identity was about to be revealed. He was the legendary suited thug. Indeed, he was formidable. But it seemed like that was it? He wasn't as terrifying as the legends said? Soon, Sang Biao was helped up by his subordinates. Although he was beaten badly, it seemed like the damage wasn't too severe. This was the suited thug? What a joke! The hearts of the crowd instantly felt relieved, and even a disdainful expression appeared on their faces. Damn, I thought he was someone impressive, but he's even worse than this little girl. Exactly, if he's only this good, what are we afraid of? Just come and fight, no need to scout, it's just a waste of time. Sang Biao dusted off the dirt on his body and smiled at Chen Han. Kid, did you not eat? You're not doing so well. You scared the shit out of me. With only this ability, you're embarrassing yourself. Since that's the case, I'll just take you out directly. Then, he looked at his subordinates beside him. Brothers, the boss told us to scout. Let's just take down the suited thug directly. I wonder if those guys will be surprised when we go back. Ah, Biao Ji is awesome. The crowd shouted arrogantly, not caring about Chen Han at all. Hey, are you guys celebrating too early? The next moment, Chen Han took out a long sword. Suddenly, his momentum erupted, and the aura of the sword immortal swept through the entire scene. The faces of the henchmen changed drastically, feeling extremely shocked by the sudden change in Chen Han. The smile on Sang Biao's face abruptly disappeared. Attack! Then, more than 20 people launched an attack together, various skills raining down like a storm. Chen Han's mouth curled up, and the long sword in his hand lightly swept across. D-level skill, Gentle Breeze Sword. The sharp sword wind erupted in the field, instantly sweeping into a terrifying gust of wind, shattering all the skills that flew towards him. The gust of wind easily blocked all the attacks, then its power did not diminish, forming a tens of meters high tornado. The fierce wind roared in the air, extremely terrifying. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, the tornado descended like a demon, opening its huge mouth and devouring everyone. Buzzing. The tornado swallowed more than 20 people from Baisheng Guild into the storm, instantly lifting several mages and archers with low defense into the sky. Under the storm, there were still about 10 warriors supporting themselves in the air, using their most powerful defense skills to anchor themselves to the ground. But it was still not easy. The hurricane was like a sharp blade, cutting the people and constantly eroding their defensive energy shields. The people were horrified to find that their equipment defense was gradually weakening. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before their defense equipment would be broken, and the terrifying wind blades would cut them into pieces. The henchmen of Baisheng Guild were full of fear, unable to understand why Chen Han had such terrifying strength after taking up the sword. Was his profession related to the sword? Was he a ghost swordsman or a magic swordsman? But with such terrifying power, he might be a berserker, right? Most importantly, if the sword was his main ability, then how did he crush Sang Biao with his fists just now? Was he so powerful even in terms of strength? The more they thought about it, the more shocked they were, unable to guess Chen Han's true strength at all. They continued to support themselves, thinking that the hurricane would dissipate soon, but the reality was not so. Soon, this tornado had already been blowing for 3 minutes. The henchmen in the sky couldn't hold on anymore. Their equipment was shattered, and the terrifying wind blades left scars on their bodies. Biao, think of a solution quickly, I can't hold on anymore. Biao, save me. The henchmen shouted one after another. Hearing this, Sang Biao raised his head in the hurricane and suddenly erupted. With a roar of a lion, he tried to disperse the hurricane. However, the effect was not very good. His face turned grim. Since he couldn't disperse the hurricane, he could only take down Chen Han. In the next moment, Sang Biao put on an iron armor, greatly increasing his defense power, and he slowly walked out of the storm step by step. However, the power of the hurricane was too strong, and he walked very slowly, struggling with every step. Chen Han ignored him and walked to Ling Shue's side, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" A bright smile appeared on Ling Shue's somewhat pale face, completely disregarding the gaze of others, and she leaned against Chen Han. "I'm fine, just a little tired." Then, she looked at the people in the storm. "Han Ji, who are they?" "They are from Baisheng Guild. I guess after Lu Bufan exposed my identity, they came looking for trouble." Chen Han knew Sang Biao. He was a general under Gao Qixing, and they had interacted in the previous life. A-level profession, iron armor. A very powerful tank profession. This kind of profession was most effective against mages. "Damn it, it's Lu Bufan again. That guy deserves to die." Ling Shui frowned. Chen Han nodded. "I have to find a way to lure them out. They are all A-level professionals, their strength cannot be underestimated, we cannot let them go unchecked. For now, let's deal with the guys in front of us. If Baisheng Guild dares to make a move, they must pay a heavy price. Chen Han, my friend, it's our fault. If it weren't for you protecting us, Miss Ling Shui would have killed them long ago." At this moment, the old captain said with an ashamed face. Chen Han waved his hand. "Don't blame yourselves, they are professionals, not something you can handle. Don't think too much about it, I will get you all a professional card in the future, so that you can all have powerful abilities." Hearing this, the old soldiers showed excited expressions on their faces. After this incident, they had a clear understanding of the abilities of professionals. It also greatly increased their desire for power. They also wanted to have this kind of ability. They couldn't hide behind every time they fought. "Han Ge, that guy is coming out." Ling Shui pointed to Sang Biao, who walked out of the storm vortex. Chen Han turned his head and saw Sang Biao staring at him angrily. "Chen Han, you're asking for death." Sang Biao looked a bit embarrassed. He led the team out, but was trapped by Chen Han with just one move. How could he face his subordinates? At the same time, he was also shocked by Chen Han. He thought they could outnumber and overpower Chen Han, just like they did with Ling Shui, but he didn't expect Chen Han to be so powerful, breaking their plan with just a tornado. "Biao Ge, come on, kill him. Biao Ge, kill Chen Han, conquer him with your strong arms." In the storm, the subordinates continued to shout. At this moment, all their hopes were placed on Sang Biao. "Come on." Sang Biao burst into golden light with the iron fist charge. A suit of iron armor covered his body, and his iron fists emitted a red light, seemingly containing terrifying power. Seeing this scene, the subordinates of Baisheng Guild were excited. "Here it comes, Biao Ge is serious. He's using both attack and defense forms. Biao Ge is angry. Roar, that kid is dead, no one can withstand this move from Biao Ge." Amidst the shouts of the crowd, Sang Biao launched his attack. He threw a punch, and his iron fists rapidly enlarged in the air, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind. It must be said that the momentum was terrifying. Chen Han's mouth slightly lifted, his long sword unsheathed. Buzz! The sword hummed, shaking the heavens and earth. Chen Han thrust his sword forward, aiming for a weak point. Ding! The tip of the sword collided with the iron fist, producing a crisp intertwining sound. Then, a terrifying force erupted beneath their feet, and the ground exploded. Sang Biao's face changed drastically as he felt the terrifying power from the punch. In the next moment, his pupils contracted in shock as he discovered that his iron arm had cracked with numerous lines. Then, the iron arm exploded, and he was sent flying, spitting out blood. Chen Han didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, his figure shot out, and he slashed his sword at him. Tear! The astonishingly defensive iron armor instantly exploded. Sang Biao was heavily injured and crashed into the hurricane. This scene shocked all the subordinates of Baisheng Guild, their eyes widened in disbelief. Biao Ge lost? The so-called strongest defense couldn't withstand two swords? Is this the true strength of the man in the suit? Everyone was extremely terrified. Sang Biao got up, shouting in fear, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. If you kill me, the members of the Feather Emperor Guild are doomed." Aren't you a member of the Feather Emperor Guild? If you dare to kill me, none of them can escape? Chen Han raised an eyebrow. You attacked the Feather Emperor Guild? Ha, I reckon we've already captured them. If you let me go, I promise they won't die. Sang Biao grasped at the last straw, believing that as long as he had the members of the Feather Emperor Guild as hostages, Chen Han wouldn't lay a hand on him. He laughed recklessly, not worried about his situation at all. However, in the next moment, a flash of sword light passed, and his head flew up high, with an expression of disbelief still in his eyes. Chen Han said, "Sorry, members of the Feather Emperor Guild, I don't care." The large head flew high, and all the subordinates of Baisheng Guild were dumbfounded. He's dead. Biao Ge is dead. How is this possible? Everyone looked at Chen Han in horror. Now, they finally understand that the man in the suit is not just a name. He really has power. And this power is even stronger than their leader. They shouldn't underestimate the man in the suit. These people are not someone that the Baisheng Guild can provoke. They regret it. Why didn't they listen to Su Banxian's advice? It's over. They're finished. After Sang Biao died, everyone lost their backbone and their fighting spirit. On the hurricane, a mage couldn't withstand the attack of the wind blade and was torn apart by the hurricane. Gradually, archers and mages died one by one, their bodies weakly swaying in the wind. Finally, they turned into boxes and fell to the ground. The warrior players who were still struggling to support themselves on the ground saw their teammates losing one by one, and fear consumed their minds. Thump! Everyone knelt down one after another. "Mr. Suit, please let us go. I beg you, don't kill me." "Mr. Suit, I'm sorry, I will leave the Baisheng Guild immediately and never appear in front of you again. Can you let me go?" But no matter how they pleaded, Chen Han showed no intention of stopping. These people are not worth pitying. Even the old captain had a look of sorrow and anger, without a trace of sympathy. They were all veterans who had fought on the battlefield and naturally understood that being kind to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. If it weren't for Chen Han's timely arrival, the consequences would have been unimaginable. They might have all died at the hands of these people. In the end, Chen Han swung his long sword and dealt with the remaining enemies. Clean up the scene and bring back everything that's useful. At this time, Shuli, Zhang Pangzi, and others also arrived at the scene. Seeing the mess in the field, they couldn't help but frown. They didn't expect the enemy to come so quickly. Chen Han looked at everyone. Be careful recently. Pangzi, let Jianguan and others take turns guarding the main gates. Be careful of the enemy's attack. After speaking, he took out alloy steel and patched up the big holes on both sides of the steel wall. He looked deeply at the gate. It seems that the construction of the Dawn Tower needs to be accelerated. Back at the Doomsday Fortress. In the room, Chen Han helped Ling Shui relax a bit and they did some exercises together. Ling Shui lay on Chen Han's body, pouting her lips. "I'm useless, I can't even beat those guys." Chen Han pinched her nose. "It's already good enough to reach this level. If the levels are similar, the difference in strength mainly lies in the level of the profession. And with your level of 30, this difference is compensated. The best way to improve strength is to increase your own level, followed by the level of skills. As long as the skill upgrade vouchers are not hard to find. And there's equipment. If you also have a set of orange equipment, plus upgrading the fashion materials, your strength can greatly increase." Seeing Chen Han talking continuously, a hint of tenderness flashed across Ling Shui's face. She touched Chen Han's cheek. "Actually, we don't have to work so hard. With our current Doomsday Fortress, no one can break through. The construction of the Dawn Tower is too big." Hearing this, Chen Han smiled. "Do you think I'm building the Dawn Tower because I'm afraid those guys will steal my resources? Isn't it? Aren't you trying to recruit more people and expand your influence?" Ling Shui looked puzzled. Chen Han shook his head. I don't care about the Baisheng Guild at all, they can't threaten me either. I'm expanding my influence to establish a large guild and do more guild activities in the future, to gain more resources and improve strength. Do you remember the Mid-Autumn Festival event in the game? Ling Shui was stunned, and suddenly realized, Monster Siege? Yes, in the game, during major festivals, the game system would launch large-scale events. The rewards for these events were very generous. Chen Han remembered the first Mid-Autumn Festival after the arrival of the Doomsday game in his previous life. The reward for that guild mission was a battle pet. That battle pet is enough to drive all players crazy. The guild's first mission was won by Eagle Sauce. Later, Eagle Sauce dominated over half of the western country with that battle pet. Upon hearing Chen Han's explanation, Ling Shui was shocked and covered her mouth. Now there are still over 2 months until Mid-Autumn Festival. Can we make it in time? We should be able to, as long as we rescue Zhuolin. I have to rely on him to fuse the alloy steel. But now is not the time to take action. For now, we need to acquire materials. Then, Chen Han opened the game panel and there was a golden trumpet below the world channel. The golden trumpet is a global announcement. By using this golden trumpet, Chen Han's announcement can be directly transmitted to the player's ears, just like the game system. The golden trumpet announcement ensures that every player can hear it. Even if there is a time difference in the world, like Eagle Sauce who is currently sleeping at night, Chen Han guarantees that this announcement will startle everyone who is dreaming. Of course, the consumption of this announcement trumpet is ridiculously high. The golden trumpet in the national channel requires 100,000 gold coins, while the golden trumpet in the world channel requires 500,000 gold coins. Such an outrageous price, not many people would use it. But Chen Han doesn't care, this little money is nothing to him. Let's send out 10 first, 1 every half an hour. After spending 5 million gold coins, Chen Han started editing the text. The length of the text doesn't need to be long, the key is to be precise and clear. Soon, an announcement was transmitted to everyone's ears through the game system. When the voice of the game system sounded, everyone became excited. Every time the game system speaks, there must be a major event happening. In some countries with a time difference from Dragon Country, countless players excitedly got out of bed and listened carefully. World announcement, Suited Thug uses the golden trumpet. Suited Thug, buying a large quantity of alloy steel at high prices. White steel, 1,000 coins/piece, blue steel, 5,000 coins/piece, pink steel, 10,000 coins/piece, purple steel, 50,000 coins/piece, orange steel, 200,000 coins/piece. Interested parties can directly trade via mail. The same announcement was sent twice. The sound reverberated in the ears of players worldwide, and everyone was stunned. The game information they were expecting didn't appear, instead, it was an announcement sent by a player. When they saw the information in the announcement, they were all shocked. Such high prices. Before the apocalypse, an orange alloy was only worth 2,000 gold coins, but now it has skyrocketed to 200,000 coins per piece. Who is so rich and bold? However, when everyone saw the publisher, they all had an expression of as expected. The richest person in the world, the suited boss. But soon, a question flashed through everyone's mind. Why does the suited boss need so much alloy steel? Chen Han's actions instantly attracted global attention. For some Western countries, this night was destined to be a sleepless one. How can they sleep when that expensive golden trumpet sounds every half an hour? Players were already mentally exhausted from constantly guarding against zombie attacks, and now the whole world announcement kept ringing in their ears. It's simply unbearable. This night, countless people woke up from their sleep, unable to fall back asleep. FUCK, has the suited thug gone crazy? Even if you have money, you shouldn't torture people like this. Are they not going to let people sleep? I'm going to complain. Where do we complain? I want to go too. A bunch of idiots. If you have the guts, spend 500,000 to buy a mute headset, then the player's announcements won't disturb you. That's right, if you don't have money, just immediately listen to the essence of our Dragon Country, idiots. The world once again became noisy because of Chen Han. And Chen Han's high-priced purchase of alloy steel was also very effective. In half a day, his mailbox was flooded. Although most of them were white and blue alloys, the quantity was really not small. These low-grade alloy steels are not very useful. At most they can withstand attacks from low-level zombies and ordinary players. They are useless against hordes of zombies or professionals. It's already good enough to be able to buy low-grade alloy. Chen Han is not surprised by this situation. He also knows the importance of alloy steel in the apocalypse. After all, players need to build a safe house to protect themselves. Therefore, players have basically hoarded alloy steels that are pink or higher. They won't sell them unless they are forced to do so. Of course, Chen Han has also received some high-grade alloy steels. With a rough glance, there are hundreds of purple alloy steels, and even a dozen orange alloy steels. The price of one piece of orange alloy steel is 200,000 gold coins, which is quite tempting. With money, he can trade food with other players. In the trading market, there are various equipment materials and crafting blueprints, and even psychic crystals. These things can all be purchased with gold coins. They are key resources for improving strength. Compared to food and equipment, alloy steel is not that important. After all, as long as there is strength, one can protect their own safe house. Chen Han doesn't care about the level of the alloy, he buys them all. After receiving the mail, he only needs to pay the corresponding gold coins to complete the transaction. For others, low-grade alloy may not be useful, but if it can be gradually upgraded to high-grade alloy, that's a different story. And the key figure for this is the steel refiner, Zhuolin. Just at this moment, Chen Han received another distress message from Zhua Yuhuan. Shanghai City Sports Arena. The Yuhuan Guild, led by Sang Kuan, is besieged, and the situation is critical. Guild leader, didn't you say that the gentleman in suit would come to help us? Where is he? That guy is busy buying alloy steel around the world. He doesn't care about your life or death. I told you not to trust that kid, right? Just by looking at his ID, you can tell he's not a good person. Inside the Yuhuan Guild, there was already a heated argument. It's been 2 days already, that guy still hasn't come. We can't rely on him anymore. We're done for. We even taught the people from the Baisheng Guild a lesson yesterday, boasting that the gentleman in suit would help us. Now if he doesn't come, what should we do? We were careless. That guy is just a troublemaker. If he hadn't promised to come, how could we have offended the Baisheng Guild? Guild leader, this is your responsibility. You said the gentleman in suit would come to support us, but now we don't see a trace of him. Yeah, what do you suggest we do now? There are hundreds of people outside. We can't resist them at all. Seeing the insults, accusations, and panic of the crowd, Zhuo Yuan frowned deeply. In the face of a strong enemy, instead of uniting and finding a way to deal with it, they were in disarray and blaming each other. Does such a team still have a reason to exist? Zhuo Yuan felt lost for the first time. At first, she saved so many people in order to expand her strength to deal with the apocalypse. But now, these people not only didn't contribute any abilities, but also blamed her here. Zhuo Yuan truly felt disheartened. But now she didn't have the leisure to manage these incompetent complaints. Zhuo Yuan looked down at the attacking enemies below. The people below were shouting. Sang Kuan held a bound young man in his hand, pressing him to the ground and angrily shouted, Zhuo Yuan, I'll give you 2 choices, surrender or die. If you dare to resist, I'll chop off your brother's limbs. Seeing her brother's appearance, Zhuo Yuan's face immediately changed. She clenched her fists, and the burning anger in her heart surged. Zhuolin struggled and shouted towards the glass wall above the sports arena, Sis, don't worry about me, run. Didn't you contact the gentleman in suit? Go find him. Don't let me fall into Gao Qixing's hands. Sang Kuan stepped on him with one foot and shouted fiercely, Shut up. What can a suit-wearing thug do? We will kill him sooner or later. Then, he looked at Zhuo Yuan with a fierce gaze and said, Zhuo Yuan, stop wasting time. My patience is limited. If your brother gets hurt, don't blame me. Hearing this, Zhuo Yuan clenched her teeth and looked at Feng Hao, Wang Tao, and the others, about 10 people in total. What do you guys think? They were all members of the Feather Emperor Guild and combat personnel of this team. Especially Feng Hao and Wang Tao, they were A-level professionals with formidable strength. After a moment of silence, Wang Tao spoke up, President, forgive me for speaking frankly, but given the current situation, we should run away. Don't expect Chen Han anymore. I know him well. That guy is a cowardly businessman who only cares about his own interests. How could he come to help us? Feng Hao also stepped forward, that's right, we are all his friends. When he didn't have money to sell his company, we even lent him a large sum of money. Now he's probably afraid that we will chase him for the debt, so he doesn't dare to show up. Can we trust such a person? This kind of person doesn't hesitate to lie. If Chen Han heard this, he would probably be furious. Hearing the two speak so sincerely, Zhuo Yuan also hesitated. But her intuition told her that Chen Han was not that kind of person. Since he said he would come back to help, he would definitely come. No, I believe him. I have contacted him again. As long as we buy a little more time, Chen Han will definitely show up. Zhuo Yuan said firmly. And she couldn't escape either. How could she watch her own brother die right in front of her? After hearing this, everyone exploded, pointing at Zhuo Yuan and angrily scolding her, enough with Chen Han. If he wanted to come, he would have come long ago. Are you crazy to still rely on him? If you want to wait, go ahead. I'm leaving. No, you are the team leader. You have a responsibility to lead us out. At a time like this, you can't just ignore us for your own selfish desires. In the crowd, the more they scolded, the more intense it became, and everyone blamed Zhuo Yuhuan. What's even more ridiculous is that these people were all survivors saved by Zhuo Yuhuan. Most of them were only at level 1 or 2 and had never killed a zombie. After joining the Feather Emperor Guild team, they were like parasites. Especially that fierce old lady. When she heard that Zhuo Yuhuan wanted to wait for Chen Han, she became furious like an angry mother hen, spewing harsh words. I don't care about you, hurry up and lead the people to escape and find a safe place to hide. You gathered us here, so you need to take responsibility. Also, you are a representative of the country, please be mindful of your words and actions. You represent the country now. The old lady's words were sharp, even putting a high hat on Zhuo Yuhuan. Xiaodao became angry. It's true that Yuhuan is a national athlete, but that doesn't represent the country. This is moral blackmail. National athletes are representatives of the country, talents nurtured by the country. Without us taxpayers, where would you be as a shooting champion? Everything you do is expected, it's your duty. The old lady didn't back down at all, her words were sarcastic and biting. As soon as these words came out, even the original members of the Feather Emperor Guild frowned. Such shameless old lady. If it weren't for Zhuo Yuhuan protecting these people, they would have thrown these parasites out to feed the zombies long ago. But now they were on the same side as the old lady and hoped that Zhuo Yuhuan could lead the team to escape. Zhuo Yuhuan's strength was evident. Escaping wouldn't be difficult for them, but without the protection of a skilled expert like Zhuo Yuhuan in the future, they would still be targeted by other forces. So at this moment, they chose to remain silent. In the field, Feng Hao and Wang Tao exchanged a glance, a sly smile appearing on their faces. Yes, they were the ones who arranged for this old lady. For people like Zhuo Yuhuan, using moral blackmail is the best way to deal with them. Especially when it comes to national righteousness, her strong inner self will definitely be shaken. At this moment, everyone is waiting for Zhuo Yuhan's decision. Zhuo Yuhan clenched her fists, her face turned pale, and her heart was in turmoil. Run away? That would mean giving up on her own brother. Fight back? Don't be ridiculous, she can be sure that if she chooses to fight back, the person in front of her will immediately leave. Continue to wait for Chen Han? But he still hasn't replied to her until now. Could he really be a fraud? Zhuo Yuhan's heart ached a little. And at this moment, Sang Kuan downstairs shouted again, Zhuo Yuhan, are you still waiting for Chen Han? I won't hide it from you, we have already sent people to deal with Chen Han, he can't even protect himself, so why would he have the time to care about you? As soon as these words came out, Zhuo Yuhan's heart trembled. Did I bring trouble to him? Girl, did you hear that? That Chen Han can't even protect himself, let's escape quickly. If the people downstairs rush up, we're done for. The old lady continued to shout. President, why not surrender? At least your brother won't have to die. A woman from the Feather Emperor Guild said. She saw Zhuo Yuhan's dilemma and suggested surrender. This proposal was met with agreement from many members of the Feather Emperor Guild. Surrender had no disadvantages for them. They were all professionals, and even if they joined the 100 Prosperity Guild, they would be warmly welcomed. In this post-apocalyptic world, it didn't matter which power they joined, it was all the same. It was just that the 100 Prosperity Guild was notorious for its brutality, which disgusted people. Surrender was indeed a good choice for Zhuo Yuhan, but those parasites wouldn't agree. The members of the Feather Emperor Guild were all professionals, and the 100 Prosperity Guild would definitely accept them, but they were just ordinary people, wouldn't that be sending themselves to their deaths? Thinking of the brutal gangs of the 100 Prosperity Guild, everyone's faces filled with fear. No, we absolutely cannot surrender. Yes, President, you can't just watch us go to our deaths. Upon hearing the suggestion to surrender, Zhuo Yuhan remained silent. Only she knew the pain in her heart. Gao Qixing was interested in her. Surrendering would be like sending a lamb into the tiger's mouth, right? At this moment, Sang Kuan continued to shout, Zhuo Yuhan, let me tell you, it's your fortune that my boss is interested in you. I advise you not to be foolish, obediently come back with me, I can still call you sister-in-law in the future. Your brother can also become a high-ranking member of our 100 Prosperity Guild, why not do it? Upon hearing this, the members of the Feather Emperor Guild all looked at Zhuo Yuhan in surprise. They only just realized that the 100 Prosperity Guild was causing trouble because they were interested in Zhuo Yuhan? If that was the case, then the situation was different. If Zhuo Yuhan became the mistress of the 100 Prosperity Guild, they could still receive her protection. With Zhuo Yuhan's presence, the people of the 100 Prosperity Guild wouldn't dare to harm them. Not only could they continue to be parasites, but they would also attach themselves to a bigger tree, which was a good thing. Once again, everyone looked at Zhuo Yuhan, but seeing her gloomy face, it was clear that she wouldn't agree. Feng Hao and Wang Tao exchanged glances and also felt that this wasn't a bad thing. Although they were A-level professionals, they were extremely afraid of death. If they could integrate their entire group into the 100 Prosperity Guild, that wouldn't be too bad either. To marry Zhuo Yuhan over and be swallowed up were two different things. With their strength, and entering the 100 Prosperity Guild as family members, they might even be able to secure high positions. Thinking of this, the two of them silently agreed with this proposal and subtly signaled to the old lady. The old lady immediately understood and warmly held Zhuo Yuhan's hand, smiling as she said, "Oh, so it's the young master of the 100 Prosperity Guild who has taken a liking to our Yuhan. What a commotion this has caused. He's here to propose, not to fight. What are you all doing? Yuhan, you're not young anymore. It's time for men to get married and women to get married. What's the problem? I heard that the young master of Baisheng Guild has returned from studying abroad, talented and worthy of my Yuhan. As the head of the family, I will make the decision. We will get married and have a grand wedding." After saying that, she didn't care about Zhuo Yuhan's thoughts and shouted at the downstairs Sang Kuan. "This handsome guy, my Yuhan has agreed. Release your big brother, we're having a grand wedding." This sudden change stunned not only the people from the Yuhuan Guild, but also Sang Kuan. But soon, he reacted and shouted to his subordinates with a smile on his face, "Welcome sister-in-law. Welcome sister-in-law home. Welcome sister-in-law home." Hundreds of people shouted in unison, with teasing and frivolous words. "Your mother." Zhuo Lin struggled on the ground. "Sister, don't get married. Gao Qixing is a beast. You can't marry him." "Ah, shut up." Sang Kuan stomped on his head. Zhuo Lin's head hit the ground hard, and blood immediately flowed down his face. Seeing this scene, everyone in the gym was stunned. Obviously, they were frightened by Sang Kuan's brutality. Zhuo Yuhan suddenly shook off the old lady's hand and angrily rebuked, "Get out of here. What right do you have to make decisions for me?" At this moment, Zhuo Yuhan saw through the true faces of these people. They were the most selfish ones. They only cared about their own interests. She had had enough. Zhuo Yuhan glared at everyone and said, "From now on, I have no relationship with any of you. Get lost." Saying that, she grabbed Xiao Tao and was about to rush out of the gym to fight Sang Kuan. "Hey, what's wrong with Gao Qixing? He comes from a big family, has great power and strength. Isn't he better than that Chen Han? Listen, be obedient and marry him. We can all have a better life." The old lady persisted. "Guild master, don't be impulsive. Do you want to see your brother die here?" Feng Hao blocked Zhuo Yuhan. "What's the point of going out and fighting at this time? What do you want me to do?" Everyone rushed to stop Zhuo Yuhan. They couldn't afford to offend the Baisheng Guild. If they did, they would surely die. "Yuhan, don't be stubborn. You can't be so selfish." The old lady held Zhuo Yuhan in time and continued to persuade her. Seeing her brother's appearance, Zhuo Yuhan felt heartbroken. At this moment, she felt helpless. Between herself and her brother, she had to make a sacrifice. If she didn't agree, Zhuo Lin would undoubtedly die. Zhuo Yuhan was on the verge of collapse. Even though she was strong, at this moment, she completely broke down and didn't know what to do. At this moment, she desperately wished that Chen Han would suddenly appear and pull her out of the abyss. If Chen Han were here, he would realize that the current situation was exactly the same as in the previous life. In the previous life, Chen Han was also in the crowd, and the power of the Yu Huang Guild was even more terrifying than it is now. But in the end, Zhuo Yuhan was forced to compromise with evil. And at the moment when Zhuo Yuhan surrendered, Zhuo Lin chose to commit suicide in order to protect his sister from being threatened. When Zhuo Lin died, Zhuo Yuhan completely exploded and fought alone against the Baisheng Guild's army. Ling Shui also joined the battle because she couldn't bear to just watch. Chen Han, of course, couldn't stand by either and led hundreds of people to fight. Except for the four of them, the rest of the Yu Huang Guild did not intervene. Although Zhuo Yuhan and the others were strong, they were outnumbered and eventually lost the battle. In the end, under the leadership of Zhuo Yuhan and Ling Shui, who were both S-class experts, they fought their way out despite suffering serious injuries. It was also because of this battle that Chen Han completely offended Gao Qixing and was suppressed afterwards. Now, because of the appearance of the suited thug, Zhuo Yuhan's mentality has changed. She looks forward to Chen Han's arrival and a better future. It was the suited thug that gave her courage. At this moment, she is extremely determined. She looked at everyone with a cold gaze and spoke in a chilling tone, "I will never compromise." The imposing aura of Zhuo Yuhuan suddenly surged. The awe-inspiring Feather Emperor had returned. "Xiao Tao, come with me and save Zhuo Lin. If any of you dare to stop us, don't blame me for being impolite." Swish! In the next moment, Zhuo Yuhuan had a golden longbow in her hand, and a terrifying power erupted from her. The faces of the people changed drastically, and they all made way for Zhuo Yuhuan's astonishing aura. The old lady was frightened and kept retreating, afraid to say anything more. Wang Tao and Feng Hao had equally grim faces, their minds racing as they contemplated something. Until Zhuo Yuhuan and Xiao Tao opened the doors of the gymnasium and left, no one was willing to stand against them. Watching them go, the old lady spoke resentfully, "She's doomed. How could the two of them possibly be a match for hundreds of people? It's all because of that thug in a suit. He promised to save us, but it's been 2 days and there's no sign of him. I think the president has been bewitched by that thug in a suit. He's always thinking about him coming to save him. Isn't that madness? Damn it, what do we do now? If Zhuo Yuan dies, we'll be next. What else can we do? We need to escape quickly. Do you really think that thug in a suit will show up? That guy is not human. We're from the same guild, but he's so ruthless. He just watches us die without coming to our rescue." The members of the Feather Emperor Guild panicked and grumbled. Wang Tao and Feng Hao didn't leave, they wanted to see what Zhuo Yuan's final decision would be. She was destined to be defeated. But if the Baixing Guild spared her life, then they still had hope of joining the Baixing Guild. Of course, only professionals like them could join. As for the life and death of ordinary people, it had nothing to do with them. When Zhuo Yuan appeared, all of San Kuan's subordinates were excited. They were about to call her big sister-in-law. However, Zhuo Yuan held a longbow and aimed it directly at them. Terrifying power gathered on the arrow. Boom! In the next moment, the arrow shot out from the bowstring, and a flame suddenly rose, transforming into a flaming phoenix. S-rank archer profession, Feather Emperor, innate skill, Phoenix seeks Phoenix. Chirp! With the phoenix spreading its wings, the phoenix arrow carried a world-shaking might as it attacked the subordinates of the Baixing Guild. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed drastically. Whether it was the subordinates of the Baixing Guild or the members of the Feather Emperor Guild, they were all shocked beyond words. This was the true strength of an S-rank professional. The two sides were in a stalemate, and everyone had forgotten about Zhuo Yuan's strength. She was not someone to be trifled with. Spread out! San Kuan shouted at his subordinates. Boom! The flaming phoenix exploded in the crowd, and flames soared into the sky. Ah! In the explosion, several subordinates who didn't have time to escape were engulfed by the scorching flames, emitting desperate screams. But soon, healing professionals came to their rescue. Although the attack was strong, the subordinates of the Baixing Guild were fast and didn't suffer much damage. Damn it, attack! San Kuan roared, and hundreds of subordinates launched their attacks together. The great battle was about to begin. In the next moment, colorful skills came at Zhuo Yuan. The momentum seemed to overwhelm her. Zhuo Yuan's face turned cold, and she shot several arrows in succession. Terrifying spells clashed fiercely in the air, creating a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao stood by her side, buffing her with status enhancements, healing and replenishing her energy. After 2 minutes of intense fighting, Zhuo Yuan's pretty face turned pale, and her attacks gradually slowed down. It was impossible for her to win against 100 opponents alone. Seeing this, the members of the Feather Emperor Guild also prepared to retreat. The situation was just as everyone had expected, with no twists or turns. Zhuo Yuan also began to despair. She looked at her younger brother and whispered, "Zhuolin, I'm sorry." In the end, she was completely exhausted and could no longer draw her bowstring. She looked into the distance, her eyes slightly lowered, and said, "You, in the end, didn't come, did you?" As her voice fell, a sword's resounding sound echoed in the sky. Everyone looked up in shock. In the sky, there was a figure standing still. Above his head, countless flying swords were hanging. Chun Han looked at Zhuo Yuan and smiled slightly. "Sorry, I'm late." Returning swords to the sect, buzz. Countless flying swords fell like shooting stars, carrying a terrifying might, attacking the members of the Baixing Guild. Everyone looked at the terrifying offensive with wide eyes, filled with fear. What the hell, is this a joke? Zhuo Yuan looked up at the figure in the sky, her heart pounding. Having fought for the country many times, her heart had long been tempered, but when she saw Chen Han in that instant, she couldn't help but feel excited. She had imagined Chen Han's appearance many times, and also imagined how he would make his entrance. But no matter how beautiful her fantasies were, they couldn't compare to this moment's stunning sight. He wasn't some greasy middle-aged man, nor was he an ugly freak. On the contrary, Chen Han was young and handsome, surpassing even her ideal Prince Charming in her heart. At this moment, he appeared like a war god, full of heroic spirit. That feeling confirmed the saying, "The one I love is an unparalleled hero, who will one day wear the golden armor and come to marry me on a 7-colored cloud." Thinking of this, the usually aloof Yuan blushed. Meanwhile, the nearly 500 members of the Baixing Guild were scared out of their wits. The flying swords in the sky, densely packed, covered the sun when they descended, terrifying to the extreme. Everyone, attack together. Sang Kuan's face changed drastically as he quickly shouted. Then, everyone in the Baixing Guild used their abilities one after another, trying their best to block the falling flying swords. Buzz buzz buzz. Tens of thousands of flying swords fell rapidly, colliding with the skills below. Boom boom boom. Everyone was shocked to find that the flying swords were so terrifying. They directly pierced through their fireballs, ice cones, and other magic attacks, and then fell like a broken bamboo. How is this possible? My fireball was actually split by a sword. Mine too, my lightning ball was shattered with just one touch. Oh my god, is that guy a suited thug? How is he so powerful? Seeing that long-range attacks couldn't stop the flying swords, Sang Kuan exclaimed in shock. All squishies, crouch down. Warriors and tanks, take the front. In the next moment, hundreds of shields were raised high above their heads, welcoming the terrifying sword rain. Clang clang clang. The flying swords smashed into the shields, making crisp impact sounds. Ding ding dang dang, as if playing a symphony. Although most of the flying swords were blocked, there were still some that pierced through the shields and hit the people below. Ah! Screams filled the air. Sang Kuan glanced over and saw that hundreds of people had been injured by the flying swords. Several unlucky ones had their heads pierced, losing their lives. Zhuolin also looked up in shock, seeing the densely packed flying swords falling, almost losing his soul. The members of the Baixing Guild had shields to protect them, but no one paid attention to him, leaving him exposed in the air. Looking at the spot next to him, filled with countless flying swords, only his crouching position was empty. Zhuolin instantly realized what was happening and looked up excitedly at Chen Han. Thank you, Mr. Suited. Healers, quickly save the injured. Sang Kuan's face turned dark, he glared at Chen Han. Are you really the suited thug? Are you really going to be enemies with my Baisheng Guild? Chen Han slowly landed next to Zhuo Yuan. This made Zhuo Yuan's heart beat faster again, her beautiful eyes flickering as she secretly glanced at Chen Han a few times. Oh, he looks even more handsome up close. Chen Han didn't notice Zhuo Yuan's gaze, he looked disdainfully at Sang Kuan. Baisheng Guild? I think I've already killed 2 batches of them. As soon as these words came out, Sang Kuan's eyes widened. 2 batches? You killed Chiron? And who was the other batch? Sang Kuan's mind raced. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Could it be that it was his own brother, Sang Biao, who went to scout? Impossible, Sang Biao is so strong. How could you possibly kill him? Sang Kuan shook his head in disbelief. This must be a lie. Sang Biao was none other than his own blood brother. You dare to have ideas about our Baisheng Guild, then you should know the consequences, which is a dead end. Upon receiving the bad news from his brother, Sang Kuan erupted. Ah, you're seeking death. Boom! Sang Kuan's body burst into a blood-red light, and the big knife in his hand was also stained with blood. An extremely oppressive aura emanated from him. Along with it, there was a bloodthirsty intent to kill. Chen Han raised an eyebrow. S-class profession, berserker? Be careful, he's very powerful, Zhuo Yuan reminded from the side. It's fine, Chen Han reached out and moved him back. You go recover, I'll take you home later. Home? Hearing this, Zhuo Yuan was stunned for a moment, and her face instantly turned red. Go to hell! Sang Kuan rushed over with his long knife, using the ghost/skill directly towards Chen Han. Chen Han dodged to the side, and the long sword in his hand wiped towards Sang Kuan's neck. The sharp cold light cut off a strand of Sang Kuan's hair. Unfortunately, he reacted quickly and avoided this fatal blow. Chen Han continued with a normal sword attack, lifting the long sword and aiming it at Sang Kuan's throat. Sang Kuan was startled and quickly swung his knife down. Clang! The sword and knife clashed, and a terrifying force trembled in the blades. Sang Kuan was pushed back. He looked at Chen Han with a serious expression. How is this possible? Your strength is even stronger than mine. Attack together. Sang Kuan knew how formidable Chen Han was and didn't dare to fight alone anymore. Then, the members of the Baisheng Guild all joined in, launching a barrage of skills. Sang Kuan also stopped holding back and used his innate skill. S-class skill, cross-slash. The blood-red cross-slash tore through the ground, carrying a shocking might as it slashed towards Chen Han. Such a terrifying attack shocked everyone in the gymnasium of the Feather Emperor Guild. The suit thug is indeed strong, but he's facing hundreds of people, he's no match at all, right? This guy is finished, the guild leader still relies on him, he deserves to die. Wang Tao grinned. Chen Han is done for. What a fool trying to play the hero and save the beauty. He has a lot of resources and gold coins on him. When he dies, let's take advantage of the chaos and loot him? Feng Hao had a clever idea. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the supernatural beings in the field flashed with greedy light. The combined attack of the Baisheng Guild covered Zhuo Yuan and Xiao Tao. Chen Han raised an eyebrow. With hundreds of people attacking together, this battle was not to be taken lightly. He quickly returned to Zhuo Yuan's side, exuding a terrifying aura. When the skills rained down from the sky, he suddenly pulled out his long sword. Buzz! A sword hum resounded through the sky. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the sword light cut through the void. A huge rift in space hung in the sky. The attacks of hundreds of people fell into the rift, disappearing without a trace. How is this possible? Damn, what is this? The sky has been split open? All the members of the Baisheng Guild were dumbfounded. Such a shocking and extraordinary scene appeared before their eyes. How could it not make people tremble in fear? Wang Tao and the others were also extremely shocked. Could a person really unleash such a terrifying skill? Chen Han's mouth curled up slightly. Is it my turn to attack now? In the next moment, his figure disappeared from the original spot. With swordsmanship, Chen Han rushed forward rapidly, causing all the flying swords on the ground to tremble as he passed by. Slaughter! Buzz! Thousands of swords resounded together, shaking people's hearts. Whoosh! Under Chen Han's control, a flying sword shot out from the ground and pierced a marksman with lightning speed. Kill the backline first in team fights. The man holding the longbow hadn't even reacted yet, and the long sword had already pierced through his equipment, passing through his heart. One strike, instant death. No one had time to react, the man was dead. The nearby healer was stunned, unable to come to the rescue in time. Then, tens of thousands of flying swords ravaged the field. Buzz buzz buzz. After killing another 5 people, the members of the Baisheng Guild were filled with immense fear. There were too many flying swords, they couldn't defend against them at all. Moreover, the flying swords were incredibly fast. Except for the assassin profession, the other professions could only passively take the hits. Warriors and tanks are doing fine, they can barely withstand the onslaught of the flying swords with full defense. But the squishy professions are in trouble, they can only hide in fear behind the meat shields, watching the ubiquitous flying swords with vigilance. Defend, quickly defend! Sang Kuan shouted loudly. Form teams, warriors and tanks protect the backline. Safe people, immediately attack Chen Han. With Sang Kuan's command, the members of Baisheng Guild gradually stabilized their formation. However, during this time, more than 30 people still fell. Soon, the remaining 400+ people were divided into more than 50 small teams. Each team had high defense professions such as warriors and tanks guarding the middle, with squishy professions like mages, archers, and assassins. After the formation stabilized, Chen Han's flying sword attacks greatly decreased. It wouldn't be a problem to deal with a few small teams individually, but with more than 50 small teams in front of them, it would only be a waste of spiritual energy to continue fighting like this. Just as Sang Koan was preparing to counterattack, an armored vehicle rushed out at the end of the street. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the armored vehicle rampaged through, directly crashing into the members of Baisheng Guild. Everyone's faces turned pale, because behind the armored vehicle were densely packed zombies. At a glance, there were probably thousands of them. The members of Baisheng Guild felt their scalps go numb. With the chaotic entry of the armored vehicle, several small teams were immediately scattered. As the small teams dispersed, Zhang Daotian jumped out of the sunroof of the armored vehicle. With a small body and a grip on a Gatling gun, he wildly sprayed bullets at the scattered crowd. Sea-level skill, satellite strike. Rat-a-tat-tat. Under the control of the skill, the Gatling gun's tongues of fire crazily spewed out, with every shot hitting its mark and piercing into the crowd. Caught off guard, several people were hit by stray bullets and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Among them, 2 unlucky ones did not receive timely assistance and died on the spot. Seeing this situation, 2 sea-level warrior professions immediately took out their shields and rushed to forcefully resist Zhang Daotian's machine gun. However, the fat guy drew symbols with one hand, and invisible energy gathered in the air. In the next moment, 2 flashing green talismans of paralysis were shot out from his hand. The 2 warriors were instantly frozen in place, bound tightly by a binding force and unable to move. Then, Gangzi charged out on the rampaging armored vehicle. He leaped high into the air, and his figure rapidly expanded, turning into a 3-meter-tall giant. A-level profession, giant. The practitioner also transformed into a giant, belonging to the warrior profession. Gangzi's massive figure fell from the sky, and his fists smashed down towards the 2 immobilized warriors. Innate skill, Giant's Descent. The 2 warriors had a dead gray expression in their eyes, filled with fear. Boom! The 2 warriors were directly hammered into meat patties. The impact of Giant's Descent suddenly erupted on the ground. The earth trembled, and the violent shockwave directly sent the people from the surrounding 2 small teams flying. Gangzi clenched his huge fists and rampaged through the crowd, completely ignoring the attacks of those D-level mages with his powerful defense. Stabilize the formation. The sudden turn of events shocked Sang Koan, and he quickly commanded his subordinates to reorganize their formation. However, a graceful figure emerged from the armored vehicle. She held a giant sword and pointed it towards the crowd. Control skill, Chaos. In the next moment, The members of Baisheng Guild were momentarily dazed, and they all ran around like headless flies. Taking advantage of this moment, Chen Han's figure flickered as he rescued Zhuo Lin. Then he looked at Zhuo Yuhuan and said, "Can you still fight? Let's use our ultimate skills." Zhuo Yuhuan nodded and released all the spiritual energy she had just recovered. Bang! In the next moment, her body emitted a dazzling golden light, and a pair of noble golden wings extended from her back. Zhuo Yuhuan flapped her wings and slowly flew into the air. At this moment, facing the sun, she exuded a majestic aura, with a dignified and aloof demeanor. At this moment, she was the Feather Emperor. Suddenly, Zhuo Yuhuan raised the feather wing longbow in his hand, a terrifying aura condensed around him. Everyone looked over in shock, their eyes filled with astonishment. They knew that this S-Class Feather Emperor was about to unleash his ultimate move. S-Class Talent Skill, Judgment Holy Arrow. Boom! Zhuo Yuhuan suddenly released the arrow from his bow. In the next moment, countless golden arrows shot out from the feather wing longbow, densely packed. But it didn't end there. Chen Han also flew up with his little wings and stood side by side with Zhuo Yuhuan. He swung his arms, and tens of thousands of flying swords flew up into the air, swirling around. SSS Class Skill, 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Buzz! The flying swords, mixed with golden arrows, descended from the sky. At that moment, the sky darkened. Under the power of these two powerful skills, even the sunlight was blocked, and the terrifying assault covered the sky and obscured the sun. The hundreds of people from the Baisheng Guild on the ground had their faces turned pale with fear. Sang Kuan's face became extremely serious, full defense. He shouted, swinging his long knife and using the skill heaven-splitting earth slashing against the incoming assault. The rest of his subordinates didn't hesitate either, quickly using their strongest skills. Boom! The colorful skills collided in mid-air, and the terrifying energy raged in the field. Ah! For a moment, the field was filled with cries of despair. Flying swords and arrows continuously pierced through the crowd, causing people to fall one after another. This scene shook the members of the Feather Emperor Guild in the sports arena to their core. They were all filled with extreme fear from this intense battle. Is this the strength of the suit gangsters? Just a few of them caused hundreds of professionals to suffer such a miserable fate? Everyone's expression was filled with shock. At this moment, Chen Han's impression in their hearts was godlike. In the end, the attacks from both sides gradually subsided, and half of the Baisheng Guild members had fallen. Seeing this scene, Sang Kuan's eyes burst with anger, filled with immense fury. But at this moment, the horde of zombies had already rushed to their location, and there was no time to waste. Retreat! He shouted, and all the remaining subordinates quickly ran away. They took their fallen comrades if they could, but if they couldn't, they had no choice but to leave them behind to be food for the zombies. Let's go too. Chen Han embraced the exhausted Zhuo Yuhuan and slowly descended. Then, everyone quickly got on the armored vehicles and fled the scene. However, at that moment, Wang Tao and Feng Hao hurriedly chased after them. Chen Han, it's me, take me with you. Brother, I'm here. Seeing Chen Han's immense power, Wang Tao and Feng Hao couldn't wait to come out. If they didn't show their faces now, then when? As long as they were brought along by Chen Han, their future would be bright. They had grown up together in an orphanage, and even after entering society, they had always stuck together. Of course, most of the time, they took advantage of Chen Han. Han Ji, it's Wang Tao and Feng Hao. Gangzi said to Chen Han. Don't pay attention to them, just drive away. As members of the Feather Emperor Guild, they stood by and watched when the team encountered difficulties. Such people are not worthy of being teammates. Seeing these two, a cold smile appeared on Chen Han's face. If it weren't for the horde of zombies chasing after them, he would have thrown them into the abyss without hesitation. In the previous life, Chen Han was betrayed by these two little people and almost killed by Gao Qixing. Chen Han's hatred for them was second only to Xiao Rou and LV Bufan. Are they really your friends? Zhuo Yuhuan asked in confusion. In the Feather Emperor Guild, Wang Tao and Feng Hao often mentioned that the suit gangsters were their friends. At first, they were proud of it and often boasted to the team. They even made bold claims that they would lead the Feather Emperor Guild to join Chen Han. But perhaps because Chen Han had always ignored them, the two of them began to hate Chen Han. They constantly spoke ill of Chen Han in the guild, constantly slandering him. They even obstructed Zhuo Yuhuan from seeking help from Chen Han. Therefore, Zhuo Yuhuan felt that these two were lying, that they didn't really know Chen Han. But now it seemed that Chen Han did have some relationship with them. This made Zhuo Yuhuan confused. If they were friends, then why were their attitudes so inconsistent? These two are shameless cowards who only care about their own lives. Chen Han looked at Zhuo Yuhuan and explained, let me tell you, that woman and those who encouraged you to abandon Zhuo Lin and surrender, it's all Wang Tao and Feng Hao's doing. In times of crisis, they wanted you to run away and not offend Gao Qixing. But when they found out that Gao Qixing was interested in you, they changed their attitude and wanted you to join them. No matter which choice you make, they are the ones who benefit in the end. And you are just a tool in their hands. You are too kind-hearted and have always been controlled by them. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Yuhan and Xiaodao's faces turned pale, and they looked at Chen Han in shock. Upon further reflection, the situation was indeed as Chen Han had described. They were trapped by these parasites and couldn't escape. Wang Tao used Zhuo Yuhan's kindness to firmly control her. Then, the two of them thought of something and shouted in unison, "How did you know?" Chen Han wasn't even present, yet he revealed all the key points of the situation. It was terrifying because the reality matched exactly what he said, even clearer than what they had seen. Can you read people's minds? Zhuo Yuhan thought of a superpower and covered her mouth in astonishment. Did you see through Wang Tao and their inner thoughts? Chen Han, your imagination is really something. He doesn't have the ability to read minds. The development of the plot is exactly the same as the previous life. How could he not know? In the previous life, he was also a victim. Of course, Chen Han didn't say these things. He smiled and looked deeply into their slightly nervous beautiful eyes. Yes, actually I can read people's minds. With that, he lowered his gaze and glanced at Zhuo Yuhan's chest. His expression seemed to say, "Sorry, I've already seen through your little thoughts." Zhuo Yuhan's heart raced, and she quickly covered her chest with her hand. Her face instantly turned red. Surprise, nervousness, unease, awkwardness, shyness, various emotions surged in her heart. Oh no, he can actually see through people's minds. Does he know that I like? Woo, so embarrassed. It's over, so shy. What should I do? Should I confess? But I don't know if he has a girlfriend. He's so handsome, he must have a girlfriend. The one driving is very good looking. Ah, then I have no hope? Actually, it's not a problem if he has a girlfriend. It's the end of the world, why bother about these things? If you can't pursue the one you like, what's the meaning of life? Oops, why am I thinking so much? It's over, he definitely knows everything. Forget it, let's go for it. The scene paused for 2 minutes, and there was only the sound of rapid breathing in the car. Chen Han was also stunned for a moment. He saw a pair of beautiful eyes in front of him gradually transition from coldness to tenderness, and then from tenderness to deep affection. Shuli, who was driving, glanced at the rearview mirror and thought to herself, "It's over, another one has fallen." Sitting in the back row, Zhuolin naturally saw this scene as well. When he saw his sister's expression, he was shocked. After more than 20 years, it was the first time he had seen his sister show such a girlish side. Damn, my Ice Queen sister has actually been conquered? No way? And it has to be the Swab boss. Damn it, with this thigh, the Swab boss is my brother-in-law, I can walk sideways in Jianghai City. Ahem. Chen Han coughed lightly, breaking the silence. He looked at Zhuolin and said, "Your profession is a steel refiner, right?" Zhuolin realized and nodded. "That's right, I have a project that requires your help in refining steel." "No problem, Brother Han. You saved me and my sister, so we'll listen to you from now on." Outside the sports arena, Wang Tao, Feng Hao, and a large group of people were forced to evacuate. The gymnasium, our base, has been surrounded by thousands of zombies and is no longer safe to stay in. The two of them watched as Chen Han drove away in the armored vehicle, their faces filled with gloom. Wang Tao, damn it, that guy has turned his back on us. Feng Hao, what do we do now? It seems like he doesn't want us to join him. Wang Tao thought for a moment with a serious expression, let's go directly to his house. But what if he kicks us out? Feng Hao hesitated. Wang Tao looked at the members of the Feather Emperor Guild behind them, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Bring them with us. Didn't Chen Han take Zhuo Yuan with him? With these people, I don't believe Zhuo Yuan won't take us in. Kindness is her biggest weakness, and these people are all from the Feather Emperor Guild. As the guild leader, does she really want to stay out of it? The gymnasium was not far from the summer villa, and half an hour later, the armored vehicle entered the steel city walls. When they saw the enormous walls, Zhuo Yuan and Zhuolin were shocked. How much alloy steel would be needed for this? However, when the car stopped outside the gate of the Doomsday Fortress, the fortress that resembled a steel behemoth made their heads tingle. Is this the allure of money? If they could live here, what would they have to fear from the apocalypse? Chen Han patted Zhuolin's shoulder. This is nothing, I'm counting on you for bigger projects. I might have to rely on you in the future. This is nothing? Zhuolin widened his eyes and weakly asked, can I ask what the big project is? Chen Han chuckled. It's just a dawn tower. Dawn tower? How much alloy steel would be needed for that? Upon hearing this, Zhuolin's legs went weak, and he almost fainted. He could already imagine himself working day and night to refine steel. That night, Chen Han and his group held a welcome banquet for Zhuo Yuan and her siblings. The luxurious dinner truly shocked them. Zhuo Lin rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe the food in front of him. Am I dreaming? How can we accept this? We just arrived and they're already so polite. He laughed mischievously and grabbed a roasted lamb leg, enjoying it with delight. Ha ha, it's not that we're being polite, this is our normal food. Zhang Daotian stuffed a roast goose leg into his mouth and gave a thumbs up to Gengzi. Gang, this roast goose is amazing. What? You guys eat this every day? Zhuo Lin widened his eyes, almost choking. Xiaotao beside him was equally shocked. The food here was even better than what she had eaten before the apocalypse. Not to mention them, even Zhuo Yuan, who was usually calm, couldn't remain composed. When they were in the gymnasium, they would eat whatever the zombies dropped. How could they have such luxury like what was in front of them? And she also noticed that the food in front of them was not game props, but real food from reality. Uncontaminated food. How was this possible? Zhuo Yuan looked at Chen Han with a surprised look in her eyes, a strange expression flashing through her gaze. This man was truly unbelievable. This fleeting look did not escape Ling Xue's notice. She took a sip of wine, her cheeks slightly flushed, and a sly smile appeared on her lips. Ling Xue, come here. Chen Han beckoned Ling Xue to come to his side. Ling Xue sweetly smiled and naturally leaned against Chen Han's embrace. This action seemed like a declaration of sovereignty. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Yuan's heart skipped a beat, a feeling of loss surging within her. Ling Xue, arrange a room for Yuan and then take her to shower. Okay. Ling Xue blinked at Chen Han. This made Chen Han helpless. What tricks did this girl want to play again? Chen Han glared at her. Arrange it properly. Yuan just arrived and needs to rest well. Yuan, come with me. Ling Xue directly took Zhuo Yuan's jade hand and walked upstairs. Zhuo Yuan was absent-minded, her heart in chaos. She slowly came back to her senses when the warm water from the shower sprinkled on her body. She looked at the flowing water in front of her, her face filled with astonishment. Their lives are so good, they can still take showers. Even after the apocalypse, water was also contaminated. Every drop of clean water was an incredibly precious resource, and now, it could warmingly pour over her body. This feeling, it was nice, but for some reason, she didn't feel the slightest bit of happiness, despite the fact that the life in front of her was what she had always longed for. When she first arrived, she was full of excitement and anticipation. When did she suddenly change? Perhaps it was when Ling Xue appeared. Despite her bad mood, she quickly ended her enjoyment. Water resources were precious, they really couldn't be wasted. Lying on the bed, she was surprised to find that she could actually see the sky from this room. At night, the stars were scattered. If it weren't for the roar of zombies, it would be no different from before. Everything was so quiet and peaceful. In fact, she was already very tired, but for some reason, she couldn't fall asleep. She had never felt this way before. Her heart felt like it was being pricked, a faint pain. He was never hers. Everything she fantasized about was just a fantasy. A tear slid down her flawless cheek, wetting the pillow. Was she too obsessed? The scent on this bed, why was it all him? She really wanted to be brave. But the owner of this house had already declared her sovereignty. How could she continue to stay here with a thick face? Zhuo Yuan laughed at herself and secretly made a decision. Let her brother stay, she would leave tomorrow. When the decision was made, her heart hurt even more. Tears couldn't stop flowing, gushing down. Click. Just then, the room door suddenly opened. Zhuo Yuan's expression changed abruptly, and in the next moment, she had already grabbed a bow and arrow in her hand. Why did you come again? Can't you leave me alone for a while? Chen Han's voice echoed in the room. Then came the sound of the door being locked. Hearing Chen Han's voice, Zhuo Yuan trembled. How did he get into my room? What does he want? No, what does he mean by that? Soon, Zhuo Yuan realized the meaning behind Chen Han's words. She suddenly woke up. This room belongs to Chen Han? And then he mistook me for Ling Xue? But it was clearly Ling Xue who arranged for me to stay here. Remembering the last words Ling Xue said to her, rest well, and her playful smile. This, Zhuo Yuan instantly understood. Ling Xue did it on purpose. But didn't she declare her sovereignty? Why would she do this? Could it be arranged by Chen Han? No, Chen Han is obviously still in the dark. Did she understand my thoughts? Does she not mind? It must be like this. Understanding Ling Xue's intentions, Zhuo Yuan's face instantly turned crimson. Ah, so shy. At the same time, her little heart was beating violently, both nervous and excited, with a hint of joy. Ha! Chen Han looked at the figure on the bed, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. What happened to Ling Xue today? She used to always throw herself at him. Something's not right. Chen Han suddenly became alert. He slowly walked in, and when he saw the figure clearly, he was obviously shocked. Yuhan? Hearing Chen Han call her name, Zhuo Yuhuan became even more nervous. She weakly looked at Chen Han. "I'm sorry, I didn't know this was your room." As she turned around, Chen Han even took 2 steps back in surprise. At this moment, Zhuo Yuhuan was wearing the camisole Ling Shui gave her. Because Ling Shui was slightly smaller in size, the camisole was obviously not suitable for Yuhuan. Therefore, her explosive figure was naturally revealed. It must be said that the figure of an athlete was absolutely stunning. Sensing Chen Han's gaze, Yuhuan realized what she was wearing. Her face became even redder. Chen Han's throat rolled, and he slightly shifted his gaze. Was Ling Shui behind this? Yuhuan lowered his head and didn't say anything. "Well, then you rest here, and I'll change rooms." Chen Han reluctantly turned and left. However, the next moment, a warm body tightly hugged him from behind. Soft hair buried in his neck, a unique scent slipped into his nostrils, making Chen Han's heart race. Zhuo Yuhan had never felt so bold before. Her face blushed, and she murmured softly. Then, an extremely gentle voice sounded in his ear. Chen Han. Chen Han sighed and gently moved the other person's hand away. "Rest well." The next moment, he turned around and picked up the graceful body, diving into the bedding with a thud. The next morning, Zhuolin, what the F***ck? Screaming, "Han Ge, you, why did you do this to me?" In the special studio, looking at the piles of alloy steel in front of him, Zhuolin felt like he was about to collapse. "How long do I have to refine all this low-grade steel? Even if I can refine it, my psychic energy consumption can't keep up." Steel refiner is a life-class profession, and using abilities naturally requires psychic energy. "It's okay, I've prepared it all for you." Chen Han took out hundreds of psychic energy crystals for him. When your psychic energy is depleted, use the psychic energy crystals to replenish it. In addition, I have arranged 2 assistants for you, Xiao Tao and Xu Li. Xiao Tao is a healing class profession and can replenish Zhuolin's psychic energy and spirit. Xu Li also has auxiliary skills and can provide buffs. For efficiency, Chen Han made arrangements on both fronts and provided Zhuolin with the best working environment. Also, Gu Zi will prepare rich food for you. Just focus on refining steel for me. Chen Han gave Zhuolin an encouraging look. Seeing such a grand setup, Zhuolin dared not show his grievances anymore. "They are treating you so well, so why complain? Han Ge, I have to tell you something. My ability can indeed synthesize high-grade steel from low-grade steel, but the success rate is not high. My steel fusion skill is at the D level. It takes about 10 pieces of white steel to synthesize 1 piece of blue steel, and the success rate is only 30%. If we calculate it this way, we will suffer a big loss. It's better to just buy ready-made high-grade steel." Chen Han gave him a disdainful look. "Do you think high-grade steel is easy to buy? Not to mention the low drop rate of high-grade alloy steel. Even if there is, players keep it for themselves. Alloy steel can be used to build safe houses and weapons. They are rare resources, and even with money, I can't buy them now. Don't worry, I've already thought about this. If the skill level is low, then we'll just level it up." With that, Chen Han directly threw out 500 skill upgrade vouchers. "Max it out for me." Seeing this pile of skill upgrade vouchers, Zhuolin's spirit shook. "My god, Han Ge, you're my savior." Zhuolin was extremely excited. With 500 upgrade vouchers, he could upgrade his D-level, Steel Fusion, skill to S-level. With S-level, Steel Fusion, he only needed 5 pieces of low-grade alloy steel to synthesize 1 piece of high-grade alloy steel, and the success rate increased from 30% to 60%. This efficiency was already astonishing, and after obtaining this S-level skill, he could make a fortune just by synthesizing steel. This was the ability that the life-class profession relied on for survival. And if he was lucky, he could even save some upgrade vouchers to level up other skills. At this moment, Zhuolin almost kneeled down to Chen Han. He had previously learned that the current skill upgrade vouchers could be sold for 100,000 each, and they were extremely scarce. As soon as they appeared in the trading market, they were immediately snatched up. One could imagine how valuable these things were, and Chen Han gave him so many without batting an eye. Such boldness was simply astonishing. Chen Han is naturally distressed. He also needs skill upgrade vouchers. Currently, he only has a few skills. Although they are all SSS level, they are not cool anymore when used too often. Forget it, can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. It seems like I need to level up as soon as possible. I can activate another skill at level 15, Chen Han thought to himself. After Zhuolin got the upgrade voucher, she quickly got to work as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Chen Han nodded in satisfaction and left his studio. Back in the living room, he was preparing to go out and level up in a dungeon. At this moment, Ling Shui and Yuhan came down from the second floor, with Ling Shui supporting Yuhan. Ling Shui blinked her big eyes and looked at Yuhan's somewhat unsteady steps, feeling somewhat surprised. Athletes are really amazing. I had to lie in bed for a whole day to recover the first time, but you can still walk. As soon as these words came out, Yuhan's face instantly turned red. She had the thinnest skin and wanted to find a hole to hide in after being teased like this. Hearing the topic of their discussion, Chen Han cleared his throat, touched his nose, and slowly approached Yuhan. Are you okay? Yuhan shyly nodded her head. She was very curious about what level profession Chen Han was. Why was his physical fitness so strong that even their S-level professions couldn't compare? Chen Han didn't dwell on this topic. He looked at Ling Shui and said, I've acquired some orange alloy steel materials these past 2 days. You should go and arrange them. We need to speed up the progress and complete the Dawn Tower as soon as possible to start making money earlier. Zhuo Lin has already started working on it, so I believe we'll be able to produce a batch of orange alloy soon. Ling Shui sweetly smiled and said, okay. By the way, Han Gu, Xinyu, and the others went out to do a dungeon. It seems like there's news about a hidden dungeon. Has the hidden dungeon finally been found? There seems to be some progress, but the situation is not quite right. The dungeon is empty? Empty? Where is Xinyu? Let's go and take a look. Half an hour later, Chen Han drove an armored vehicle to an office building in the city of Zhanghai. The area outside the office building was filled with zombie corpses, and there were no traces of humans inside the building, indicating that it had been abandoned. Han Gu, we're here. Xinyu and 6 other school beauties greeted them inside the office building. Where's the entrance to the dungeon? Chen Han, along with Zhang Daotian, Ling Shui, and Zhuai Yuhan, got out of the car. Follow me. Then, more than 10 people went up to the 4th floor of the office building and entered an office. The spacious office was in a mess, with scraps of paper scattered all over the floor. The entrance to the dungeon was right here. A hidden dungeon only has one entrance in a city, and it's so well hidden that it's a miracle if players can find it. Chen Han looked over, and the dimly lit black passage had already faded. Seeing this, Chen Han furrowed his brows slightly. This dungeon hasn't been cleared for more than 24 hours, and the monsters inside have already escaped. Hearing this, everyone in the room showed a shocked expression. Xinyu said in horror, but this, dungeon seems to have no record of being cleared globally. Does that mean, hasn't it been cleared globally? Chen Han's face became serious. That means the game's will is up to something. It's deliberately increasing the difficulty for players. It intentionally makes it difficult for players to find the hidden dungeon, and then, after a certain time, releases the boss from the dungeon. The dungeon was originally a hidden dungeon, and all the monsters inside are elite monsters. If they escape, it will be a fatal blow to players worldwide. Without thinking, it's clear that the world will once again fall into chaos. And at this moment, the voice of the games will sound in the ears of all players. Dear players, because the hidden dungeon has not been cleared by any city, the dungeon bosses in various cities have escaped. They may be hiding in the city, causing great harm to the players. Therefore, the massacre hidden instance is now promoted to a world event. World event, clearing the Sawman event rules. In guild units, within the next 48 hours, killing the Sawman will earn points. After the time is up, the guild with the most points wins. The event starts now. Friendly reminder, the Sawman has disguised himself as a normal human and may be lurking among the crowd, so be cautious of those around you. If he takes out a chainsaw, that's the moment you die. To increase the players' enthusiasm for the event, the drop rate of the Sawman is increased to 100%, and killing a Sawman will randomly drop resources. Enjoy the game. The voice of the games will reach every player's ears. Then, a leaderboard appears on the player's game panel. Saw Massacre Event Points Leaderboard. Soon, the world channel becomes noisy again. Damn, the games will finally has a conscience this time. 100% drop rate. Hurry up and find the Sawman. Brother upstairs, the Sawman instance is known as the death instance. Don't be too proud. Wait, isn't Saw Massacre a timed instance? Can the Sawman still kill? They must have changed the mode. How can we fight if the invincible Sawman is still there? The system won't be so crazy. Didn't it say to kill the Sawman to earn points? The Saw Massacre instance was originally a level 50 instance in the game, and it was a nightmare for countless players. The original game rule of the instance was to escape for 30 minutes under the pursuit of the Sawman, and in the setting, the Sawman was invincible. It was impossible to escape the pursuit of the Sawman in those 30 minutes. Speaking of which, Chen Han was quite familiar with this instance. After being reborn, Chen Han entered the Saw Massacre instance to farm rare materials, which allowed him to create the immortal sword. It was also during that time that he encountered Zhang Daotian by chance. Chen Han didn't expect that the first hidden instance would actually be Saw Massacre, which was a deviation from the previous life. But this boss was also good. Chen Han remembered that the Sawman would drop a material called high-voltage electric net. It would be great to have this high-voltage electric net installed on the walls of the Dawn Tower. If possible, it would be nice to farm more. Like other players, he was also curious whether the current Sawman was as terrifying as before. He stared at the World Channel, hoping to get some information about the Sawman from the players' mouths. Soon, a player discovered the first Sawman. Brotherly, everyone, I found the Sawman. Just now, my son and I were surrounded by zombies, and just as we were about to give up, my wife suddenly came with a big knife and saved us. Maybe seeing my son and I injured, my wife went crazy and started killing the zombies. After killing dozens of zombies, we safely returned home. Mr. Fan? Brother, give you another chance to organize your words. Buying a pack of Shaolang wine. Brother, get to the point, where's the Sawman? No smoke, no soul. Big brother, you're really showing off with a good wife. Everyone was looking forward to the appearance of the Sawman, but what they saw were such nonsensical words, which immediately caused public anger. But soon, Brotherly continued to speak. Brotherly, don't worry, it seems like there's no problem. But here's the key point, my wife died 3 years ago. I seriously suspect that the wife in front of me is the Sawman in disguise. What should I do? She's holding my son and bandaging his wounds. Hiss. Seeing this, even Chen Han couldn't help but feel a bit creeped out. Can this Chainsaw Man disguise as someone else? Mr. Fan, damn. I'm getting goosebumps. Mr. My bow, brother, don't doubt it. Your wife is the Chainsaw Man. No cigarettes, no soul. Brother, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and run with your son. I want to lose weight, so here's the question, if your wife is the Chainsaw Man, why did she save you and not harm you? The words of Brotherly made everyone feel a chill down their spine, but at the same time, it was full of loopholes. Why doesn't the Chainsaw Man attack Brotherly? Just this doubt made many people question Brotherly's words. However, just when everyone thought Brotherly was lying, he released a photo. When people saw this photo, they were all shocked. In the photo, there was a woman in her 40s who looked normal, no different from an ordinary person. Beside her was a 4 or 5-year-old child. What terrified everyone was that the woman in the photo was cutting her wrist and bleeding, with half a cup of crimson blood under her wrist. Then, Brotherly spoke again. Damn, my son said he's thirsty, and then his mother cut her wrist and bled for him to drink. What should I do? Now, all the voices questioning Brotherly were silenced. That woman must be the Chainsaw Man without a doubt. Who would cut their wrist and drink blood if they were a normal person? Bien du Xiaoer, I'm scared. What are we waiting for? Let's run. Tom brother, OMG. I can't take it anymore, it's too terrifying. How can you be so calm? Under Brotherly's words, people spoke up one after another, urging him to run with his son. After countless persuasions, 10 minutes passed and Brotherly didn't say anything else. Just when everyone thought he was running away and didn't have time to talk, Brotherly released another photo. In the photo, they were a happy family of 3, enjoying themselves. Brotherly's wife didn't look strange at all. Not only did she not harm them, but they also got along exceptionally well. Not only the woman, but even Brotherly and his son were smiling brightly. If people didn't know the origin of the situation, they would think it was an incredibly happy family. But now, it only made people feel horrified. Damn, brother, you're amazing. You know your wife is the Chainsaw Man, aren't you afraid? Brother, please accept my respect. I'm in awe. Hurry up and run, this is all an illusion. Later, the Chainsaw Man will attack, and both you and your son will die. People urged one after another, not knowing if Brotherly was listening, but several minutes passed without a reply. The more Brotherly didn't reply, the more anxious the players became. Not only did everyone want to know what the Chainsaw Man was all about, but they were also genuinely curious about Brotherly's situation. Not to mention them, even Chen Han and the others sat down, waiting for the development of the situation with a hint of nervousness. 10 more minutes passed, and Brotherly finally spoke. Whoa, actually, I'm not afraid of her at all. I really miss my wife. I feel the love I once had in her, she really is my wife. My son is also very happy. Since losing his mother, he hasn't been this happy. If all of this is a dream, then let the dream continue. Seeing this, the World Channel fell silent. Countless people had a thought in their minds, I believe in love again. But soon, Brotherly spoke again. This time, he finally showed a terrified expression. It's over, my wife is coming into my room. Damn, she's undressing. She wants to. Brothers, what should I do? Damn. This time, the onlookers were truly shocked. It's normal for long-separated couples to be intimate, but the other party is a Chainsaw Man. Can they do it?